concert, and was now bowing with even more angles and contortions than before. And on his face the abject humility seemed to me to have become more intense. From his eyes stared a sorrowful anxiety like that of a poor malefactor. "Divine," cried my neighbor, the furrier, as he scratched his ears, "that piece alone was worth 2 thalers. When Paganini began to play again a gloom came before my eyes. The sounds were not transformed into bright forms and colors, the master's form was clothed in gloomy shades, out of the darkness of which his music moaned in the most piercing tones of lamentation. Only at times, when a little lamp that hung above cast its sorrowful light over him, could I catch a glimpse of his pale countenance, on which the youth was not yet extinguished. His costume was singular, in 2 colors, yellow and red. Heavy chains weighed upon his feet. Behind him moved a face whose physiognomy indicated a lusty goat nature. And I saw at times long hairy hands seize assistingly the strings of the violin on which Paganini was playing. They often guided the hand which held the bow, and then a bleating laugh of applause accompanied the melody, which gushed from the violin ever more full of sorrow and anguish. They were melodies which were like the song of the fallen angels who had loved the daughters of earth, and, being exiled from the kingdom of the blessed, sank into the underworld with faces red with shame. They were melodies in whose bottomless shallowness glimmered neither consolation nor hope. When the saints in heaven hear such melodies, the praise of God dies upon their paled lips, and they cover their heads weeping. At times when the obligato goat's laugh bleated in among the melodious pangs, I caught a glimpse in the background of a crowd of small women figures who nodded their odious heads with wicked wantonness. Then a rush of agonizing sounds came from the violin, and a fearful groan and a sob. Such as was never heard upon earth before, nor will be perhaps heard upon earth again, unless in the valley of Jehoshaphat, when the colossal trumpets of doom shall ring out, and the naked corpses shall crawl forth from the grave to abide their fate. But the agonized violinist suddenly made one stroke of the bow, such a mad despairing stroke, that his chains fell rattling from him, and his mysterious assistant and the other foul mocking forms vanished. At this moment my neighbor, the furrier, said, a pity, a string has snapped that comes from the constant pizzicato." Had a string of the violin really snapped? I do not know. I only observed the alteration in the sounds, and Paganini and his surroundings seemed to me again suddenly changed. I could scarcely recognize him in the monk's brown dress, which concealed rather than clothed him. With savage countenance half hid by the cowl, waist girt with a cord, and bare feet, Paganini stood, a solitary defiant figure, on a rocky prominence by the sea, and played his violin. But the sea became red and redder, and the sky grew paler, till at last the surging water looked like bright scarlet blood, and the sky above became of a ghastly, corpse-like pallor, and the stars came out large and threatening, and those stars were black, black as glooming coal. But the tones of the violin grew ever more stormy and defiant, and the eyes of the terrible player sparkled with such a scornful lust of destruction, and his thin lips moved with such a horrible haste, that it seemed as if he murmured some old accursed charms to conjure the storm and loose the evil spirits that lie imprisoned in the abysses of the sea. Often, when he stretched his long thin arm from the broad monk's sleeve, and swept the air with his bow, he seemed like some sorcerer who commands the elements with his magic wand, and then there was a wild wailing from the depth of the sea, and the horrible waves of blood sprang up so fiercely that they almost besprinkled the pale sky and the black stars with their red foam. There was a wailing and a shrieking and a crashing, as if the world was falling into fragments, and ever more stubbornly the monk played his violin. He seemed as if by the power of violent will he wished to break the 7 seals wherewith Solomon sealed the iron vessels in which he had shut up the vanquished demons. The wise king sank those vessels in the sea, and I seemed to hear the voices of the imprisoned spirits while Paganini's violin growled its most wrathful bass. But at last I thought I heard the jubilee of deliverance, and out of the red billows of blood emerged the heads of the fettered demons, monsters of legendary horror, crocodiles with bats' wings, snakes with stags' horns, monkeys with shells on their heads, seals with long patriarchal beards, women's faces with breasts in place of cheeks, green camels' heads, hermaphrodites of incomprehensible combination, all staring with cold, crafty eyes, and with long fin-like claws grasping at the fiddling monk. From the latter, however, in the furious zeal of his conjuration, the cowl fell back, and the curly hair, fluttering in the wind, fell round his head in ringlets, like black snakes. So maddening was this vision that, to keep my senses, I closed my ears and shut my eyes. When I again looked up, the spectre had vanished, and I saw the poor Genos in his ordinary form, making his ordinary bows, while the public applauded in the most rapturous manner. "That is the famous performance upon G," remarked my neighbor. "I myself play the violin, and I know what it is to master that instrument." Fortunately, the pause was not considerable, or else the musical furrier would certainly have engaged me in a long conversation upon art. Paganini again quietly set his violin to his chin, and with the first stroke of his bow the wonderful transformation of melodies again also began. They no longer fashioned themselves so brightly and corporeally. The melody gently developed itself, majestically billowing and swelling like an organ chorale in a cathedral, and everything around, stretching larger and higher, had extended into a colossal space which, not the bodily eye, but only the eye of the spirit could seize. In the midst of this space hovered a shining sphere, upon which, gigantic and sublimely haughty, stood a man who played the violin. Was that sphere the sun? I do not know. But in the man's features I recognized Paganini, only ideally lovely, divinely glorious, with a reconciling smile. His body was in the bloom of powerful manhood, a bright blue garment enclosed his noble limbs, his shoulders were covered by gleaming locks of black hair, and as he stood there, sure and secure, a sublime divinity, and played the violin, it seemed as if the whole creation obeyed his melodies. He was the man-planet about which the universe moved with measured solemnity and ringing out beatific rhythms. Those great lights, which so quietly gleaming swept around, were they the stars of heaven, and that melodious harmony which arose from their movements, was it the song of the spheres, of which poets and seers have reported so many ravishing things? At times, when I endeavored to gaze out into the misty distance, I thought I saw pure white garments floating around, in which colossal pilgrims passed muffled along with white staves in their hands, and, singular to relate, the golden knob of each staff was even one of those great lights which I had taken for stars. These pilgrims moved in large orbit around the great performer, the golden knobs of their staves shone even brighter at the tones of the violin, and the chorale which resounded from their lips, and which I had taken for the song of the spheres, was only the dying echo of those violin tones. A holy, ineffable ardor dwelt in those sounds, which often trembled, scarce audibly, in mysterious whisper on the water, then swelled out again with a shuddering sweetness, like a bugle's notes heard by moonlight, and then finally poured forth in unrestrained jubilee, as if 1,000 bards had struck their harps and raised their voices in a song of victory. These were sounds which the ear never hears, which only the heart can dream when it rests at night on a beloved breast. Perhaps also the heart can grasp them in the bright light of day, when it loses itself with joy in the curves of beauty in a Grecian work of art. Or when one has drunk one too many bottles of champagne, broke in suddenly a laughing voice, which woke our storyteller as from a dream. Turning round, he saw the doctor, who, under the guidance of Black Deborah, had gently entered the room to inform himself of the effect of his medicine on the patient. "That sleep does not please me," he said, pointing to the sofa. Maximilian, who, absorbed in the fancies of his own discourse, had not observed that Maria had long since fallen asleep, bit his lip with vexation. "That sleep," the doctor pursued, "gives to her countenance already the appearance of death. Does it not look like those white masks, those plaster casts, in which we seek to preserve the features of the dead? I should like," Maximilian whispered in his ear, "to have such a cast of our friend's face. Even as a corpse she would be very lovely." "I do not advise you to do so," answered the doctor. "Such masks spoil the recollection of those we love. We think that in the plaster we have procured something of their life, but it is only death that we have caught. Beautiful regular features get something horribly rigid, mocking, fatal, with which they terrify rather than delight us, but the casts of those faces whose charm was of a more spiritual kind, whose features were less regular than interesting, are absolute caricature, for as soon as the graces of life are extinguished, the real declinations from the line of ideal beauty are no longer compensated by the spiritual charm. A certain enigmatic expression is common to all these casts, which, after long contemplation, send an intolerable chill through our souls. They look as if on the point of going a long journey. "Whither?" asked Maximilian, as the doctor took his arm and led him from the room. "Second night." "And why will you torment me with this horrible medicine, since I must die so soon?" It was Maria who, as Maximilian entered, spoke these words. The doctor was standing before her with a medicine bottle in one hand and in the other a little glass in which a brownish liquor frothed nauseously. "My dear fellow," he exclaimed, turning to the newcomer, "you have just come at the right time. Try and persuade Signora to swallow these few drops. I am in a hurry." "I entreat you, Maria," whispered Maximilian, in that tender voice which one did not often observe in him, and which seemed to come from so wounded a heart that the patient, singularly touched, took the glass in her hand. Before she put it to her mouth, she said, smiling, "Will you reward me with the story of Lawrence?" "All that you wish shall be done," nodded Maximilian. The pale lady then drank the contents of the glass, half smiling, half shuddering. "I am in a hurry," said the doctor, drawing on his black gloves. "Lie down quietly, Signora, and move as little as possible." Led by Black Deborah, who lighted him, he left the room. When the two friends were left alone, they looked at each other for a long time in silence. In the souls of both thoughts were clamorous which each strove to hide from the other. The woman, however, suddenly seized the man's hand and covered it with glowing kisses. "For God's sake," said Maximilian, "do not agitate yourself so, and lie back quietly on the sofa." As Maria fulfilled this wish, he covered her feet carefully with a shawl, which he previously touched with his lips. She probably noticed him, for her eyes winked with contentment, like a happy child's. "Was Mademoiselle Lawrence very beautiful?" "If you will not interrupt me, dear friend, and promise to listen quite silently, I will tell you circumstantially all that you wish to know." Smiling in response to Maria's affirmative glance, Maximilian seated himself on the chair which was beside the sofa, and began his story. "It is now 8 years since I traveled to London to become acquainted with the language and the people. Confound the people and their language too. There they take a dozen monosyllables in their mouths, chew them, gnash them, spit them out again, and they call that speaking. Fortunately, they are by nature tolerably taciturn, and though they always gape at us with open mouths, they spare us long conversations. But woe unto us if we fall into the hands of a son of Albion who has made the great tour and learnt French on the continent. He will use the opportunity to exercise the achieved language, and overwhelm us with questions on all possible subjects. And scarcely is one question answered before he comes out with another about one's age or home or length of one's stay, and with these incessant inquiries he thinks he is entertaining us in the most delightful manner. One of my friends at Paris was perhaps right when he maintained that the English learn their French conversation at the bureaux de passeports. Their talk is most useful at table, when they carve their colossal roast beef and inquire which cut you like, overdone or underdone, the inside or the brown outside, fat or lean. This roast beef and this roast mutton are the only good things they have. Heaven preserve every Christian man from their sauces, which consist of 1 part of flour and 2 of butter, or when the composition aims at a change, of 1 part of butter and 2 of flour. Heaven preserve anyone also from their vegetables, which they bring on the table cooked in water, just as God created them. Still more horrible than the cookery of the English are their toasts and obbligato speeches, when the tablecloth is taken away and the ladies retire, and instead of them just so many bottles of port wine are brought up, for they think that that is the best way to replace the absence of the fair sex. I say the fair sex, for the English women deserve that name. They are fair, slender creatures. Only the excessive space between the nose and the mouth, which is found in them as frequently as in the men, has often spoiled for me in England the most beautiful faces. This declination from the type of beauty acts upon me still more fatally when I see the English here in Italy, where their sparingly chiseled noses, and the broad space of flesh that stretches from there to the mouth, form so much the more uncouth contrast with the faces of the Italians, whose features have a more antique regularity, and whose noses, either curved in the Roman way or inclined in the Grecian, degenerate into too great a length. Very correct is the observation of a German traveller that the English, when among the Italians, all look like statues with the points of their noses broken off. Yes, when one meets the English in a foreign land, the contrast brings out their deficiencies distinctly. They are the gods of ennui, who travel through all lands at post-haste in shining, lacquered coaches, and leave everywhere a grey, dark cloud of mournfulness behind them. Their curiosity without interest, their dressed-up awkwardness, their insolent timidity, their angular egotism, and their empty joy at all melancholy objects, aid in this impression. In the last 3 weeks an Englishman has been visible every day on the Piazza del Granduca, gazing for an hour at a time at a quack sitting on a horse who draws people's teeth. Perhaps this performance compensates the noble son of Albion for the loss of the executions of his own dear native land. For after boxing and cockfights, there is no more delightful sight for a Briton than the agony of some poor devil who has stolen a sheep, or imitated somebody's handwriting, and is exhibited for an hour in front of the Old Bailey before he is thrown into eternity. It is no exaggeration to say that forgery and the theft of a sheep in that detestable and barbarous land are punished in the same way as the most awful crimes, as parricide and incest. I, myself, led by a sad chance, saw a man hanged for stealing a sheep, and after that I lost all pleasure in roast mutton. The fat reminded me of the poor culprit's white cap. Near him an Irishman was hanged. For forging the signature of a rich banker, I still see poor Paddy's death agony. He could not understand at the assizes why he should be so hardly punished for imitating a signature when he would allow any human being to imitate his own. And these people talk constantly of Christianity, and never miss church on Sunday, and flood the whole world with Bibles. I confess to you, Maria, that if I relished nothing in England, men, or cookery, the reason lay partly in myself. I brought over a good store of ill humour with me, and I was seeking amusement among a people who can only kill their ennui in the whirlpool of political and mercantile activity. The perfection of machinery, which is applied to everything here, and has superseded so many human functions, has for me something dismal. This artificial life of wheels, bars, cylinders, and 1,000 little hooks, pins, and teeth which move almost passionately, fills me with horror. I am annoyed no less by the definiteness, the precision, the strictness, in the life of the English, for just as the machines in England seem to have the perfection of men, so the men seem like machines. Yes, wood, iron, and brass seem to have usurped the human mind there, and to have gone almost mad from fullness of mind, while the mindless man, like a hollow ghost, exercises his ordinary duties in a machine-like fashion, at the appointed moment eats beefsteaks, makes parliamentary speeches, trims his nails, mounts the stagecoach, or hangs himself. You can well imagine how my dissatisfaction increased in this country. Nothing, however, equalled the gloomy mood which once came over me as I stood on Waterloo Bridge towards evening and gazed on the water. It seemed to me as if my soul was mirrored there, and was gazing up out of the water at me with all its scars. The most sorrowful stories came to my recollection. I thought of the rose which was always watered with vinegar, and so lost its sweet fragrance and faded early. I thought of the strayed butterfly which a naturalist, who ascended Mount Blanc, saw fluttering amid the ice. I thought of the tame monkey who was so familiar with men, played with them, eat with them, but once at table recognized in the roast meat on the dish her own little monkey baby, quickly seized it, and hastened to the woods, never more to be seen among her human friends. Ah, I felt so sorrowful that the hot tears started from my eyes. My tears fell down into the Thames, and floated onto the great sea which has swallowed so many tears without noticing them. At this moment it happened that a singular music awoke me from my gloomy dreams, and looking round, I saw on the bank a crowd of people, who seemed to have formed a circle round some amusing display. I drew nearer, and saw a family of performers, consisting of the following 4 persons. Firstly, a short, thick-set woman, dressed entirely in black, who had a very little head and a very large, protuberant belly. Upon this belly was hung an immense drum, upon which she drummed away most unmercifully. Secondly, a dwarf, who wore an embroidered coat like an old French marquis. He had a large powdered head, but for the rest, had very thin contemptible limbs, and danced to and fro striking the triangle. Thirdly, a young girl of about 15 years, who wore a short close-fitting jacket of blue striped silk, and broad pantaloons also with blue stripes. She was an aerially made figure. The face was of Grecian loveliness. A straight nose, sweet lips turned outwards, a dreamy, tender, rounded chin, the color a sunny yellow, the hair of a gleaming black, wound round the brows. So she stood, slender and serious, yes, ill-humored, and gazed upon the 4th person of the company, who was just then engaged in his performance. This 4th person was a learned dog, a very hopeful poodle, and to the great delight of the English public, he had just put together from some wooden letters before him, the name of the Duke of Wellington, and joined to it a very flattering word, namely, hero. Since the dog, as one might conclude from his witty expression, was no English beast, but had, like the other 3 persons, come from France, the sons of Albion rejoiced that their great general had at least obtained from the French dog that recognition which the other French creatures had so disgracefully denied. In fact, this company consisted of French people, and the dwarf, who now announced himself as Monsieur Turlotu, began to bluster in French, and with such vehement gestures, that the poor English opened their mouths and noses still wider than usual. Often, after a long phrase, he crowed like a cock, and these cock-a-doodle-doos, as also the names of many emperors, kings, and princes which he mixed up with his discourse, were probably the only sounds the poor spectators understood. Those emperors, kings, and princes he extolled as his patrons and friends. When only a boy of 8 years, so he assured us, he had had an interview with His Most Sacred Majesty Louis XVI, who also, later on, always asked his advice on weighty matters. He escaped the storms of the Revolution, like many others, by flight, and he only returned under the Empire to his beloved country to take part in the glory of the great nation. Napoleon, he said, never loved him, whereas His Holiness Pope Pius VII almost idolized him. The Emperor Alexander gave him bonbons, and the Princess Wilhelm von Kiritz always placed him on her lap. His Highness Duke Charles of Brunswick often allowed him to ride on his dogs, and His Majesty King Ludwig of Bavaria read to him his sublime poems. The princes of Reuschles-Kruse and of Schwartberg-Sondershausen loved him as a brother, and always smoked the same pipe with him. Yes, from childhood up, he said, he had lived among sovereigns, the present monarchs, had, as it were, grown up with him, he looked upon them as equals, and he felt deep sorrow every time that one of them passed from the scene of life. After these solemn words he crowed like a cock. Monsieur Turlotu was, in fact, one of the most curious dwarfs I ever saw. His wrinkled old face formed such a droll contrast with his scanty, childish, little body, and his whole person again contrasted as comically with his performances. He threw himself into the most sprightly postures, and with thrusts of an inhumanly long rapier he transfixed the air, affirming all the while, on his honor, that no one could parry this cart or that tierce, that, on the contrary, his own defense could be broken through by no mortal man, and he challenged anyone to engage with him in the noble art. After the dwarf had carried this performance on for some time, and found no one who would resolve on open conflict with him, he bowed with old French grace, gave thanks for the applause which was bestowed upon him, and took the liberty of announcing to the very honorable public the most extraordinary performance ever displayed upon English ground. "You see this person," he exclaimed, after drawing on dirty kid gloves, and leading the young girl of the company with respectful gallantry into the middle of the circle. "This is Mademoiselle Lawrence, the only daughter of the honorable Christian lady whom you see there with the drum, and who still wears mourning for the loss of her dearly beloved husband, the greatest ventriloquist in Europe. Mademoiselle Lawrence will now dance. Now, admire the dancing of Mademoiselle Lawrence." After these words, he again crowed like a cock. The young girl appeared to care not the least either for these words or the gaze of the spectators. Ill-humoredly absorbed in herself, she waited till the dwarf had spread a large carpet at her feet, and under the guidance of the great drum had again begun to play his triangle. It was strange music, a mixture of awkward humming and a delightful tinkling, and I caught a pathetic, foolish, melancholy, bold, bizarre melody of, nevertheless, the most singular simplicity. But I soon forgot the music when the young girl began to dance. Dance and dancer powerfully seized my attention. It was not the classical dance which we still see in our great ballets, where, just as in classical tragedy, only sprawling unities and artificialities reign. It was not those danced Alexandrines, those declamatory springs, those antithetic capers, that noble emotion which pirouettes round on one foot, so that one sees nothing except heaven and petticoats, ideality and lies. There is, indeed, nothing so odious to me as the ballet at the Paris Grand Opera, where the traditions of that classical dance are retained in their purest forms, while in the rest of the arts, in poetry, in music, and in painting, the French have overturned the classical system. It will be, however, difficult for them to bring about a similar revolution in the art of dancing. They will need, as in their political revolution, to have recourse to terrorism, and guillotine the legs of the obdurate dancers. Mademoiselle Lawrence was no great dancer, the joints of her feet were not very supple, her legs were not exercised in all possible dislocations, she understood nothing of the art of dancing as Madame Vestris teaches it, but she danced as nature commands to dance. Her whole being was in harmony with her pas, not only her feet but her whole body danced, her face danced. She was often pale, almost deathly pale, her eyes opened to an almost ghostly size. Desire and pain quivered on her lips, and her black hair, which enclosed her brows in smooth oval, moved like a pair of fluttering wings. It was, indeed, no classical dance, but also no romantic dance, in the sense of a young Frenchman of the Eugene Rondeau school. This dance had nothing medieval, nor Venetian, nor humpbacked, nor Macabrian about it. There was neither moonshine nor incest in it. It was a dance which did not seek to answer by outward movements, but the outward movements seemed words of a strange speech which strove to express strange things. But what did this dance express? I could not understand, however passionately the speech uttered itself. I only guessed sometimes that it spoke of something intensely sorrowful. I, who so easily seized the meaning of all appearances, was nevertheless unable to solve this danced riddle, and that I groped in vain for the sense of it was partly the fault of the music, which certainly pointed intentionally to false roads, cunningly sought to lead me astray, and always disturbed me. Monsieur Turloteu's triangle often tittered maliciously. Madame, however, beat upon her drum so wrathfully, that her face glowed forth from the black cloud of cap like a blood-red northern light. Long after the troupe had passed away, I remained standing at the same spot, considering what that dance might signify. Was it a national dance of the south of France or of Spain? In such a dance might appear the impetuosity with which the dancer swung her little body to and fro, and the wildness with which she often threw her head backward in the bold way of those bacchantes whom we gaze at with amazement on ancient vases. There was an intoxicated absence of will about her dance, something gloomy and inevitable. It was like the dance of fate. Or was it a fragment of some venerable forgotten pantomime? Or was she dancing her personal history? Often the girl bent down to the earth with a listening ear, as though she heard a voice which spoke up to her. She trembled then like an aspen leaf, bent suddenly to another side, went through her maddest, most unrestrained leaps, then again bent her ear to the earth, listened more anxiously than before, nodded her head, became red and pale by turns, shuddered, stood for a while stiffly upright as if benumbed, and made finally a movement as one who washes his hands. Was it blood that so long and with such care, such horrible care, she was washing from her hands? She threw there with a sideward glance so imploring, so full of entreaty, so soul-dissolving, and that glance fell by chance upon me. All the following night I was thinking of that glance, of that dance, of that strange accompaniment, and as, on the following day, I sauntered as usual through the streets of London, I longed to meet the pretty dancer again, and I constantly pricked my ears in case I might somewhere hear the music of the drum and the triangle. I had at last found something in London which interested me, and I no longer wandered aimless through its yawning streets. I had just come out of the Tower, after carefully examining the axe which cut off Anne Boleyn's head, as well as the English crown diamonds and the lions, when in front of the Tower I caught a glimpse, amid a crowd, of Madame with the great drum, and heard Monsieur Turlutu crowing like a cock. The learned dog again scraped together the heroism of the Duke of Wellington, the dwarf again showed his not-to-be-parried tierces and quarts, and Mademoiselle Laurence again began her wondrous dance. There were again the same enigmatic movements, the same speech which I could not understand, the same impetuous throwing back of the beautiful head, the same leaning down to the earth, the anguish which sought to soothe itself by ever madder leaps, and again the listening ear bent to the earth, the trembling, the pallor, the benumbed stiffness, then also the fearful mysterious washing of the hands, and at last the imploring side glance, which rested upon me this time still longer than before. Yes, women, and young girls as well as women, immediately observe when they have excited the attention of a man. Although Mademoiselle Laurence, when she was not dancing, gazed immovable and ill-humoredly before her, and while she was dancing often cast only one glance on the public, it was now no mere chance that this glance fell upon me, and the oftener I saw her dance, the more significantly it gleamed, but also the more incomprehensibly. I was fascinated by this glance, and for 3 weeks, from morning till evening, I wandered about the streets of London, always remaining wherever Mademoiselle Laurence danced. In spite of the greatest confusion of sounds, I could catch the tones of the drum and the triangle at the farthest distance, and Monsieur Turlutu, as soon as he saw me hastening near, raised his most friendly crow. Although I never spoke a word to him or to Mademoiselle Laurence, or to Madame, or to the learned dog, I seemed at last as if I belonged to the company. When Monsieur Turlutu made a collection, he always behaved with the most delicate tact as he drew near me, and looked in the opposite direction when I put a small coin in his little three-cornered hat. His demeanor was indeed most distinguished, he reminded one of the good manners of the past, one could tell that the little man had grown up with monarchs, and all the stranger was it when at times, altogether forgetting his dignity, he crowed like a cock. I cannot describe to you how vexed I became, when, after seeking for 3 days in vain for the little company through all the streets of London, I was forced to conclude that they had left the town. Ennui again took me in its leaden arms, and again closed my heart. At last I could endure it no longer, I said farewell to the 4 estates of the realm, i.e., the mob, the blackguards, the gentlemen, and the fashionables, and travelled back again to civilized terra firma, where I knelt in adoration before the white apron of the first cook I met. Here once more I could sit down to dinner like a reasonable being, and refresh my soul by gazing at good-natured, unselfish faces. But I could not forget Mademoiselle Laurence. She danced in my memory for a long time. At solitary hours I often reflected over the lovely child's enigmatic pantomime, especially over the listening ear bent to the earth. It was a long time, too, before the romantic melodies of the triangle and drum died away in my memory. "And is that the whole story?" cried out Maria, all at once, starting up eagerly. Maximilian pressed her softly down, placed his finger significantly to his lips, and whispered, "Still, still, do not talk. Lie down, good and quiet, and I will tell you the rest of the story." Only on no account interrupt me. Leaning slowly back in his chair, Maximilian pursued the story. 5 years afterwards I came for the first time to Paris, and at a very noteworthy period. The French had just performed their July Revolution, and the whole world was applauding. This piece was not so horrible as the earlier tragedies of the Republic and the Empire. Only some thousand corpses remained upon the stage. The political romanticists were not very contented, and announced a new piece in which more blood should flow, and the executioner have more to do. Paris delighted me by the cheerfulness which prevails there, and which exercises its influence over the most somber minds. Singular. Paris is the stage on which the greatest tragedies of the world's history are performed, tragedies at the recollection of which hearts tremble and eyes become moist in the most distant lands, but to the spectator of these tragedies it happens as it happened to me once at the Porte Saint Martin Theatre, when I went to see the Tour de Nesle performed. I found myself sitting behind a lady who wore a hat of rose-red gauze, and this hat was so broad that it obstructed the whole of my view of the stage, and I saw all the tragedy only through the red gauze of this hat, and all the horror of the Tour de Nesle appeared in the most cheerful rose light. Yes, there is such a rose light in Paris, which makes all tragedies cheerful to the near spectator, so that his enjoyment of life is not spoilt there. In the same way all the terrible things that one may bring in his own heart to Paris there lose their tormenting horror. Sorrows are singularly soothed. In this air of Paris all wounds are healed quicker than anywhere else. There is in this air something as generous, as kind, as amiable as in the people themselves. What most pleased me in the people of Paris was their polite bearing and distinguished air. Sweet pineapple perfume of politeness. How beneficently thou refreshedst my sick soul, which had swallowed down in Germany so much tobacco smoke, sauerkraut odor, and coarseness. The simple words of apology of a Frenchman, who, on the day of my arrival, only gently pushed against me, rang in my ears like the melodies of Rossini. I was almost terrified at such sweet politeness, I, who was accustomed to German clownish digs in the ribs without apology. During the first week of my stay in Paris I several times deliberately sought to be jostled, simply to delight myself with this music of apology. But the French people has for me a certain touch of nobility, not only on account of its politeness, but also on account of its language. For, as you know, with us in the north the French language is one of the attributes of high birth. From childhood I had associated the idea of speaking French with nobility. And a Parisian market woman spoke better French than a German canoness with 64 ancestors. On account of this language, which lends a distinguished bearing to it, the French people has in my eyes something delightfully fabulous. This originated in another reminiscence of my childhood. The first book in which I learned French was the Fables of La Fontaine. Its naive, sensible manner of speech impressed itself on my recollection ineffaceably, and as I now came to Paris and heard French spoken everywhere, I was constantly reminded of La Fontaine's fables. I constantly imagined I was hearing the well-known animal voices. Now the lion spoke, then the wolf, then the lamb, or the stork, or the dove. Not seldom, I thought, I caught the voice of the fox, and often the words awoke in my memory. Bonjour, Monsieur du Corbeau. Que vous êtes joli. Que vous me semblez beau. Such reminiscences, however, awoke in my soul still oftener when at Paris I ascended to that higher region which is called the world. This was even that world which gave up to the happy La Fontaine the types of his animal characters. The winter season began soon after my arrival at Paris, and I took part in the salon life in which that world more or less joyfully moves. What struck me as most interesting in this world was not so much the equality of good manners which reigned there as the variety of its ingredients. Often when I gazed round at the people gathered peacefully together in a large drawing room I thought I was in one of those curiosity shops where relics of all ages lie beside each other, a Greek Apollo, a Chinese pagoda, a Mexican Vizlapuzli by a Gothic Ecce Homo, Egyptian idols with little dogs' heads, holy caricatures made of wood, of ivory, of metal, and so on. There I saw old mousquetaires who had danced with Marie Antoinette, Republicans who were deified in the National Assembly, Montagnards without spot and without mercy, former men of the Directory who were throned in the Luxembourg, great dignitaries of the Empire, before whom all Europe had trembled, ruling Jesuits of the Restoration, in short, mere faded, mutilated deities of olden times, in whom nobody believed any longer. The names seemed to recoil from each other, but the men one may see standing peaceful and friendly together like the antiquities in the shops of the Quai Voltaire. In German countries, where the passions are not so easily disciplined, for such a heterogeneous mass of persons to live together in society would be quite impossible. And with us in the cold north the vivacity of speech is not so strong as in warmer France, where the greatest enemies, if they meet one another in a salon, cannot long observe a gloomy silence. In France, also, the desire to please is so great that people zealously strive to please not only their friends, but also their enemies. There is constant drapery and affectation, and the women here have the delightful trouble of excelling the men in coquetry, but they succeed, nevertheless. I do not mean anything wicked by this observation, certainly not as regards the French ladies, and least of all as regards the Parisian ladies. I am their greatest adorer, and I adore them on account of their failings still more than on account of their virtues. I know nothing more excellent than the legend that the Parisian women come into the world with all possible failings, but that a kind fairy has mercy upon them and lends to each fault a spell by which it works as a charm. That kind fairy is grace. Are the Parisian women beautiful? Who can say? Who can see through all the intrigues of the toilet? Who can decipher whether what the tulle betrays is genuine, or what the swelling silk displays, false? And when the eye succeeds in piercing the shell, and we are at the point of finding the kernel, we discover that it is enclosed in a new shell, and after this again in another, and with this ceaseless change of fashions they mock masculine acuteness. Are their faces beautiful? Even this is difficult to find out. For all their features are in constant movement, every Parisian woman has 1,000 faces, each more laughing, spirituelle, gracious than the other, and puts to confusion those who seek to choose the loveliest face among them, or at all events, who wishes to guess which is the true face. Are their eyes large? What do I know? We cease investigating the caliber of the cannon when the ball carries off our heads. And when their eyes do not hit, they at least blind us with the flash, and we are glad enough to get out of range. Is the space between nose and mouth broad or narrow? It is often broad when they wrinkle up their noses, it is often narrow when they give their upper lips an insolent little pout. Have they large or small mouths? Who can say where the mouth leaves off and where the smile begins? In order to give a just opinion, both the observer and the object of observation must be in a state of rest. But who can be quiet near a Parisian, and what Parisian woman is ever quiet? There are people who think that they can observe a butterfly quite accurately when they have stuck it onto paper with a pin. That is as foolish as it is cruel. The motionless transfixed butterfly is a butterfly no longer. One must observe the butterfly in his antics round the flowers, and one must observe the Parisian woman, not at home, when she is made fast by a pin through her breast, but in the salon, at soirees and balls, when she flutters about with her wings of gauze and silk beneath the gleaming chandeliers. Then is revealed in her an impetuous passion for life, a longing after a sweet stupor, a thirsting for intoxication, by which means she becomes almost horribly beautiful, and wins a charm which at the same time delights and terrifies our souls. This thirst to enjoy life, as if death was about to snatch them from the bubbling spring of enjoyment, or as if that spring was about to cease flowing, this haste, this fury, this madness of the Parisian women, especially as it shows itself at balls, reminds me always of the legend of the dead dancing girls which we call Willis. These are young brides who died before the wedding day, and the unsatisfied desire of dancing is preserved so powerfully in their hearts that they come every night out of their graves, assemble in bands on the high roads, and give themselves up at midnight to the wildest dances. Dressed in their wedding clothes, with garlands on their heads, and glittering rings on their pale hands, laughing horribly, irresistibly lovely, the Willis dance in the moonshine, and they dance ever more madly the more they feel that the hour of dancing, which has been granted them, is coming to an end, and that they must again descend to their cold graves. At a soirée once in the Chaussée d'Antin, this idea moved my soul profoundly. It was a brilliant soirée, and none of the customary ingredients of social pleasure were wanting: enough light to illuminate us, enough mirrors to see ourselves in, enough people to heat us with the squeeze, enough eau sucrée to cool us. They began with music. Franz Liszt allowed himself to be drawn to the piano, pushed his hair over his genial brows, and waged one of his most brilliant battles. The keys seemed to bleed. If I am not mistaken, he played a passage from the Palingenesis of Ballanche, whose ideas he was translating into music, which was very useful for those who cannot read the works of that famous writer in the original. Afterwards he played Berlioz's La Marche au Supplice, that excellent piece which the young musician, if I am not mistaken, composed on the morning of his wedding day. Throughout the room paled faces, heaving bosoms, highly drawn breath during the pauses, were succeeded at last by stormy applause. The women are always as it were intoxicated when Liszt plays anything for them. The Willis of the salon now gave themselves up to dancing with frantic delight, and I had difficulty in getting out of this confusion and saving myself in the adjoining room. Here card-playing was going on, and several ladies were resting in large chairs, looking on at the players, or at all events pretending to interest themselves in the play. As I passed one of these ladies, and my arm touched her dress, I felt from hand to shoulder a slight quiver as from a very weak electric shock. A similar shock, but of the greatest force, went through my whole heart when I saw the lady's countenance. Was it she, or was it not? It was the same face, with the form and sunny color of an antique, only it was no longer so marble pure and marble smooth as formerly. The acute observer might perceive on brow and cheeks several little flaws, perhaps smallpox marks, which here exactly resembled those delicate weather flecks which may be seen on the faces of statues that have been standing some time in the rain. It was the same black hair which covered the brows in smooth oval like a raven's wings. As, however, her eyes met mine, and with that well-known side glance, whose swift lightning had always shot so enigmatically through my soul, I doubted no longer it was Mademoiselle Laurence. Stretched in a distinguished way on her chair, with a bouquet in one hand and the other placed on the arm of the chair, Mademoiselle Laurence sat not far from one of the tables, and seemed to devote her whole attention to the cards. Her dress of white satin was elegant and distinguished, but still quite simple. Except bracelets and breastpins of pearl, she wore no jewels. An abundance of lace covered the youthful bosom, covered it almost puritanically up to the neck, and in this simplicity and modesty of clothing she formed a lovely and touching contrast with some elderly ladies, gaily adorned and glistening with diamonds, who sat near her, and displayed to view the ruins of former magnificence, the place where once Troy stood, in a state of melancholy nakedness. She had the same wondrous loveliness, the same enrapturing look of ill humor, and I was irresistibly drawn towards her, till at last I stood behind her chair, burning with desire to speak to her, and yet held back by a trembling delicacy. I must have been standing silently behind her for some time, when she suddenly drew a flower from her bouquet and, without looking round, held it to me over her shoulder. The perfume of that flower was strong, and it exercised a peculiar enchantment over me. I felt myself freed from all social formality, and I seemed in a dream, where one does and says all kinds of things at which oneself wonders, and when one's words have an altogether childish, familiar, and simple character. Quiet, indifferent, negligent, as one does with old friends, I leaned over the arm of the chair, and whispered in the youthful lady's ear, "Mademoiselle Laurence, where is, then, the mother with the drum?" "She is dead," answered she, in just the same tone as quiet, indifferent, negligent. After a short pause, I again leaned over the arm of the chair, and whispered in the youthful lady's ear, "Mademoiselle Laurence, where is the learned dog?" "He has run away into the wide world," she answered, in the same quiet, indifferent, negligent tone. And again, after a short pause, I leaned over the arm of the chair, and whispered in the youthful lady's ear, "Mademoiselle Laurence, where, then, is Monsieur Turlotu, the dwarf?" "He is among the giants in the Boulevard du Temple," she answered. She had hardly spoken these words, and in just the same quiet, indifferent, negligent tone, when a serious old man, with a tall military figure, came towards her and announced that her carriage was ready. Slowly rising from her seat, she leaned upon his arm, and without casting one glance back to me, left the company. When I inquired of the lady of the house, who had been standing all the evening at the entrance of the principal saloon, presenting her smiles to those who came or went, the name of the young lady who had just gone out with the old man, she laughed gaily in my face, and exclaimed, "Mon Dieu, who can know everybody? I know her as little." She stopped, for she was about to say as little as myself, whom she had that evening seen for the first time. "Perhaps," I remarked, "your husband can give me some information. Where shall I find him?" "At the hunt at Saint Germain," answered the lady, with a yet louder laugh. "He went early yesterday morning, and will return tomorrow evening. But wait. I know somebody who has been talking a good deal with the lady you inquire after. I do not know his name, but you can easily find him out by inquiring after the young man whom M. Casimir Perrier kicked, I don't know where. Although it is rather difficult to recognize anyone by the fact of his having received a kick from a minister, I soon discovered my man, and I desired from him a more intimate knowledge of the singular creature who had so interested me, and whom I could describe to him clearly enough." "Yes," said the young man, "I know her very well. I have spoken to her at several soirees, and he repeated to me a mass of meaningless things with which he had entertained her. What especially surprised him was her earnest look whenever he said anything complimentary to her. He also wondered not a little that she always declined his invitation to a contredanse, assuring him that she was unable to dance. Of name and condition he knew nothing. And nobody, as much as I inquired, could give me any more distinct information on the subject. In vain I ran through all possible soirees, nowhere could I find Mademoiselle Laurence." "And that is the whole story," exclaimed Maria, as she slowly turned round and yawned sleepily. "That is the whole memorable story? And you have never again seen either Mademoiselle Laurence, or the mother with the drum, or the dwarf Turlotu, or the learned dog?" "Remain lying still," replied Maximilian. "I have seen them all again, even the learned dog. The poor rascal was certainly in a very sad state of necessity when I came across him at Paris. It was in the Quartier Latin. I had just passed the Sorbonne, when out of its gates rushed a dog, and behind him with sticks a dozen students, who were soon joined by 24 old women, who all cried in chorus, 'The dog is mad.' The animal looked almost human in his death agony, tears flowed from his eyes, and as he ran panting by and lifted his moist glance towards me, I recognized my old friend the learned dog, the Duke of Wellington's panegyrist, who had once filled the people of England with wonderment. Was he really mad? Had he been driven mad by mere learning while pursuing his studies in the Quartier Latin? Or had he in the Sorbonne, by his growling and scratching, marked his disapprobation of the puffed-up charlatanry of some professor, who sought to free himself from his unfavorable hearer by proclaiming him to be mad? And, alas! the youths are not long investigating whether it is the wounded conceit of learning or envy that first called out, 'The dog is mad,' and they strike with their thoughtless sticks, and the old women are ready with their howling, and cry down the voice of innocence and reason. My poor friend must yield. Before my eyes he was miserably struck to death, insulted, and at last thrown on a dunghill. Poor martyr of learning! Not much more pleasant was the condition of the dwarf, Monsieur Turlotu, when I found him on the Boulevard du Temple. Mademoiselle Laurence had certainly told me that he had gone there, but whether I had not thought of actually seeing him there, or that the crowd had hindered me, it was some time before I noted the place where the giants were to be seen. When I entered I found 2 tall fellows who lay idly on benches, and quickly sprang up and placed themselves in giant posture before me. They were, in truth, not as large as they boasted on the placards hanging outside. These two long fellows, who were dressed in pink tricots, had very black, perhaps false, whiskers, and brandished hollow wooden clubs over their heads. When I asked after the dwarf, whom the placards also announced, they replied that for 4 weeks he had not been exhibited on account of his increasing illness, that I could see him, however, on paying double the price of admission. How willingly one pays double admission fee to see a friend again. And, alas, this was a friend who lay on his deathbed. This deathbed was properly a cradle, and the poor dwarf lay inside with his yellow shriveled old face. A little girl of some 14 years sat beside him, and rocked the cradle with her foot, and sang in a laughing, roguish tone, "Sleep, little turlutu, sleep." When the little fellow saw me, he opened his glassy pale eyes as wide as possible, and a melancholy smile played on his white lips. He seemed to recognize me again, stretched his shrunken little hand towards me, and gently rattled "Old friend." It was, in fact, a sad condition in which I found the man who, in his 8th year, had had a long conversation with Louis XVI, whom the Tsar Alexander had fed with bonbons, whom the Princess von Kiritz had taken on her lap, who had ridden on the Duke of Brunswick's dogs, whom the King of Bavaria had read his poems to, who had smoked out of the same pipe with German princes, whom the Pope had idolized, and Napoleon never loved. This last circumstance troubled him on his deathbed, or, as I said, in his death cradle, and he wept over the tragic fate of the great emperor, who had never loved him, but who died in such a sorrowful way at St. Helena. "Just as I am dying," he added, "solitary, misunderstood, forsaken by all kings and princes, a caricature of former magnificence." Although I could not rightly understand how a dwarf who died among giants could compare himself with a giant who died among dwarfs, I was nevertheless moved by poor Turlutu's words and by his forsaken condition at the last moment. I could not help expressing my astonishment that Mademoiselle Laurence, who was now so grand, gave herself no trouble about him. I had scarcely uttered this name than the dwarf in the cradle was seized by the most fearful spasms, and he whispered with his white lips, "Ungrateful child, that I brought up, that I would elevate to be my wife, that I taught to move and behave among the great of this world, how to smile, how to bow at court, how to act. You have used my instructions well, and you are now a great lady, and you have a coach and footman, and plenty of money, and plenty of pride, and no heart. You leave me here to die alone and in misery, as Napoleon died at St. Helena. Oh Napoleon! You never loved me." What he added I could not catch. He raised his head, made some movements with his hand, as if fighting against somebody, perhaps against death. But that is an opponent whose scythe neither a Napoleon nor a Turlutu can withstand. No skill in fencing avails here. Faint, as if overcome, the dwarf let his head sink down again, looked at me a long time with an indescribable, ghostly stare, suddenly crowed like a cock, and expired. His death troubled me the more since he had been unable to give me any more exact information about Mademoiselle Laurence. Where should I now find her again? I was not in love with her, nor did I feel my former inclination towards her, yet a mysterious desire spurred me to seek her everywhere. When I entered a drawing room and examined the company, and could not find the well-known face, I soon lost all repose and was driven away. Reflecting over this feeling, I stood one day at a remote entrance to the great opera, waiting for a carriage, and waiting with considerable annoyance, for it was raining very fast. But no carriage came, or, rather, only carriages which belonged to other people, who placed themselves comfortably inside, and the place around me became gradually solitary. "Then you must come with me," said at last a lady, who, concealed in her black mantilla, had stood for a little time near me, and was now on the point of getting into a carriage. The voice sent a quiver through my heart, the well-known side glance again exercised its charm, and I was again as in a dream on finding myself beside Mademoiselle Laurence in a cozy warm carriage. We did not speak, indeed we could not have understood each other, as the carriage rattled noisily through the streets of Paris for a long time, till it stopped at last before a great gateway. Servants in gorgeous livery lighted us up the steps and through a succession of rooms. A lady's maid met us with sleepy face, and stammering many excuses, said that there was only a fire in the red room. Motioning to the woman to go away, Lawrence said, with a laugh, "Chance is leading you a long way tonight, there is only a fire in my bedroom." In this bedroom, in which we soon found ourselves alone, blazed a large open fire, which was the pleasanter since the room was of immense size and height. This large sleeping room, which rather deserved the name of a sleeping hall, had a similarly desolate appearance. Furniture and decoration, all bore the impress of a time whose brilliance seems to us now so bedimmed, its sublimity so jejune, that its remains raise a certain dislike within us, if not indeed a smile. I speak of the time of the Empire, of the time of the Golden Eagle, of high-flying plumes, of Greek coiffures, of glory, of great drum majors, of military masses, of official immortality, of continental coffee prepared from chicory, of bad sugar manufactured from beetroot, and of princes and dukes made from nothing at all. But it had its charm, though, that time of pathetic materialism. Talma declaimed, Gros painted, Bigottini danced, Grassini sang, Mori preached, Rovigo had the police, the emperor read Ossian, Pauline Borghese let herself be molded as Venus, and quite naked too, for the room was well warmed, like the bedroom in which I found myself with Mademoiselle Lawrence. We sat by the fire chatting familiarly, and she told me with a sigh that she was married to a Bonapartist hero, who enlivened her every evening before going to bed with a description of one of his battles. A few days ago, before going away, he had fought for her the Battle of Jena. He was very ill, and with difficulty survived the Prussian campaign. When I asked her how long her father had been dead, she laughed, and confessed that she had never known a father, and that her so-called mother had never been married. Not married? I exclaimed, I saw her myself in London in the deepest mourning on account of her husband's death. Oh, replied Lawrence, for 12 years she had always dressed herself in black, to excite people's compassion as an unhappy widow, as well as to allure any donkey desirous of marrying, for she hoped to reach the haven of marriage quicker under black flags. But only death had pity on her, and she died of a hemorrhage. I never loved her, for she always gave me plenty of beating and little to eat. I should have died of starvation if Monsieur Turlotu had not often given me a little piece of bread on the sly, but the dwarf wished to marry me on that account, and when his hopes were frustrated he made common cause with my mother, I say mother from custom, and both agreed to torment me. They always said that I was a superfluous creature, and that the learned dog was worth 1,000 times more than I with my bad dancing. And then they praised the dog at my expense, extolled him to the skies, caressed him, fed him with cakes, and threw me the crumbs. The dog, they said, was their best support, he delighted the public, who were not in the least interested in me, the dog must support me by his work. I ate the bread of the dog. The cursed dog! Oh, do not curse him any more, I broke in upon her passion, he is dead now, I saw him die. Is the beast dead? Exclaimed Lawrence, springing up with a red glow of joy over her face. And the dwarf is also dead, I added. Monsieur Turlotu, cried Lawrence, also with joy. But this joy gradually died from her face, and in a milder, almost melancholy tone, she added, poor Turlotu. When I told her, without any concealment, that the dwarf had complained of her very bitterly on his deathbed, she became passionately disturbed, and assured me, with many protestations, that she had had the foresight to care for him as well as possible, that she had offered him a pension if he would go and live quietly somewhere in the country. But ambitious as he was, Lawrence pursued, he wished to stay in Paris, and even to live at my house. He could then, he thought, through my interposition, renew his connections in the Faubourg Saint-Germain, and again take his former brilliant position in society. When I flatly refused him this, he told me that I was a cursed ghost, a vampire, a death child. Lawrence suddenly stopped, shuddered violently, and said at last, with a deep sigh, "Ah, I wish they had left me in the grave with my mother." As I pressed her to explain these mysterious words, a stream of tears flowed from her eyes, and, trembling and sobbing, she confessed to me that the black woman with the drum, who gave herself out as her mother, had once herself told her that the rumor which went about concerning her birth was no mere story. "For in the town where we lived," pursued Lawrence, "they always called me the death child. The old woman maintained that I was the daughter of a count who lived there, and who constantly ill-treated his wife, and when she died buried her very magnificently. She was, however, near her confinement, and only apparently dead, and when some churchyard thieves opened the grave to strip the richly adorned corpse, they found the countess alive and in childbirth, and as she expired immediately after delivery, the thieves placed her again quietly in her grave, took away the child, and gave it to the receiver of the stolen goods, the great ventriloquist's sweetheart, to be brought up. This poor child, who had been buried before it was born, was everywhere called the death child. Ah! You cannot understand how much sorrow I felt even as a little girl when anyone called me by that name. While the great ventriloquist was alive, whenever he was discontented with me, he always called out, 'Cursed death child, I wish you had never been taken out of the grave.' He was a skillful ventriloquist, and could so modulate his voice that it seemed to come up out of the earth, and he told me that that was the voice of my dead mother telling me her fate. He might well know that horrible fate, for he had been a valet of the count's. He took a cruel pleasure in the horrible fright which I, poor little girl, received from the words which seemed to ascend from the earth. These words, which seemed to ascend from the earth, mingled together fearful tales which I never understood in their connection, and which later on I gradually forgot, but when I danced they would again come into my mind with living power. Yes, when I danced a singular remembrance seized me, I forgot myself, and I seemed to be quite another person, and as if all the sorrows and secrets of this person were poisoning me, and as soon as I left off dancing it was all extinguished in my memory." While Lawrence said this, slowly and as if questioning, she stood before me at the fireplace, where the fire was burning pleasanter than ever, and I sat in the easy chair, which was apparently the seat of her husband, where he told her his battles before going to bed of an evening. Lawrence looked at me with her large eyes as if she was asking my advice. She moved her head to and fro in such a melancholy, reflective way, she filled me with such a sweet compassion, she was so slender, so young, so lovely, this lily that had sprung out of the grave, this daughter of death, this ghost with the face of an angel and the body of a bayadere. I do not know how it came to pass, perhaps it was the influence of the easy chair on which I was sitting, but it suddenly came into my mind that I was the old general who had described the Battle of Jena yesterday from this place, and as if I must go on with my narrative, and I said, after the Battle of Jena all the Prussian fortresses yielded themselves up within a few weeks, almost without drawing a sword. First Magdeburg yielded, it was the strongest fortress, and had 300 cannon. Was not that disgraceful? But Mademoiselle Lawrence allowed me to say no more, the troubled mood had vanished from her face, she laughed like a child, and cried, "Yes, that was disgraceful, more than disgraceful. If I was a fortress and had 300 guns, I would never yield myself." But as Mademoiselle Lawrence was not a fortress, and had not 300 guns, at these words Maximilian suddenly stopped in his story, and, after a short pause, asked gently, "Are you asleep, Maria?" "I'm asleep," answered Maria. "So much the better," said Maximilian, with a smile, "then I need not be afraid of wearying you if I describe the furniture of the room in which I found myself, as novelists are accustomed to do rather at length nowadays. Say what you like, dear friend, I'm asleep." "It was," continued Maximilian, "a very magnificent bed. The feet, as in all the beds of the empire, consisted of caryatides and sphinxes, it gleamed with richly gilt eagles, billing like turtle doves, perhaps an emblem of love under the empire. The curtains of the bed were of red silk, and as the flames from the fireplace shone brightly through them, I found myself with Lawrence in a fiery red illumination, and I seemed to be the god Pluto with the flames of hell blazing round him as he held the sleeping Proserpine in his arms. She was asleep, and in this condition I gazed on her sweet face, and sought in her features a clue to that sympathy which my soul felt for her. What was the meaning of this woman? What sense lurked under the symbolism of that beautiful form? I held the charming enigma in my arms now as my own property, and yet I could not find the solution of it. But is it not folly to wish to sound the inner meaning of any phenomenon outside us, when we cannot even solve the enigma of our own souls? We hardly know even whether outside phenomena really exist. We are often unable to distinguish reality from mere dream faces. Was it a shape of my fancy, or was it horrible reality that I heard and saw on that night? I know not. I only remember that as the wildest thoughts were flowing through my heart, a singular sound came to my ear. It was a crazy melody, peculiarly soft. It seemed known to me, and at last I distinguished the tones of a triangle and a drum. This music, whirring and humming, seemed to come from afar, and yet as I looked up I saw near me in the middle of the room a well-known performance. It was Monsieur Turlotu the dwarf who played the triangle, and Madame beating the great drum, while the learned dog was scratching about on the floor, as if searching for his wooden letters. The dog appeared to move with difficulty, and his skin was spotted with blood. Madame still wore her black mourning, but her belly was no longer so spaciously protuberant, but repulsively pendant. Her face, too, was no longer red, but pale. The dwarf, who still wore the embroidered coat of an old French marquis and a powdered toupet, appeared to have grown somewhat, perhaps because he was so horribly lean. He again exhibited his skill in fencing, and seemed to be again spinning off his old vaunts, but he spoke so softly that I was unable to understand a word, and only by the movements of his lips could I sometimes observe that he was again crowing like a cock. While this ludicrous, horrible caricature moved like a magic lantern with confused haste before my eyes, I felt Mademoiselle Lawrence breathing more and more uneasily. A cold paroxysm froze her whole body, and her sweet limbs writhed as if with unbearable agony. At last, however, supple as an eel, she glided from my arms, stood suddenly in the middle of the room, and began to dance, while the mother with the drum and the dwarf with the triangle continued their deadened soft music. She danced just as formerly on Waterloo Bridge and in the squares of London. There were the same mysterious pantomimes, the same outbreaks of passionate leaping, the same bacchante-like throwing of the head backwards, often also the same leaning towards the earth, as if she wished to hear somebody speaking beneath, then also the trembling, the pallor, the benumbed stiffness, and again the listening with ear bent to the earth. Again also she rubbed her hands as if washing herself. At last she appeared again to cast her intense, sorrowful, imploring glance upon me, but now only in the features of her death-pale countenance could I recognize that glance, not in her eyes, for they were shut. In ever softer sounds the music died away, the mother with the drum and the dwarf, gradually growing pale and breaking like mist, vanished at last altogether, but Mademoiselle Lawrence still stood and danced with closed eyes. This dance with closed eyes in the silent nocturnal chamber gave this sweet being so ghostly an appearance that a disagreeable feeling seized me. I shuddered, and was heartily glad when she finished her dance, and as easily as she had slipped away again glided into my arms. In truth, this scene was not pleasant to me. But we accustom ourselves to everything. And it is even possible that what was mysterious in this woman lent her a more peculiar charm, that an awful tenderness mingled with my emotions. In any case, after some weeks I ceased to wonder in the least when the low sounds of the drum and triangle were heard at night, and my dear Lawrence suddenly started up and danced a solo with closed eyes. Her husband, the old Bonapartist, commanded in the neighborhood of Paris, and his duties allowed him to pass the day only in the city. Of course he became my most intimate friend, and he wept when later on he bade me farewell. He traveled with his wife to Sicily, and I have seen neither of them again since. When Maximilian had finished this narrative, he hastily seized his hat and slipped out of the room. Don Quixote. The first book that I read after I arrived at boyhood's years of discretion, and had tolerably mastered my letters, was the life and deeds of the sagacious knight, Don Quixote de la Mancha, written by Miguel Cervantes de Saavedra. Well do I remember the time, when, early in the morning, I stole away from home and hastened to the court garden, that I might read Don Quixote without being disturbed. It was a beautiful day in May, the blooming spring lay basking in the silent morning light, listening to the compliments of that sweet flatterer, the nightingale, who sang so softly and caressingly, with such a melting fervour, that even the shyest of buds burst into blossom, and the lusty grasses and the fragrant sunshine kissed more rapturously, and the trees and flowers trembled from very ecstasy. But I seated myself on an old moss-covered stone bench in the so-called Avenue of Sighs, not far from the waterfall, and feasted my little heart with the thrilling adventures of the valiant knight. In my childish simplicity I took everything in sober earnest, no matter how ridiculous the mishaps which fate visited upon the poor hero, I thought it must be just so, and imagined that to be laughed at was as much a part of heroism as to be wounded, and the former vexed me just as sorely as the latter grieved my heart. I was a child, and knew nothing of the irony God has interwoven into the world, and which the great poet has imitated in his miniature world, and I wept most bitterly, when for all his chivalry and generosity the noble knight gained only ingratitude and cudgels. As I was unpractised in reading, I spoke every word aloud, and so the birds and the trees, the brooks and the flowers, could hear all I read, and as these innocent beings know as little as children of the irony of the world, they too took it all for sober earnest, and wept with me over the sorrows of the unfortunate knight. An old worn-out oak sobbed even, and the waterfall shook more vehemently his white beard, and seemed to scold at the wickedness of the world. We felt that the heroism of the knight was none the less worthy of admiration because the lion turned tail without fighting, and that if his body was weak and withered, his armor rusty, his steed a miserable jade, his deeds were all the more worthy of praise. We despised the vulgar rabble who beat the poor hero so barbarously, and still more the rabble of higher rank, who were decked in silk attire, gay courtly phrases, and grand titles, and jeered at the man who was so far their superior in powers of mind and nobility of soul. Dulcinea's knight rose ever higher in my esteem, and my love for him grew stronger and stronger the longer I read in that wonderful book, which I continued to do daily in that same garden, so that when autumn came I had reached the end of the story, and I shall never forget the day when I read the sorrowful combat, in which the knight came to so ignominious an end. It was a gloomy day, dismal clouds swept over a leaden sky, the yellow leaves fell sorrowfully from the trees, heavy tear-drops hung on the last flowers that drooped down in a sad faded way their dying little heads, the nightingales had long since died away. From every side the image of transitoriness stared at me and my heart was ready to break as I read how the noble knight lay on the ground, stunned and bruised, and through his closed visor said, in tones faint and feeble, as if he was speaking from the grave, Dulcinea is the fairest lady in the world, and I the unhappiest knight on earth, but it is not meet that my weakness should disown this truth. Strike with your lance, Sir Knight. Ah me! That brilliant knight of the silver moon, who vanquished the bravest and noblest man in the world, was a disguised barber. That was long ago. Many new springs have bloomed forth since then, yet their mightiest charm has always been wanting, for, alas! I no longer believe the sweet deceits of the nightingale, spring's flatterer. I know how soon his magnificence fades, and when I look at the youngest rosebuds I see them in spirit bloom to a sorrowful red, grow pale, and be scattered by the winds. Everywhere I see a disguised winter. In my breast, however, still blooms that flaming love, which soared so ardently above the earth, to revel adventurously in the broad yawning spaces of heaven, and which, pushed back by the cold stars, and sinking home again to the little earth, was forced to confess, with sighing and triumph, that there is in all creation nothing fairer or better than the heart of man. This love is the inspiration that fills me, always divine, whether it does foolish or wise deeds. And so the tears the little boy shed over the sorrows of the silly night were in no wise spent in vain, any more than the later tears of the youth, as on many a night he wept in the study over the deaths of the holy heroes of freedom, over King Agis of Sparta, over Caius and Tiberius Gracchus of Rome, over Jesus of Jerusalem, and over Robespierre and Saint Just of Paris. Now that I have put on the toga virilis, and myself desire to be a man, the tears have come to an end, and it is necessary to act like a man, imitating my great predecessors, in the future, if God will, to be wept also by boys and youths. Yes, upon these one can still reckon in our cold age, for they can still be kindled by the breezes that blow to them from old books, and so they can comprehend the flaming hearts of the present. Youth is unselfish in its thoughts and feelings, and on that account it feels truth most deeply, and is not sparing, where a bold sympathy is wanted, with confession or deed. Older people are selfish and narrow-minded, they think more of the interest of their capital than of the interest of mankind, they let their little boat float quietly down the gutter of life, and trouble themselves little about the sailor who battles with the waves on the open sea, or they creep with clinging tenacity up to the heights of mayoralty or the presidency of their club, and shrug their shoulders over the heroic figures which the storm throws down from the columns of fame, and then they tell, perhaps, how they themselves also in their youth ran their heads against the wall, but that later on they reconciled themselves to the wall, for the wall was the absolute, existing by and for itself, which, because it was also reasonable, on which account he is unreasonable who will not endure a high, reasonable, inevitable, eternally ordained absolutism. Ah, these objectionable people, who wish to philosophize us into a gentle slavery, are yet more worthy of esteem than those depraved ones who do not even admit reasonable grounds for the defense of despotism, but being learned in history fight for it as a right of custom, to which men in the course of time have gradually accustomed themselves, and which has so become incontestably valid and lawful. Ah, well, I will not, like Ham, lift up the garment of my fatherland's shame, but it is terrible how slavery has been made with us a matter for prating about, and how German philosophers and historians have tormented their brains to defend despotism, however silly or awkward, as reasonable and lawful. Silence is the honor of slaves, says Tacitus. These philosophers and historians maintain the contrary, and exhibit the badge of slavery in their buttonholes. Perhaps, after all, you are right, and I am only a Don Quixote, and the reading of all sorts of wonderful books has turned my head, as it was with the Knight of La Mancha, and Jean-Jacques Rousseau was my Amadis of Gaul, Mirabeau my Roland or Agramanto, and I have studied too much the heroic deeds of the French paladins and the Round Table of the National Convention. Indeed, my madness and the fixed ideas that I created out of books are of a quite opposite kind to the madness and the fixed ideas of him of La Mancha. He wished to establish again the expiring days of chivalry. I, on the contrary, wish to annihilate all that is yet remaining from that time, and so we work with altogether different views. My colleague saw windmills as giants. I, on the contrary, can see in our present giants only vaunting windmills. He took leather wineskins for mighty enchanters, but I can see in the enchanters of today only leather wineskins. He held beggarly pothouses for castles, donkey drivers for cavaliers, stable wenches for court ladies. I, on the contrary, hold our castles for beggarly pothouses, our cavaliers for mere donkey drivers, our court ladies for ordinary stable wenches. As he took a puppet show for a state ceremony, so I hold our state ceremonies as sorry puppet shows, yet as bravely as the brave Knight of La Mancha I strike out at the clumsy machinery. Alas! Such heroic deeds often turn out as badly for me as for him, and like him I must suffer much for the honor of my lady. If I denied her from mere fear or base love of gain, I might live comfortably in this reasonably constructed world, and I should lead a fair merit ornate to the altar, and let myself be blessed by fat enchanters, and banquet with noble donkey drivers, and engender harmless romances as well as other little slaves. Instead of that, wearing the three colors of my lady, I must strike through unspeakable opposition, and fight battles, every one of which costs me my heart's blood. Day and night I am in straits, for those enemies are so artful that many I struck to death still give themselves the appearance of being alive, changing themselves into all forms, and spoiling day and night for me. How many sorrows have I suffered by such fatal spectres? Where anything lovely bloomed for me then they crept in, those cunning ghosts, and broke even the most innocent buds. Everywhere, and when I should least suspect it, I discovered on the ground the traces of their silvery slime, and if I took no care, I might have a dangerous fall even in the house of my love. You may smile and hold such anxieties for idle fancies like those of Don Quixote. But fancied pains hurt all the same, and if one fancies that he has drunk hemlock he may get into a consumption, and he certainly will not get fat. And the report that I have got fat is a calumny, at least I have not yet received any fat sinecure, even if I possess the requisite talents. I fancy that everything has been done to keep me lean. When I was hungry they fed me with snakes, when I was thirsty they gave me wormwood to drink, they poured hell into my heart, so that I wept poison and sighed fire, they crouched near me even in my dreams, and I see horrible spectres, noble lackey faces with gnashing teeth and threatening noses, and deadly eyes glaring from cowls, and white ruffled hands with gleaming knives. And even the old woman who lives near me in the next room considers me to be mad, and says that I talk the maddest nonsense in my sleep, and the other night she plainly heard me calling out Dulcinea is the fairest woman in the world, and I the unhappiest knight on earth, but it is not meet that my weakness should disown this truth. Strike with your lance, Sir Knight. It is now 8 years since I wrote the foregoing lines for the fourth part of the Reisbilder, in which I described the impression which the reading of Don Quixote had made on my mind many years ago. Good heavens! How swiftly time flies! It seems to me as if it were but yesterday that, in the Avenue of Sighs, in the court garden at Dusseldorf, I finished reading the book, and my heart is still moved with admiration for the deeds and sufferings of the noble knight. Has my heart remained constant in this ever since, or has it, after passing through a wonderful cycle, returned to the emotions of childhood? The latter may well be the case, for I remember that during each lustrum of my life Don Quixote has made a different impression upon me. When I was blossoming into adolescence, and with inexperienced hands sought to pluck the roses of life, climbed the loftiest peaks in order to be nearer to the sun, and at night dreamed of naught else but eagles and chaste maidens, then Don Quixote was to me a very unsatisfactory book, and if it chanced to fall in my way I involuntarily shoved it aside. At a later period, when I had ripened into manhood, I became to a certain degree reconciled to Dulcinea's luckless champion, and I began to laugh at him. The fellow is a fool, said I. And yet, strange to say, the shadowy forms of the lean knight and his fat squire have ever followed me in all the journeyings of my life, particularly when I came to any critical turning point. Thus I recollect that while making the journey to France, one morning in the post-chaise I awakened from a half-feverish slumber, and saw in the early morning mist two well-known figures riding by my side. The one on my right was Don Quixote de la Mancha, mounted on his lean, abstract Rozinante, the other on my left was Sancho Panza, on his substantial, positive grey donkey. We had just reached the French frontier. The noble Manchean bowed his head reverently before the tricolored flag, which fluttered towards us from the high post that marks the boundary line. Our good Sancho saluted with a somewhat less cordial nod the first French gendarmes whom we saw approaching nearby. At last my two friends pushed on ahead, and I lost sight of them. Only now and then I caught the sound of Rozinante's spirited neighing, and the donkey's responsive bray. At that time I was of the opinion that the ridiculousness of Don Quixotism consisted in the fact that the noble knight endeavored to recall a long-perished past back to life, and his poor limbs and back came into painful contact with the harsh realities of the present. Alas! I have since learned that it is an equally ungrateful folly to endeavor to bring the future prematurely into the present, and that for such an assault upon the weighty interests of the day, one possesses but a very sorry steed, a brittle armor, and an equally frail body. And the wise man dubiously shakes his sage head at the one, as well as at the other, of these quixotisms. but Dulcinea del Toboso is still the most beautiful woman in the world. Although I lie stretched upon the earth, helpless and miserable, I will never take back that assertion. I cannot do otherwise. On with your lances, ye knights of the silver moon, ye disguised barbers. What leading idea guided Cervantes when he wrote his great book? Was his purpose merely the destruction of the romances of knight-errantry, the reading of which at that time was so much the rage in Spain that both clerical and secular ordinances against them were powerless? Or did he seek to hold up to ridicule all manifestations of human enthusiasm in general, military heroism in particular? Ostensibly he aimed only to satirize the romances above referred to, and through the exposition of their absurdities deliver them over to universal derision, and thus put an end to them. In this he succeeded most brilliantly, for that which neither the exhortations from the pulpit, nor the threats of the authorities could effect, that a poor writer accomplished with his pen. He destroyed the romances of chivalry so effectually that soon after the appearance of Don Quixote the taste for that class of literature wholly died out in Spain, and no more of that order were printed. But the pen of a man of genius is always greater than he himself, it extends far beyond his temporary purpose, and without being himself clearly conscious of it, Cervantes wrote the greatest satire against human enthusiasm. He had not the least presentiment of this, for he himself was a hero, who had spent the greater portion of his life in chivalrous conflicts, and who in his old age was wont to rejoice that he had participated in the Battle of Lepanto, although he paid for this glory with the loss of his left hand. The biographers can tell us but little concerning the person or private life of the poet who wrote Don Quixote. We do not lose much by the omission of such details, which are generally picked up from the female gossips of the neighborhood. They see only the outer shell, but we see the man, his true, sincere, unslandered self. He was a handsome, powerful man, Don Miguel Cervantes de Saavedra. He had a high forehead, and a large heart. His eyes possessed a wonderful magic, just as there are people who can look into the earth, and see the hidden treasures and the dead that lie buried there, so the eye of the great poet could penetrate the breasts of men, and see distinctly all that was concealed there. To the good his look was as a ray of sunlight gladdening and illuminating the heart, to the bad his glance was a sword, sharply piercing their souls. His searching eyes penetrated to the very soul of a person, and questioned it, and if it refused to answer, he put it to the torture, and the soul lay stretched bleeding on the rack, while perhaps the body assumed an air of condescending superiority. Is it to be wondered at that many formed a dislike for him, and gave him but scant assistance in his journey through life? He never achieved rank or position, and from all his toilsome pilgrimages he brought back no pearls, but only empty shells. It is said that he could not appreciate the value of money, but I assure you he fully appreciated its worth when he had no more. But he never prized it as highly as he did his honor. He had debts, and in one of his writings, in which Apollo is supposed to grant to the poets a charter of privileges, the first paragraph declares, when a poet says he has no money, his simple assurance shall suffice, and no oath shall be required of him. He loved music, flowers, and women, but in his love for the latter he sometimes fared very badly, particularly in his younger days. Did the consciousness of future greatness console him, when pert young roses stung him with their thorns? Once on a bright summer afternoon, while yet a young gallant, he walked along the banks of the Tagus in company with a pretty girl of sweet 16, who continually mocked at his tender speeches. The sun had not yet set, it still glowed with all its golden splendor, but high up in the heavens was the moon, pale and insignificant, like a little white cloud. "Seest thou," said the young poet to his sweetheart, "seest thou yonder small pale disk? The river by our side in which it mirrors itself seems to receive its pitiful reflex on its proud bosom merely out of compassion, and the curling billows at times cast it disdainfully aside towards the shore. But wait until day fades into twilight, as soon as darkness descends, yonder pale orb will grow brighter and brighter, and will flood the whole stream with its silvery light, and the haughty billows that before were so scornful will then tremble with ecstasy at sight of the lovely moon, and roll rapturously towards it. The history of poets must be sought for in their works, for there are to be found their most confidential confessions. In all his writings, in his dramas even more than in Don Quixote, we see, as I have before mentioned, that Cervantes had long been a soldier. In fact, the Roman proverb, living means fighting, finds a double application in his case. He took part as a common soldier in most of those fierce games of war which King Philip II carried on in all countries for the honor of God and his own pleasure. The circumstance that Cervantes devoted his whole youth to the service of the greatest champion of Catholicism, and that he fought to advance Catholic interests, warrants the assumption that he had those interests at heart, and hence refutes the widely spread opinion that only the fear of the Inquisition withheld him from discussing in Don Quixote the great Protestant questions of the time. No, Cervantes was a faithful son of the Roman Church, and he not only bled physically in knightly combats for her blessed banner, but his whole soul suffered a most painful martyrdom during his many years of captivity among the unbelievers. We are indebted to accident for most of the details of Cervantes's doings while in Algiers, and here we recognize in the great poet an equally great hero. The history of his captivity gives a most emphatic contradiction to the melodious lie of that polished man of the world, who made Augustus and the German pedants believe that he was a poet, and that poets are cowards. No, the true poet is also a true hero, and in his breast dwells that godlike patience, which, as the Spaniards say, is a second fount of courage. There is no more elevating spectacle than that of the noble Castilian who serves the Dey of Algiers as a slave, constantly meditating an escape, with unflagging energy preparing his bold plans, composedly facing all dangers, and when the enterprise miscarries, is ready to submit to torture and death rather than betray his accomplices. The bloodthirsty master of his body becomes disarmed by such grand magnanimity and virtue. The tiger spares the fettered lion, and trembles before the terrible one-arm, whom with but a single word he could dispatch to his death. Cervantes is known in all Algiers as One-Arm, and the Dey confesses that only when he knows that the one-armed Spaniard is in safekeeping can he sleep soundly at night, assured of the safety of his city, his army, and his slaves. I have referred to the fact that Cervantes was always a common soldier, but even in so subordinate a position he succeeded in distinguishing himself to such a degree as to attract the notice of the great general, Don John of Austria, and on his return from Italy to Spain he was furnished with the most complimentary letters of recommendation to the king, in which his advancement was most emphatically urged. When the Algerine corsairs, who captured him on the Mediterranean Sea, beheld these letters, they took him to be a person of the highest rank and importance, and hence demanded so large a ransom that notwithstanding all their efforts and sacrifices his family were not able to purchase his freedom, and the unfortunate poet's captivity was thereby prolonged and embittered. Thus the recognition of his merits became an additional source of misfortune, and thus to the very end of his days was he mocked by that cruel dame, the goddess Fortuna, who never forgives genius for having achieved fame and honor without her assistance. But are the misfortunes of a man of genius always the work of blind chance, or do they necessarily follow from his inner nature and environment? Does his soul enter into strife with the world of reality, or do the coarse realities begin the unequal conflict with his noble soul? Society is a republic. When an individual strives to rise, the collective masses press him back through ridicule and abuse. No one shall be wiser or better than the rest. But against him, who by the invincible power of genius towers above the vulgar masses, society launches its ostracism, and persecutes him so mercilessly with scoffing and slander, that he is finally compelled to withdraw into the solitude of his own thoughts. Verily, society is republican in its very essence. Every sovereignty, intellectual as well as material, is hated by it. The latter oftener gives aid to the former than is generally imagined. We ourselves came to this conclusion soon after the Revolution of July, when the spirit of republicanism manifested itself in all social relations. Our republicans hated the laurels of a great poet even as they hated the purple of a great king. They sought to level the intellectual inequalities of mankind, and inasmuch as they regarded all ideas that had been produced on the soil of the state as general property, nothing remained to be done but to decree an equality of style also. In sooth, a good style was decried as something aristocratic, and we heard manifold assertions: a true democrat must write in the style of the people, sincere, natural, crude. Most of the party of action succeeded easily in doing this, but not every one possesses the gift of writing badly, especially if one has previously formed the habit of writing well, and then it was at once said, that is an aristocrat, a lover of style, a friend of art, an enemy of the people. They were surely honest in their views, like Saint Hieronymus, who considered his good style a sin, and gave himself sound scourgings for it. Just as little as we find anti-Catholic, so also do we fail to discover anti-absolutist strains in Don Quixote. The critics who think that they sense such sentiments therein are clearly in error. Cervantes was the son of a school which went so far as to poetically idealize the idea of unquestioning obedience to the sovereign. And that sovereign was the King of Spain at a time when its majesty dazzled the whole world. The common soldier felt himself a ray in that halo of glory, and willingly sacrificed his individual freedom to gratify the national pride of the Castilian. The political grandeur of Spain at that time contributed not a little to exalt and enlarge the hearts of her poets. In the mind of a Spanish poet, as in the realm of Charles V, the sun never set. The fierce wars against the Moors were ended, and as after a storm the flowers are most fragrant, so poesy ever blooms most grandly after a civil war. We witness the same phenomenon in England at the time of Elizabeth, and at the same time as in Spain there arose a galaxy of poets, which invites the most remarkable parallelisms. There we see Shakespeare, here Cervantes, as the flower of the school. Like the Spanish poets under the three Philips, so also the English poets under Elizabeth present a certain family likeness, and neither Shakespeare nor Cervantes have claim to originality in our sense of the word. They by no means differ from their contemporaries through peculiar modes of thought or feeling, or by an especial manner of portrayal, but only through greater depth, fervour, tenderness, and power. Their creations are more infused and penetrated with the divine spark of poetry. But both poets were not only the flowers of their time, but they were also the germs of the future. As Shakespeare, by the influence of his works, particularly on Germany and the France of today, is to be regarded as the creator of the later dramatic art, so must we honor in Cervantes the author of the modern novel. I shall allow myself a few passing observations on the subject. The older novels, the so-called romances of chivalry, sprang from the poetry of the Middle Ages. They were at first prose versions of those epic poems whose heroes are derived from the mythical traditions of Charlemagne and the Holy Grail. The subject was always knightly adventures. It was the romance of the nobility, and the personages that figured therein were either fabulous, fantastic beings, or knights with golden spurs, nowhere an allusion to the people. These romances of knighthood, which degenerated into the most ridiculous absurdities, Cervantes overthrew by his Don Quixote. But while by his satire he destroyed the earlier romances, he also furnished a model for a new school of fiction, which we call the modern novel. Such is always the want of great poets: while they tear down the old, they at the same time build up the new, they never destroy without replacing. Cervantes created the modern novel by introducing into his romances of knighthood a faithful description of the lower classes, by intermingling with it phases of folk life. This partiality for describing the doings of the common rabble, of the vilest tatterdemalions, is not only found in Cervantes, but in all his literary contemporaries, and among the Spanish painters as well as among the poets of that period. Amarillo, who stole heaven's loveliest tints with which to paint his beautiful Madonnas, painted with the same love the filthiest creatures of this earth. It was perhaps the enthusiasm for art itself that made these noble Spaniards find equal pleasure in the faithful portrayal of a beggar lad scratching his head as in the representation of the Blessed Virgin. Or, perhaps, it was the charm of contrast that led noblemen of the highest rank, a dapper courtier like Quevedo, or a powerful minister like Mendoza, to fill their romances with ragged beggars and vagabonds. They perhaps sought to relieve the monotony of their lofty rank by putting themselves in imagination into a quite different sphere of life, just as we find a similar tendency among some of our German authors, whose novels contain naught else but descriptions of the nobility, and who always make their heroes counts and barons. We do not find in Cervantes this one-sided tendency to portray the vulgar only. He intermingles the ideal and the common, one serves as light or as shade to the other, and the aristocratic element is as prominent in it as the popular. But this noble, chivalrous, aristocratic element disappears entirely from the novels of the English, who were the first to imitate Cervantes, and to this day always keep him in view as a model. These English novelists since Richardson's reign are prosaic natures. To the prudish spirit of their time even pithy descriptions of the life of the common people are repugnant, and we see on yonder side of the channel those bourgeois novels arise, wherein the petty, humdrum life of the middle classes is depicted. The public were surfeited with this deplorable class of literature until recently, when appeared the great Scott, who effected a revolution, or rather a restoration, in novel writing. As Cervantes introduced the democratic element into romance, at a time when one-sided knight-errantry ruled supreme, so Walter Scott restored the aristocratic element to romance when it had wholly disappeared, and only a prosaic bourgeoisie was to be found there. By an opposite course Walter Scott again restored to romance that beautiful symmetry which we admire in Cervantes's Don Quixote. I believe that the merits of England's second great poet have never in this respect been recognized. His Tory proclivities, his partiality for the past, were wholesome for literature, and for those masterpieces of his genius that everywhere found favor and imitators, and which drove into the darkest corners of the circulating libraries those ashen-grey, ghostly remains of the bourgeoisie romances. It is an error not to recognize Walter Scott as the founder of the so-called historical romance, and to endeavor to trace the latter to German initiative. This error arises from the failure to perceive that the characteristic feature of the historical romance consists just in the harmony between the aristocratic and democratic elements, and that Walter Scott, through the reintroduction of the aristocratic element, most beautifully restored that harmony which had been overthrown during the absolutism of the democratic element, whereas our German romanticists eliminated the democratic element entirely from their novels, and returned again to the ruts of those crazy romances of knight-errantry that flourished before Cervantes. Our de la Montfort is only a straggler from the ranks of those poets who gave to the world Amadis de Gaul, and similar extravagant absurdities. I admire not only the talent, but also the courage of the noble baron who, 2 centuries after the appearance of Don Quixote, has written his romances of chivalry. It was a peculiar period in Germany when the latter appeared and found favor with the public. What was the significance in literature of that partiality for knight-errantry, and for those pictures of the old feudal times? I believe that the German people desired to bid an eternal farewell to the Middle Ages, but moved with emotion as we Germans are so apt to be, we took our leave with a kiss. For the last time we pressed our lips to the old tombstone. True, some of us behaved in a very silly manner on that occasion. Ludwig Tieck, the smallest boy in school, dug the dead ancestors out of their grave, rocked the coffin as if it were a cradle, and in childish, lisping accents sang, "Sleep, little grandsire, sleep." I have called Walter Scott England's second great poet, and his novels masterpieces, but it is to his genius only that I would give the highest praise. His novels I can by no means place on an equality with the great romance of Cervantes. The latter surpasses him in epic spirit. Cervantes was, as I have already stated, a Catholic poet, and it is perhaps to this circumstance that he is indebted for that grand epic composure of soul, which, like a crystalline firmament, overarches those picturesque and poetical creations. Nowhere is there a rift of scepticism. Added to this is the calm dignity which is the national characteristic of the Spaniard. But Walter Scott belongs to a church which subjects even divine matters to a sharp examination. As an advocate and as a Scotchman he is accustomed to action and to debate, and we find the dramatic element most prominent in his novels, as well as in his life and his temperament. Hence his works can never be regarded as the pure model of that style of fiction which we denominate the romance. To the Spaniards is due the honor of having produced the best novel, as England is entitled to the credit of having achieved the highest rank in the drama. And the Germans, what palm remains for them? Well, then, we are the best lyric poets on earth. No people possesses such beautiful songs as the Germans. At present the nations are too much occupied with political affairs, but when these are once laid aside, then let us Germans, English, Spaniards, French, Italians, all go out into the green forests and chant our lays, and the nightingale shall be umpire. I am convinced that in this tournament of minstrelsy the songs of Wolfgang Goethe will win the prize. Cervantes, Shakespeare, and Goethe form the triumvirate of poets, who, in the three great divisions of poetry, epic, dramatic, and lyric, have achieved the greatest success. The writer of these pages is perhaps peculiarly fitted to sound the praises of our great countryman as the most perfect of lyric poets. Goethe stands midway between the two classes of songwriters, between those two schools, of which one, alas, is known by my own name, the other as the Suabian school. Both have their merits, they have indirectly promoted the welfare of German poetry. The first effected a wholesome reaction against the one-sided idealism of German poetry, it led the intellect back to stern realities, and uprooted that sentimental Petrarchism that has always seemed to us as a quixotism in verse. The Suabian school also contributed indirectly to the will of German poetry. If in northern Germany strong and healthy poetical productions came to light, thanks are perhaps due to the Suabian school, which attracted to itself all the sickly chlorotic, mawkishly pious, clumsy votaries of the German muse. Stuttgart was the fontanelle, as it were, for the German muse. While I ascribe the highest achievements in drama, in romance, and in lyric poetry to this great triumvirate, far be it from me to depreciate the poetical merits of other great poets. Nothing is more foolish than the query, which poet is greater than the other? Flame is flame, and its weight cannot be determined in pounds and ounces. Only a narrow shopkeeper mind will attempt to weigh genius in its miserable cheese scales. Not only the ancients, but some of the moderns, have written works in which the fire of poetry burns with a splendor equal to that of the masterpieces of Shakespeare, Cervantes, and Goethe. Nevertheless, these names hold together as if through some secret bond. A kindred spirit shines forth from their creations, an immortal tenderness exhales from them like the breath of God, the modesty of nature blooms in them. Goethe not only constantly reminds one of Shakespeare, but also of Cervantes, and he resembles the latter even in the details of style, and in that charming prose diction which is tinged with a vein of the sweetest and most harmless irony. Cervantes and Goethe resemble each other even in their faults, in diffusiveness of style, in those long sentences that we occasionally find in their writings, and which may be compared to a procession of royal equipages. Not infrequently but a single thought sits in one of those long, wide-spreading sentences that rolls majestically along like a great, gilded court chariot, drawn by 6 plumed steeds. But that single idea is always something exalted, perhaps even royal. My remarks concerning the genius of Cervantes and the influence of his book have been necessarily scant. Concerning the true value of his romance from an artistic standpoint, I must express myself still more briefly, as otherwise questions might arise which would lead to wide digressions into the sphere of aesthetics. I may only call attention in a general way to the form of the romance, and to the 2 figures that constitute its central point. The form is that of a description of travels which has ever been the most natural for this class of writings. I am reminded of the Golden Ass of Apuleius, the first romance of antiquity. Later poets sought to relieve the monotony of this form through what we today call fabliaux. But on account of poverty of invention the majority of romance writers have borrowed each other's fables, at least, part have always used the same tales, making but slight variations. Hence, through the resulting sameness of characters, situations, and complications, the public became at last somewhat wearied of romance reading. To escape from the tediousness of hackneyed tales and fables, they sought refuge in the ancient, original form of narratives of travels. But this form will again be wholly supplanted just as soon as some creative genius shall arise with a new and original style of romance. In literature, as well as in politics, all things are subject to the law of action and reaction. As regards the two figures that are called Don Quixote and Sancho Panza, that so constantly burlesque, and yet so wonderfully complement each other, so that together they form the one true hero of the romance, these two figures give evidence equally of the poet's artistic taste and of his intellectual profundity. If other authors, in whose romances the hero journeys solitary and alone through the world, are compelled to have recourse to monologues, letters, or diaries in order to communicate the thoughts and emotions of their heroes, Cervantes can always let a natural dialogue arise, and, inasmuch as the one figure always parodies the other, the author's purpose is the more clearly shown. Manifold have been the imitations of this double figure which lends to the romance of Cervantes such an artistic naturalness, and out of which, as from a single seed, has grown the whole novel, with all its wild foliage, its fragrant blossoms, its glowing fruits, its apes and marvelous birds that cluster amid its branches, resembling one of those giant trees of India. But it would be unjust to charge all this to a servile imitation. On the surface, as it were, lay the introduction of two such figures as Don Quixote and Sancho Panza, of which the one, the poetical nature, seeks adventures, and the other, half out of affection, half out of selfish motives, follows through sunshine and rain, as we often meet them in real life. In order to recognize this couple anywhere, under the most varied disguises, in art as well as in life, one must keep in view only the essential, the spiritual characteristics, not the incidental or external. I could offer innumerable instances of this. Do we not find Don Quixote and Sancho Panza clearly repeated in Don Juan and Leporello, and to a certain degree also in the persons of Lord Byron and his servant Fletcher? Do we not recognize these two types and their changed relations in the figures of the knight von Waldsee and his Caspar Larifari, as also in the form of many an author and his publisher? The latter clearly discerns his author's follies, but in order to reap pecuniary profit out of them, faithfully accompanies him in all his ideal vagaries. And master publisher Sancho, even if at times he gains only buffets in the transaction, yet always remains fat, while the noble knight grows daily more and more emaciated. But not only among men, but also among women, have I often met the counterparts of Don Quixote and his henchmen. I particularly remember a beautiful English lady, an impulsive, enthusiastic blonde, who, accompanied by her friend, had run away from a London boarding school, to roam the wide world over in search of a noble, true-hearted lover, such as she had dreamed of on soft moonlight nights. Her friend, a short, plump brunette, also hoped through this opportunity to gain, if not so rare and high an ideal, at least a husband of good appearance. Still do I see her, with her slender figure, and blue, love-longing eyes, standing on the beach at Brighton, casting wistful glances over the billowy sea towards the French coast, meanwhile her companion cracked hazelnuts, munched the sweet kernels with relish, and threw the shells into the water. And yet neither in the masterpieces of other artists, nor in nature herself, do we find these two types in their varying relations so minutely elaborated as in Cervantes. Every trait in the character and appearance of the one answers to a contrasting, and yet kindred, trait in the other. Here every detail has a burlesque signification. Yes, even between Rozinante and Sancho's grey donkey there exists the same ironic parallelism as between the squire and the knight, and the two beasts are made to convey symbolically the same idea. As in their modes of thought, so also in their speech, do master and servant reveal a most marvelous contrast, and I cannot here omit to refer to the difficulties with which the translator has had to contend in order to reproduce in German the homely, gnarled dialect of our good Sancho. Through his blunt, frequently vulgar speeches, and his fondness for proverbializing, our good Sancho reminds us of King Solomon's fool, and of Marculf, who, also, in opposition to a somewhat pathetic idealism, expresses in short and pithy sayings the practical wisdom of the common people. Don Quixote, on the contrary, speaks the language of culture, of the higher classes, and in the solemn gravity of his well-rounded periods, he fairly represents the high-born hidalgo. At times his sentences are spun out too broadly, and the knight's language resembles a haughty court dame, attired in a much bepuffed silken robe, with a long rustling train. But the graces, disguised as pages, laughingly carry the tips of this train, and the long sentences end with the most charming turns. The character of Don Quixote's language and that of Sancho Panza may be briefly summarized in the words: the former, when he speaks, seems always mounted on his high horse, the latter, as if seated on his humble donkey. It is remarkable that a book which is so rich as Don Quixote in picturesque matter has as yet found no painter who has taken from its subjects for a series of independent art works. Is the spirit of the book so volatile and fanciful that the variegated colors elude the artist's skill? I do not think so, for Don Quixote, light and fanciful as it is still based on rude, earthly realities, as must necessarily be the case to make it a book of the people. Is it, perhaps, because behind the figures brought before us by the poet, deeper ideas lie hidden, which the artist cannot produce again, so that he can give only the outward features, salient though they be, but fails to grasp and reproduce the deeper meaning? Gods in exile. I am speaking here of that metamorphosis into demons which the Greek and Roman gods underwent when Christianity achieved supreme control of the world. The superstition of the people ascribed to those gods a real but cursed existence, coinciding entirely in this respect with the teaching of the Church. The latter by no means declared the ancient gods to be myths, inventions of falsehood and error, as did the philosophers, but held them to be evil spirits, who, through the victory of Christ, had been hurled from the summit of their power, and now dragged along their miserable existences in the obscurity of dismantled temples or in enchanted groves, and by their diabolic arts, through lust and beauty, particularly through dancing and singing, lured to apostasy unsteadfast Christians who had lost their way in the forest. I will remind the reader that the perplexities into which the poor old gods fell at the time of the final triumph of Christendom, that is, in the 3rd century, offer striking analogies to former sorrowful events in their god lives, for they found themselves plunged into the same sad predicament in which they had once before been placed in that most ancient time, in that revolutionary epoch when the Titans broke loose from their confinement in Arcus and, piling Pelion on Ossa, scaled high Olympus. At that time the poor gods were compelled to flee ignominiously and conceal themselves under various disguises on earth. Most of them repaired to Egypt, where, as is well known, for greater safety, they assumed the forms of animals. And in a like manner, when the true Lord of the universe planted the banner of the cross on the heavenly heights, and those iconoclastic zealots, the black band of monks, hunted down the gods with fire and malediction and razed their temples, then these unfortunate heathen divinities were again compelled to take to flight, seeking safety under the most varied disguises and in the most retired hiding places. Many of these poor refugees, deprived of shelter and ambrosia, were now forced to work at some plebeian trade in order to earn a livelihood. Under these circumstances several, whose shrines had been confiscated, became wood choppers and day laborers in Germany, and were compelled to drink beer instead of nectar. It appears that Apollo was reduced to this dire plight, and stooped so low as to accept service with cattle breeders, and as once before he had tended the cows of Admetus, so now he lived as a shepherd in Lower Austria. Here, however, he aroused suspicion through the marvelous sweetness of his singing and, being recognized by a learned monk as one of the ancient magic-working heathen gods, he was delivered over to the ecclesiastical courts. On the rack he confessed that he was the god Apollo. Before his execution he begged that he might be permitted for the last time to play the zither and sing to its accompaniment. But he played so touchingly and sang so enchantingly, and was so handsome in face and form, that all the women wept, and many of them indeed afterwards sickened. After some lapse of time, it was decided to remove his body from the grave under the impression that he was a vampire, and impale it upon a stake, this being an approved domestic remedy certain to effect the cure of the sick women, but the grave was found empty. I have but little to communicate concerning the fate of Mars, the ancient god of war. I am not disinclined to believe that during the feudal ages he availed himself of the then prevailing doctrine that might makes right. Lanx nephew of the executioner of Munster, once met Mars at Bologna, and conversed with him. Shortly before he had served as a peasant under Fraudsburg, and was present at the storming of Rome. Bitter thoughts must have filled his breast when he saw his ancient, favorite city, and the temples wherein he and his brother gods had been so revered, now ignominiously laid waste. Better than either Mars or Apollo fared the god Bacchus at the great stampede, and the legends relate the following. In Tyrol there are very large lakes, surrounded by magnificent trees that are mirrored in the blue waters. Trees and water murmur so that one experiences strange feelings of awe when one wanders there alone. On the bank of such a lake stood the hut of a young fisherman, who lived by fishing, and who also acted as ferryman to any travelers who wished to cross the lake. He had a large boat, that was fastened to the trunk of an old tree not far from his dwelling. Here he lived quite alone. Once, about the time of the autumnal equinox, towards midnight, he heard a knocking at his window, and on opening the door he saw 3 monks, with their heads deeply muffled in their cowls, who seemed to be in great haste. One of them hurriedly asked him for the boat, promising to return it within a few hours. The monks were 3, and the fisherman could not hesitate, so he unfastened the boat, and when they had embarked and departed, he went back to his hut and lay down. He was young, and soon fell asleep, but in a few hours he was awakened by the returning monks. When he went out to them, one of them pressed a silver coin into his hand, and then all 3 hastened away. The fisherman went to look at his boat, which he found made fast. Then he shivered, but not from the night air. A peculiarly chilling sensation had passed through his limbs, and his heart seemed almost frozen. When the monk who paid the fare touched his hand, the monk's fingers were cold as ice. For some days the fisherman could not forget this circumstance, but youth will soon shake off mysterious influences, and the fisherman thought no more of the occurrence until the following year, when, again just at the time of the autumnal equinoxes, towards midnight, there was a knocking at the window of the hut, and again the 3 cowled monks appeared, and again demanded the boat. The fisherman delivered up the boat with less anxiety this time, but when after a few hours they returned, and one of the monks again hastily pressed a coin into his hand, he again shuddered at the touch of the icy cold fingers. This happened every year at the same time and in the same manner. At last, as the 7th year drew near, an irresistible desire seized on the fisherman to learn, at all costs, the secret that was hidden under these 3 cowls. He piled a mass of nets into the boat, so as to form a hiding place into which he could slip while the monks were preparing to embark. The somber expected travelers came at the accustomed time, and the fisherman succeeded in hiding himself under the nets unobserved. To his astonishment, the voyage lasted but a short time, whereas it usually took him over an hour to reach the opposite shore, and greater yet was his surprise when here, in a locality with which he had been quite familiar, he beheld a wide forest glade which he had never before seen, and which was covered with flowers that, to him, were of quite strange kind. Innumerable lamps hung from the trees, and vases filled with blazing rosin stood on high pedestals. The moon, too, was so bright that the fisherman could see all that took place, as distinctly as if it had been midday. There were many hundreds of young men and young women, most of them beautiful as pictures, although their faces were all as white as marble, and this circumstance, together with their garments, which consisted of white, very white, tunics with purple borders, girt up, gave them the appearance of moving statues. The women wore on their heads wreaths of vine leaves, either natural or wrought of gold and silver, and their hair was partly plaited over the brow into the shape of a crown, and partly fell in wild locks on their necks. The young men also wore wreaths of vine leaves. Both men and women, swinging in their hands golden staffs covered with vine leaves, hastened joyously to greet the newcomers. One of the latter threw aside his cowl, revealing an impertinent fellow of middle age, with a repulsive, libidinous face, and pointed goat ears, and scandalously extravagant sexuality. The second monk also threw aside his cowl, and there came to view a big-bellied fellow, not less naked, whose bald pate the mischievous women crowned with a wreath of roses. The faces of the two monks, like those of the rest of the assemblage, were white as snow. White as snow also was the face of the third monk, who laughingly brushed the cowl from his head. As he unbound the girdle of his robe, and with a gesture of disgust flung off from him the pious and dirty garment, together with crucifix and rosary, lo! there stood, robed in a tunic brilliant as a diamond, a marvelously beautiful youth with a form of noble symmetry, save that there was something feminine in the rounded hips and the slender waist. His delicately curved lips, also, and soft, mobile features gave him a somewhat feminine appearance, but his face expressed also a certain daring, almost reckless heroism. The women caressed him with wild enthusiasm, placed an ivy wreath upon his head, and threw a magnificent leopard skin over his shoulders. At this moment came swiftly dashing along, drawn by two lions, a golden two-wheeled triumphal chariot. Majestically, yet with a merry glance, the youth leaped on the chariot, guiding the wild steeds with purple reins. At the right of the chariot strode one of his uncassocked companions, whose lewd gestures and unseemly form delighted the beholders, while his comrade, with the bald pate and fat paunch, whom the merry women had placed on an ass, rode at the left of the chariot, carrying in his hand a golden drinking cup, which was constantly refilled with wine. On moved the chariot, and behind it whirled the romping, dancing, vine-crowned men and women. At the head of the triumphal procession marched the orchestra, the pretty, chubby-cheeked youth, playing the double flute, then the nymph with the high-girt tunic, striking the jingling tambourine with her knuckles, then the equally gracious beauty, with the triangle, then the goat-footed trumpeters, with handsome but lascivious faces, who blew their fanfares on curious seashells and fantastically shaped horns, then the lute players. But, dear reader, I forgot that you are a most cultured and well-informed reader, and have long since observed that I have been describing a bacchanalia and a feast of Dionysius. You have often seen on ancient bas-reliefs, or in the engravings of archaeological works, pictures of the triumphal processions held in honor of the god Bacchus, and surely, with your cultivated and classic tastes, you would not be frightened even if at dead of night, in the depths of a lonely forest, the lonely specters of such a bacchanalian procession, together with the customary tipsy personnel, should appear bodily before your eyes. At the most, you would only give way to a slight voluptuous shudder, an aesthetic awe, at sight of this pale assemblage of graceful phantoms, who have risen from their monumental sarcophagi, or from their hiding places amid the ruins of ancient temples, to perform once more their ancient, joyous, divine service, once more, with sport and merry-making, to celebrate the triumphal march of the divine liberator, the savior of the senses, to dance once more the merry dance of paganism, the ken-ken of the antique world, to dance it without any hypocritical disguise, without fear of the interference of the police of a spiritualistic morality, with the wild abandonment of the old days, shouting, exulting, rapturous. Back. But alas, dear reader, the poor fisherman was not, like yourself, versed in mythology, he had never made archaeological studies, and terror and fear seized upon him when he beheld the triumphator and his two wonderful acolytes emerge from their monk's garb. He shuddered at the immodest gestures and leaps of the bacchantes, fauns, and satyrs, who, with their goat's feet and horns, seemed to him peculiarly diabolical, and he regarded the whole assemblage as a congress of specters and demons, who were seeking by their mysterious rites to bring ruin on all Christians. His hair stood on end at sight of the reckless impossible posture of a maid, who, with flowing hair and head thrown back, only balanced herself by the weight of her thyrsus. His own brain seemed to reel as he saw the Corybants in mad frenzy wounding their own bodies with short swords, seeking voluptuousness in pain itself. The soft and tender, yet so terrible, tones of the music seemed to penetrate to his very soul, like a burning, consuming, excruciating flame. But when he saw that defamed Egyptian symbol, of exaggerated size and crowned with flowers, borne upon a tall pole by an unashamed woman. Then sight and hearing forsook the poor fisherman, and he darted back to the boat, and crept under the nets, with chattering teeth and trembling limbs, as though Satan already held him fast by the foot. Soon after, the 3 monks also returned to the boat and shoved off. When they had disembarked at the original starting place, the fisherman managed to escape unobserved from his hiding place, so that they supposed he had merely been behind the willows awaiting their return. One of the monks, as usual, with icicled fingers pressed the fare into the fisherman's hand, then all 3 hurried away. For the salvation of his own soul, which he believed to be endangered, and also to guard other good Christians from ruin, the fisherman held it his duty to communicate a full account of the mysterious occurrence to the church authorities, and as the superior of a neighboring Franciscan monastery was in great repute as a learned exorcist, the fisherman determined to go to him without delay. The rising sun found him on his way to the monastery, where, with modest demeanor, he soon stood before His Excellency the Superior, who received him seated in an easy chair in the library, and with hood drawn closely over his face, listened meditatively while the fisherman told his tale of horror. When the recital was finished, the superior raised his head, and as the hood fell back, the fisherman saw, to his dismay, that His Excellency was one of the 3 monks who annually sailed over the lake, the very one, indeed, whom he had the previous night seen as a heathen demon riding in the golden chariot drawn by lions. It was the same marble white face, the same regular, beautiful features, the same mouth with its delicately curved lips. And these lips now wore a kindly smile, and from that mouth now issued the gracious and melodious words, "Beloved son in Christ, we willingly believe that you have spent the night in company of the god Bacchus. Your fantastic ghost story gives ample proof of that. Not that we would say aught unpleasant of this god, at times he is undoubtedly a care dispeller, and gladdens the heart of man. But he is very dangerous for those who cannot bear much, and to this class you seem to belong. We advise you to partake in future very sparingly of the golden juice of the grape, and not again to trouble the spiritual authorities with the fantasies of a drunken brain. Concerning this last vision of yours, you had better keep a very quiet tongue in your head, otherwise the secular arm of our beadle shall measure out to you 25 lashes. And now, beloved son in Christ, go to the monastery kitchen, where brother butler and brother cook will set before you a slight repast." With this, the Reverend Father bestowed the customary benediction on the fisherman, and when the latter, bewildered, took himself off to the kitchen and suddenly came face to face with brother cook and brother butler, he almost fell to the earth in affright, for they were the same monks who had accompanied the superior on his midnight excursions across the lake. He recognized one by his fat paunch and bald head, and the other by his lascivious grin and goat ears. But he held his tongue, and only in later years did he relate his strange story. Several old chronicles which contain similar legends locate the scene near the city of Speyer, on the Rhine. Along the coast of East Friesland an analogous tradition is found, in which the ancient conception of the transportation of the dead to the realm of Hades, which underlies all those legends, is most distinctly seen. It is true that none of them contain any mention of Charon, the steersman of the boat. This old fellow seems to have entirely disappeared from folklore, and is to be met with only in puppet shows. But a far more notable mythological personage is to be recognized in the so-called forwarding agent, or dispatcher, who makes arrangements for the transportation of the dead, and pays the customary passage money into the hands of the boatman. The latter is generally a common fisherman, who officiates as Charon. Notwithstanding his quaint disguise, the true name of this dispatcher may readily be guessed, and I shall therefore relate the legend as faithfully as possible. The shores of East Friesland that border on the North Sea abound with bays, which are used as harbors, and are called fjords. On the farthest projecting promontory of land generally stands the solitary hut of some fisherman, who here lives, peaceful and contented, with his family. Here nature wears a sad and melancholy aspect. Not even the chirping of a bird is to be heard, only now and then the shrill screech of a seagull flying up from its nest among the sand hills, that announces the coming storm. The monotonous plashings of the restless sea harmonious with the somber, shifting shadows of the passing clouds. Even the human inhabitants do not sing here, and on these melancholy coasts the strain of a Volkslied is never heard. The people who live here are an earnest, honest, matter-of-fact race, proud of their bold spirit and of the liberties which they have inherited from their ancestors. Such a people are not imaginative, and are little given to metaphysical speculations. Fishing is their principal support, added to which is an occasional pittance of passage money for transporting some traveler to one of the adjacent islands. It is said that at a certain period of the year, just at midday, when the fisherman and his family are seated at table eating their noonday meal, a traveler enters and asks the master of the house to vouchsafe him an audience for a few minutes to speak with him on a matter of business. The fisherman, after vainly inviting the stranger to partake of the meal, grants his request, and they both step aside to a little table. I shall not describe the personal appearance of the stranger in detail, after the tedious manner of novel writers, a brief enumeration of the salient points will suffice. He is a little man, advanced in years, but well preserved. He is, so to say, a youthful grey-beard, plump, but not corpulent, cheeks ruddy as an apple, small eyes, which blink merrily and continually, and on his powdered little head is set a three-cornered little hat. Under his flaming yellow cloak, with its many collars, he wears the old-fashioned dress of a well-to-do Dutch merchant, such as we see depicted in old portraits, namely, a short silk coat of a parrot green color, a vest embroidered with flowers, short black trousers, striped stockings, and shoes ornamented with buckles. The latter are so brightly polished that it is hard to understand how the wearer could trudge afoot through the slimy mud of the coast and yet keep them so clean. His voice is a thin, asthmatic treble, sometimes inclining to be rather lachrymose, but the address and bearing of the little man are as grave and measured as beseem a Dutch merchant. This gravity, however, appears to be more assumed than natural, and is in marked contrast with the searching, roving, swift darting glances of the eye, and with the ill-repressed fidgetiness of the legs and arms. That the stranger is a Dutch merchant is evidenced not only by his apparel, but also by the mercantile exactitude and caution with which he endeavors to effect as favorable a bargain as possible for his employers. He is, as he says, a forwarding agent, and has received from some of his mercantile friends a commission to transport a certain number of souls, as many as can find room in an ordinary boat, from the coast of East Friesland to the White Island. In fulfillment of this commission, he adds, he wishes to know if the fisherman will this night convey in his boat the aforesaid cargo to the aforesaid island, in which case he is authorized to pay the passage money in advance, confidently hoping that, in Christian fairness, the fisherman will make his price very moderate. The Dutch merchant makes this proposition with the utmost nonchalance, as if it referred to a cargo of cheeses, and not to the souls of the dead. The fisherman is startled at the word souls, and a cold chill creeps down his back, for he immediately comprehends that the souls of the dead are here meant, and that the stranger is none other than the phantom Dutchman, who has already interested several of his fellow fishermen with the transportation of the souls of the dead, and paid them well for it, too. These East Frieslanders are, as I have already remarked, a brave, healthy, practical people. In them is lacking that morbid imagination which makes us so impressible to the ghostly and supernatural. Our fisherman's weird dismay lasts but a moment, suppressing the uncanny sensation that is stealing over him. He soon regains his composure, and, intent on securing as high a sum as possible, he assumes an air of supreme indifference. But after a little chaffering the two come to an understanding, and shake hands to seal the bargain. The Dutchman draws forth a dirty leather pouch, filled entirely with little silver pennies of the smallest denomination ever coined in Holland, and in these tiny coins counts out the whole amount of the fare. With instructions to the fisherman to be ready with his boat at the appointed place about the midnight hour when the moon becomes visible, the Dutchman takes leave of the whole family, and, declining their repeated invitations to dine, the grave little figure, dignified as ever, trips lightly away. At the time agreed upon the fisherman appears at the appointed place. At first the boat is rocked lightly to and fro by the waves, but by the time the full moon has risen above the horizon the fisherman notices that his bark is less easily swayed, and so it gradually sinks deeper and deeper in the stream, until finally the water comes within a hand's breadth of the boat's bow. This circumstance apprizes him that his passengers, the souls, are now aboard, and he pushes off from shore with his cargo. Although he strains his eyes to the utmost, he can distinguish nothing but a few vapory streaks that seem to be swayed hither and thither, and to intermingle with one another, but assume no definite forms. Listen intently as he may, he hears nothing but an indescribably faint chirping and rustling. Only now and then a seagull with a shrill scream flies swiftly over his head, or near him a fish leaps up from out the stream, and for a moment stares at him with a vacuous look. The night winds sigh, and the sea breezes grow more chilly. Everywhere only water, moonlight, and silence. And silent as all around him is the fisherman, who finally reaches the white island and moors his boat. He sees no one on the strand, but he hears a shrill, asthmatic, wheezy, lachrymose voice, which he recognizes as that of the Dutchman. The latter seems to be reading off a list of proper names, with a peculiar, monotonous intonation, as if rehearsing a roll call. Among the names are some which are known to the fisherman as belonging to persons who have died that year. During the reading of the list, the boat is evidently being gradually lightened of its load, and as soon as the last name is called it rises suddenly and floats free, although but a moment before it was deeply embedded in the sand of the seashore. To the fisherman this is a token that his cargo has been properly delivered, and he calmly rows back to his wife and child, to his beloved home on the fjord. Notwithstanding this clever disguise, I have ventured to guess who the important mythological personage is that figures in this tradition. It is none other than the god Mercury, Hermes Psychopompus, the whilom conductor of the dead to Hades. Verily, under that shabby yellow cloak and prosaic tradesman's figure is concealed the youthful and most accomplished god of heathendom, the cunning son of Maya. On his little three-cornered hat not the slightest tuft of a feather is to be seen which might remind the beholder of the winged cap, and the clumsy shoes with steel buckles fail to give the least hint of the winged sandals. This grave and heavy Dutch lead is quite different from the mobile quicksilver, from which the god derived his very name. But the contrast is so exceedingly striking as to betray the god's design, which is the more effectually to disguise himself. Perhaps this mask was not chosen out of mere caprice. Mercury was, as you know, the patron god of thieves and merchants, and, in all probability, in choosing a disguise that should conceal him, and a trade by which to earn his livelihood, he took into consideration his talents and his antecedents. And thus it came to pass that the shrewdest and most cunning of the gods became a merchant, and, to adapt himself most thoroughly to his role, became the ne plus ultra of merchants a Dutch merchant. His long practice in the olden time as Psychopompus, as conveyor of the dead to Hades, marks him out as particularly fitted to conduct the transportation of the souls of the dead to the White Island, in the manner just described. The White Island is occasionally also called Brea, or Britannia. Does this perhaps refer to White Albion, to the chalky cliffs of the English coast? It would be a very humorous idea if England was designated as the land of the dead, as the Plutonian realm, as hell. In such a form, in truth, England has appeared to many a stranger. In my essay on the Faust legend I discussed at full length the popular superstition concerning Pluto and his dominion. I showed how the old realm of shadows became hell, and how its old gloomy ruler became more and more diabolical. Neither Pluto, god of the nether regions, nor his brother, Neptune, god of the sea, emigrated like the other gods. Even after the final triumph of Christendom they remained in their domains, their respective elements. No matter what silly fables concerning him were invented here above on earth, old Pluto sat by his Proserpine, warm and cozy down below. Neptune suffered less from calumny than his brother Pluto, and neither church bell chimes nor organ strains could offend his ears in the depths of old ocean, where he sat peacefully by the side of his white-bosomed wife, Dame Amphitrite, surrounded by his court of dripping Nereids and Tritons. Only now and then, when a young sailor crossed the equator, he would dart up from the briny deep, in his hand brandishing the trident, his head crowned with seaweed, and his flowing, silvery beard reaching down to the navel. Then he would confer on the neophyte the terrible sea-water baptism, accompanying it with a long unctuous harangue, interspersed with coarse sailor jests, to the great delight of the jolly tars. The harangue was frequently interrupted by the spitting of amber quids of chewed tobacco, which Neptune so freely scattered around him. A friend, who gave me a detailed description of the manner in which such a sea miracle is performed, assured me that the very sailors that laughed most heartily at the droll antics of Neptune never for a moment doubted the existence of such a god, and sometimes when in great danger they even prayed to him. Neptune, as we have seen, remained monarch of the watery realm, and Pluto, notwithstanding his metamorphosis into Satan, still continued to be prince of the lower regions. They fared better than did their brother Jupiter, who, after the overthrow of their father, Saturn, became ruler of heaven, and as sovereign of the universe resided at Olympus, where, surrounded by his merry troop of gods, goddesses, and nymphs of honor, he carried on his ambrosial rule of joy. But when the great catastrophe occurred, when the rule of the cross, that symbol of suffering, was proclaimed, then the great Croneids fled, and disappeared. Amid the tumults and confusion of the transmigration of races, all traces of him were lost, and I have in vain consulted old chronicles and old women, none could give me the least information concerning his fate. With the same purpose in view, I have ransacked many libraries, where I was shown the magnificent codices ornamented with gold and precious stones, true odalisks in the harem of science. To the learned eunuchs who, with such affability, unlocked for me those brilliant treasures, I here return the customary thanks. It appears as if no popular tradition of a medieval Jupiter exists, and all that I could gather concerning him consists of a story told me by my friend, Niels Andersen. The events that I am about to relate, said Niels Andersen, occurred on an island, the exact situation of which I cannot tell. Since its discovery no one has been able again to reach it, being prevented by the immense icebergs that tower like a high wall around the island, and seldom, probably, permit a near approach. Only the crew of a Russian whaling vessel, which a storm had driven so far to the north, ever trod its soil, and since then over 100 years have elapsed. When the sailors had, by means of a small boat, effected a landing, they found the island to be wild and desolate. Sadly waved the blades of tall sedge grass over the quicksands, here and there grew a few stunted fir trees, or barren shrubs. They saw a multitude of rabbits springing around, on which account they named it the Island of Rabbits. Only one miserable hut gave evidence that a human being dwelt there. As the sailors entered the hut they saw an old, very old man, wretchedly clad in a garment of rabbit skins rudely stitched together. He was seated in a stone chair in front of the hearth, trying to warm his emaciated hands and trembling knees by the flaring brushwood fire. At his right side stood an immense bird, evidently an eagle, but which had been roughly treated by time, and shorn of all its plumage save the long bristly quills of its wings, that gave it a highly grotesque, and, at the same time, hideous appearance. At the old man's left, squatted on the earth, was an extraordinarily large hairless goat, which seemed to be very old, although full milky udders, with fresh, rosy nipples, hung at its belly. Among the sailors were several Greeks, one of whom, not thinking that his words would be understood by the aged inhabitant of the hut, remarked in the Greek language to a comrade, "This old fellow is either a spectre or an evil demon." But at these words the old man suddenly arose from his seat, and to their great surprise the sailors beheld a stately figure, which, in spite of its advanced age, raised itself erect with commanding, yes, with king-like dignity, his head almost touching the rafters. The features, too, although rugged and weather-beaten, showed traces of original beauty, they were so noble and well proportioned. A few silvery locks fell over his brow, which was furrowed by pride and age. His eyes had a dim and fixed look, but occasionally they would still gleam piercingly, and from his mouth were heard in the melodious and sonorous words of the ancient Greek language, "You are mistaken, young man, I am neither a spectre nor an evil demon, I am an unhappy old man, who once knew better days." "But who are yet?" The sailors explained the accident which had befallen them, and then inquired concerning the island. The information, however, was very meager. The old man told them that since time immemorial he had inhabited this island, whose bulwark of ice served him as a secure asylum against his inexorable foes. He subsisted principally by catching rabbits, and every year, when the floating icebergs had settled, a few bands of savages crossed over on sleds, and to them he sold rabbit skins, receiving in exchange various articles of indispensable necessity. The whales, which sometimes came swimming close to the island, were his favorite company. But it gave him pleasure to hear again his native tongue, for he too was a Greek. He entreated his countrymen to give him an account of the present condition of Greece. That the cross had been torn down from the battlements of Grecian cities apparently caused the old man a malicious satisfaction, but it did not altogether please him when he heard that the crescent had been planted there instead. It was strange that none of the sailors knew the names of the cities concerning which the old man inquired, and which, as he assured them, had flourished in his time. In like manner the names of the present cities and villages in Greece, which were mentioned by the sailors, were unknown to him. At this the old man would shake his head sadly, and the sailors looked at one another perplexed. They noticed that he knew exactly all the localities and geographical peculiarities of Greece, and he described so accurately and vividly the bays, the peninsulas, the mountain ridges, even the knolls and most trifling rocky elevations, that his ignorance of these localities was all the more surprising. With a special interest, with a certain anxiety even, he questioned them concerning an ancient temple, which in his time, he assured them, had been the most beautiful in all Greece, but none of his hearers knew the name, which he pronounced with a loving tenderness. But finally, when the old man had again described the site of the temple, with the utmost particularity, a young sailor recognized the place by the description. The village wherein he was born, said the young man, was situated hard by, and when a boy he had often tended his father's swine at the very place where there had been found ruins of an ancient structure, indicating a magnificent grandeur in the past. Now, only a few large marble pillars remained standing, some were plain, unadorned columns, others were surmounted by the square stones of a gable. From the cracks of the masonry the blooming honeysuckle vines and red bell flowers trailed downwards. Other pillars among the number some of rose-colored marble lay shattered on the ground, and the costly marble headpieces, ornamented with beautiful sculpture representing foliage and flowers, were overgrown by rank creepers and grasses. Half buried in the earth lay huge marble blocks, some of which were squares, such as were used for the walls, others were three-cornered slabs for roof pieces. Over them waved a large, wild fig tree, which had grown up out of the ruins. Under the shadow of that tree, continued the young man, he had passed whole hours in examining the strange figures carved on the large marble blocks. They seemed to be pictorial representations of all sorts of sports and combats, and were very pleasing to look at, but, alas, much injured by exposure, and overgrown with moss and ivy. His father, whom he had questioned in regard to the mysterious signification of these pillars and sculptures, told him that these were the ruins of an ancient pagan temple, and had once been the abode of a wicked heathen god, who had here wantoned in lewd debauchery, incest, and unnatural vices. Notwithstanding this, the unenlightened heathen were accustomed to slaughter in his honor 100 oxen at a time, and the hollowed marble block into which was gathered the blood of the sacrifices was yet in existence. It was, in fact, the very trough which they were in the habit of using as a receptacle for refuse wherewith to feed the swine. So spoke the young sailor. But the old man heaved a sigh that betrayed the most terrible anguish. Tottering, he sank into his stone chair, covered his face with his hands, and wept like a child. The great, gaunt bird, with a shrill screech, flapped its immense wings, and menaced the strangers with claws and beak. The old goat licked its master's hands, and bleated mournfully as in consolation. At this strange sight, an uncanny terror seized upon the sailors. They hurriedly left the hut, and were glad when they could no longer hear the sobbing of the old man, the screaming of the bird, and the bleating of the goat. When they were safely on board the boat, they narrated their adventure. Among the crew was a learned Russian, professor of philosophy at the University of Kazan, and he declared the matter to be highly important. With his forefinger held knowingly to the side of his nose, he assured the sailors that the old man of the island was undoubtedly the ancient god Jupiter, son of Saturn and Rhea. The bird at his side was clearly the eagle that once carried in its claws the terrible thunderbolts. And the old goat was, in all probability, none other than Althea, Jupiter's old nurse, who had suckled him in Crete, and now in exile again nourished him with her milk. This is the story as told to me by Niels Andersen, and I must confess that it filled my soul with a profound melancholy. Decay is secretly undermining all that is great in the universe, and the gods themselves must finally succumb to the same miserable destiny. The iron law of fate so wills it, and even the greatest of the immortals must submissively bow his head. He of whom Homer sang, and whom Phidias sculptured in gold and ivory, he at whose glance earth trembled, he, the lover of Leda, Alcmena, Semele, Danae, Callisto, Io, Leto, Europa, etc. Even he is compelled to hide himself behind the icebergs of the North Pole, and in order to prolong his wretched existence must deal in rabbit skins, like a shabby Savoyard. I do not doubt that there are people who will derive a malicious pleasure from such a spectacle. They are, perhaps, the descendants of those unfortunate oxen who, in hecatombs, were slaughtered on the altars of Jupiter. Rejoice! Avenged is the blood of your ancestors, those poor martyrs of superstition. But we, who have no hereditary grudge rankling in us, we are touched at the sight of fallen greatness, and withhold not our holiest compassion. Confessions. A witty Frenchman a few years ago these words would have been a pleonasm once dubbed me an unfrocked romanticist. I have a weakness for all that is witty, and spiteful as was this appellation, it nevertheless delighted me highly. Notwithstanding the war of extermination that I had waged against romanticism, I always remained a romanticist at heart, and that in a higher degree than I myself realized. After I had delivered the most deadly blows against the taste for romantic poetry in Germany, there stole over me an inexpressible yearning for the blue flower in the fairyland of romanticism, and I grasped the magic lyre and sang a song wherein I gave full sway to all the sweet extravagances, to all the intoxication of moonlight, to all the blooming, nightingale-like fancies once so fondly loved. I know it was the last free forest song of romanticism, and I am its last poet. With me the old German lyric school ends, while with me, at the same time, the modern lyric school of Germany begins. Writers on German literature will assign to me this double role. It would be unseemly for me to speak at length on this subject, but I may with justice claim a liberal space in the history of German Romanticism. For this reason I ought to have included in my account of the Romantic school a review of my own writings. By my omission to do this, a gap has been left which I cannot easily fill. To write a criticism of oneself is an embarrassing, even an impossible task. I should be a conceited coxcomb to obtrude the good I might be able to say of myself, and I should be a great fool to proclaim to the whole world the defects of which I might also be conscious. And even with the most honest desire to be sincere, one cannot tell the truth about oneself. No one has as yet succeeded in doing it, neither Saint Augustine, the pious bishop of Hippo, nor the Genovese Jean-Jacques Rousseau, least of all the latter, who proclaimed himself the man of truth and nature, but was really much more untruthful and unnatural than his contemporaries. Rousseau, who in his own person also slandered human nature, was yet true to it in respect to our primitive weakness, which consists in always wishing to appear in the eyes of the world as something different from what we really are. His self-portraiture is a lie, admirably executed, but still only a brilliant lie. I recently read an anecdote concerning the king of Ashanti, which illustrates in a very amusing manner this weakness of human nature. When Major Bowditch was dispatched by the English governor of the Cape of Good Hope as resident ambassador to the court of that powerful African monarch, he sought to ingratiate himself with the courtiers, especially with the court ladies, by taking their portraits. The king, who was astonished at the accuracy of the likenesses, requested that he also might be painted, and had already had several sittings, when the artist noticed in the features of the king, who had often sprung up to observe the progress of the picture, the peculiar restlessness and embarrassment of one who has a request on the tip of his tongue and yet hesitates to express it. The painter pressed his majesty to tell his wish, until at last the poor African king inquired, in a low voice, if he could not be painted white. And so it is. The swarthy Negro king wishes to be painted white. But do not laugh at the poor African, every human being is such another Negro king, and all of us would like to appear before the public in a different color from that which fate has given us. Fully realizing this, I took heed not to draw my own portrait in my review of the Romantic School. But in the following pages I shall have ample occasion to speak of myself, and this will to a certain extent fill up the gap caused by the lacking portrait, for I have here undertaken to describe, for the reader's benefit and enlightenment, the philosophical and religious changes which have taken place in the author's mind since my book on Germany was written. Fear not that I shall paint myself too white and my fellow beings too black. I shall always give my own colors with exact fidelity, so that it may be known how far my judgment is to be trusted when I draw the portraits of others. Madame de Staël's hate of the Emperor is the soul of her book, De l'Allemagne, and, although his name is nowhere mentioned, one can see at every line how the writer squints at the Tuileries. I doubt not that the book annoyed the Emperor more than the most direct attack, for nothing so much irritates a man as a woman's petty needle pricks. We are prepared for great saber strokes, and instead we are tickled at the most sensitive spots. Oh, the women! We must forgive them much, for they love much and many. Their hate is, in fact, only love turned the wrong way. At times they try to injure us, but only because they hope thereby to please some other man. When they write, they have one eye on the paper and the other on a man. This rule applies to all authoresses, with the exception of Countess Hahn, who only has one eye. We male authors have also our prejudices. We write for or against something, for or against an idea, for or against a party, but women always write for or against one particular man, or, to express it more correctly, on account of one particular man. We men will sometimes lie outright, women, like all passive creatures, seldom invent, but can so distort a fact that they can thereby injure us more surely than by a downright lie. I verily believe my friend Balzac was right when he once said to me, in a sorrowful tone, La femme est un être dangereuse. Yes, women are dangerous, but I must admit that beautiful women are not so dangerous as those whose attractions are intellectual rather than physical, for the former are accustomed to have men pay court to them, while the latter meet the vanity of men halfway, and through the bait of flattery acquire a more powerful influence than the beautiful women. I by no means intend to insinuate that Madame de Staël was ugly, but beauty is something quite different. She had single points which were pleasing, but the effect as a whole was anything but pleasing. To nervous persons, like the sainted Schiller, her custom of continually twirling between her fingers some fragment of paper or similar small article was particularly annoying. This habit made poor Schiller dizzy, and in desperation he grasped her pretty hand to hold it quiet. This innocent action led Madame de Staël to believe that the tender-hearted poet was overpowered by the magic of her personal charms. I am told that she really had very pretty hands and beautiful arms, which she always displayed. Surely the Venus of Milo could not show such beautiful arms. Her teeth surpassed in whiteness those of the finest steed of Araby. She had very large, beautiful eyes, a dozen amorets would have found room on her lips, and her smile is said to have been very sweet, therefore she could not have been ugly. No woman is ugly. But I venture to say that had fair Helen of Sparta looked so, the Trojan War would not have occurred, and the strongholds of Priam would not have been burned, and Homer would never have sung the wrath of Peleidine Achilles. In my memoirs I relate with more detail than is admissible here how, after the French Revolution of July 1830, I emigrated to Paris, where I have ever since lived quiet and contented. What I did and suffered during the Restoration will be told when the disinterestedness of such a publication is no longer liable to doubt or suspicion. I worked much and suffered much, and about the time that the sun of the July Revolution arose in France, I had gradually become very weary, and needed recreation. Moreover, the air of my native land was daily becoming more unwholesome for me, and I was compelled to contemplate seriously a change of climate. I had visions. In the clouds I saw all sorts of horrible, grotesque faces, that annoyed me with their grimaces. It sometimes seemed to me as if the sun were a Prussian cockade. At night I dreamed of a hideous black vulture that preyed on my liver, and became very melancholy. In addition to all this, I had become acquainted with an old magistrate from Berlin who had spent many years in the fortress of Spandau, and who described to me how unpleasant it was in winter to wear iron monocles. I thought it very unchristian not to warm the irons a little, for if our chains were only warmed somewhat, they would not seem so very unpleasant, and cold natures could even endure them very well. The chains ought also to be perfumed with the essence of roses and laurels, as is the custom in France. I asked my magistrate if oysters were often served at Spandau. He answered, no, Spandau was too far distant from the sea. Meat, also, he said, was seldom to be had, and the only fowls were the flies which fell into one's soup. About the same time I became acquainted with a commercial traveler of a French wine establishment, who was never tired of praising the merry life of Paris, how the air was full of music, how from morning until night one heard the singing of the Marseillaise and En Avant Marchins and Lafayette Auxiliary Chevre Blancs. He told me that at every street corner was the inscription, Liberty, Equality, Fraternity. He likewise recommended the champagne of his firm, and gave me a large number of business cards. He also promised to furnish me with letters of introduction to the best Parisian restaurants, in case I should visit Paris. As I really did need recreation, and as Spandau was at too great a distance from the sea to procure oysters, and as the foul soup of Spandau was not to my taste, and as, moreover, the Prussian chains were very cold in winter and could not be conducive to my health, I determined to go to Paris, the fatherland of Champagne and the Marseillaise, there to drink the former, and to hear the latter sung, together with En Avant Marchins and Lafayette Auxiliary Chevre Blancs. I crossed the Rhine on May 1, 1831. I did not see the old river god, Father Rhine, so I contented myself with dropping my visiting card into the water. I am told that he was sitting down below, conning his French grammar, for during the Prussian rule his French had grown rusty from long disuse, and now he wished to practice it anew, in order to be prepared for contingencies. I thought I could hear him, conjugating, j'aime, tu aimes, il aime, nous aimons, but what does he love? Surely not the Prussians. I awoke at St. Denis from a sweet morning sleep, and heard for the first time the shout of the driver, Paris! Paris! Here we already inhaled the atmosphere of the capital, now visible on the horizon. A rascally lackey tried to persuade me to visit the royal sepulchre at St. Denis, but I had not come to France to see dead kings. In 20 minutes I was in Paris, entering through the triumphal arch of the Boulevard St. Denis, which was originally erected in honor of Louis XIV, but now served to grace my entry into Paris. I was surprised at meeting such multitudes of well-dressed people, tastefully arrayed like the pictures of a fashion journal. I was also impressed by the fact that they all spoke French, which, in Germany, is the distinguishing mark of the higher classes. The whole nation are as noble as the nobility with us. The men were all so polite, and the pretty women all smiled so graciously. If someone accidentally jostled me without immediately asking pardon, I could safely wager that it was a fellow countryman. And if a pretty woman looked a little sour, she had either eaten sauerkraut or could read Klopstock in the original. I found everything quite charming. The skies were so blue, the air so balmy, and here and there the rays of the sun of July were still glimmering. The cheeks of the beauteous Lutetia were still flushed from the burning kisses of that sun, and the bridal flowers on her bosom were not yet wilted. But at the street corners the words, Liberté, Égalité, Fraternité, had already been erased. Honeymoons fly so quickly. I immediately visited the restaurants to which I had been recommended. The landlords assured me that they would have made me welcome even without letters of introduction, for I had an honest and distinguished appearance, which in itself was a sufficient recommendation. Never did a German landlord so address me, even if he thought it. Such a churlish fellow feels himself in duty bound to suppress all pleasant speeches, and his German bluntness demands that he shall tell only the most disagreeable things to our faces. In the manner, and even in the language, of the French, there is so much delicious flattery, which costs so little, and is yet so gratifying. My poor sensitive soul, which had shrunk with shyness from the rudeness of the fatherland, again expanded under the genial influence of French urbanity. God has given us tongues that we may say something pleasant to our fellow men. My French had grown rusty since the Battle of Waterloo, but after half an hour's conversation with a pretty flower girl in the passage de l'Opera it soon flowed fluently again. I managed to stammer forth gallant phrases in broken French, and explain to the little charmer the Linnean system, in which flowers are classified according to their stamens. The little one practiced a different system, and divided flowers into those which smelled pleasantly and those which smelled unpleasantly. I believe that she applied a similar classification to men. She was surprised that, notwithstanding my youth, I was so learned, and spread the fame of my erudition through the whole passage de l'Opera. I inhaled with rapturous delight the delicious aroma of flattery, and amused myself charmingly. I walked on flowers, and many a roasted pigeon came flying into my gaping mouth. Among the notabilities whom I met soon after my arrival in Paris was Victor Bohane, and I love to recall to memory the jovial, intellectual form of him who did so much to dispel the clouds from the brow of the German dreamer, and to initiate his sorrow-laden heart into the gaieties of French life. He had at that time already founded the Europe Littéraire, and, as editor, solicited me to write for his journal several articles on Germany, after the genre of Madame de Staël. I promised to furnish the articles, particularly mentioning, however, that I should write them in a style quite different from that of Madame de Staël. That is a matter of indifference to me, was the laughing answer. Like Voltaire, I tolerate every genre, excepting only the genre ennuyeux. And in order that I, poor German, should not fall into the genre ennuyeux, friend Bohane often invited me to dine with him, and stimulated my brain with champagne. No one knew better than he how to arrange a dinner at which one should not only enjoy the best cuisine, but be most pleasantly entertained. No one could do the honors of host as well as he, and he was certainly justified in charging the stockholders of the Europe Littéraire with 100,000 francs as the expense of these banquets. Even his wooden leg contributed to the humor of the man, and when he hobbled around the table, serving out champagne to his guests, he resembled Vulcan performing the duties of Heba's office amidst the uproarious mirth of the assembled gods. Where is Victor Bohane now? I have heard nothing of him for a long period. The last I saw of him was about 10 years ago, at an inn at Granville. He had just come over from England, where he had been studying the colossal English national debt, in this occupation smothering the recollection of his own little personal debts, to this little town on the coast of Normandy, and here I found him seated at a table with a bottle of champagne and an open-mouthed, stupid-looking citizen, to whom he was earnestly explaining a business project by which, as Bohane eloquently demonstrated, 1,000,000 could be realized. Bohane always had a great fondness for speculation, and in all his projects there was always 1,000,000 in progress, never less than 1,000,000. His friends nicknamed him, on this account, Messer Milioni. The founding of the Europe Littéraire was an excellent idea. Its success seemed assured, and I have never been able to understand why it failed. Only one evening before the day on which the suspension occurred, Victor Bohane gave a brilliant ball in the editorial salons of the journal, at which he danced with his 300 stockholders, just like Leonidas with his 300 Spartans the day before the Battle of Thermopylae. Every time that I behold in the gallery of the Louvre the painting by David which portrays that scene of antique heroism, I am reminded of the last ball of Victor Boheme. Just like the death-defying king in David's picture, so stood Victor Boheme on his solitary leg. It was the same classic pose. Stranger, when thou strollest in Paris through the Chaussée d'Antin towards the boulevards, and findest thyself in the low-lying, filthy street that was once called the Rue Basse du Rempart, know that thou standest at the Thermopylae of the Europe littéraire, where Victor Boheme with his 300 stockholders so heroically fell. In my articles on German philosophy I blabbed without reserve the secrets of the schools, which, draped in scholastic formulas, were previously known only to the initiated. My revelations excited the greatest surprise in France, and I remember that leading French thinkers naively confessed to me that they had always believed German philosophy to be a peculiar mystic fog, behind which divinity lay hidden as in a cloud, and that German philosophers were ecstatic seers, filled with piety and the fear of God. It is not my fault that German philosophy is just the reverse of that which until now we have called piety and fear of God, and that our latest philosophers have proclaimed absolute atheism to be the last word of German philosophy. Relentlessly and with bacchantic recklessness they tore aside the blue curtain from the German heavens, and cried, "Behold, all the gods have flown, and there above sits only an old spinster with leaden hands and sorrowful heart necessity." Alas! What then sounded so strange is now being preached from all the housetops in Germany, and the fanatic zeal of many of these propagandists is terrible. We have now bigoted monks of atheism, grand inquisitors of infidelity, who would have bound Voltaire to the stake because he was at heart an obstinate deist. So long as such doctrines remain the secret possession of an intellectual aristocracy, and were discussed in a select coterie dialect which was incomprehensible to the lackeys in attendance, while we at our philosophical petit soupers were blaspheming, so long did I continue to be one of the thoughtless freethinkers, of whom the majority resembled those grand seigneurs who, shortly before the Revolution, sought by means of the new revolutionary ideas to dispel the tedium of their indolent court life. But as soon as I saw that the rabble began to discuss the same themes at their unclean symposiums, where instead of wax candles and chandeliers gleamed tallow dips and oil lamps, when I perceived that greasy cobblers and tailors presumed in their blunt mechanics speech to deny the existence of God, when atheism began to stink of cheese, brandy, and tobacco, then my eyes were suddenly opened, and that which I had not comprehended through reason, I now learned through my olfactory organs and through my loathing and disgust. Heaven be praised! My atheism was at an end. To be candid, it was perhaps not alone disgust that made the principles of the godless obnoxious to me, and induced me to abandon their ranks. I was oppressed by a certain worldly apprehension which I could not overcome, for I saw that atheism had entered into a more or less secret compact with the most terribly naked, quite fig-leafless, communistic communism. My dread of the latter has nothing in common with that of the parvenu, who trembles for his wealth, or with that of well-to-do tradesmen, who fear an interruption of their profitable business. No, that which disquiets me is the secret dread of the artist and scholar, who sees our whole modern civilization, the laboriously achieved product of so many centuries of effort, and the fruit of the noblest works of our ancestors, jeopardized by the triumph of communism. Swept along by the resistless current of generous emotions, we may perhaps sacrifice the cause of art and science, even all our own individual interests, for the general welfare of the suffering and oppressed people. But we can no longer disguise from ourselves what we have to expect when the great, rude masses, which by some are called the people, by others the rabble, and whose legitimate sovereignty was proclaimed long ago, shall obtain actual dominion. The poet, in particular, experiences a mysterious dread in contemplating the advent to power of this uncouth sovereign. We will gladly sacrifice ourselves for the people, for self-sacrifice constitutes one of our most exquisite enjoyments. The emancipation of the people has been the great task of our lives, we have toiled for it, and in its cause endured indescribable misery, at home as in exile, but the poet's refined and sensitive nature revolts at every near personal contact with the people, and still more repugnant is the mere thought of its caresses, from which may heaven preserve us. A great democrat once remarked that if a king had taken him by the hand, he would immediately have thrust it into the fire to purify it. In the same manner I would say, if the sovereign people vouchsafed to press my hand, I would hasten to wash it. The poor people is not beautiful, but very ugly, only that ugliness simply comes from dirt, and will disappear as soon as we open public baths, in which His Majesty may gratuitously bathe himself. It required no great foresight to foretell these terrible events so long before their occurrence. I could easily prophesy what songs would one day be whistled and chirped in Germany, for I saw the birds hatching that in after days gave tone to the new school of song. I saw Hegel, with his almost comically serious face, like a setting hen, brooding over the fatal eggs, and I heard his cackling. To tell the truth, I seldom understood him, and only through later reflection did I arrive at an understanding of his works. I believe he did not wish to be understood. One beautiful starlight night, Hegel stood with me at an open window. I, being a young man of 22, and having just eaten well and drunk coffee, naturally spoke with enthusiasm of the stars, and called them abodes of the blessed. But the master muttered to himself, "The stars. The stars are only a brilliant eruption on the firmament." "What," cried I, "then there is no blissful spot above, where virtue is rewarded after death?" But he, glaring at me with his dim eyes, remarked, sneering, "So you want a pourboire because you have supported your sick mother and not poisoned your brother." At these words he looked anxiously around, but was reassured when he saw that it was only Henry Beer. I was never an abstract thinker, and I accepted the synthesis of the Hegelian philosophy without examination, because its deductions flattered my vanity. I was young and arrogant, and it gratified my self-conceit when I was informed by Hegel that not, as my grandmother had supposed, he who dwelt in the heavens, but I myself, here on earth, was God. This silly pride had, however, by no means an evil influence on me. On the contrary, it awoke in me the heroic spirit, and at that period I practiced a generosity and self-sacrifice which completely cast into the shade the most virtuous and distinguished deeds of the good bourgeoisie of virtue, who did good merely from a sense of duty and in obedience to the laws of morality. I was myself the living moral law, and the fountainhead of all right and all authority. I myself was morality personified, I was incapable of sin, I was incarnated purity. I was all love, and incapable of hate. I no longer revenged myself on my enemies, for, rightly considered, I had no enemies, at least, I recognized none as such. For me there now existed only unbelievers who questioned my divinity. Every indignity that they offered me was a sacrilege, and their contumely was blasphemy. Such godlessness, of course, I could not always let pass unpunished, but in those cases it was not human revenge, but divine judgment upon sinners. Absorbed in this exalted practice of justice, I would repress with more or less difficulty all ordinary pity. As I had no enemies, so also there existed for me no friends, but only worshippers, who believed in my greatness, and adored me, and praised my works, those written in verse as well as those in prose. Towards this congregation of truly devout and pious ones I was particularly gracious, especially towards the young lady devotees. But the expense of playing the role of a god, for whom it were unseemly to go in tatters, and who is sparing neither of body nor of purse, is immense. To play such a role respectably, two things are above all requisite: much money and robust health. Alas! It happened that one day both these essentials failed me, and my divinity was at an end. Luckily, the highly respected public was at that time occupied with events so dramatic, so grand, so fabulous, and unprecedented, that the change in the affairs of so unimportant a personage as myself attracted but little attention. Unprecedented and fabulous were indeed the events of those crazy February days, when the wisdom of the wisest was brought to naught, and the chosen ones of imbecility were raised aloft in triumph. The last became the first, and the lowliest became the highest. Matter, like thought, was turned upside down, and the world was topsy-turvy. If in those mad days I had been sane, those events would surely have cost me my wits, but, lunatic as I then was, the contrary necessarily came to pass, and, strange to say, just in the days of universal madness I regained my reason. Like many other divinities of that revolutionary period, I was compelled to abdicate ignominiously, and to return to the lowly life of humanity. I came back into the humble fold of God's creatures. I again bowed in homage to the almighty power of a supreme being, who directs the destinies of this world, and who for the future shall also regulate my earthly affairs. The latter, during the time I had been my own providence, had drifted into sad confusion, and I was glad to turn them over to a celestial superintendent, who with his omniscience really manages them much better. The belief in God has since then been to me not only a source of happiness, but it has also relieved me from all those annoying business cares which are so distasteful to me. This belief has also enabled me to practice great economies, for I need no longer provide either for myself or for others, and since I have joined the ranks of the pious I contribute almost nothing to the support of the poor. I am too modest to meddle, as formerly, with the business of divine providence. I am no longer careful for the general good, I no longer ape the deity, and with pious humility I have notified my former dependants that I am only a miserable human being, a wretched creature that has naught more to do with governing the universe, and that in future, when in need and affliction, they must apply to the Supreme Ruler, who dwells in heaven, and whose budget is as inexhaustible as his goodness, whereas I, a poor ex-god, was often compelled, even in the days of my godhead, to seek the assistance of the devil. It was certainly very humiliating for a god to have to apply to the devil for aid, and I am heartily thankful to be relieved from my usurped glory. No philosopher shall ever again persuade me that I am a god. I am only a poor human creature, that is not over well, that is, indeed, very ill. In this pitiable condition it is a true comfort to me that there is someone in the heavens above to whom I can incessantly wail out the litany of my sufferings, especially after midnight, when Mathilde has sought the repose that she oft sadly needs. Thank God! In such hours I am not alone, and I can pray and weep without restraint. I can pour out my whole heart before the Almighty, and confide to Him some things which one is wont to conceal even from one's own wife. After the above confession, the kindly disposed reader will easily understand why I no longer found pleasure in my work on the Hegelian philosophy. I saw clearly that its publication would benefit neither the public nor the author. I comprehended that there is more nourishment for famishing humanity in the most watery and insipid broth of Christian charity than in the dry and musty spider-web of the Hegelian philosophy. I will confess all. Of a sudden I was seized with a mortal terror of the eternal flames. I know it is a mere superstition. But I was frightened. And so, on a quiet winter's night, when a glowing fire was burning on my hearth, I availed myself of the good opportunity, and cast the manuscript of my work on the Hegelian philosophy into the flames. The burning leaves flew up the chimney with a strange and hissing sound. Thank God! I was rid of it. Alas! Would that I could destroy in the same manner all that I have ever published concerning German philosophy. But that is impossible, and since I cannot prevent their republication, as I lately learned to my great regret, no other course remains but to confess publicly that my exposition of German philosophy contains the most erroneous and pernicious doctrines. It is strange. During my whole life I have been strolling through the various festive halls of philosophy, I have participated in all the orgies of the intellect, I have coquetted with every possible system, without being satisfied, like Messalina after a riotous night, and now, after all this, I suddenly find myself on the same platform whereon stands Uncle Tom. That platform is the Bible, and I kneel by the side of my dusky brother in faith with the same devotion. What humiliation! With all my learning, I have got no farther than the poor ignorant Negro who can hardly spell. It is even true that poor Uncle Tom appears to see in the Holy Book more profound things than I, who am not yet quite clear, especially in regard to the second part. But, on the other hand, I think I may flatter myself that I can better comprehend, in the first part of the Holy Book, the character of Moses. His grand figure has impressed me not a little. What a colossal form! I cannot imagine that Og, king of Bashan, could have looked more giant-like. How insignificant does Sinai appear when Moses stands thereon. That mountain is merely a pedestal for the feet of the man whose head towers in the heavens and there holds converse with God. May God forgive the sacrilegious thought. But sometimes it appears to me as if this Mosaic God were only the reflected radiance of Moses himself, whom he so strongly represents in wrath and in love. It were a sin, it were anthropomorphism, to assume such an identity of God and his prophet, but the resemblance is most striking. I had not previously much admired the character of Moses, probably because the Hellenic spirit was predominant in me, and I could not pardon the lawgiver of the Jews for his hate of the plastic arts. I failed to perceive that Moses, notwithstanding his enmity to art, was nevertheless himself a great artist, and possessed the true artistic spirit. Only, this artistic spirit with him, as with his Egyptian countrymen, was applied to the colossal and the imperishable. But not, like the Egyptians, did he construct his works of art from bricks and granite, but he built human pyramids and carved human obelisks. He took a poor shepherd tribe and from it created a nation which should defy centuries, a great, an immortal, a consecrated race, a God-serving people, who to all other nations should be as a model and prototype. He created Israel. I have never spoken with proper reverence either of the artist or of his work, the Jews, and for the same reason, namely, my Hellenic temperament, which was opposed to Jewish asceticism. My prejudice in favor of Hellas has declined since then. I see now that the Greeks were only beautiful youths, but that the Jews were always men, strong, unyielding men, not only in the past, but to this very day, in spite of 18 centuries of persecution and suffering. Since that time I have learned to appreciate them better, and, were not all pride of ancestry a silly inconsistency in a champion of the revolution and its democratic principles, the writer of these pages would be proud that his ancestors belonged to the noble house of Israel, that he is a descendant of those martyrs who gave the world a God and a morality, and who have fought and suffered on all the battlefields of thought. The histories of the Middle Ages, and even those of modern times, have seldom enrolled on their records the names of such knights of the Holy Spirit, for they generally fought with closed visors. The deeds of the Jews are just as little known to the world as is their real character. Some think they know the Jews because they can recognize their beards, which is all they have ever revealed of themselves. Now, as during the Middle Ages, they remain a wandering mystery, a mystery that may perhaps be solved on the day which the prophet foretells, when there shall be but one shepherd and one flock, and the righteous who have suffered for the good of humanity shall then receive a glorious reward. You see that I, who in the past was wont to quote Homer, now quote the Bible, like Uncle Tom. In truth, I owe it much. It again awoke in me the religious feeling, and this new birth of religious emotion suffices for the poet, for he can dispense far more easily than other mortals with positive religious dogmas. The silliest and most contradictory reports are in circulation concerning me. Very pious but not very wise men of Protestant Germany have urgently inquired if, now that I am ill and in a religious frame of mind, I cling with more devotion than heretofore to the Lutheran evangelic faith, which, until now, I have only professed after a lukewarm, official fashion. No, dear friends, in that respect no change has taken place in me, and if I continue to adhere to the evangelic faith at all, it is because now, as in the past, that faith does not at all inconvenience me. I will frankly avow that when I resided in Berlin, like several of my friends, I would have preferred to separate myself from the bonds of all denominations. Had not the rulers there refused a residence in Prussia, and especially in Berlin, to any who did not profess one of the positive religions recognized by the state. As Henry IV once laughingly said, Paris va bien en messe, So could I say, with equal justice, Berlin is well worth a sermon. Both before and after, I could easily tolerate the very enlightened Christianity which at that time was preached in some of the churches of Berlin. It was a Christianity filtered from all superstition, even from the doctrine of the divinity of Christ, like mock turtle soup without turtle. At that time I myself was still a god, and no one of the positive religions had more value for me than another. I could wear any of their uniforms out of courtesy, after the manner of the Russian emperor, who, when he vouchsafes the King of Prussia the honor to attend a review at Potsdam, appears uniformed as a Prussian officer of the guard. Now that my physical sufferings, and the reawakening of my religious nature, have effected in me many changes, does the uniform of Lutheranism in some measure express my true sentiments? How far has the formal profession become a reality? I do not propose to give direct answers to these questions, but I shall avail myself of the opportunity to explain the services which, according to my present views, Protestantism has rendered to civilization. From this may be inferred how much more I am now in sympathy with this creed. At an earlier period, when philosophy possessed for me a paramount interest, I prized Protestantism only for its services in winning freedom of thought, which, after all, is the foundation on which in later times Leibniz, Kant, and Hegel could build. Luther, the strong man with the axe, must, in the very nature of things, have preceded these warriors, to open a path for them. For this service I have honored the Reformation as being the beginning of German philosophy, which justified my polemical defense of Protestantism. Now, in my later and more mature days, when the religious feeling again surges up in me, and the shipwrecked metaphysician clings fast to the Bible, now I chiefly honor Protestantism for its services in the discovery and propagation of the Bible. I say discovery, for the Jews, who had preserved the Bible from the great conflagration of the sacred temple, and all through the Middle Ages carried it about with them like a portable fatherland, kept their treasure carefully concealed in their ghettos. Here came by stealth German scholars, the predecessors and originators of the Reformation, to study the Hebrew language and thus acquire the key to the casket wherein the precious treasure was enclosed. Such a scholar was the worthy Reuclinus, and his enemies, the Hochstraten, in Cologne, who are represented as the party of darkness and ignorance, were by no means such simpletons. On the contrary, they were far-sighted inquisitors, who foresaw clearly the disasters which a familiar acquaintance with the Holy Scriptures would bring on the Church. Hence the persecuting zeal with which they sought to destroy the Hebrew writings, at the same time inciting the rabble to exterminate the Jews, the interpreters of these writings. Now that the motives of their actions are known, we see that, properly considered, each was in the right. This reactionary party believed that the spiritual salvation of the world was endangered, and that all means, falsehood as well as murder, were justifiable, especially against the Jews. The lower classes, pinched by poverty, and heirs of the primeval curse, were embittered against the Jews because of the wealth they had amassed, and what today is called the hate of the proletariat against the rich, was then called hate against the Jews. In fact, as the latter were excluded from all ownership of land and from every trade, and relegated to dealing in money and merchandise, they were condemned by law to be rich, hated, and murdered. Such murders, it is true, were in these days committed under the mantle of religion, and the cry was, "We must kill those who once killed our God." How strange! The very people who had given the world a God, and whose whole life was inspired by the worship of God, were stigmatized as deicides. The bloody parody of such madness was witnessed at the outbreak of the revolution in San Domingo, where a Negro mob devastated the plantations with murder and fire, led by a Negro fanatic who carried an immense crucifix, amid bloodthirsty cries of "The whites killed Christ, let us slay all whites." Yes, to the Jews the world is indebted for its God and His Word. They rescued the Bible from the bankruptcy of the Roman Empire, and preserved the precious volume intact during all the wild tumults of the migration of races, until Protestantism came to seek it and translated it into the language of the land and spread it broadcast over the whole world. This extensive circulation of the Bible has produced the most beneficent fruits, and continues to do so to this very day. The propaganda of the Bible Society have fulfilled a providential mission, which will bring forth quite different results from those anticipated by the pious gentlemen of the British Christian Missionary Society. They expect to elevate a petty, narrow dogma to supremacy, and to monopolize heaven as they do the sea, making it a British church domain, and see, without knowing it, they are demanding the overthrow of all Protestant sects, for, as they all draw their life from the Bible, when the knowledge of the Bible becomes universal, all sectarian distinctions will be obliterated. While by tricks of trade, smuggling, and commerce the British gain footholds in many lands, with them they bring the Bible, that grand democracy wherein each man shall not only be king in his own house, but also bishop. They are demanding, they are founding, the great kingdom of the Spirit, the kingdom of the religious emotions, and the love of humanity, of purity, of true morality, which cannot be taught by dogmatic formulas, but by parable and example, such as are contained in that beautiful, sacred, educational book for young and old, the Bible. To the observant thinker it is a wonderful spectacle to view the countries where the Bible, since the Reformation, has been exerting its elevating influence on the inhabitants, and has impressed on them the customs, modes of thought, and temperaments which formerly prevailed in Palestine, as portrayed both in the Old and in the New Testament. In the Scandinavian and Anglo-Saxon sections of Europe and America, especially among the Germanic races, and also to a certain extent in Celtic countries, the customs of Palestine have been reproduced in so marked a degree that we seem to be in the midst of the ancient Judean life. Take, for example, the Scotch Protestants, are not they Hebrews, whose names even are biblical, whose very cant smacks of the Phariseeism of ancient Jerusalem, and whose religion is naught else than a pork-eating Judaism. It is the same in Denmark and in certain provinces of North Germany, not to mention the majority of the new sects of the United States, among whom the life depicted in the Old Testament is pedantically aped. In the latter, that life appears as if daguerreotyped, the outlines are studiously correct, but all is depicted in sad, somber colors, the golden tints and harmonizing colors of the promised land are lacking. But the caricature will disappear sooner or later. The zeal, the imperishable and the true, that is to say, the morality of ancient Judaism, will in those countries bloom forth just as acceptably to God as in the old time it blossomed on the banks of Jordan and on the heights of Lebanon. One needs neither palm trees nor camels to be good, and goodness is better than beauty. The readiness with which these races have adopted the Judaic life, customs, and modes of thought is, perhaps, not entirely attributable to their susceptibility of culture. The cause of this phenomenon is, perhaps, to be sought in the character of the Jewish people, which always had a marked elective affinity with the character of the Germanic, and also to a certain extent with that of the Celtic races. Judea has always seemed to me like a fragment of the Occident misplaced in the Orient. In fact, with its spiritual faith, its severe, chaste, even ascetic customs, in short, with its abstract inner life, this land and its people always offered the most marked contrasts to the population of neighboring countries, who, with their luxuriantly varied and fervent nature of worship, passed their existence in a bacchantic dance of the senses. At a time when, in the temples of Babylon, Nineveh, Sidon, and Tyre, bloody and unchanged Ast rites were celebrated, the description of which, even now, makes our hair stand on end, Israel sat under its fig trees, piously chanting the praises of the invisible God, and exercised virtue and righteousness. When we think of these surroundings we cannot sufficiently admire the early greatness of Israel. Of Israel's love of liberty, at a time when not only in its immediate vicinity, but also among all the nations of antiquity, even among the philosophical Greeks, the practice of slavery was justified and in full sway. Of this I will not speak, for fear of compromising the Bible in the eyes of the powers that be. No socialist was more of a terrorist than our Lord and Savior. Even Moses was such a socialist, although, like a practical man, he attempted only to reform existing usages concerning property. Instead of striving to effect the impossible, and rashly decreeing the abolition of private property, he only sought for its moralization by bringing the rights of property into harmony with the laws of morality and reason. This he accomplished by instituting the Jubilee, at which period every alienated heritage, which among an agricultural people always consisted of land, would revert to the original owner, no matter in what manner it had been alienated. This institution offers the most marked contrast to the Roman statute of limitations, by which, after the expiration of a certain period, the actual holder of an estate could no longer be compelled to restore the estate to the true owner, unless the latter should be able to show that within the prescribed time he had, with all the prescribed formalities, demanded restitution. This last condition opened wide the door for chicanery, particularly in a state where despotism and jurisprudence were at their zenith, and where the unjust possessor had at command all means of intimidation, especially against the poor who might be unable to defray the expense of litigation. The Roman was both soldier and lawyer, and that which he conquered with the strong arm he knew how to defend by the tricks of law. Only a nation of robbers and casuists could have invented the law of prescription, the statute of limitations, and consecrated it in that detestable book which may be called the Bible of the devil, I mean the Codex of Roman Civil Law, which, unfortunately, still holds sway. I have spoken of the affinity which exists between the Jews and the Germans, whom I once designated as the two preeminently moral nations. While on this subject, I desire to direct attention to the ethical disapprobation with which the ancient German law stigmatizes the statute of limitations. This I consider a noteworthy fact. To this very day the Saxon peasant uses the beautiful and touching aphorism, 100 years of wrong do not make a single year of right. The Mosaic Law, through the institution of the Jubilee year, protests still more decidedly. Moses did not seek to abolish the right of property, on the contrary, it was his wish that everyone should possess property, so that no one might be tempted by poverty to become a bondsman and thus acquire slavish propensities. Liberty was always the great emancipator's leading thought, and it breathes and glows in all his statutes concerning pauperism. Slavery itself he bitterly, almost fiercely, hated, but even this barbarous institution he could not entirely destroy. It was rooted so deeply in the customs of that ancient time that he was compelled to confine his efforts to ameliorating by law the condition of the slaves, rendering self-purchase by the bondsman less difficult, and shortening the period of bondage. But if a slave thus eventually freed by process of law declined to depart from the house of bondage, then, according to the command of Moses, the incorrigibly servile, worthless scamp was to be nailed by the ear to the gate of his master's house, and after being thus publicly exposed in this disgraceful manner, he was condemned to lifelong slavery. Oh, Moses! Our teacher, Rabbi Moses! Exalted foe of all slavishness! Give me hammer and nails that I may nail to the gate of Brandenburg our complacent, long-eared slaves in liveries of black, red and gold. I leave the ocean of universal religious, moral, and historical reflections, and modestly guide my bark of thought back again into the quiet inland waters of autobiography, in which the author's features are so faithfully reflected. In the preceding pages I have mentioned how Protestant voices from home, in very indiscreet questions, have taken for granted that with the reawakening in me of the religious feeling my sympathy for the Church had also grown stronger. I know not how clearly I have shown that I am not particularly enthusiastic for any dogma or for any creed, and in this respect I have remained the same that I always was. I repeat this statement in order to remove an error in regard to my present views, into which several of my friends who are zealous Catholics have fallen. How strange! At the same time that in Germany Protestantism bestowed on me the undeserved honor of crediting me with a conversion to the evangelic faith, another report was circulating that I had gone over to Catholicism. Some good souls went so far as to assert that this latter conversion had occurred many years ago, and they supported the statement by definitely naming time and place. They even mentioned the exact date. They designated by name the church in which I had abjured the heresy of Protestantism, and adopted the only true and saving faith, that of the Roman Catholic Apostolic Church. The only detail that was lacking was how many peals of the bell had been sounded at the ceremony. From the newspapers and letters that reach me I learn how widely this report has won credence, and I fall into a painful embarrassment when I think of the sincere, loving joy which is so touchingly expressed in some of these epistles. Travelers tell me that the salvation of my soul has even furnished a theme for pulpit eloquence. Young Catholic priests seek permission to dedicate to me the first fruits of their pen. I am regarded as a shining light that is to be of the Church. This pious folly is so well meant and sincere that I cannot laugh at it. Whatever may be said of the zealots of Catholicism, one thing is certain, they are no egotists, they take a warm interest in their fellow men, alas, often a little too warm an interest. I cannot ascribe that false report to malice, but only to mistake. The innocent facts were in this case surely distorted by accident only. The statement of time and place is quite correct. I was really in the designated church on the designated day, and I did there undergo a religious ceremony, but this ceremony was no hateful abjuration, but a very innocent conjugation. In short, after being married according to the civil law, I also invoked the sanction of the Church, because my wife, who is a strict Catholic, would not have considered herself properly married in the eyes of God without such a ceremony, and for no consideration would I shake this dear being's belief in the religion which she has inherited. It is well, moreover, that women should have a positive religion. Whether there is more fidelity among wives of the evangelic faith, I shall not attempt to discuss. But the Catholicism of the wife certainly saves the husband from many annoyances. When Catholic women have committed a fault, they do not secretly brood over it, but confess to the priest, and as soon as they have received absolution they are again as merry and light-hearted as before. This is much pleasanter than spoiling the husband's good spirits or his soup by downcast looks or grieving over a sin for which they hold themselves in duty bound to atone during their whole lives by shrewish prudery and quarrelsome excess of virtue. The confessional is likewise useful in another respect. The sinner does not keep her terrible secret preying on her mind, and since women are sure, sooner or later, to babble all they know, it is better that they should confide certain matters to their confessor than that they should, in some moment of overpowering tenderness, talkativeness, or remorse, blurt out to the poor husband the fatal confession. Scepticism is certainly dangerous in the married state, and, although I myself was a free thinker, I permitted no word derogatory to religion to be spoken in my house. In the midst of Paris I lived like a steady, commonplace townsman, and therefore when I married I desired to be wedded under the sanction of the Church, although in this country the civil marriage is fully recognized by society. My free-thinking friends were vexed at me for this, and overwhelmed me with reproaches, claiming that I had made too great concessions to the clergy. Their chagrin at my weakness would have been still greater had they known the other concessions that I had made to the hated priesthood. As I was a Protestant wedding a Catholic, in order to have the ceremony performed by a Catholic priest it was necessary to obtain a special dispensation from the Archbishop, who in these cases exacts from the husband a written pledge that the offspring of the marriage shall be educated in the religion of the mother. But, between ourselves, I could sign this pledge with the lighter conscience since I knew the rearing of children is not my specialty, and as I laid down my pen the words of the beautiful Ninon de l'Enclos came into my mind. Oh, le beau billet tu legistra, I will crown my confessions by admitting that, if at that time it had been necessary in order to obtain the dispensation of the Archbishop, I would have bound over not only the children but myself. But the ogre of Rome, who, like the monster in the fairy tales, stipulates that he shall have for his services the future births, was content with the poor children who were never born. And so I remained a Protestant, as before a protesting Protestant, and I protest against reports which, without being intended to be defamatory, may yet be magnified so as to injure my good name. There is not a particle of unkindly feeling in my breast against the poor ogre of Rome. I have long since abandoned all feuds with Catholicism, and the sword which I once drew in the service of an idea, and not from private grudge, has long rested in its scabbard. In that contest I resembled a soldier of fortune, who fights bravely, but after the battle bears no malice either against the defeated cause or against its champions. Fanatical enmity towards the Catholic Church cannot be charged against me, for there was always lacking in me the self-conceit which is necessary to sustain such an animosity. I know too well my own intellectual caliber not to be aware that with my most furious onslaughts I could inflict but little injury on a colossus such as the Church of St. Peter. I could only be a humble worker at the slow removal of its foundation stones, a task which may yet require centuries. I was too familiar with history not to recognize the gigantic nature of that granite structure. Call it, if you will, the Bastille of intellect, assert, if you choose, that it is now defended only by invalids, but it is therefore not the less true that the Bastille is not to be easily captured, and many a young recruit will break his head against its walls. As a thinker and as a metaphysician, I was always forced to pay the homage of my admiration to the logical consistency of the doctrines of the Roman Catholic Church, and I may also take credit to myself that I have never by witticism or ridicule attacked its dogmas or its public worship. Too much and too little honor has been vouchsafed me in calling me an intellectual kinsman of Voltaire. I was always a poet, and hence the poesy which blossoms and glows in the symbolism of Catholic dogma and culture must have revealed itself more profoundly to me than to ordinary observers, and in my youthful days I was often touched by the infinite sweetness, the mysterious, blissful ecstasy and awe-inspiring grandeur of that poetry. There was a time when I went into raptures over the Blessed Queen of Heaven, and in dainty verse told the story of her grace and goodness. My first collection of poems shows traces of this beautiful Madonna period, which in later editions I weeded out with laughable anxiety. The time for vanity has passed, and everyone is at liberty to smile at this confession. It will be unnecessary for me to say that, as no blind hate against the Catholic Church exists in me, so also no petty spite against its priests rankles in my heart. Whoever knows my satirical vein will surely bear witness that I was always lenient and forbearing in speaking of the human weaknesses of the clergy, although by their attacks they often provoked in me a spirit of retaliation. But even at the height of my wrath I was always respectful to the true priesthood, for, looking back into the past, I remembered benefits which they had once rendered me, for it is Catholic priests whom I must thank for my first instruction. It was they who guided the first steps of my intellect. Pedagogy was the specialty of the Jesuits, and although they sought to pursue it in the interest of their order, yet sometimes the passion for pedagogy itself, the only human passion that was left in them, gained the mastery. They forgot their aim, the repression of reason and the exaltation of faith, and, instead of reducing men to a state of childhood, as was their purpose, out of the children they involuntarily made men by their instruction. The greatest men of the Revolution were educated in Jesuit schools. Without the training there acquired, that great intellectual agitation would perhaps not have broken out till a century later. Poor Jesuit fathers! You have been the bugbear and the scapegoat of the liberals. The danger that was in you was understood, but not your merits. I could never join in the denunciations of my comrades, who at the mere mention of Loyola's name would always become furious, like bulls when a red cloth is held before them. It is certainly noteworthy, and may perhaps at the assizes in the valley of Jehoshaphat be set down as an extenuating circumstance, that even as a lad I was permitted to attend lectures on philosophy. This unusual favor was exceptional in my case, because the rector Schallmeyer was a particular friend of our family. This venerable man often consulted with my mother in regard to my education and future career, and once advised her, as she afterwards related to me, to devote me to the service of the Catholic Church, and send me to Rome to study theology. He assured her that through his influential friends in Rome he could advance me to an important position in the Church. But at that time my mother dreamed of the highest worldly honors for me. Moreover, she was a disciple of Rousseau, and a strict deist. Besides, she did not like the thought of her son being robed in one of those long black cassocks, such as are worn by Catholic priests, and in which they look so plump and awkward. She knew not how differently, how gracefully, a Roman abbate wears such a cassock, and how jauntily he flings over his shoulders the black silk mantle, which in Rome, the ever beautiful, is the uniform of gallantry and wit. Oh, what a happy mortal is such a Roman abbate! He serves not only the Church of Christ, but also Apollo and the Muses, whose favorite he is. The Graces hold his inkstand for him when he indites the sonnets which, with such delicate cadences, he reads in the Accademia degli Arcadi. He is a connoisseur of art, and needs only to taste the lips of a young songstress in order to be able to foretell whether she will some day be a celeberrima cantatrice, a diva, a world-renowned prima donna. He understands antiquities, and will write a treatise in the choicest Ciceronian Latin concerning some newly unearthed torso of a Grecian Bacchante, reverentially dedicating it to the supreme head of Christendom, to the Pontifex Maximus, for so he addresses him. And what a judge of painting is the Signor Abbate, who visits the painters in their ateliers and directs their attention to the fine points of their female models. The writer of these pages had in him just the material for such an abbate, and was just suited for strolling in delightful dolce far niente through the libraries, art galleries, churches, and ruins of the eternal city, studying among pleasures, and seeking pleasure while studying. I would have read Mass before the most select audiences, and during Holy Week I would have mounted the pulpit as a preacher of strict morality, of course even then never degenerating into ascetic rudeness. The Roman ladies, in particular, would have been greatly edified, and through their favor and my own merit I would, perhaps, have risen eventually to high rank in the hierarchy of the Church. I would, perhaps, have become a Monsignor, a violet stocking, perhaps even a cardinal's red hat might have fallen on my head. The proverb says, "There is no priestling, how small soever he be, that does not wish himself a pope to be." And so it might have come to pass that I should attain the most exalted position of all, for, although I am not naturally ambitious, I would yet not have refused the nomination for Pope, had the choice of the conclave fallen on me. It is, at all events, a very respectable office, and has a good income attached to it, and I do not doubt that I could have discharged the duties of my position with the requisite address. I would have seated myself composedly on the throne of Saint Peter, presenting my toe for the kisses of all good Christians, the priests as well as the laity. With a becoming dignity I would have let myself be carried in triumph through the pillared halls of the great basilica, and only when it tottered very threateningly would I have clung to the arms of the golden throne, which is borne on the shoulders of 6 stalwart camerieri in crimson uniform. By their side walk bald-headed monks of the Capuchin order, carrying burning torches. Then follow lackeys in gala dress, bearing aloft immense fans of peacock's feathers, with which they gently fan the prince of the church. It is all just like Horace Vernet's beautiful painting of such a procession. With a like imperturbable sacerdotal gravity, for I can be very serious if it be absolutely necessary, from the lofty Lateran I would have pronounced the annual benediction over all Christendom. Here, standing on the balcony in pontificalibus and with the triple crown upon my head, surrounded by my scarlet hat cardinals and mitred bishops, priests in suits of gold brocade and monks of every hue, I would have presented my holiness to the view of the swarming multitudes below, who, kneeling and with bowed heads, extended farther than the eye could reach, and I could composedly have stretched out my hands and blessed the city and the world. But, as thou well knowest, gentle reader, I have not become a pope, nor a cardinal, nor even a papal nuncio. In the spiritual as well as in the worldly hierarchy I have attained neither office nor rank, I have accomplished nothing in this beautiful world, nothing has become of me, nothing but a poet. But no, I will not feign a hypocritical humility, I will not depreciate that name. It is much to be a poet, especially to be a great lyric poet, in Germany, among a people who in 2 things, in philosophy and in poetry, have surpassed all other nations. I will not with a sham modesty, the invention of worthless vagabonds, depreciate my fame as a poet. None of my countrymen have won the laurel at so early an age, and if my colleague, Wolfgang Goethe, complacently writes that the Chinese with trembling hand paints Werther and Lottie on porcelain, I can, if boasting is to be in order, match his Chinese fame with one still more legendary, for I have recently learned that my poems have been translated into the Japanese language. but at this moment I am as indifferent to my Japanese fame as to my renown in Finland. Alas! Fame, once sweet as sugared pineapple and flattery, has for a long time been nauseous to me, it tastes as bitter to me now as wormwood. With Romeo, I can say, I am the fool of fortune. The bowl stands filled before me, but I lack a spoon. What does it avail me that at banquets my health is pledged in the choicest wines, and drunk from golden goblets, when I, myself, severed from all that makes life pleasant, may only wet my lips with an insipid potion? What does it avail me that enthusiastic youths and maidens crown my marble bust with laurel wreaths, if meanwhile the shriveled fingers of an aged nurse press a blister of Spanish flies behind the ears of my actual body? What does it avail me that all the roses of Shiraz so tenderly glow and bloom for me? Alas! Shiraz is 2,000 miles away from the Rue d'Amsterdam, where, in the dreary solitude of my sick room, I have nothing to smell, unless it be the perfume of warmed napkins. Alas! The irony of God weighs heavily upon me. The great author of the universe, the Aristophanes of heaven, wished to show the petty, earthly, so-called German Aristophanes that his mightiest sarcasms are but feeble banter compared with his, and how immeasurably he excels me in humor and in colossal wit. Yes, the mockery which the master has poured out over me is terrible, and horribly cruel is his sport. Humbly do I acknowledge his superiority, and I prostrate myself in the dust before him. But, although I lack such supreme creative powers, yet in my spirit also the eternal reason flames brightly, and I may summon even the wit of God before its forum, and subject it to a respectful criticism. And here I venture to offer most submissively the suggestion that the sport which the master has inflicted on the poor pupil is rather too long drawn out. It has already lasted over 6 years, and after a time becomes monotonous. Moreover, if I may take the liberty to say it, in my humble opinion the jest is not new, and the great Aristophanes of heaven has already used it on a former occasion, and has, therefore, been guilty of plagiarism on his own exalted self. In order to prove this assertion, I will quote a passage from the Chronicle of Le Berry. This chronicle is very interesting for those who seek information concerning the manners and customs of Germany during the Middle Ages. As in a fashion journal, it describes the wearing apparel of both sexes which was in vogue at each particular period. It also imparts information concerning the popular ballads of the day, and quotes the opening lines of several of them. Among others, it records that during the year 1480 there were whistled and sung throughout all Germany certain songs, which for sweetness and tenderness surpassed any previously known in German lands. Young and old, and the women in particular, were quite bewitched by these ballads, which might be heard the livelong day. But these songs, so the chronicle goes on to say, were composed by a young priest who was afflicted with leprosy, and lived a forlorn, solitary life, secluded from all the world. You are surely aware, dear reader, what a horrible disease leprosy was during the Middle Ages, and how the wretched beings afflicted with this incurable malady were driven out from all society and from the abodes of men, and were forbidden to approach any human being. Living corpses, they wandered to and fro, muffled from head to foot, a hood drawn over the face, and carrying in the hand a bell, the Lazarus bell, as it was called, through which they were to give timely warning of their approach, so that every one could get out of the way in time. The poor priest whose fame as a lyric poet the chronicle praised so highly was such a leper, and while all Germany, shouting and jubilant, sang and whistled his songs, he, a wretched outcast, in the desolation of his misery sat sorrowful and alone. Oh, that fame was the old, familiar scorn, the cruel jest of God, the same as in my case, although there it appears in the romantic garb of the Middle Ages. The blasé king of Judea said rightly, there is no new thing under the sun. Perhaps that sun itself, which now beams so imposingly, is only an old warmed-up jest. Sometimes among the gloomy phantasms that visit me at night I seem to see before me the poor priest of the Le Berry Chronicle, my brother in Apollo, and his sorrowful eyes stare strangely out of his hood, but almost at the same moment it vanishes, and, Faintly dying away, like the echo of a dream, I hear the jarring tones of the Lazarus bell. The journey to the HARZ. Nothing is permanent but change, nothing constant but death. Every pulsation of the heart inflicts a wound, and life would be an endless bleeding were it not for poetry. She secures to us what nature would deny: a golden age without rust, a spring which never fades, cloudless prosperity and eternal youth. Born. Black dress coats and silken stockings. Snowy ruffles frilled with art. Gentle speeches and embraces. Oh, if they but held a heart. Held a heart within their bosom. Warmed by love which truly glows. Ah! I'm wearied with their chanting. Of imagined lovers' woes. I will climb upon the mountains. Where the quiet cabin stands. Where the wind blows freely o'er us. Where the heart at ease expands. I will climb upon the mountains. Where the somber fir trees grow. Brooks are rustling, birds are singing. And the wild clouds headlong go. Then farewell, ye polished ladies. Polished men and polished hall. I will climb upon the mountains. Smiling down upon you all. The town of Göttingen, celebrated for its sausages and its university, belongs to the King of Hanover, and contains 999 dwellings, divers churches, a lying-in hospital, an observatory, a prison for students, a library and a ratskeller, where the beer is excellent. The stream which flows by the town is called the Lane, and is used in summer for bathing, its waters being very cold, and in more than one place it is so broad that Luther was obliged to take quite a run ere he could leap across. The town itself is beautiful, and pleases most when one's back is turned to it. It must be very ancient, for I well remember that 5 years ago, when I matriculated there, it had already the same grey, prim look, and was fully furnished with catchpoles, beetles, dissertations, festans ants, washerwomen, compendiums, roasted pigeons, Guelphic orders, graduation coaches, pipe heads, court councillors, law councillors, expelling councillors, professors ordinary and extraordinary. Many even assert that, at the time of the great migrations, every German tribe left behind in the town a loosely bound copy of itself in the person of one of its members, and that from these descended all the Vandals, Frisians, Suabians, Teutons, Saxons, Thuringians, one and others, who at the present day still abound in Göttingen, where, separately distinguished by the color of their caps and pipe tassels, they may be seen straying singly or in hordes along the Winder Street. They still fight their battles on the bloody arena of the Raisin Mill, Ritzkenkrug, and Bobden, still preserve the mode of life peculiar to their savage ancestors, and still, as at the time of the migrations, are governed partly by their Dutses, whom they call chief cocks, and partly by their primevally ancient law book, known as the Comment, which fully deserves a place among the Lex Barbarorum. The inhabitants of Göttingen are generally divided into students, professors, Philistines, and cattle, the points of difference between these castes being by no means strictly defined. The cattle class is the most important. I might be accused of prolixity should I here enumerate the names of all the students and of all the regular and irregular professors. Besides, I do not just at present distinctly remember the appellations of all the former gentlemen, while among the professors are many who as yet have no name at all. The number of the Göttingen Philistines must be as numerous as the sands of the seashore. Indeed, when I beheld them of a morning, with their dirty faces and clean bills, planted before the gate of the Collegiate Court of Justice, I wondered greatly that such an innumerable pack of rascals should ever have been created by the Almighty. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It was as yet very early in the morning when I left Göttingen, and the learned, beyond doubt, still lay in bed, dreaming as usual that he wandered in a fair garden, amid the beds of which grew innumerable white papers written over with citations. On these the sun shone cheerily, and he plucked up several here and there and laboriously planted them in new beds, while the sweetest songs of the nightingales rejoiced his old heart. Before the Winder gate I met two small native schoolboys, one of whom was saying to the other, I don't intend to keep company any more with Theodore, he is a low blackguard, for yesterday he didn't even know the genitive of mensa. Insignificant as these words may appear, I still regard them as entitled to be recorded, nay, I would even write them as town motto on the gate of Göttingen, for the young birds pipe as the old ones sing, and the expression accurately indicates the narrow, petty academic pride so characteristic of the highly learned Georgia Augusta. The fresh morning air blew over the high road, the birds sang cheerily, and, little by little, with the breeze and the birds, my mind also became fresh and cheerful. Such refreshment was sorely needed by one who had long been confined in the Pandect stable. Roman casuists had covered my soul with grey cobwebs, my heart was as though jammed between the iron paragraphs of selfish systems of jurisprudence, there was an endless ringing in my ears of such sounds as Tribonian, Justinian, Hermogenian, and Blockheadian, and a sentimental brace of lovers seated under a tree appeared to me like an edition of the Corpus Juris with closed clasps. The road began to take on a more lively appearance. Milkmaids occasionally passed, as did also donkey drivers with their grey pupils. Beyond Wiend I met the shepherd and Doris. This is not the idyllic pair sung by Gessner, but the duly and comfortably appointed university beadles, whose duty it is to keep watch and ward so that no students fight duels in Bobden, and, above all, that no new ideas are smuggled in by speculative private lecturers. Shepherd greeted me as one does a colleague, for he, too, is an author, who has frequently mentioned my name in his semi-annual writings. In addition to this, I may mention that when, as was frequently the case, he came to cite me before the university court and found me not at home, he was always kind enough to write the citation with chalk upon my chamber door. Occasionally a one-horse vehicle rolled along, well packed with students, who were leaving for the vacation or forever. In such a university town there is an endless coming and going. Every 3 years beholds a new student generation, forming an incessant human tide, where one semester wave succeeds another, and only the old professors stand fast in the midst of this perpetual motion flood, immovable as the pyramids of Egypt. Only in these university pyramids no treasures of wisdom are buried. From out the myrtle bushes, by Roskenwasser, I saw 2 hopeful youths appear, singing charmingly the Rossinian lay of Drink Beer, Pretty, Pretty Liza. These sounds I continued to hear when far in the distance, and after I had long lost sight of the amiable vocalists, as their horses, which appeared to be gifted with characters of extreme German deliberation, were spurred and lashed in a most excruciating style. In no place is the skinning alive of horses carried to such an extent as in Göttingen, and often, when I beheld some lame and sweating hack, which, to earn the scraps of fodder which maintained his wretched life, was obliged to endure the torment of some roaring blade, or draw a whole wagon load of students, I reflected, unfortunate beast. Most certainly thy first ancestors, in some horse paradise, did eat of forbidden oats. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Beyond Norden the sun flashed high in heaven. His intentions toward me were evidently good, and he warmed my brain until all the unripe thoughts which it contained came to full growth. The Pleasant Sun Tavern in Norden is not to be despised, either. I stopped there and found dinner ready. All the dishes were excellent and suited me far better than the wearisome, academical courses of saltless, leathery dried fish and cabbage réchauffé, which were served to me in Göttingen. After I had somewhat appeased my appetite, I remarked in the same room of the tavern a gentleman and 2 ladies, who were about to depart. The cavalier was clad entirely in green, he even had on a pair of green spectacles which cast a verdigris tinge upon his copper-red nose. The gentleman's general appearance was like what we may presume King Nebuchadnezzar's to have been in his later years, when, according to tradition, he ate nothing but salad, like a beast of the forest. The green one requested me to recommend him to a hotel in Göttingen, and I advised him, when there, to inquire of the first convenient student for the Hotel de Brubeck. One lady was evidently his wife, an altogether extensively constructed dame, gifted with a rubicund square mile of countenance, with dimples in her cheeks which looked like spittoons for cupids. A copious double chin appeared below, like an imperfect continuation of the face, while her high-piled bosom, which was defended by stiff points of lace and a many-cornered collar, as if by turrets and bastions, reminded one of a fortress. Still, it is by no means certain that this fortress would have resisted an ass laden with gold, any more than did that of which Philip of Macedon spoke. The other lady, her sister, seemed her extreme antitype. If the one were descended from Pharaoh's fat kine, the other was as certainly derived from the lean. Her face was but a mouth between two ears, her breast was as inconsolably comfortless and dreary as the Louberger Heath, while her absolutely dried-up figure reminded one of a charity table for poor theological students. Both ladies asked me, in a breath, if respectable people lodged in the Hotel de Brubeck. I assented to this question with a clear conscience, and as the charming trio drove away I waved my hand to them many times from the window. The landlord of the Sun laughed, however, in his sleeve, being probably aware that the Hotel de Brubeck was a name bestowed by the students of Göttingen upon their university prison. Beyond Nordheim mountain ridges begin to appear, and the traveler occasionally meets with a picturesque eminence. The wayfarers whom I encountered were principally peddlers, traveling to the Brunswick fair, and among them there was a group of women, every one of whom bore on her back an incredibly large cage nearly as high as a house, covered over with white linen. In this cage were every variety of singing birds, which continually chirped and sung, while their bearers merrily hopped along and chattered together. It seemed droll thus to behold one bird carrying others to market. The night was as dark as pitch when I entered Osterode. I had no appetite for supper, and at once went to bed. I was as tired as a dog and slept like a god. In my dreams I returned to Göttingen and found myself in the library. I stood in a corner of the Hall of Jurisprudence, turning over old dissertations, lost myself in reading, and, when I finally looked up, remarked to my astonishment that it was night and that the hall was illuminated by innumerable overhanging crystal chandeliers. The bell of the neighboring church struck 12, the hall door slowly opened, and there entered a superb colossal female form, reverentially accompanied by the members and hangers-on of the legal faculty. The giantess, though advanced in years, retained in her countenance traces of severe beauty, and her every glance indicated the sublime Titaness, the mighty Themis. The sword and balance were carelessly grasped in her right hand, while with the left she held a roll of parchment. Two young doctors juris bore the train of her faded grey robe, by her right side the lean court councillor Rusticus, the Lycurgus of Hanover, fluttered here and there like a zephyr, declaiming extracts from his last handbook of law, while on her left her cavalier servant, the privy councillor of Justice Cujacius, hobbled gaily and gallantly along, constantly cracking legal jokes, himself laughing so heartily at his own wit that even the serious goddess often smiled and bent over him, exclaiming, as she tapped him on the shoulder with the great parchment roll, "You little scamp, who begin to trim the trees from the top." All of the gentlemen who formed her escort now drew nigh in turn, each having something to remark or jest over, either a freshly worked-up miniature system, or a miserable little hypothesis, or some similar abortion of their own insignificant brains. Through the open door of the hall, many strange gentlemen now entered, who announced themselves as the remaining magnates of the illustrious order, mostly angular suspicious-looking fellows, who with extreme complacency blazed away with their definitions and hair-splittings, disputing over every scrap of a title to the title of a pandect. And other forms continually flocked in, the forms of those who were learned in law in the olden time, men in antiquated costume, with long councillors' wigs and forgotten faces, who expressed themselves greatly astonished that they, the widely famed of the previous century, should not meet with special consideration, and these, after their manner, joined in the general chattering and screaming, which, like ocean breakers, became louder and madder around the mighty goddess, until she, bursting with impatience, suddenly cried, in a tone of the most agonized titanic pain, "Silence! Silence! I hear the voice of the beloved Prometheus. Mocking cunning and brute force are chaining the innocent one to the rock of martyrdom, and all your prattling and quarreling will not allay his wounds or break his fetters." So cried the goddess, and rivulets of tears sprang from her eyes. The entire assembly howled as if in the agonies of death, the ceiling of the hall burst asunder, the books tumbled madly from their shelves. In vain did Munchausen step out of his frame to call them to order, it only crashed and raged all the more wildly. I sought refuge from this bedlam broken loose in the hall of history, near that gracious spot where the holy images of the Apollo Belvedere and the Venus de Medici stand near each other, and I knelt at the feet of the goddess of beauty. In her glance I forgot all the wild excitement from which I had escaped, my eyes drank in with intoxication the symmetry and immortal loveliness of her infinitely blessed form. Hellenic calm swept through my soul, while above my head Phoebus Apollo poured forth, like heavenly blessings, the sweetest tones of his lyre. Awaking, I continued to hear a pleasant, musical sound. The flocks were on their way to pasture, and their bells were tinkling. The blessed golden sunlight shone through the window, illuminating the pictures on the walls of my room. They were sketches from the War of Independence, which faithfully portrayed what heroes we all were. Further, there were scenes representing executions on the guillotine, from the time of the Revolution under Louis XIV, and other similar decapitations which no one could behold without thanking God that he lay quietly in bed drinking excellent coffee, and with his head comfortably adjusted upon neck and shoulders. After I had drunk my coffee, dressed myself, read the inscriptions upon the window panes, and settled my bill at the inn, I left Osterode. This town contains a certain quantity of houses and a given number of inhabitants, among whom are divers and sundry souls, as may be ascertained in detail from Gottschalk's Pocket Guidebook for Heart's Travelers. Ere I struck into the highway, I ascended the ruins of the very ancient Osterroder Berg. They consisted merely of the half of a great, thick-walled tower, which appeared to be fairly honeycombed by time. The road to Clausthal led me again uphill, and from one of the first eminences I looked back once more into the dale where Osterode with its red roofs peeps out from among the green fir woods, like a moss rose from amid its leaves. The sun cast a pleasant, tender light over the whole scene. From this spot the imposing rear of the remaining portion of the tower may be seen to advantage. There are many other ruined castles in this vicinity. That of Hardenberg, near Norden, is the most beautiful. Even when one has, as he should, his heart on the left, that is, the liberal side, he cannot banish all melancholy feeling on beholding the rocky nests of those privileged birds of prey, who left to their effete descendants only their fierce appetites. So it happened to me this morning. My heart thawed gradually as I departed from Göttingen. I again became romantic, and as I went on I made up this poem. Rise again, ye dreams forgotten. Heart gate, open to the sun. Joys of song and tears of sorrow, sweetly strange from thee shall run. I will rove the fir tree forest, where the merry fountain springs, where the free, proud stags are wandering, where the thrush, my darling, sings. I will climb upon the mountains, on the steep and rocky height, where the grey old castle ruins stand in rosy morning light. I will sit a while reflecting on the times long passed away, races which of old were famous, glories sunk in deep decay. Grows the grass upon the tilt yard, where the all-victorious knight overcame the strongest champions, won the guerdon of the fight. O'er the balcony twines ivy, where the fairest gave the prize, him who all the rest had vanquished, overcoming with her eyes. Both the victors, knight and lady, fell long since by death's cold hand. So the grey and withered Scythian lays the mightiest in the sand. After proceeding a little distance, I met with a travelling journeyman who came from Brunswick, and who related to me that it was generally believed in that city that their young duke had been taken prisoner by the Turks during his tour in the Holy Land, and could be ransomed only by an enormous sum. The extensive travels of the duke probably originated this tale. The people at large still preserve that traditional fable-loving train of ideas which is so pleasantly shown in their Duke Ernest. The narrator of this news was a tailor, a neat little youth, but so thin that the stars might have shone through him as through ocean's misty ghosts. Altogether, he was made up of that eccentric mixture of humor and melancholy peculiar to the German people. This was especially expressed in the droll and affecting manner in which he sang that extraordinary popular ballad, "A Beetle Sat Upon the Hedge," some. There is one fine thing about us Germans: no one is so crazy but that he may find a crazier comrade who will understand him. Only a German can appreciate that song, and in the same breath laugh and cry himself to death over it. On this occasion I also remarked the depth to which the words of Goethe have penetrated the national life. My lean comrade trilled occasionally as he went along, joyful and sorrowful, "Thoughts are free." Such a corruption of text is usual among the multitude. He also sang a song in which Lottie by the grave of Werther wept. The tailor ran over with sentimentalism in the words, "Sadly by the rosebeds now I weep, where the late moon found us oft alone. Moaning where the silver fountains sleep, once which whisper joy in every tone." Asterisk 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 asterisk. The hills here became steeper, the firwoods below were like a green sea, and white clouds above sailed along over the blue sky. The wildness of the region was, as it were, tamed by its uniformity and the simplicity of its elements. Nature, like a true poet, abhors abrupt transitions. Clouds, however fantastically formed they may at times appear, still have a white, or at least a subdued hue, harmoniously corresponding with the blue heaven and the green earth, so that all the colors of a landscape blend into one another like soft music, and every glance at such a natural picture tranquilizes and reassures the soul. The late Hoffmann would have painted the clouds spotted and checkered. And, like a great poet, nature knows how to produce the greatest effects with the most limited means. She has, after all, only a sun, trees, flowers, water, and love to work with. Of course, if the latter be lacking in the heart of the observer, the whole will, in all probability, present but a poor appearance. The sun is then only so many miles in diameter, the trees are good for firewood, the flowers are classified according to their stamens, and the water is wet. A little boy who was gathering brushwood in the forest for his sick uncle pointed out to me the village of Leerbach, whose little huts with grey roofs lie scattered along for over a mile through the valley. "There," said he, "live idiots with goitre, and white Negroes. By white Negroes the people mean albinos." The little fellow lived on terms of peculiar understanding with the trees, addressing them like old acquaintances, while they in turn seemed by their waving and rustling to return his salutations. He chirped like a thistle finch, many birds around answered his call, and, ere I was aware, he had disappeared amid the thickets with his little bare feet and his bundle of brush. Children, thought I, are younger than we, they can remember when they were once trees or birds, and are consequently still able to understand them. We of larger growth are, alas, too old for that, and carry about in our heads too many sorrows and bad verses and too much legal lore. But the time when it was otherwise recurred vividly to me as I entered Clausthal. In this pretty little mountain town, which the traveler does not behold until he stands directly before it, I arrived just as the clock was striking 12 and the children came tumbling merrily out of school. The little rogues, nearly all red-cheeked, blue-eyed, flaxen-haired, sprang and shouted and awoke in me melancholy and cheerful memories how I once myself, as a little boy, sat all the forenoon long in a gloomy Catholic cloister school in Dusseldorf, without so much as daring to stand up, enduring meanwhile a terrible amount of Latin, whipping, and geography, and how I too hurrahed and rejoiced, beyond all measure when the old Franciscan clock at last struck 12. The children saw by my knapsack that I was a stranger, and greeted me in the most hospitable manner. One of the boys told me that they had just had a lesson in religion, and showed me the Royal Hanoverian Catechism, from which they were questioned on Christianity. This little book was very badly printed, so that I greatly feared that the doctrines of faith made thereby but an unpleasant blotting paper sort of impression upon the children's minds. I was also shocked at observing that the multiplication table, which surely seriously contradicts the Holy Trinity, was printed on the last page of the Catechism, as it at once occurred to me that by this means the minds of the children might, even in their earliest years, be led to the most sinful skepticism. We Prussians are more intelligent, and, in our zeal for converting those heathen who are familiar with arithmetic, take good care not to print the multiplication table in the back of the Catechism. I dined at the Crown, at Clausthal. My repast consisted of spring green parsley soup, violet blue cabbage, a pile of roast veal, which resembled chimborazo in miniature, and a sort of smoked herring, called buckings, from the inventor, William Bucking, who died in 1447, and who, on account of the invention, was so greatly honored by Charles V that the great monarch in 1556 made a journey from Middelburg to Beevleed in Zealand for the express purpose of visiting the grave of the great man. How exquisitely such dishes taste when we are familiar with their historical associations. **************** In the silver refinery, as has so frequently happened in life, I could get no glimpse of the precious metal. In the mint I succeeded better, and saw how money was made. Beyond this I have never been able to advance. On such occasions mine has invariably been the spectator's part, and I verily believe that, if it should rain dollars from heaven, the coins would only knock holes in my head, while the children of Israel would merrily gather up the silver manna. With feelings in which comic reverence was blended with emotion, I beheld the newborn shining dollars, took one in my hand as it came fresh from the stamp, and said to it, "Young dollar, what a destiny awaits thee! What a cause wilt thou be of good and of evil! How thou wilt protect vice and patch up virtue! How thou wilt be beloved and accursed! How thou wilt aid in debauchery, pandering, lying, and murdering! How thou wilt restlessly roll along through clean and dirty hands for centuries, until finally, laden with trespasses and weary with sin, thou wilt be gathered again unto thine own, in the bosom of an Abraham, who will melt thee down, purify thee, and form thee into a new and better being, perhaps an innocent little teaspoon, with which my own great-great-grandson will mash his porridge." I will narrate in detail my visit to Dorothea and Caroline, the two principal Clausthaler mines, having found them very interesting. Half an hour away from the town are situated two large dingy buildings. Here the traveler is transferred to the care of the miners. These men wear dark and generally steel blue-colored jackets, of ample girth, descending to the hips, with pantaloons of a similar hue, a leather apron tied on behind, and a rimless green felt hat which resembles a decapitated ninepin. In such a garb, with the exception of the back leather, the visitor is also clad, and a miner, his leader, after lighting his mine lamp, conducts him to a gloomy entrance resembling a chimney hole, descends as far as the breast, gives him a few directions relative to grasping the ladder, and requests him to follow fearlessly. The affair is entirely devoid of danger, though it at first appears quite otherwise to those unacquainted with the mysteries of mining. Even the putting on of the dark convict dress awakens very peculiar sensations. Then one must clamber down on all fours, the dark hole is so very dark, and Lord only knows how long the ladder may be. But we soon remark that this is not the only ladder descending into the black eternity, for there are many, of from 15 to 20 rounds apiece, each standing upon a board capable of supporting a man, and from which a new hole leads in turn to a new ladder. I first entered the Caroline, the dirtiest and most disagreeable Caroline with whom I ever had the pleasure of becoming acquainted. The rounds of the ladders were covered with wet mud. And from one ladder we descend to another with the guide ever in advance, continually assuring us that there was no danger so long as we held firmly to the rounds and did not look at our feet, and that we must not for our lives tread on the side plank, where the buzzing barrel rope runs, and where 2 weeks ago a careless man was knocked down, unfortunately breaking his neck by the fall. Far below is a confused rustling and humming, and we continually bump against beams and ropes which are in motion, winding up and raising barrels of broken ore or of water. Occasionally we pass galleries hewn in the rock, called stolms, where the ore may be seen growing, and where some solitary miner sits the livelong day, wearily hammering pieces from the walls. I did not descend to those deepest depths where it is reported that the people on the other side of the world, in America, may be heard crying, "Hurrah for Lafayette!" Between ourselves, where I did go seemed to me deep enough in all conscience, there was an endless roaring and rattling, uncanny sounds of machinery, the rush of subterranean streams, sickening clouds of ore dust continually rising, water dripping on all sides, and the miner's lamp gradually growing dimmer and dimmer. The effect was really benumbing. I breathed with difficulty, and had trouble in holding to the slippery rounds. It was not fright which overpowered me, but, oddly enough, down there in the depths, I remembered that a year before, about the same time, I had been in a storm on the North Sea, and I now felt that it would be an agreeable change could I feel the rocking of the ship, hear the wind with its thunder trumpet tones, while amid its lulls sounded the hearty cry of the sailors, and all above was freshly swept by God's own free air. Yes, sir. Panting for air, I rapidly climbed several dozens of ladders, and my guide led me through a narrow and very long gallery toward the Dorothea mine. Here it was airier and fresher, and the ladders were cleaner, though at the same time longer and steeper, than in the Caroline. I felt revived and more cheerful, particularly as I again observed traces of human beings. Far below I saw wandering, wavering lights. Miners with their lamps came upwards one by one with the greeting, "Good luck to you," and, receiving the same salutation from us, went onwards and upwards. Something like a friendly and quiet, yet, at the same time, painful and enigmatical recollection flitted across my mind as I met the deep glances and earnest pale faces of these young and old men, mysteriously illuminated by their lanterns, and thought how they had worked all day in lonely and secret places in the mines, and how they now longed for the blessed light of day and for the glances of wives and children. My guide himself was an absolutely honest, thoroughly loyal German specimen. With inward joy he pointed out to me the place where the Duke of Cambridge, when he visited the mines, dined with all his train, and where the long wooden table yet stands, with the accompanying great chair, made of ore, in which the Duke sat. "This is to remain as an eternal memorial," said the good miner, and he related with enthusiasm how many festivities had then taken place, how the entire Sturm had been adorned with lamps, flowers, and decorations of leaves, how a miner boy had played on the cithern and sung, how the dear, delighted, fat Duke had drained many healths, and what a number of miners would cheerfully die for the dear, fat Duke, and for the whole house of Hanover. I am moved to my very heart when I see loyalty thus manifested in all its natural simplicity. It is such a beautiful sentiment, and such a purely German sentiment. Other people may be wittier, more intelligent, and more agreeable, but none is so faithful as the real German race. Did I not know that fidelity is as old as the world, I would believe that a German heart had invented it. German fidelity is no modern yours very truly, or I remain your humble servant. In your courts, ye German princes, ye should cause to be sung, and sung again, the old ballad of the trusty Eckhart and the base Burgund who slew Eckhart's 7 children, and still found him faithful. Ye have the truest people in the world, and ye err when ye deem that the old, intelligent, trusty hound has suddenly gone mad, and snaps at your sacred calves. And, like German fidelity, the little mine lamp has guided us quietly and securely, without much flickering or flaring, through the labyrinth of shafts and sturms. We ascend out of the gloomy mountain night. Sunlight flashes around. Good luck to you. Most of the miners dwell in Clausthal, and in the adjoining small town of Zellerfeld. I visited several of these brave fellows, observed their little households, heard many of their songs, which they skillfully accompany with their favorite instrument, the cithern, and listened to old mining legends, and to their prayers which they are accustomed to offer daily in company ere they descend the gloomy shaft, and many a good prayer did I offer up with them. One old climber even thought that I ought to remain among them, and become a man of the mines, but as I took my leave notwithstanding, he gave me a message to his brother, who dwelt near Goslar, and many kisses for his darling niece. Tranquil even to stagnation as the life of these people may appear, It is, nevertheless, a real and vivid life. That ancient trembling crone who sits behind the stove opposite the great clothes press may have been there for a quarter of a century, and all her thinking and feeling is, beyond a doubt, intimately blended with every corner of the stove and the carvings of the press. And clothes press and stove lie, for a human being hath breathed into them a portion of her soul. It was only in such deeply contemplative life as this, in such direct relationship between man and the things of the outer world, that the German fairy tale could originate, the peculiarity of which consists in the fact that in it not only animals and plants, but also objects apparently inanimate, speak and act. To thoughtful harmless people in the quiet homeliness of their lowly mountain cabins or forest huts, the inner life of these objects was gradually revealed, they acquired a necessary and consistent character, a sweet blending of fantastic humor and purely human sentiment, and thus we find in the fairy tale as something marvelous and yet at the same time quite natural the pin and the needle wandering forth from the tailor's home and losing their way in the dark, the straw and the coal seeking to cross the brook and coming to grief, the dustpan and broom quarreling and fighting on the stairs. Thus the mirror, when interrogated, shows the image of the fairest lady, and even drops of blood begin to utter obscure and fearful words of the deepest compassion. And this is the reason why our life in childhood is so infinitely significant, for then all things are of the same importance, nothing escapes our attention, there is equality in every impression, while, when more advanced in years, we must act with design, busy ourselves more exclusively with particulars, carefully exchange the pure gold of observation for the paper currency of book definitions, and win in breadth of life what we lost in depth. Now, we are grown up, respectable people, we often inhabit new dwellings, the housemaid daily cleans them and changes at her will the position of the furniture, which interests us but little, as it is either new or may belong today to Jack, tomorrow to Isaac. Even our very clothes are strange to us, we hardly know how many buttons there are on the coat we wear, for we change our garments as often as possible, and none of them remains deeply identified with our external or inner history. We can hardly remember how that brown vest once looked, which attracted so much laughter, and yet on the broad stripes of which the dear hand of the loved one so gently rested. The old dame who sat behind the stove opposite the clothes press wore a flowered dress of some old-fashioned material, which had been the bridal robe of her departed mother. Her great-grandson, a fair-haired boy, with flashing eyes, clad in a miner's dress, sat at her feet and counted the flowers on her dress. It may be that she has narrated to him many a story connected with that dress, many serious and pretty stories, which the boy will not readily forget, which will often recur to him when he, a grown-up man, works alone in the midnight galleries of the Caroline, and which he in turn will narrate when the dear grandmother has long been dead, and he himself, a silver-haired, tranquil old man, sits amid the circle of his grandchildren behind the stove, opposite the great clothes press. I lodged that night too in the Crown, where the court councillor B. of Göttingen had arrived meanwhile, and I had the pleasure of paying my respects to the old gentleman. After writing my name in the book of arrivals, I turned over the leaves of the month of July and found therein, among others, the much-loved name of Adalbert von Chamisso, the biographer of the immortal Schlemihl. The landlord remarked of Chamisso that the gentleman had arrived during one terrible storm and departed in another. The next morning I had again to lighten my knapsack, and threw overboard an extra pair of boots, then I arose and went on to Goslar, where I arrived without knowing how. This much alone do I remember, that I sauntered up hill and down dale, gazing upon many a lovely meadow vale, silver waters rippled and murmured, sweet woodbirds sang, the bells of the flocks tinkled, the many-shaded green trees were gilded by the sun, and, over all, the blue silk canopy of heaven was so transparent that one could look through the depths even to the Holy of Holies, where angels sit at the feet of God, studying thorough bass in the features of the eternal countenance. But I was all the time lost in a dream of the previous night, which I could not banish from my thoughts. It was an echo of the old legend how a knight descended into a deep fountain beneath which the fairest princess of the world lay buried in a death-like magic slumber. I myself was the knight, and the dark mine of Clausthal was the fountain. Suddenly innumerable lights gleamed around me, watchful dwarfs leapt from every cranny in the rocks, grimacing angrily, cutting at me with their short swords, blowing shrilly on horns, which summoned more and ever more of their comrades, and frantically nodding their great heads. But as I hewed them down with my sword the blood flowed, and I for the first time remarked that they were not really dwarfs, but the red-blooming, long-bearded thistle-tops, which I had the day before hewed down on the highway with my stick. At last they all vanished, and I came to a splendid lighted hall, in the midst of which stood my heart's loved one, veiled in white, and immovable as a statue. I kissed her mouth, and then, oh heavens! I felt the blessed breath of her soul and the sweet tremor of her lovely lips. It seemed that I heard the divine command, "Let there be light," and a dazzling flash of eternal light shot down, but at the same instant it was again night, and all ran chaotically together into a wild turbulent sea. A wild turbulent sea, indeed, over whose foaming waves the ghosts of the departed madly chased one another, their white shrouds floating in the wind, while behind all, goading them on with cracking whip, ran a many-colored harlequin, and I was the harlequin. Suddenly from the black waves the sea monsters raised their misshapen heads, snatched at me with extended claws, and I awoke in terror. Alas, how the finest fairy tales may be spoiled! The knight, in fact, when he has found the sleeping princess, ought to cut a piece from her priceless veil, and when, by his bravery, she has been awakened from her magic sleep and is again seated on her golden throne in her palace, the knight should approach her and say, "My fairest princess, dost thou not know me?" Then she will answer, "My bravest knight, I know thee not." And then he shows her the piece cut from her veil, exactly fitting the deficiency, and she knows that he is her deliverer, and both tenderly embrace, and the trumpets sound, and the marriage is celebrated. It is really a very peculiar misfortune that my love dreams so seldom have so fine a conclusion. The name of Goslar rings so pleasantly, and there are so many very ancient and imperial associations connected therewith, that I had hoped to find an imposing and stately town. But it is always the same old story when we examine celebrities too closely. I found a nest of houses, drilled in every direction with narrow streets of labyrinthine crookedness, and amid which a miserable stream, probably the Goes, winds its sad and muddy way. The pavement of the town is as ragged as Berlin hexameters. Only the antiquities which are embedded in the frame or mounting of the city, that is to say, its remnants of walls, towers, and battlements, give the place a piquant look. One of these towers, known as the Zwinger, or Donjon Keep, has walls of such extraordinary thickness that entire rooms are excavated therein. The open place before the town, where the world-renowned shooting matches are held, is a beautiful large plain surrounded by high mountains. The market is small, and in its midst is a spring fountain, the waters from which pours into a great metallic basin. When an alarm of fire is raised, they strike several times on this cup-formed basin, which gives out a very loud vibration. Nothing is known of the origin of this work. Some say that the devil placed it once during the night on the spot where it stands. In those days people were as yet fools, nor was the devil any wiser, and they mutually exchanged gifts. The town hall of Goslar is a whitewashed guard-room. The Guildhall, hard by, has a somewhat better appearance. In this building, equidistant from roof and ceiling, stands the statues of German emperors. Blackened with smoke and partly gilded, in one hand the scepter, and in the other the globe, they look like roasted college beetles. One of the emperors holds a sword instead of a scepter. I cannot imagine the reason of this variation from the established order, though it has doubtless some occult signification, as Germans have the remarkable peculiarity of meaning something in whatever they do. In Gottschalk's handbook I had read much of the very ancient cathedral, and of the far-famed imperial throne at Goslar. But when I wished to see these curiosities, I was informed that the church had been torn down, and that the throne had been carried to Berlin. We live in deeply significant times, when millennial churches are destroyed and imperial thrones are tumbled into the lumber room. A few memorials of the late cathedral of happy memory are still preserved in the Church of St. Stephen. These consist of stained glass pictures of great beauty, a few indifferent paintings, including a Lucas Cranach, a wooden Christ crucified, and a heathen altar of some unknown metal. The latter resembles a long square coffer, and is upheld by caryatides, which in a bowed position hold their hands above their heads in support, and are making the most hideous grimaces. But far more hideous is the adjacent large wooden crucifix of which I have just spoken. This head of Christ, with its real hair and thorns and blood-stained countenance, represents, in the most masterly manner, the death of a man but not of a divinely born Savior. Nothing but physical suffering is portrayed in this image, not the sublime poetry of pain. Such a work would be more appropriately placed in a hall of anatomy than in a house of the Lord. The sacristan's wife, an artistic expert who led me about, showed me a special rarity. This was a many-cornered, well-planed blackboard covered with white numerals, which hung like a lamp in the middle of the building. Oh, how brilliantly does the spirit of invention manifest itself in the Protestant Church! For who would think it? The numbers on this board are those of the Psalms for the day, which are generally chalked on a common black tablet, and have a very sobering effect on an aesthetic mind, but which, in the form above described, even ornament the church and fully make up for the want of pictures by Raphael. Such progress delights me infinitely, since I, as a Protestant and a Lutheran, am ever deeply chagrined when Catholic opponents ridicule the empty, God-forsaken appearance of Protestant churches. The churchyard at Goslar did not appeal to me very strongly, but a certain very pretty blonde ringleted head which peeped smilingly from a parterre window did. After dinner I again sought out this fascinating window, but, instead of a maiden, I beheld a glass containing white bell flowers. I clambered up, stole the flowers, put them quietly in my cap, and descended, unheeding the gaping mouths, petrified noses, and goggle eyes, with which the people in the street, and especially the old women, regarded this qualified theft. As I, an hour later, passed by the same house, the beauty stood by the window, and, as she saw the flowers in my cap, she blushed like a ruby and started back. This time I had seen the beautiful face to better advantage. It was a sweet, transparent incarnation of summer evening breeze, moonshine, nightingale notes, and rose perfume. Later, in the twilight hour, she was standing at the door. I drew near. She slowly retreated into the dark entry. I followed, and, seizing her hand, said, "I am a lover of beautiful flowers and of kisses, and when they are not given to me I steal them." Here I quickly snatched a kiss, and, as she was about to flee, whispered soothingly, "Tomorrow I leave this town, probably never to return." Then I perceived a faint pressure of the lovely lips and of the little hand, and I hurried smilingly away. Yes, I must smile when I reflect that unconsciously I uttered the magic formula by which our red and blue-coated cavaliers more frequently win female hearts than by their mustachioed attractiveness. Tomorrow I leave, probably never to return. During the night which I passed at Goslar, a remarkably curious occurrence befell me. Even now I cannot think of it without terror. I am not cowardly by nature, and heaven knows that I have never experienced any special anguish when, for example, a naked blade has sought to make acquaintance with my nose, or when I have lost my way at night in a wood of ill repute, or when, at a concert, a yawning lieutenant has threatened to swallow me. But ghosts I fear almost as much as the Austrian observer 3. What is fear? Does it originate in the brain or in the emotions? This was a point which I frequently disputed with Dr. Saul Ascher, when we accidentally met in the Café Royal in Berlin, where for a long time I used to take dinner. The doctor invariably maintained that we feared anything, because we recognized it as fearful, by a certain process of reasoning, for reason alone is an active power, the emotions are not. While I ate and drank my fill, the doctor continued to demonstrate to me the advantages of reason. Toward the end of his demonstration, he was accustomed to look at his watch and remark conclusively, "Reason is the highest principle." Reason. Never do I hear this word without recalling Dr. Saul Asher, with his abstract legs, his tight-fitting transcendental grey long coat, his forbidding icy face, which could have served as frontispiece for a textbook of geometry. This man, deep in the 50s, was a personified straight line. In his striving for the positive, the poor man had, by dint of philosophizing, eliminated all the splendid things from life, such as sunshine, religion, and flowers, so that there remained nothing for him but the cold positive grave. The Apollo Belvedere and Christianity were the two special objects of his malice, and he had even published a pamphlet against the latter, in which he had demonstrated its unreasonableness and untenableness. In addition to this, he has written a great number of books, in all of which reason shines forth in all its peculiar excellence, and as the poor doctor meant what he said in all seriousness, he was, so far, deserving of respect. But the great joke consisted precisely in this, that the doctor invariably cut such a seriously absurd figure when he could not comprehend what every child comprehends, simply because it is a child. I visited the doctor of reason several times in his own house, where I found him in company with very pretty girls, for reason, it seems, does not prohibit the enjoyment of the things of this world. Once, however, when I called, his servant told me the Herr Doctor had just died. I experienced as much emotion on this occasion as if I had been told that the Herr Doctor had just moved. To return to Goslar. The highest principle is reason, said I soothingly to myself, as I slid into bed. But it availed me nothing. I had just been reading in Varnhagen von Enst's German tales, which I had brought with me from Clausthal, that terrible story of the son who went about to murder his father and was warned in the night by the ghost of his mother. The wonderful truthfulness with which the story is depicted, caused, while reading it, a shudder of horror in all my veins. Ghost stories invariably thrill us with additional horror when read during a journey, and by night in a town, in a house, and in a room where we have never been before. We involuntarily reflect, how many horrors may have been perpetrated on this very spot where I now lie. Meanwhile, the moon shone into my room in a doubtful, suspicious manner, all kinds of uncalled-for shapes quivered on the walls, and as I raised myself in bed and glanced fearfully toward them, I beheld there is nothing so uncanny as when a man accidentally sees his own face by moonlight in a mirror. At the same instant there struck a deep booming, yawning bell, and that so slowly and wearily that after the 12th stroke I firmly believed that 12 full hours must have passed and that it would begin to strike 12 all over again. Between the last and next to the last tones, there struck in very abruptly, as if irritated and scolding, another bell, which was apparently out of patience with the slowness of its colleague. As the two iron tongues were silenced, and the stillness of death sank over the whole house, I suddenly seemed to hear, in the corridor before my chamber, something halting and shuffling along, like the unsteady steps of an old man. At last my door opened, and there entered slowly the late departed Dr. Saul Asher. A cold fever ran through me. I trembled like an ivy leaf and scarcely dared to gaze upon the ghost. He appeared as usual, with the same transcendental grey long coat, the same abstract legs, and the same mathematical face, only this latter was a little yellower than usual. The mouth, which formerly described two angles of 22½ degrees, was pinched together, and the circles around the eyes had a somewhat greater radius. Tottering, and supporting himself as usual upon his malacca cane, he approached me, and said in his usual drawling accent but in a friendly manner, "Do not be afraid, nor believe that I am a ghost. It is a deception of your imagination, if you believe that you see me as a ghost. What is a ghost? Define one. Deduce for me the conditions of the possibility of a ghost. What reasonable connection is there between such an apparition and reason? Reason, I say, reason." Here the ghost proceeded to analyze reason, cited from Kant's Critique of Pure Reason, Part 2, Section I, Book 2, Cha, the distinction between phenomena and noumena, then went on to construct a hypothetical system of ghosts, piled one syllogism on another, and concluded with the logical proof that there are absolutely no ghosts. Meanwhile the cold sweat ran down my back, my teeth clattered like castanets, and from very agony of soul I nodded an unconditional assent to every assertion which the phantom doctor alleged against the absurdity of being afraid of ghosts, and which he demonstrated with such zeal that once, in a moment of distraction, instead of his gold watch he drew a handful of grave worms from his vest pocket, and remarking his error, replaced them with a ridiculous but terrified haste. Reason is the highest. Here the clock struck 1, but the ghost vanished. The next morning I left Goslar and wandered along, partly at random, and partly with the intention of visiting the brother of the Clausthal miner. Again we had beautiful Sunday weather. I climbed hill and mountain, saw how the sun strove to drive away the mists, and wandered merrily through the quivering woods, while around my dreaming head rang the bell-flowers of Goslar. The mountains stood in their white night robes, the fir trees were shaking sleep out of their branching limbs, the fresh morning wind curled their drooping green locks, the birds were at morning prayers, the meadow vale flashed like a golden surface sprinkled with diamonds, and the shepherd passed over it with his bleating flock. Asterisk 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 asterisk. After much circuitous wandering I came to the dwelling of the brother of my Clausthal friend. Here I stayed all night and experienced the following beautiful poem. Stands the butte upon the mountain, where the ancient woodman dwells. There the dark green fir trees rustle. Casts the moon its golden spells. In the butte there stands an armchair, richly carved and cleverly. He who sits therein is happy. And that happy man am I. On the footstool sits a maiden. On my lap her arms repose, with her eyes like blue stars beaming, and her mouth a newborn rose. And the dear blue stars shine on me. Wide like heaven's great arch their gaze. And her little lily finger archly on the rose she lays. Nay, the mother cannot see us, for she spins the whole day long. And the father plays the cithern, as he sings a good old song. And the maiden softly whispers, softly, that none may hear. Many a solemn little secret hath she murmured in my ear. Since I lost my aunt who loved me, now we never more repair to the shooting lodge at Goslar, and it is so pleasant there. Here above it is so lonely, on the rocks where cold winds blow, and in winter we are always deeply buried in the snow. And I'm such a timid creature, and I'm frightened like a child at the evil mountain spirits, who by night are raging wild. Silent falls the winsome maiden, frightened by her own surmise. Little hands, so white and dimpled, pressing on her sweet blue eyes. Louder now the fir trees rustle. Spinning wheel more harshly drones. In their pauses sounds the cithern, and the old song's simple tones. Do not fear, my tender nursling, aught of evil spirits might, for good angels still are watching round thy pathway day and night. Now the fir tree's dark green fingers tap upon the window low, and the moon, a yellow listener, casts within her sweetest glow. Father, mother, both are sleeping. Near at hand their rest they take. But we too, in pleasant gossip, keep each other long awake. That thou prayest much too often, seems unlikely, I declare. On thy lips there is a quiver which was never born of prayer. Ah, that heartless, cold expression all my being terrifies, though my darkling fear is lessened by thy frank and honest eyes. Yet I doubt if thou believest what is held for truth by most. Hast thou faith in God the Father, in the Son and Holy Ghost? Ah, my darling, when an infant by my mother's knee I stood, I believed in God the Father, in the ruler great and good. He who made the world so lovely, gave man beauty, gave him force, and to sun and moon and planets pre-appointed each its course. As I older grew, my darling, and my way in wisdom won, I in reason comprehended, and believe now in the Son. In the well-loved Son, who, loving, up at the gates of love so wide, and for thanks as is the custom by the world was crucified. Now, that I in full-grown manhood reading, travel, wisdom boast, still my heart expands, and, truly I believe the Holy Ghost, who bath worked the greatest wonders, greater still he'll work again. He bath broken tyrants' strongholds, broken every vassal's chain. Ancient deadly wounds he healeth, he renews man's ancient right, all to him, born free and equal, are as nobles in his sight. Clouds of evil flee before him, and those cobwebs of the brain which forbade us love and pleasure, scowling grimly on our pain. And 1,000 knights in armor hath he chosen and required to fulfill his holy bidding, all with noblest zeal inspired. Lo! Their precious swords are gleaming, and their banners wave in fight. What? Thou fain wouldst see, my darling, such a proud and noble knight? Well, then, gaze on me, my dearest, I am of that lordly host. Kiss me. And you kiss a chosen champion of the Holy Ghost. Silently the moon conceals her, down behind the somber trees, and the lamp which lights our chamber flickers in the evening breeze. But the starry eyes are beaming softly o'er the dimpled cheeks, and the purple rose is glowing, while the gentle maiden speaks. Little people, fairy goblins, steal away our meat and bread, in the chest it lies at evening, in the morning it has fled. From our milk the little people steal the cream and all the best, then they leave the dish uncovered, and our cat drinks up the rest. And the cat's a witch, I'm certain, for by night, when storms arise, oft she seeks the haunted hilltop where the fallen tower lies. There was once a splendid castle, home of joy and weapons bright, where there swept in stately pageant lady, page, and armed knight. But a sorceress charmed the castle, with its lords and ladies fair, now it is a lonely ruin, and the owls are nesting there. But my aunt hath often told me, could I speak the proper word, in the proper place up yonder, when the proper hour occurred, I should see the ruins changing swiftly to a castle bright, and again in stately dances dame and page and gallant knight. He who speaks the word of power wins the castle for his own, and the knight with drum and trumpet loud will hail him lord alone. So the simple fairy pictures from the little rose mouth bloom, and the gentle eyes are shedding star blue luster through the gloom. Round my hand the little maiden winds her gold locks as she will, gives a name to every finger, kisses, smiles, and then is still. All things in the silent chamber seem at once familiar grown, as if and the chairs and clothes press well of old to me were known. Now the clock talks kindly, gravely, and the cithern, as 'twould seem, of itself is faintly chiming, and I sit as in a dream. Now the proper hour is striking, here the charm should now be heard. Child, how wouldst thou be astonished, should I speak the magic word? If I spoke that word, then fading night would thrill in fearful strife, trees and streams would roar together, as the mountains woke to life, ringing lutes and goblin ditties from the clefted rock would sound, like a mad and merry springtide. Flowers grow forest high around, thousand startling, wondrous flowers, leaves of vast and fabled form, strangely perfumed, wildly quivering, as if thrilled with passion's storm. In a crimson conflagration, roses o'er the tumult rise, giant lilies, white as crystal, shoot like columns to the skies. Great as suns, the stars above us gaze adown with burning glow, fill the lilies' cups gigantic, with their light's abundant flow. We ourselves, my little maiden, would be changed more than all. Torchlight gleams o'er gold and satin, round us merrily would fall. Thou thyself wouldst be the princess, and this hut thy castle high. Ladies, lords, and graceful pages would be dancing, singing by. However, I have conquered thee, and all things, with the word. Serfs and castle low, with trumpet loud they hail me as their lord. The sun rose, The mists flitted away like phantoms at the third crow of the cock. Again I wandered up hill and down dale, while above me soared the fair sun, ever lighting up new scenes of beauty. The spirit of the mountain evidently favored me, well knowing that a poetical character has it in his power to say many a fine thing of him, and on this morning he let me see his hearts as it is not, most assuredly, seen by every one. But the hearts also saw me as I am seen by few, and there were as costly pearls on my eyelashes as on the grass of the valley. The morning dew of love wet my cheeks, the rustling pines understood me, their twigs parted and waved up and down, as if, like mute mortals, they would express their joy with gestures of their hands, and from afar I heard beautiful and mysterious chimes, like the sound of bells belonging to some hidden forest church. People say that these sounds are caused by the cattle bells, which, in the hearts ring with remarkable clearness and purity. It was noon, according to the position of the sun, as I chanced upon such a flock, and its shepherd, a friendly, light-haired young fellow, told me that the great hill at whose base I stood was the old, world-renowned Brocken. For many leagues around there is no house, and I was glad enough when the young man invited me to share his meal. We sat down to a déjeuner de notoire, consisting of bread and cheese. The sheep snatched up our crumbs, while pretty glossy heifers jumped around, ringing their bells roguishly, and laughing at us with great merry eyes. We made a royal meal, my host appearing to me every inch a king, and as he is the only monarch who has ever given me bread, I will sing his praises right royally. Kingly is the herd boy's calling. On the knoll his throne is set. O'er his hair the sunlight falling gilds a living coronet. Red-marked sheep that bleat so loudly are his courtiers cross-bedight. Calves that strut before him proudly seem each one a stalwart knight. Goats are actors nimbly springing, and the cows and warblers gay, with their bell and flute notes ringing, form the royal orchestra. And whene'er the music hushes, soft the pine tree murmurs creep, far away a cataract rushes. Look, our noble king's asleep. Meanwhile through the kingdom bounding, rules the dog as minister, till his bark from cliffs rebounding echoes to the sleeper's ear. Yawning syllables he utters. Ruling is too hard a task. Were I but at home, he mutters, with my queen 'tis all I'd ask. On her arm my head reposes free from care, how happily! And her loving glance discloses kingdom wide enough for me. 4. We took leave of each other in a friendly manner, and with a light heart I began to ascend the mountain. I was soon welcomed by a grove of stately firs, for which I entertain great respect in every regard, for these trees have not found growing to be such an easy business, and during the days of their youth it fared hard with them. The mountain is here sprinkled with a great number of blocks of granite, and most of the trees were obliged either to twine their roots over the stones, or to split them in two, and thus laboriously to search for the soil from which to draw their nourishment. Here and there stones lie on top of one another, forming, as it were, a gate, and over all rise the trees, twining their naked roots down over the stone portals, and only laying hold of the soil when they reach its base, so that they appear to be growing in the air, and yet, as they have forced their way up to that startling height and grown into one with the rocks, they stand more securely than their comfortable comrades, who are rooted in the tame forest soil of the level country. So it is in life with those great men who have strengthened and established themselves by resolutely overcoming the obstacles and hindrances of their early years. Squirrels climbed amid the fir twigs, while, beneath, yellow deer were quietly grazing. I cannot comprehend, when I see such a noble, lovable animal, how educated and refined people can take pleasure in hunting and killing it. Such a creature was once more merciful than man, and suckled the pining Schmerzenreich of the holy Genoveva. Most beautiful were the golden sun rays shooting through the dark green of the firs. The roots of the trees formed a natural stairway, and everywhere my feet encountered swelling beds of moss, for the stones are here covered foot deep, as if with light green velvet cushions. Everywhere a pleasant freshness and the dreamy murmur of streams. Here and there we see water rippling silver clear amid the rocks, washing the bare roots and fibers of trees. Bend down toward all this ceaseless activity and listen, and you will hear, as it were, the mysterious history of the growth of the plants, and the quiet pulsations of the heart of the mountain. In many places the water jets strongly up amid rocks and roots, forming little cascades. It is pleasant to sit in such places. There is such a wonderful murmuring and rustling, the birds pour forth broken lovesick strains, the trees whisper as if with 1,000 maidens' tongues, the odd mountain flowers peep up at us as if with 1,000 maidens' eyes, stretching out to us their curious, broad, drolly scalloped leaves, the sun rays flash here and there in sport, the herbs, as though endowed with reason, are telling one another their green legends, all seems enchanted and it becomes more and more mysterious, an old dream is realized, the loved one appears. Alas, that she so quickly vanishes. The higher we ascend, so much the shorter and more dwarf-like do the fir trees become, shrinking up, as it were, within themselves, until finally only whortleberries, bilberries, and mountain herbs remain. It is also sensibly colder. Here, for the first time, the granite boulders, which are frequently of enormous size, become fully visible. These may well have been the balls which evil spirits cast at one another on the Walpurgis night, when the witches come riding hither on brooms and pitchforks, when the mad, unhallowed revelry begins, as our credulous nurses have told us, and as we may see it represented in the beautiful Faust pictures of Master Rech. Yes, a young poet, who, while journeying from Berlin to Göttingen past the Brocken on the first evening in May, even noticed how certain ladies who cultivated belles lettres, were holding their aesthetic tea circle in a rocky corner, how they comfortably read aloud the evening journal, how they praised as universal geniuses their poetic billy goats which hopped bleating around their table, and how they passed a final judgment on all the productions of German literature. But when they at last fell upon Ratcliffe and Almansor, utterly denying to the author aught like piety or Christianity, the hair of the youth rose on end, terror seized him, I spurred my steed and rode onwards. In fact, when we ascend the upper half of the Brocken, no one can well help thinking of the amusing legends of the Blocksberg, and especially of the great mystical German national tragedy of Dr. Faust. It ever seemed to me that I could hear the cloven foot scrambling along behind, and someone breathing humorously. And I verily believe that Mephisto himself must breathe with difficulty when he climbs his favorite mountain, for it is a road which is to the last degree exhausting, and I was glad enough when I at last beheld the long-desired Brocken house. This house, as every one knows from numerous pictures, is situated on the summit of the mountain, consists of a single story, and was erected in the year 1800 by Count Stolberg Kornigerode, in behalf of whom it is managed as a tavern. On account of the wind and cold in winter its walls are incredibly thick. The roof is low. From its midst rises a tower-like observatory, and near the house lie two little outbuildings, one of which in earlier times served as shelter to the Brocken visitors. On entering the Brocken house, I experienced a somewhat unusual and unreal sensation. After a long solitary journey amid rocks and pines, the traveler suddenly finds himself in a house amid the clouds. Far below lie cities, hills, and forests, while above he encounters a curiously blended circle of strangers, by whom he is received, as is usual in such assemblies, almost like an expected companion, half inquisitively and half indifferently. I found the house full of guests, and, as becomes a wise man, I first thought of the night, and of the discomfort of sleeping on straw. With the voice of one dying I called for tea, and the Brocken landlord was reasonable enough to perceive that the sick gentleman must be provided with a decent bed. This he gave me in a narrow room, where a young merchant, a long emetic in a brown overcoat, had already established himself. In the public room I found a full tide of bustle and animation. There were students from different universities. Some of the newly arrived were taking refreshments. Others, preparing for departure, buckled on their knapsacks, wrote their names in the album, and received Brocken bouquets from the housemaids. There was pinching of cheeks, singing, springing, trilling, questions asked, answers given, fragments of conversation such as fine weather footpath prosit luck be with you. Adieu. Some of those leaving were also partly drunk, and these derived a twofold pleasure from the beautiful scenery, for a tipsy man sees double. After recruiting my strength I ascended the observatory, and there found a little gentleman with two ladies, one of whom was young and the other elderly. The young lady was very beautiful, a superb figure, flowing locks, surmounted by a helm-like black satin chapeau, amid whose white plumes the wind played, fine limbs, so closely enwrapped by a black silk mantle that their exquisite form was made manifest, and great free eyes, calmly looking down into the great free world. When a boy I thought of naught save tales of magic and wonder, and every fair lady who had ostrich feathers on her head I regarded as an elfin queen. If I observed that the train of her dress was wet I believed at once that she must be a water fairy. Now I know better, having learned from natural history that those symbolical feathers are found on the most stupid of birds, and that the train of a lady's dress may become wet in a very natural way. But if I had, with those boyish eyes, seen the aforesaid young lady in the aforesaid position on the Brocken, I would most assuredly have thought that is the fairy of the mountain, and she has just uttered the charm which has caused everything down there to appear so wonderful. Yes, at the first glance from the Brocken everything appears in a high degree marvelous. New impressions throng in on every side, and these, varied and often contradictory, unite in our soul in an as yet undefined uncomprehended sensation. If we succeed in grasping the sensation in its conception we shall comprehend the character of the mountain. This character is entirely German as regards not only its advantages but also its defects. The Brocken is a German. With German thoroughness he points out to us sharply and accurately defined as in a panorama the hundreds of cities, towns, and villages which are principally situated to the north, and all the mountains, forests, rivers, and plains which extend endlessly in all directions. But for this very reason everything appears like a sharply designed and perfectly colored map, and nowhere is the eye gratified by really beautiful landscapes, just as we German compilers, owing to the honorable exactness with which we attempt to give all and everything, never appear to think of giving the details in a beautiful manner. The mountain, in consequence, has a certain calm, German, intelligent, tolerant character, simply because he can see things so distant yet so distinctly. And when such a mountain opens his giant eyes, it may be that he sees somewhat more than we dwarfs, who with our weak eyes climb over him. Many indeed assert that the Blocksberg is very Philistien, and Claudius once sang the Blocksberg is the lengthy Surfelistin, but that was an error. On account of his bald head, which he occasionally covers with a cloud cap, the Blocksberg has indeed a somewhat Philistien aspect, but this with him, as with many other great Germans, is the result of pure irony, for it is notorious that he has his wild student and fantastic periods, as, for instance, on the first night of May. Then he casts his cloud cap uproariously and merrily into the air, and becomes, like the rest of us, romantic mad, in real German fashion. I soon sought to entrap the beauty into a conversation, for we begin to fully enjoy the beauties of nature only when we talk about them on the spot. Asterisk 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 asterisk. While we conversed twilight stole, the air grew colder, the sun sank lower and lower, and the tower platform was filled with students, traveling mechanics, and a few honest citizens with their spouses and daughters, all of whom were desirous of witnessing the sunset. It is truly a sublime spectacle, which tunes the soul to prayer. For a full quarter of an hour all stood in solemn silence, gazing on the beautiful fireball as it gradually sank in the west. Our faces were bathed in the rosy light, our hands were involuntarily folded. It seemed as if we, a silent congregation, stood in the nave of a giant cathedral, that the priest raised the body of the Lord, and the Palestrina's immortal hymns poured forth from the organ. As I stood thus, lost in devotion, I heard someone near me exclaim, "Ah, how beautiful nature is, as a general thing." These words came from the sentimental heart of my roommate, the young merchant. They brought me back to my weekday frame of mind, and I was now able to say a few neat things to the ladies about the sunset and to accompany them, as calmly as if nothing had happened, to their room. They permitted me to talk an hour longer with them. Our conversation, like the Earth's course, was about the sun. The mother declared that the sun, as it sank in the snowy clouds, seemed like a red glowing rose, which the gallant heaven had thrown upon the white outspreading bridal veil of his loved earth. The daughter smiled, and thought that a frequent observation of such phenomena weakened their impression. The mother corrected this error by a quotation from Goethe's Letters of Travel, and asked me if I had read Werther. I believe that we also spoke of Angora cats, Etruscan vases, Turkish shawls, macaroni, and Lord Byron, from whose poems the elder lady, daintily lisping and sighing, recited several passages about the sunset. To the younger lady, who did not understand English, and who wished to become familiar with those poems, I recommended the translation of my fair and gifted countrywoman, the Baroness Elise von Hohenhausen. On this occasion, as is my custom when talking with young ladies, I did not fail to declaim against Byron's godlessness, heartlessness, cheerlessness, and heaven knows what besides. After this business I took a walk on the Brocken, for there it is never quite dark. The mist was not heavy, and I could see the outlines of the two hills known as the Witch's Altar and the Devil's Pulpit. I fired my pistol, but there was no echo. Suddenly, however, I heard familiar voices and found myself embraced and kissed. The newcomers were fellow students from my own part of Germany, and had left Göttingen 4 days later than I. Great was their astonishment at finding me again, alone on the Blocksberg. Then came a flood tide of narrative, of astonishment, and of appointment-making, of laughing, and of recollecting, and in the spirit we found ourselves again in our learned Siberia, where refinement is carried to such an extent that the bears are tied up in the taverns, and the sables wish the hunter good evening. 5 In the great room we had supper. There was a long table, with 2 rows of hungry students. At first we indulged in the usual topic of university conversation, duels, and once again duels. The company consisted principally of Halle students, and Halle formed, in consequence, the nucleus of their discourse. The window panes of Court Councillor Schutz were exegetically illuminated. Then it was mentioned that the King of Cyprus' last levee had been very brilliant, that the monarch had chosen a natural son, that he had married with the left hand a princess of the House of Liechtenstein, that the state mistress had been forced to resign, and that the entire ministry, greatly moved, had wept according to rule. I need hardly explain that this all referred to certain beer dignitaries in Halle. Then the 2 Chinese, who 2 years before had been exhibited in Berlin, and who were now appointed lecturers on Chinese aesthetics in Halle, were discussed. Then jokes were made. Someone supposed a case in which a live German might be exhibited for money in China, and to this end a placard was fabricated, in which the mandarins Ching Chang Chung and Hai Ha Ho certified that the man was a genuine Teuton, including a list of his accomplishments, which consisted principally of philosophizing, smoking, and endless patience. It concluded with the notice that visitors were prohibited from bringing any dogs with them at 12 o'clock, as these animals would be sure to snap from the poor German all his tidbits. A young Burschenschafter, who had recently passed his period of purification in Berlin, spoke much, but very partially, of this city. He had frequented both Wysotsky and the theatre, but judged falsely of both. For youth is ever ready with a word, etc. He spoke of the sumptuousness of the costumes, of scandals among actors and actresses, and similar matters. The youth knew not that in Berlin, where outside show exerts the greatest influence, this ostentation must flourish on the stage preeminently, and consequently that the special care of the management must be for the color of the beard with which a part is played and for the truthfulness of the costumes which are designed by sworn historians and sewed by scientifically instructed tailors. And this is indispensable. For if Maria Stuart wore an apron belonging to the time of Queen Anne, the banker, Christian Gumpel, would with justice complain that thereby all illusion was destroyed, and if Lord Burleigh in a moment of forgetfulness should don the hose of Henry IV, Then the war counselor von Steinzopf's wife, née Lilienthau, would not get the anachronism out of her head for the whole evening. But little as this young man had comprehended the conditions of the Berlin drama, still less was he aware that the Spontini Janissary opera, with its kettledrums, elephants, trumpets, and gongs, is a heroic means of inspiring our enervated people with warlike enthusiasm, a means once shrewdly recommended by Plato and Cicero. Least of all did the youth comprehend the diplomatic significance of the ballet. It was with great trouble that I finally made him understand that there was really more political science in Hage's feet than in Buchholz's head, that all his tours de danse signified diplomatic negotiations, and that his every movement hinted at state matters, as, for instance, when he bent forward anxiously, stretching his hands out wide and grasping at the air, he meant our cabinet, that 100 pirouettes on one toe without quitting the spot alluded to the German Diet, that he was thinking of the lesser princes when he tripped around with his legs tied, that he described the European balance of power when he tottered hither and thither like a drunken man, that he hinted at a congress when he twisted his bended arms together like a skein, and finally, that he sets forth our altogether too great friend in the East, when, very gradually unfolding himself, he rises on high, stands for a long time in this elevated position, and then all at once breaks out into the most terrifying leaps. The scales fell from the eyes of the young man, and he now saw how it was that dancers are better paid than great poets, and why the ballet forms in diplomatic circles an inexhaustible subject of conversation. By Apis. How great is the number of the esoteric, and how small the array of the esoteric frequenters of the theater. There sit the stupid audience, gaping and admiring leaps and attitudes, studying anatomy in the positions of Lemire, and applauding the entrechats of Ronus, prattling of grace, harmony, and limbs, no one remarking meanwhile that he has before him in chronological ciphers the destiny of the German fatherland. **********. The company around the table gradually became better acquainted and much noisier. Wine banished beer, punch bowls steamed, songs were sung, and brotherhood was drunk in true student fashion. The old land's father toast and the beautiful songs of W. Muller, Ruckert, Uhland, and others rang out with the exquisite airs of Methfessel. Best of all sounded our own Arndt's German words. The Lord, who bade iron grow, wished for no slaves. And out of doors it roared as if the old mountain sang with us, and a few reeling friends even asserted that he merrily shook his bald head, which caused the great unsteadiness of the floor of our room. ***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** in which plates learned to dance and glasses to fly, there sat opposite me two youths, beautiful and pale as statues, one resembling Adonis, the other Apollo. The faint rosy hue which the wine spread over their cheeks was scarcely noticeable. They gazed on each other with infinite affection, as if the one could read in the eyes of the other, and in those eyes there was a light as though drops of light had fallen therein from the cup of burning love, which an angel on high bears from one star to the other. They conversed softly with earnest trembling voices, and narrated sad stories, through all of which ran a tone of strange sorrow. "Laura is dead now too," said one, and, sighing, proceeded to tell of a maiden of Halle who had loved a student, and who, when the latter left Halle, spoke no more to anyone, ate but little, wept day and night, gazing over on the canary bird which her lover had given her. The bird died, and Laura did not long survive it, was the conclusion, and both the youths sighed as though their hearts would break. Finally the other said, "My soul is sorrowful, come forth with me into the dark night. Let me inhale the breath of the clouds and the moon rays. Companion of my sorrow. I love thee, thy words are musical, like the rustling of reeds and the flow of rivulets, they reach in my breast, but my soul is sad." Both of the young men arose. One threw his arm around the neck of the other, and thus they left the noisy room. I followed, and saw them enter a dark chamber, where the one by mistake, instead of the window, threw open the door of a large wardrobe, and both, standing before it with outstretched arms, expressing poetic rapture, spoke alternately. "Ye breezes of darkening night, cried the first, how ye cool and revive my cheeks! How sweetly ye play amid my fluttering locks! I stand on the cloudy peak of the mountain, far below me lie the sleeping cities of men, and blue waters gleam. List! Far below in the valley rustle the fir trees. Far above yonder hills sweep in misty forms the spirits of our fathers. Oh, that I could hunt with ye on your cloud steeds through the stormy night, over the rolling sea, upwards to the stars. Alas! I am laden with grief, and my soul is sad. Meanwhile, the other had also stretched out his arms toward the wardrobe, while tears fell from his eyes as he cried to a pair of yellow leather pantaloons which he mistook for the moon, "Fair art thou, daughter of heaven! Lovely and blessed is the calm of thy countenance. Thou walkest in loveliness. The stars follow thy blue path in the east. At thy glance the clouds rejoice, and their dark forms gleam with light. Who is like unto thee in heaven, thou the night-born? The stars are ashamed before thee, and turn away their sparkling eyes. Whither, ah, whither, when morning pales thy face, dost thou flee from thy path? Hast thou, like me, thy Halley? Dwellest thou amid shadows of sorrow? Have thy sisters fallen from heaven? Are they who joyfully rolled with thee through the night now no more? Yea, they have fallen down, oh! Lovely light, and thou hidest thyself often to bewail them. Yet the night must come at last when thou too will have passed away, and left thy blue path above in heaven. Then the stars, that were once ashamed in thy presence, will raise their green heads and rejoice. But now art clothed in thy beaming splendor and gazest down from the gate of heaven. Tear aside the clouds, oh! Ye winds, that the night-born may shine forth and the bushy hills gleam, and that the foaming waves of the sea may roll in light. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I can bear a tolerable quantity. Modesty forbids me to say how many bottles, and I consequently retired to my chamber in tolerably good condition. The young merchant already lay in bed, enveloped in his chalk-white nightcap and saffron-yellow nightshirt of sanitary flannel. He was not asleep, and sought to enter into conversation with me. He was from Frankfurt on the Main, and consequently spoke at once of the Jews, declared that they had lost all feeling for the beautiful and noble, and that they sold English goods 25% under manufacturers' prices. A fancy to humbug him came over me, and I told him that I was a somnambulist, and must beforehand beg his pardon should I unwittingly disturb his slumbers. This intelligence, as he confessed the following day, prevented him from sleeping a wink through the whole night, especially since the idea had entered his head that I, while in a somnambulistic state, might shoot him with the pistol which lay near my bed. But in truth I fared no better myself, for I slept very little. Dreary and terrifying fancies swept through my brain. From this confusion I was rescued by the landlord of the Brocken, when he awoke me to see the sun rise. On the tower I found several people already waiting, and rubbing their freezing hands. Others, with sleep still in their eyes, stumbled up to us, until finally the whole silent congregation of the previous evening was reassembled, and we saw how, above the horizon, there rose a little carmine-red ball, spreading a dim, wintry light. Far around, amid the mists, rose the mountains, as if swimming in a white rolling sea, only their summits being visible, so that we could imagine ourselves standing on a little hill in the midst of an inundated plain, in which here and there rose dry clods of earth. To retain what I saw and felt, I sketched the following poem. In the east 'tis ever brighter, though the sun gleams fitfully. Far and wide the mountain summits swim above the misty sea. Had I 7-league boots for travel, like the fleeting winds I'd rove, over valley, rock, and river, to the home of her I love. From the bed where now she's sleeping, soft the curtain I would slip, softly kiss her childlike forehead, kiss the ruby of her lip. Yet more softly would I whisper in the little lily ear, think in dreams we still are loving, think I never lost thee, dear. Meanwhile my longing for breakfast was also great, and, after paying a few compliments to my ladies, I hastened down to drink coffee in the warm public room. It was full time, for all within me was as sober and as somber as in the St. Stephen's Church at Goslar. But with the Arabian beverage, the warm Orient thrilled through my limbs, Eastern roses breathed forth their perfumes, sweet bulbul songs resounded, the students were changed to camels, the Brocken housemaids, with their congraveriquet glances, became houris, the Philistine noses, minarets, etc. But the book which lay near me, though full of nonsense, was not the Koran. It was the so-called Brocken book, in which all travelers who ascend the mountain write their names, most inscribing their thoughts, or, in default thereof, their feelings. Many even express themselves in verse. In this book one may observe the horrors which result when the great Philistine host on opportune occasions, such as this on the Brocken, becomes poetic. The palace of the Prince of Pelagonia never contains such absurdities as are to be found in this book. Those who shine in it with especial splendor are Messrs. The excise collectors, with their moldy high inspirations, counter-jumpers, with their pathetic outgushings of the soul, old German Revolution dilettanti with their Turner Union phrases, and Berlin schoolmasters with their unsuccessful efforts at enthusiasm. Mr. Snobbs will also for once show himself as author. In one page the majestic splendor of the sunrise is described, in another complaints occur of bad weather, of disappointed hopes, and of the mists which obstruct the view. A Caroline writes that in climbing the mountain her feet got wet, to which a naive nanny, who was impressed by this, adds, I too, got wet while doing this thing. Went up wet without and came down wet within, is a standing joke, repeated in the book hundreds of times. The whole volume smells of beer, tobacco, and cheese. We might fancy it one of Cloran's novels. Asterisk 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 asterisk. And now the students prepared to depart. Knapsacks were buckled, the bills, which were moderate beyond all expectation, were settled, the susceptible housemaids, upon whose countenances the traces of successful amours were plainly visible, brought, as is their custom, their Brocken bouquets, and helped some to adjust their caps, for all of which they were duly rewarded with either kisses or coppers. Thus we all went down the mountain, albeit one party, among whom were the Swiss and Greifswalder, took the road toward Skierke, and the others, about 20 men, among whom were my fellow countrymen and myself, led by a guide, went through the so-called snow holes down to Ilsenburg. Such a head-over-heels, breakneck piece of business. Halle students travel quicker than the Austrian militia. Ere I knew where I was, the bald summit of the mountain, with groups of stones strewed over it, was behind us, and we went through the firwood which I had seen the day before. The sun poured down a cheerful light on the merry Burschen, in gaily colored garb, as they merrily pressed onward through the wood, disappearing here, coming to light again there, running across marshy places on trunks of trees, climbing over shelving steeps by grasping the projecting tree roots, while they thrilled all the time in the merriest manner and received as joyous an answer from the twittering wood birds, the invisibly plashing rivulets, and the resounding echo. When cheerful youth and beautiful nature meet, they mutually rejoice. The lower we descend the more delightfully did subterranean waters ripple around us, only here and there they peeped out amid rocks and bushes, appearing to be reconnoitring if they might yet come to light, until at last one little spring jumped forth boldly. Then followed the usual show, the bravest one makes a beginning, and then to their own astonishment the great multitude of hesitators, suddenly inspired with courage, rush forth to join the first. Myriads of springs now leaped in haste from their ambush, united with the leader, and finally formed quite an important brook, which, with its innumerable waterfalls and beautiful windings, ripples down the valley. This is now the Ilse, the sweet, pleasant Ilse. She flows through the blessed Ilse vale, on whose sides the mountains gradually rise higher and higher, being clad even to their base with beech trees, oaks, and the usual shrubs, the firs and other needle-covered evergreens having disappeared, for that variety of trees grows preferably upon the lower Harz, as the east side of the Brocken is called in contradistinction to the west side or upper Harz. Being in reality much higher, it is therefore better adapted to the growth of evergreens. It is impossible to describe the merriment, simplicity, and charm with which the Ilse leaps down over the fantastically shaped rocks which rise in her path, so that the water strangely whizzes or foams in one place, amid rift rocks, and in another pours forth in perfect arches through 1,000 crannies, as if from a giant watering pot, and then, lower down, trips away again over the pebbles like a merry maiden. Yes, the old legend is true, the Ilse is a princess, who, in the full bloom of youth, runs laughing down the mountainside. How her white foam garment gleams in the sunshine! How her silvered scarf flutters in the breeze! How her diamonds flash! The high beech trees gaze down on her like grave fathers secretly smiling at the capricious self-will of a darling child, the white birch trees nod their heads like delighted aunts, who are, however, anxious at such bold leaps, the proud oak looks on like a not over-pleased uncle, who must pay for all the fine weather, the birds joyfully sing their applause, the flowers on the bank whisper, "Oh, take us with thee, dear sister." But the merry maiden may not be withheld, and she leaps onward and suddenly seizes the dreaming poet, and there streams over me a flower rain of ringing gleams and flashing tones, and my senses are lost in all the beauty and splendor, and I hear only the voice, sweet pealing as a flute. I am the Princess Ilse, and dwell in Ilsenstein. Come with me to my castle. Thou shalt be blessed and mine. With ever-flowing fountains, I'll cool thy weary brow. Thou'lt lose amid their rippling the cares which grieve thee now. In my white arms reposing, and on my snow-white breast, thou'lt dream of old legends, and sing in joy to rest. I'll kiss thee and caress thee, as in the ancient day I kissed the Emperor Henry, who long has passed away. The dead are dead and silent, only the living love, and I am fair and blooming. Dost feel my wild heart move? And as my heart is beating, my crystal castle rings, where many a knight and lady in merry measure springs. Silk trains are softly rustling, spurs ring from night to morn, and dwarfs are gaily drumming, and blow the golden horn. As round the Emperor Henry, my arms round thee shall fall. I held his ears, he heard not the trumpet's warning call. We feel infinite happiness when the outer world blends with the world of our own soul, and green trees, thoughts, the songs of birds, gentle melancholy, the blue of heaven, memory, and the perfume of herbs, run together in sweet arabesques. Women best understand this feeling, and this may be the cause that such a sweet incredulous smile plays around their lips when we, with scholastic pride, boast of our logical deeds, how we have classified everything so nicely into subjective and objective, how our heads are provided, apothecary-like, with 1,000 drawers, one of which contains reason, another understanding, the third wit, the fourth bad wit, and the fifth nothing at all, that is to say, the idea. As if wandering in dreams, I scarcely observed that we had left the depths of the Ilsthal and were now again climbing uphill. This was steep and difficult work, and many of us lost our breath, but, like our late lamented cousin, who now lies buried at Mouln, we thought in advance of the descent, and were all the merrier in consequence. Finally we reached the Ilsenstein. This is an enormous granite rock, which rises boldly on high from out a glen. On 3 sides it is surrounded by high woody hills, but on the 4th, the north side, there is an open view, and we gazed past the Ilsenberg and the Ilse lying below us, far away into the lowlands. On the tower-like summit of the rock stands a great iron cross, and in case of need there is also room here for 4 human feet. And as nature, through picturesque position and form, has adorned the Ilsenstein with fantastic charms, so legend likewise has shed upon it a rosy shimmer. According to Gottschalk, people say that there once stood here an enchanted castle, in which dwelt the rich and fair Princess Ilse, who still bathes every morning in the Ilse. He who is fortunate enough to hit upon the exact time and place will be led by her into the rock where her castle lies and receive a royal reward. Others narrate a pleasant legend of the lovers of the Lady Ilse and of the Knight of Westenberg, which has been romantically sung by one of our most noted poets in the Evening Journal. Others again say that it was the old Saxon Emperor Henry who had a royal good time with the water nymph Ilse in her enchanted castle. A later author, one Niemann, ESQ, who has written a guide to the hearts in which the height of the hills, variations of the compass, town finances, and similar matters are described with praiseworthy accuracy, asserts, however, that what is narrated of the Princess Ilse belongs entirely to the realm of fable. Thus do all men speak to whom a beautiful princess has never appeared, but we who have been especially favored by fair ladies know better. And the Emperor Henry knew it too. It was not without cause that the old Saxon emperors were so attached to their native hearts. Let anyone only turn over the leaves of the fair Ludberg Chronicle, where the good old gentlemen are represented in wondrously true-hearted woodcuts sitting in full armor on their mailed war steeds, the holy imperial crown on their beloved heads, scepter and sword in firm hands, and then in their dear mustachioed faces he can plainly read how they often longed for the sweethearts of their hearts' princesses, and for the familiar rustling of the heart's forests, when they sojourned in distant lands, yes, even when in Italy, so rich in oranges and poisons, whither they, with their followers, were often enticed by the desire of being called Roman emperors, a genuine German lust for title, which finally destroyed emperor and empire. I, however, advise everyone who may hereafter stand on the summit of the Ilsenstein to think neither of emperor nor empire nor of the fair Ilse, but simply of his own feet. For as I stood there, lost in thought, I suddenly heard the subterranean music of the enchanted castle, and saw the mountains around begin to stand on their heads, while the red-tiled roofs of Ilsenberg were dancing, and green trees flew through the air, until all was green and blue before my eyes, and I, overcome by giddiness, would assuredly have fallen into the abyss, had I not, in the dire need of my soul, clung fast to the iron cross. No one who reflects on the critically ticklish situation in which I was then placed can possibly find fault with me for having done this. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Boyhood days. 6. The town of Dusseldorf is very beautiful, and if you think of it when far away, and happen at the same time to have been born there, strange feelings come over your soul. I was born there, and feel as if I must go straight home. And when I say home I mean the Bolkerstrasse and the house in which I was born. This house will some day be a great curiosity, and I have sent word to the old lady who owns it that she must not for her life sell it. For the whole house she would now hardly get as much as the tips which the distinguished green-veiled English ladies will one day give the servant girl when she shows them the room where I was born, and the hen-house wherein my father generally imprisoned me for stealing grapes, and also the brown door on which my mother taught me to write with chalk. O Lord! Madam, should I ever become a famous author, it has cost my poor mother trouble enough. But my fame as yet slumbers in the marble quarries of Carrara. The waste paper laurel with which they have bedecked my brow has not yet spread its perfume through the wide world, and the green-veiled English ladies, when they come to Dusseldorf as yet leave the celebrated house unvisited, and go directly to the marketplace and there gaze on the colossal black equestrian statue which stands in its midst. This is supposed to represent the Prince Elector, Jan Wilhelm. He wears black armor and a long wig hanging down his back. When a boy, I heard the legend that the artist who made the statue became aware, to his horror, while it was being cast, that he had not metal enough to fill the mold, and then all the citizens of the town came running with all their silver spoons, and threw them in to make up the deficiency, and I often stood for hours before the statue wondering how many spoons were concealed in it, and how many apple tarts the silver would buy. Apple tarts were then my passion, now it is love, truth, liberty, and crab soup. And not far from the statue of the Prince Elector, at the theatre corner, generally stood a curiously constructed bow-legged fellow with a white apron, and a basket girt around him full of delightfully steaming apple tarts, whose praises he well knew how to call out in an irresistible high treble voice. Here you are, hot apple tarts, just from the oven, smelling deliciously. Truly, whenever in my later years the evil one sought to get the better of me, he always spoke in just such an enticing high treble voice, and I should certainly have never remained 12 full hours with the Signora Giulietta, if she had not thrilled me with her sweet perfumed apple tart tones. And, in fact, the apple tarts would never have so sorely tempted me if the crooked Herman had not covered them up so mysteriously with his white apron, and it is aprons, you know, which but I wander from the subject. I was speaking of the equestrian statue which has so many silver spoons in it, and no soup, and which represents the Prince Elector, Jan Wilhelm. He was a brave gentleman, 'tis reported, a lover of art and handy therein himself. He founded the picture gallery in Dusseldorf, and in the observatory there, they still show us an extremely artistic piece of work, consisting of one wooden cup within another which he himself had carved in his leisure hours, of which latter he had every day 24. In those days princes were not the harassed creatures they now are. Their crowns grew firmly on their heads, and at night they drew nightcaps over them besides and slept in peace, and their people slumbered calmly at their feet, and when they awoke in the morning they said, "Good morning, father," and the princes replied, "Good morning, dear children." But there came a sudden change over all this, for one morning when we awoke in Dusseldorf and wanted to say, "Good morning, father," the father had travelled away, and in the whole town there was nothing but dumb sorrow. Everywhere there was a sort of funereal atmosphere, and people crept silently through the market and read the long placard placed on the door of the city hall. The weather was dark and lowering, yet the lean tailor Killian stood in the nankeen jacket, which he generally wore only at home, and in his blue woolen stockings, so that his little bare legs peeped out dismally, and his thin lips quivered as he murmured the words of the placard to himself. An old invalid soldier from the Palatine read it in a somewhat louder tone, and at certain phrases a transparent tear ran down his white, honorable old mustache. I stood near him, and wept with him, and then asked why we wept, and he replied, "The Prince Elector has abdicated." Then he read further, and at the words, "For the long manifested fidelity of my subjects, and hereby release you from your allegiance," he wept still more. It is a strange sight to see, when so old a man, in faded uniform, with a scarred veteran's face, suddenly bursts into tears. While we read, the princely electoral coat of arms was being taken down from the city hall, and everything began to appear as oppressively desolate as though we were waiting for an eclipse of the sun. The city councillors went about at an abdicating, slow gait, even the omnipotent beadle looked as though he had had no more commands to give, and stood calmly indifferent, although the crazy Aloysius again stood upon one leg and chattered the names of French generals, with foolish grimaces, while the tipsy, crooked Gumperts rolled around the gutter, singing, "Caira! Caira!" But I went home, weeping and lamenting because the Prince Elector had abdicated. My mother tried hard to comfort me, but I would hear nothing. I knew what I knew, and went weeping to bed, and in the night dreamed that the world had come to an end, that all the fair flower gardens and green meadows were taken up from the ground and rolled away, like carpets, that a beetle climbed up on a high ladder and took down the sun, and that the tailor Killian stood by and said to himself, "I must go home and dress myself neatly, for I am dead and am to be buried this afternoon." And it grew darker and darker, a few stars glimmered meagerly on high, and these too, at length, fell down like yellow leaves in autumn. One by one all men vanished, and I, poor child, wandered around in anguish, and finally found myself before the willow fence of a deserted farmhouse, where I saw a man digging up the earth with a spade, and near him an ugly, spiteful-looking woman, who held something in her apron like a human head, but it was the moon, and she laid it carefully in the open grave, and behind me stood the Palatine invalid, sighing and spelling out, "The Prince Elector has abdicated." When I awoke the sun shone as usual through the window, there was a sound of drums in the street, and as I entered the sitting room and said good morning to my father, who was sitting in his white dressing gown, I heard the little Lightfoot barber, as he dressed his hair, narrate very minutely that allegiance would be sworn to the Grande Duke Joachim that morning at the city hall. I heard, too, that the new ruler was of excellent family, that he had married the sister of the Emperor Napoleon, and was really a very respectable man, that he wore his beautiful black hair in flowing locks, that he would shortly make his entrance into the town, and, in fine, that he was sure to please all the ladies. Meanwhile the drumming in the streets continued, and I went out before the house door and looked at the French troops marching in that joyous people of glory, who, singing and playing, swept over the world, the serious and yet merry-faced grenadiers, the bearskin shakos, the tricolored cockades, the glittering bayonets, the voltigeurs, full of vivacity and point d'honneur, and the omnipotent giant like silver-laced tambour major, who could cast his baton with a gilded head as high as the first story, and his eyes even to the second, where also there were pretty girls sitting at the windows. I was so glad that soldiers were to be quartered in our house, in which my mother differed from me, and I hastened to the marketplace. There everything looked changed, somewhat as though the world had been newly whitewashed. A new coat of arms was placed on the city hall, its iron balconies were hung with embroidered velvet drapery. French grenadiers stood as sentinels, the old city councillors had put on new faces, and donned their Sunday coats, and looked at each other Frenchily, and said, "Bonjour." Ladies gazed from every window, curious citizens and glittering soldiers filled the square, and I, with other boys, climbed on the great bronze horse of the Prince-Elector, and then stared down on the motley crowd. Our neighbors, Pitter and the tall coons, nearly broke their necks in accomplishing this feat, and it would have been better if they had been killed outright, for the one afterwards ran away from his parents, enlisted as a soldier, deserted, and was finally shot at Mayence, while the other, having made geographical researches in strange pockets, was on this account elected active member of a public treadmill institute. But having broken the iron bands which bound him to the latter and to his fatherland, he safely crossed the Channel, and eventually died in London through wearing an all too tight necktie which automatically drew together, when a royal official removed a plank from beneath his feet. Tall Coons told us that there was no school today on account of the ceremonies connected with taking the oath of allegiance. We had to wait a long time ere these commenced. Finally, the balcony of the city hall was filled with gaily dressed gentlemen, with flags and trumpets, and our burgomaster, in his celebrated red coat, delivered an oration, which stretched out like Indian rubber, or like a knitted nightcap into which one has thrown a stone, only that it was not the philosopher's stone, and I could distinctly understand many of his phrases, for instance, that we are now to be made happy, and at the last words the trumpets sounded out, the flags were waved, the drums were beaten, the people cried, "Hurrah!" And while I myself cried hurrah, I held fast to the old Prince-Elector. And it was really necessary that I should, for I began to grow giddy. It seemed to me as if the people were standing on their heads, because the world whizzed around, while the old Prince-Elector, with his long wig, nodded and whispered, "Hold fast to me," and not till the cannon re-echoed along the wall did I become sobered, and climbed slowly down from the great bronze horse. As I went home, I saw the crazy Aloysius again dancing on one leg, while he chattered the names of French generals, and I also beheld crooked Gumperts rolling in the gutter and growling, "Caira, Caira," and I said to my mother, "We are all to be made happy, on that account there is no school today." 2. The next day the world was again all in order, and we had school as before, and things were learned by heart as before the Roman kings, dates, the nomina in I'm, the verba irregularia, Greek, Hebrew, geography, German, mental arithmetic. Lord, my head is still giddy with it. All had to be learned by heart. And much of it was eventually to my advantage, for had I not learned the Roman kings by heart, it would subsequently have been a matter of perfect indifference to me whether Niebuhr had or had not proved that they never really existed. And had I not learned those dates, how could I ever, in later years, have found out any one in Big Berlin, where one house is as like another as drops of water or as grenadiers, and where it is impossible to find a friend unless you have the number of his house in your head? At that time I associated with every acquaintance some historical event, which had happened in a year corresponding to the number of his house, so that the one recalled the other, and some curious point in history always occurred to me whenever I met anyone whom I visited. For instance, when I met my tailor, I at once thought of the Battle of Marathon. When I saw the well-groomed banker, Christian Gumpel, I immediately remembered the destruction of Jerusalem. When I caught sight of a Portuguese friend, deeply in debt, I thought at once of the flight of Muhammad. When I met the university judge, a man whose probity is well known, I thought of the death of Haman, and as soon as I laid eyes on Wadzek, I was at once reminded of Cleopatra. Ah, heaven! The poor creature is dead now, our tears are dry, and we may say of her with Hamlet, taken all in all, she was an old woman, we oft shall look upon her like again. But, as I said, dates are necessary. I know men who had nothing in their heads but a few dates, and with their aid knew where to find the right houses in Berlin, and are now already regular professors. But oh, the trouble I had at school with the multitude of numbers, and as to actual arithmetic, that was even worse. I understood best of all subtraction, and for this there is a very practical rule: 4 can't be taken from 3, therefore I must borrow 1, but I advise all in such a case to borrow a few extra groschen, for no one can tell what may happen. But oh, the Latin! Madam, you can really have no idea of how complicated it is. The Romans would never have found time to conquer the world if they had been obliged first to learn Latin. Lucky dogs! They already knew in their cradles which nouns have their accusative in im. I, on the contrary, had to learn them by heart, in the sweat of my brow, but still it is well that I know them. For if I, for example, when I publicly disputed in Latin in the College Hall of Göttingen, on the 20th of July, 1825, madam, it was well worth while to hear it. If I on that occasion had said synapem instead of synapeme, the blunder would have been evident to the freshman, and an endless shame for me. Vis, burris, citus, tussus, cucumis, amussus, cannabis, synape. These words, which have attracted so much attention in the world, effected this, inasmuch as they belong to a distinct class, and yet withal remained an exception. Therefore I highly respect them, and the fact that I have them ready at my fingers' ends when I perhaps need them in a hurry, often affords me in life's darkened hours much internal tranquility and consolation. But, madam, the verba irregularia, they are distinguished from the verbis regularibus by the fact that the boys in learning them got more whippings, are terribly difficult. In the musty archways of the Franciscan cloister near our schoolroom there hung a large Christ crucified of grey wood, a dismal image, that even yet at times rises in my dreams and gazes sorrowfully on me with fixed bleeding eyes. Before this image I often stood and prayed, "Oh, thou poor and also tormented God, I pray thee, if it be possible, that I may get by heart the irregular verbs. I will say nothing of Greek, otherwise I should vex myself too much." The monks of the Middle Ages were not so very much in the wrong when they asserted that Greek was an invention of the devil. Lord knows what I suffered through it. It went better with Hebrew, for I always had a great predilection for the Jews, although they crucify my good name up to the present hour, and yet I never could get as far in Hebrew as my watch did, which had much intimate intercourse with pawnbrokers and in consequence acquired many Jewish habits. For instance, it would not go on Saturday, and it also learned the sacred language, subsequently even studying it grammatically, for often when sleepless in the night I have, to my amazement, heard it industriously ticking away to itself: kittle, catalta, catalti, kittle, kidalta, catalti pocket, pocketeti picket, pick, pick. Meanwhile I learned more of German than of any other tongue, though German itself is not such child's play, after all. For we poor Germans, who have already been sufficiently vexed with having soldiers quartered on us, military duties, poll taxes, and 1,000 other exactions, must needs, over and above all this, bag Mr. Adelung and torment one another with accusatives and datives. I learned much German from the old Rector Schallmeyer, a brave, clerical gentleman, whose protege I was from childhood. But I also learned something of the kind from Professor Scram, a man who had written a book on eternal peace, and in whose class my schoolfellows quarreled and fought more than in any other. And while I have thus been writing away without a pause and thinking about all sorts of things, I have unexpectedly chattered myself back among old school stories, and I avail myself of this opportunity to mention, madam, that it was not my fault if I learned so little of geography that later in life I could not make my way in the world. For in those days the French displaced all boundaries, every day the countries were recolored on the world's map, those which were once blue suddenly became green, many indeed were even dyed blood red, the old stereotyped souls of the school books became so confused and confounded that the devil himself would never have recognized them. The products of the country were also changed, chicory and beets now grew where only hares and country gentlemen pursuing them were once to be seen, even the character of the nations changed, the Germans became pliant, the French paid compliments no longer, the English ceased making ducks and drakes of their money, and the Venetians were not subtle enough, there was promotion among princes, old kings received new uniforms, new kingdoms were cooked up and sold like hot cakes, many potentates were chased, on the other hand, from house and home, and had to find some new way of earning their bread, and some therefore went at once into trade, and manufactured, for instance, sealing wax, or madam, this paragraph must be brought to an end, or I shall be out of breath. In fine, in such times it is impossible to advance far in geography. I succeeded better in natural history, for there we find fewer changes, and we always have standard engravings of apes, kangaroos, zebras, rhinoceroses, etc., etc. And having many such pictures in my memory, it often happens that at first sight many mortals appeared to me like old acquaintances. I also did well in mythology, and took a real delight in the mob of gods and goddesses who, so jolly and naked, governed the world. I do not believe that there was a schoolboy in ancient Rome who knew the principal points of his catechism, that is, the loves of Venus, better than I. To tell the plain truth, it seems to me that if we must learn all the heathen gods by heart, we might as well have kept them from the first, and we have not, perhaps, gained so much with our new Roman Trinity, or still less with our Jewish unity. Perhaps the old mythology was not in reality so immoral as we imagine, and it was, for example, a very decent idea of Homer to give to much-loved Venus a husband. But I succeeded best in the French class of the Abbé d'Aulnoy, a French émigré, who had written a number of grammars, and wore a red wig, and jumped about very nervously when he lectured on his art poétique and his histoire allemande. He was the only one in the whole gymnasium who taught German history. Still, French has its difficulties, and to learn it there must be much quartering of troops, much drumming, much apprendre par cœur, and, above all, no one must be a bête allemande. There was here, too, many a hard nut to crack, and I can remember as plainly as though it happened but yesterday that I once got into a bad scrape through la religion. I was asked at least 6 times in succession, Henry, what is French for the faith? And 6 times, with an ever-increasing inclination to weep, I replied, it is called le credit. And after the 7th question the furious examinator, purple in the face, cried, it is called la religion, and there was a rain of blows and a thunder of laughter from all my schoolmates. Madam, since that day I never hear the word religion without having my back turn pale with terror, and my cheeks turn red with shame. And to tell the honest truth, le credit has during my life stood me in the better stead than la religion. It occurs to me just at this instant that I still owe the landlord of the Lion in Bologna $5. And I pledge you my sacred word of honor that I would willingly owe him $5 more if I could only be certain that I should never again hear that unlucky word, la religion, as long as I live. Parbleu, madam. I have succeeded tolerably well in French, for I understand not only patois, but even patrician, governess French. Not long ago, when in an aristocratic circle, I understood nearly 1/2 of the conversation of 2 German countesses, each of whom could count at least 64 years, and as many ancestors. Yes, in the Café Royal in Berlin, I once heard Monsieur Hans Michel Martins talking French, and could understand every word he spoke, though there was no understanding in anything he said. We must know the spirit of a language, and this is best learned by drumming. Parbleu! How much do I not owe to the French drummer who was so long quartered in our house, who looked like a devil, and yet had the good heart of an angel, and withal drummed so divinely. He was a little, nervous figure, with a terrible black moustache, beneath which red lips sprang forth defiantly, while his wild eyes shot fiery glances all round. I, a young shaver, stuck to him like a burr, and helped him to clean his military buttons till they shone like mirrors, and to pipe clay his vest for Monsieur Legrand liked to look well, and I followed him to the guard house, to the roll call, to the parade ground. In those times there was nothing but the gleam of weapons and merriment. Les jours de fête sont passés. Monsieur Legrand knew but a little broken German, only the three principal words, bread, kiss, honor, but he could make himself very intelligible with his drum. For instance, if I knew not what the word liberté meant, he drummed the Marseillaise and I understood him. If I did not understand the word égalité, he drummed the march. Caira, 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 les aristocrats à la lanterne. And I understood him. If I did not know what bêtise meant, he drummed the Dessauer march, which we Germans, as Goethe also declares, drummed in Champagne, and I understood him. He once wanted to explain to me the word El Allemagne, and he drummed the all too simple melody which on market days is played to dancing dogs, namely, dum dum dum. I was vexed, but I understood him for all that. In like manner he taught me modern history. I did not understand, it is true, the words which he spoke, but as he constantly drummed while speaking, I knew what he meant. This is, fundamentally, the best method. The history of the storming of the Bastille, of the Tuileries, and the like, cannot be correctly understood until we know how the drumming was done on such occasions. In our school compendiums of history we merely read, Their Excellencies the Barons and Counts and their noble spouses, Their Highnesses the Dukes and Princes and their most noble spouses were beheaded. His Majesty the King, and his most illustrious spouse, the Queen, were beheaded. But when you hear the Red March of the guillotine drummed, you understand it correctly for the first time, and with it the how and the why. Madam, that is really a wonderful march. It thrilled through marrow and bone when I first heard it, and I was glad that I forgot it. People are apt to forget things of this kind as they grow older, and a young man has nowadays so much and such a variety of knowledge to keep in his head: whist, Boston, genealogical registers, decrees of the Federal Council, dramaturgy, the liturgy, carving, and yet, I assure you that really, despite all the jogging up of my brain, I could not for a long time recall that tremendous time. And only to think, madam. Not long ago I sat one day at table with a whole menagerie of counts, princes, princesses, chamberlains, court-marchaleses, seneschals, upper court mistresses, court-keepers of the royal plate, court-hunters' wives, and whatever else these aristocratic domestics are termed, and their under-domestics ran about behind their chairs and shoved full plates before their mouths, but I, who was passed by and neglected, sat idle without the least occupation for my jaws, and kneaded little bread balls, and drummed with my fingers, from boredom, and, to my astonishment, I found myself suddenly drumming the red, long-forgotten guillotine march. And what happened? Madam, the good people were not in the least disturbed, nor did they know that other people, when they can get nothing to eat, suddenly begin to drum, and that, too, very queer marches, which people have long forgotten. Is drumming now an inborn talent, or was it early developed in me? Enough, it lies in my limbs, in my hands, in my feet, and often involuntarily manifests itself. At Berlin, I once sat in the lecture room of the Privy Councillor Schmaltz, a man who had saved the state by his book on the red and black coat danger. You remember, perhaps, madam, that in Pausanias we are told that by the braying of an ass an equally dangerous plot was once discovered, and you also know from Livy, or from Becker's History of the World, that geese once saved the capital, and you must certainly know from Sallust that by the chattering of a loquacious Putain, the Lady Fulvia, the terrible conspiracy of Catiline came to light. But to return to the mutton aforesaid. I was listening to the Law and Rights of Nations, in the lecture room of the Herr Privy Councillor Schmaltz, and it was a lazy sleepy summer afternoon, and I sat on the bench, and little by little I listened less and less. My head had gone to sleep when all at once I was awakened by the noise of my own feet, which had not gone to sleep and had probably heard that just the contrary of the Law and Rights of Nations was being taught and constitutional principles were being reviled, and which, with the little eyes of their corns, had seen better how things go in the world than the Privy Councillor with his great Juno eyes. These poor dumb feet, incapable of expressing their immeasurable meaning by words, strove to make themselves intelligible by drumming, and they drummed so loudly that I thereby came near getting into a terrible scrape. Cursed, unreflecting feet. They once played me a little trick, when I, on a time in Göttingen, was temporarily attending the lectures of Professor Saalfeld, and as this learned gentleman, with his angular agility, jumped about here and there in his desk, and wound himself up to curse the Emperor Napoleon in regular set style. No, my poor feet, I cannot blame you for drumming then. Indeed, I would not have blamed you if in your dumb naivete you had expressed yourselves by still more energetic movements. How dare I, the scholar of Legrand, hear the Emperor cursed? The Emperor! The Emperor! The great Emperor! When I think of the great Emperor, all in my memory again becomes summer green and golden. A long avenue of lindens in bloom arises before me, and on the leafy twigs sit nightingales, singing. The waterfall murmurs, in full round beds flowers are growing, and dreamily nodding their fair heads. I was on a footing of wondrous intimacy with them. The rouge tulips, proud as beggars, condescendingly greeted me, the nervous-sick lilies nodded to me with tender melancholy, the wine-red roses laughed at me from afar, the night violets sighed. With the myrtle and laurel I was not then acquainted, for they did not entice with a shining bloom, but the mignonette, with whom I am now on such bad terms, was my very particular friend. I am speaking of the court garden of Dusseldorf, where I often lay upon the grass and piously listened there when Monsieur Legrand told of the martial feats of the great Emperor, beating meanwhile the marches which were drummed while the deeds were performed, so that I saw and heard it all vividly. I saw the passage over the Simplon, the Emperor in advance and his brave grenadiers climbing on behind him, while the scream of frightened birds of prey sounded around, and the glaciers thundered in the distance. I saw the Emperor with glove in hand on the bridge of Lodi, I saw the Emperor in his grey cloak at Marengo, I saw the Emperor on horseback in the Battle of the Pyramids, not around save powder, smoke, and mamelukes. I saw the Emperor in the Battle of Austerlitz. How the bullets whistled over the smooth, icy road. I heard the Battle of Genadum, Dune, I heard the Battle of Eylau, of Wagram. No, I could hardly stand it. Monsieur Legrand drummed so that my own eardrum nearly burst. 3. But what were my feelings when my very own eyes were first blessed with the sight of him, Hosanna! The Emperor! It was precisely in the avenue of the court garden at Dusseldorf. As I pressed through the gaping crowd, thinking of the doughty deeds and battles which Monsieur Legrand had drummed to me, my heart beat the general march, yet at the same time I thought of the police regulation that no one should dare ride through the middle of the avenue under penalty of $5 fine. And the Emperor with his cortege rode directly through the middle of the avenue. The trembling trees bowed toward him as he advanced, the sun rays quivered, frightened, yet curious, through the green leaves, and in the blue heaven above there swam visibly a golden star. The Emperor wore his unpretentious green uniform and the little world-renowned hat. He rode a white palfrey, which stepped with such calm pride, so confidently, so nobly. Had I then been Crown Prince of Prussia I would have envied that horse. The Emperor sat carelessly, almost laxly, holding his rein with one hand, and with the other good-naturedly patting the neck of the horse. It was a sunny marble hand, a mighty hand, one of the pair which subdued the many-headed monster of anarchy, and regulated the conflict of nations, and it good-naturedly patted the neck of the horse. Even the face had that hue which we find in the marble Greek and Roman busts, the traits were as nobly proportioned as those of the ancients, and on that countenance was plainly written, "Thou shalt have no gods before me." A smile, which warmed and tranquilized every heart, flitted over the lips, and yet all knew that those lips needed but to whistle, et la plus en existate, plus those lips needed but to whistle, and the entire clergy would have stopped their ringing and singing. Those lips needed but to whistle, and the entire Holy Roman Empire would have danced. And these lips smiled, and the eye too smiled. It was an eye clear as heaven, it could read the hearts of men, it saw at a glance all things in the world at once, while we ordinary mortals see them only one by one. And then only their colored shadows. The brow was not so clear, the phantoms of future battles were nestling there, and from time to time there was a quiver which swept over this brow, and those were the creative thoughts, the great 7-league boots thoughts, wherewith the spirit of the emperor strode invisibly over the world, and I believe that every one of those thoughts would have furnished a German author plentiful material to write about all the days of his life. The emperor rode calmly, straight through the middle of the avenue, no policeman stopped him, behind him proudly rode his cortege on snorting steeds and loaded with gold and ornaments. The drums rolled, the trumpets pealed, near me crazy Aloysius spun round, and snarled the names of his generals, not far off bellowed the tipsy Gumpert, and the multitude cried with 1,000 voices, Es lebe der Kaiser! Long live the Emperor! 4. The Emperor is dead. On a waste island in the Indian Sea lies his lonely grave, and he for whom the world was too narrow lies silently under a little hillock, where 5 weeping willows shake out their green hair, and a gentle little brook, murmuring sorrowfully, ripples by. There is no inscription on his tomb, but Cleo, with unerring style, has written thereon invisible words, which will resound, like ghostly tones, through the centuries. Britannia, the sea is thine. But the sea hath not water enough to wash away the shame which that mighty one hath bequeathed to thee in dying. Not thy windbag, Sir Hudson, no, thou thyself wert the Sicilian bravo whom perjured kings lured that they might secretly revenge on the man of the people that which the people had once openly inflicted on one of themselves. And he was thy guest, and had seated himself by thy hearth. Until the latest times the boys of France will sing and tell of the terrible hospitality of the Bellerophon, and when those songs of mockery and tears resound across the strait, there will be a blush on the cheek of every honorable Briton. But a day will come when this song will ring thither, and there will be no Britannia in existence, when the people of pride will be humbled to the earth, when Westminster's monuments will be broken, and when the royal dust which they enclosed will be forgotten. And St. Helena is the holy grave whither the races of the East and of the West will make their pilgrimage in ships, with pennons of many a hue, and their hearts will grow strong with great memories of the deeds of the worldly Saviour, who suffered and died under Sir Hudson Lowe, as it is written in the Evangelists, Las Casas, O'Meara, and Autamarca. Strange. A terrible destiny has already overtaken the 3 greatest enemies of the Emperor. Londonderry has cut his throat, Louis XVIII has rotted away on his throne, and Professor Saalfeld is still, as before, professor in Göttingen. Lafayette. 8. Paris, January 19, 1832. The Temps remarks today that the Allgemeine Zeitung now publishes articles which are hostile to the royal family, and that the German censorship, which does not permit the least remark to be leveled at absolute kings, does not show the least mercy toward a citizen king. The Temps is really the shrewdest and cleverest journal in the world. It attains its object with a few mild words much more readily than others with the most blustering polemics. Its crafty hint is well understood, and I know of at least one liberal writer who no longer considers it honorable to use, under the permission of the censorship, such inimical language of a citizen king as would not be allowed when applied to an absolute monarch. But in return for that, let Louis Philippe do us one single favor, which is to remain a citizen king, for it is because he is becoming every day more and more like an absolute king that we must complain of him. He is certainly perfectly honorable as a man, an estimable father of a family, a tender spouse and a good economist, but it is vexatious to see how he allows all the trees of liberty to be felled and stripped of their beautiful foliage that they may be sawed into beams to support the tottering House of Orleans. For that, and that only, the liberal press blames him, and the spirits of truth, in order to make war on him, even condescend to lie. It is melancholy and lamentable that through such tactics even the family of the king must suffer, although its members are as innocent as they are amiable. As regards this, the German liberal press, less witty but much kinder than its French elder sister, is guilty of no cruelties. You should at least have pity on the king, lately cried the good-tempered Journal de Débats. Pity on Louis Philippe, replied the Tribune. This man asks for 15 millions and our pity. Did he have pity on Italy, on Poland, etc.? I saw a few days ago the young orphan of Menotti, who was hanged in Medina. Nor is it long since I saw Señora Luisa de Torrijos, a poor deathly pale lady, who quickly returned to Paris when she learned on the Spanish frontier the news of the execution of her husband and of his 52 companions in misfortune. Ah! I really pity Louis Philippe. La Tribune, the organ of the openly declared Republican Party, is pitiless as regards its royal enemy, and every day preaches the Republic. The National, the most reckless and independent journal in France, has recently chimed into the same air in a most surprising manner. And terrible as an echo from the bloodiest days of the Convention sounded the speeches of those chiefs of the Société d'Amis du Peuple who were placed last week before the Court of Assizes, accused of having conspired against the existing government in order to overthrow it and establish a republic. They were acquitted by the jury, because they proved that they had in no way conspired, but had simply uttered their convictions publicly. Yes, we desire the overthrow of this feeble government, we wish for a republic. Such was the refrain of all their speeches before the tribunal. While on one side the serious Republicans draw the sword and growl with words of thunder, the Figaro flashes lightning, and laughs and swings its light lash most effectually. It is inexhaustible in clever sayings as to the best republic, a phrase with which poor Lafayette is mocked, because he, as is well known, once embraced Louis Philippe before the Hôtel de Ville and cried, "Vous êtes la meilleure republique." The Figaro recently remarked that we of course now require no republic, since we have seen the best. And it also said as cruelly, in reference to the debates on the civil list, that la meilleure republique coûte quinze millions. The Republican Party will never forgive Lafayette his blunder in advocating a king. They reproach him with this, that he had known Louis Philippe long enough to be aware beforehand what was to be expected of him. Lafayette is now ill, malade de chagrin, heart-sick. All. The greatest heart of two worlds must feel bitterly the royal deception. It was all in vain that he in the very beginning continually insisted on the programme de l'Hôtel de Ville, on the republican institutions with which the monarchy should be surrounded, and on similar promises. But he was outcried by the doctrinaire gossips and chatterers, who proved from the English history of 1688 that people in Paris in July, 1830, had fought simply to maintain the charter, and that all their sacrifices and struggles had no other object than to replace the elder line of the Bourbons by the younger, just as all was finished in England by putting the House of Orange in place of the Stuarts. Thiers, who does not think with this party, though he now acts as their spokesman, has of late given them a good push forward. This indifferentist of the deepest dye, who knows so admirably how to preserve moderation in the clearness, intelligence, and illustration of his style, this Goethe of politics, is certainly at present the most powerful defender of the system of Perrier, and, in fact, with his pamphlet against Chateaubriand he well nigh annihilated that Don Quixote of legitimacy, who sat so pathetically on his winged Rosinante, whose sword was more shining than sharp, and who shot only with costly pearls instead of good, piercing, leaden bullets. In their irritation at the lamentable turn which events have taken, many of the enthusiasts for freedom go so far as to slander Lafayette. How far a man can go astray in this direction is shown by the book of Belmontet, which is also an attack on the well-known pamphlet by Chateaubriand, and in which the Republic is advocated with commendable freedom. I would here cite the bitter passages against Lafayette contained in this work, were they not on one side too spiteful, and on the other connected with a defense of the Republic which is not suitable to this journal. I therefore refer the reader to the work itself, and especially to a chapter in it entitled The Republic. One may there see how evil fortune may make even the noblest men unjust. I will not here find fault with the brilliant delusion of the possibility of a republic in France. A royalist by inborn inclination, I have now, in France, become one from conviction. For I am convinced that the French could never tolerate any republic, neither according to the constitution of Athens or of Sparta, nor, least of all, to that of the United States. The Athenians were the student youths of mankind, their constitution was a species of academic freedom, and it would be mere folly to seek to introduce it in this our matured age, to revive it in our senile Europe. And how could we put up with that of Sparta, that great and tiresome manufactory of patriotism, that soldier's barrack of republican virtue, that sublimely bad kitchen of equality, in which black broth was so vilely cooked that adequates declared it made men despise life and defy death in battle? How could such a constitution flourish in the very foyer of Gourmans, in the fatherland of Very, of Vifor, and of Kerm? This latter would certainly have thrown himself, like Vattel, on his sword, as a Brutus of cookery and as the last gastronome. Indeed, had Robespierre only introduced Spartan cookery, the guillotine would have been quite superfluous, for then the last aristocrats would have died of terror, or emigrated as soon as possible. Poor Robespierre! You would introduce stern republicanism to Paris, to a city in which 150,000 milliners and dressmakers, and as many barbers and perfumers, exercise their smiling, curling, and sweet-smelling industries. The monotony, the want of color, and the petty domestic citizen's life of America would be even more intolerable in the home of the love of the spectacular, of vanity, fashion, and novelties. Indeed, the passion for decorations flourishes nowhere so much as in France. Perhaps, with the exception of August Wilhelm Schlegel, there is not a woman in Germany so fond of gay ribbons as the French. Even the heroes of July, who fought for freedom and equality, afterward wore blue ribbons to distinguish themselves from the rest of the people. Yet, if I on this account doubt the success of a republic in Europe, it still cannot be denied that everything is leading to one, that the republican respect for law in place of veneration of royal personages is showing itself among the better classes, and that the opposition, just as it played at comedy for 15 years with the king, is now continuing the same game with royalty itself, and that consequently a republic may be for a short time, at least, the end of the song. The Carlists are aiding this movement, since they regard it as a necessary phase which will enable them to re-establish the absolute monarchy of the elder branch, therefore they now bear themselves like the most zealous republicans. Even Chateaubriand praises the Republic, calls himself a republican from inclination, fraternizes with Marrast, and receives the accolade from Berenger. The hypocritical Gazette de France now yearns for republican state forms, universal franchise, primary meetings, etc. It is amusing to see how these disguised priestlings now play the bully braggart in the language of Sansculottism, how fiercely they coquette with the red Jacobin cap, yet are ever and anon afflicted with the thought that they might forgetfully have put on in its place the red cap of a prelate. They take for an instant from their heads their borrowed covering and show the tonsure unto all the world. Such men as these now believe that they may insult Lafayette, and it serves as an agreeable relaxation from the sour republicanism, the compulsory liberty, which they must assume. But let deluded friends and hypocritical enemies say what they will, Lafayette is, after Robespierre, the purest character of the French Revolution, and, next to Napoleon, its most popular hero. Napoleon and Lafayette are the two names which now bloom most beautifully in France. Truly their fame is each of a different kind. The latter fought for peace, not victory, the former rather for the laurel wreath than for that of oak leaves. It would indeed be ridiculous to measure the greatness of the two heroes with the same meter, and put one on the pedestal of the other, even as it would be absurd to set the statue of Lafayette on the Vendôme column, that monument made of the cannon conquered on so many fields of battle, the sight of which, as Barbie sings, no French mother can endure. On this bronze column place Napoleon, the man of iron, here, as in life, standing on his fame, earned by cannon, rising in terrible isolation to the clouds, so that every ambitious soldier, when he beholds him, the unattainable one, there on high, may have his heart humbled and healed of the vain love of celebrity, and thus this colossal column of metal, as a lightning conductor of conquering heroism, will do much for the cause of peace in Europe. Lafayette has raised for himself a better column than that of the Place Vendôme, and a better monumental image than one of metal or marble. Where is there marble as pure as the heart of old Lafayette, or metal as firm as his fidelity? It is true that he was always one-sided, but one-sided like the magnetic needle, which always points to the north, and never once veers to south or west. So he has for 40 years said the same thing, and pointed constantly to North America. He is the one who opened the revolution with the Declaration of the Rights of Man. To this hour he perseveres in this belief, without which there is no salvation and no health to be hoped for the one-sided man with his one-sided heavenly region of freedom. He is indeed no genius, as was Napoleon, in whose head the eagles of inspiration built their nests, while the serpents of calculation entwined in his heart, but then he was never intimidated by eagles nor seduced by serpents. As a young man he was wise as a greybeard, fiery as a youth, a protector of the people against the wiles of the great, a protector of the great against the rage of the people, compassionating yet combating, never arrogant and never discouraged, equally firm and mild, the unchangeable Lafayette. And so, in his one-sidedness and equanimity, he has remained on the same spot from the days of Marie Antoinette to the present hour. And, as a trusty Eckhart of liberty, he still stands leaning on his sword before the entrance to the Tuileries, warning the world against that seductive Venusberg, whose magic tones sing so enticingly, and from whose sweet snares the poor wretches who are once entangled in them can never escape. It is certainly true that the dead Napoleon is more beloved by the French than is the living Lafayette. This is perhaps because he is dead, which is to me the most delightful thing connected with him, for, were he alive, I should be obliged to fight against him. The world outside of France has no idea of the boundless devotion of the French people to Napoleon. Therefore the discontented, when they determine on a decided and daring course, will begin by proclaiming the young Napoleon, in order to secure the sympathy of the masses. Napoleon is, for the French, a magic word which electrifies and benumbs them. There sleep 1,000 cannon in this name, even as in the column of the Place Vendôme, and the Tuileries will tremble should these cannon once awake. As the Jews never idly uttered the name of their God, so Napoleon is here very seldom called by his, and people speak of him as Wilhelm, the man. But his picture is seen everywhere, in engravings and plaster casts, in metal and wood. On all boulevards and carrefours are orators who praise and popular minstrels who sing him the man and his deeds. Yesterday evening, while returning home, I came into a dark and lonely lane, in which there stood a child some 3 years old, who, by a candle stuck into the earth, lisped a song praising the emperor. As I threw him a sou on the handkerchief spread out, something slid up to me, begging for another. It was an old soldier, who could also sing a song of the glory of the great emperor, for this glory had cost him both legs. The poor man did not beg in the name of God, but implored with most believing fervor, "Au nom de Napoléon, donnez-moi un sou." So this name is the best word to conjure with among the people. Napoleon is its God, its cult, its religion, and this religion will, by and by, become tiresome, like every other. Lafayette, on the contrary, is venerated more as a man or as a guardian angel. He, too, lives in picture and in song, but less heroically, and honorably confessed. It had a comic effect on me when, last year, on the July 28th, I heard in the song of La Parisienne the words Lafayette Auxiliary Cheveux Blancs, while I saw him in person standing near me in his brown wig. It was the Place de la Bastille, the man was in his right place, but still I needs must laugh to myself. It may be that such a comic combination brings him humanly somewhat nearer to our hearts. His good nature, his bonhomie, acts even on children, and they perhaps understand his greatness better than do the grown people. And here I will tell a little story about a beggar which will show the characteristic contrast between the glory of Lafayette and that of Napoleon. I was lately standing at a street corner before the Pantheon, and as usual lost in thought in contemplating that beautiful building, when a little Auvergnat came begging for a sou, and I gave him half a franc to be rid of him. But he approached me all the more familiarly with the words, "Scq vous connaissez le General Lafayette," and as I assented to this strange question, the proudest satisfaction appeared on the naive and dirty face of the pretty boy, and with serio-comic expression he said, "Ils de mon pays," for he naturally believed that any man who was generous enough to give him 10 sous must be, of course, an admirer of Lafayette, and judged me worthy that he should present himself as a compatriot of that great man. The country folk also have for Lafayette the most affectionate respect, and all the more because he chiefly busies himself with agriculture. From this, result the freshness and simplicity which might be lost in constant city life. In this he is like one of those great republicans of earlier days who planted their own cabbages, but who in time of need hastened from the plough to the battle or the tribune, and after combat and victory returned to their rural work. On the estate where Lafayette passes the pleasant portion of the year, he is generally surrounded by aspiring young men and pretty girls. Their hospitality, be it of heart or of table, rules supreme. There are much laughing and dancing. There is the court of the sovereign people, there anyone may be presented who is the son of his own works and has never made mésalliance with falsehood, and Lafayette is the master of ceremonies. The name of this country place is Lagrange, and it is very charming when the hero of Two Worlds relates to the young people his adventures, then he appears like an epau surrounded by the garlands of an idol. But it is in the real middle class more than any other, that is, among tradespeople and small shopkeepers, that there is the most veneration for Lafayette. They simply worship him. Lafayette, the establisher of order, is their idol. They adore him as a kind of providence on horseback, an armed tutelary patron of public peace and security, as a genius of freedom, who also takes care in the battle for freedom that nothing is stolen and that everybody keeps his little property. The great army of public order, as Casimir Perier called the National Guard, the well-fed heroes in great bearskin caps into which small shopmen's heads are stuck, are drunk with delight when they speak of Lafayette, their old general, their Napoleon of peace. Truly he is the Napoleon of the small citizen, of those brave folks who always pay their bills, those uncle tailors and cousin glove makers who are indeed too busy by day to think of Lafayette, but who praise him afterward in the evening with double enthusiasm, so that one may say that it is about 11 o'clock at night, when the shops are shut, that his fame is in full bloom. I have just before used the expression master of ceremonies. I now recall that Wolfgang Menzel has in his witty trifling called Lafayette a master of ceremonies of liberty. This was when the former spoke in the Literaturblatt of the triumphal march of Lafayette across the United States, and of the deputations, addresses, and solemn discourses which attended such occasions. Other much less witty folk wrongly imagine that Lafayette is only an old man who is kept for show or used as a machine. But they need hear him speak only once in public to learn that he is not a mere flag which is followed or sworn by, but that he is in person the gonfalonier in whose hands is the good banner, the oriflamme of the nations. Lafayette is perhaps the most prominent and influential speaker in the Chamber of Deputies. When he speaks, he always hits the nail, and his nailed-up enemies, on the head. When it is needed, when one of the great questions of humanity is discussed, then Lafayette ever rises, eager for strife as a youth. Only the body is weak and tottering, broken by age and the battles of his time, like a hacked and dented old iron armor, and it is touching when he totters under it to the tribune and has reached his old post, to see how he draws a deep breath and smiles. This smile, his delivery, and the whole being of the man while speaking on the tribune, are indescribable. there is in it all so much that is winsome and yet so much delicate irony, that one is enchained as by a marvelous curiosity, a sweet, strange enigma. We know not if these are the refined manners of a French marquis or the straightforward simplicity of an American citizen. All that is best in the ancien regime, the chivalresque courtesy and tact, are here wondrously fused with what is best in the modern bourgeoisie, love of equality, simplicity, and honesty. Nothing is more interesting than when mention is made, in the chamber, of the first days of the Revolution, and someone in doctrinaire fashion tears some historical fact from its true connection and turns it to his own account in speech. Then Lafayette destroys with a few words the erroneous deduction by illustrating or correcting the true sense of such an event by citing the circumstances relating to it. Even Thiers must in such a case strike sail, and the great historiographer of the Revolution bows before the outburst of its great and living monument, General Lafayette. There sits in the chamber, just before the tribune, a very old man, with long silvery hair falling over his black clothing. His body is girded with a very broad tricolored scarf. He is the old messenger who has always filled that office in the chamber since the beginning of the Revolution, and who in this post has witnessed the momentous events of the world's history from the days of the First National Assembly till the just milieu. I am told that he often speaks of Robespierre, whom he calls Le Bon Monsieur Robespierre. During the Restoration the old man suffered from colic, but since he has wound the tricolored scarf round his waist he finds himself well again. His only trouble now, in the dull and lazy times of the just milieu, is drowsiness. I once even saw him fall asleep while Mauguin was speaking. Indeed, the man has, doubtless, in his time heard better than Mauguin, who is, however, one of the best orators of the opposition, though he is not found to be very startling or effective by one qui a beaucoup connu bon Monsieur de Robespierre. But when Lafayette speaks, then the old messenger awakes from his twilight drowsiness. He seems to be aroused like an old war horse of hussars when he hears the sound of a trumpet. There rise within him sweet memories of youth, and he nods delightedly with his silver white head. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The Romantic School. 9. But what was the Romantic School in Germany? It was nothing else but the reawakening of the poetry of the Middle Ages, as it had shown itself in its songs, images, and architecture, in art and in life. But this poetry had risen from Christianity. It was a passion flower which had sprung from the blood of Christ. I do not know whether the melancholy passion flower of Germany is known by that name in France, or whether popular legend attributes to it the same mystical origin. It is a strange, unpleasantly colored blossom, in whose calyx we see set forth the implements which were used in the crucifixion of Christ, such as the hammer, pincers, and nails, a flower which is not so much ugly as ghostly, and even whose sight awakens in our soul a shuddering pleasure, like the convulsively agreeable sensations which come from pain itself. From this view the flower was indeed the fittest symbol for Christianity itself, whose most thrilling chain was the luxury of pain. Though in France only Roman Catholicism is understood by the word Christianity, I must specially preface that I speak only of the latter. I speak of that religion in whose first dogmas there is a damnation of all flesh, and which not only allows to the Spirit power over the flesh, but will also kill this to glorify the Spirit. I speak of that religion by whose unnatural requisition sin and hypocrisy really came into the world, in that by the condemnation of the flesh the most innocent sensuous pleasures became sins, and because the impossibility of a man's becoming altogether spiritual naturally created hypocrisy. I speak of that religion which, by teaching the doctrine of the casting away of all earthly goods and of cultivating a dog-like, abject humility and angelic patience, became the most approved support of despotism. Men have found out the real life and meaning of this religion, and do not now content themselves with promises of supping in paradise. They know that matter has also its merits, and is not all the devil's, and they now defend the delights of this world, this beautiful garden of God, our inalienable inheritance. And therefore, because we have grasped so entirely all the consequences of that absolute spiritualism, we may believe that the Christian Catholic view of the world has reached its end. Every age is a sphinx, which casts itself into the abyss when man has guessed its riddle. Yet we do in no wise deny the good results which this Christian Catholic view of the world established in Europe. It was necessary as a wholesome reaction against the cruelly colossal materialism which had developed itself in the Roman realm and threatened to destroy all spiritual human power. As the lascivious memoirs of the last century form the pieces justificatives of the French Revolution, as the terrorism of a comite du salad public seems to be necessary physic when we read the confessions of the aristocratic world of France, so we recognize the wholesomeness of ascetic spiritualism when we read Petronius or Apuleius, which are to be regarded as the pieces justificatives of Christianity. The flesh had become so arrogant in this Roman world that it required Christian discipline to chasten it. After the banquet of a Trimalchion, such a hunger cure as Christianity was a necessity. Or was it that as lascivious old men seek by being whipped to excite new power of enjoyment, so old Rome endured monkish chastisement to find more exquisite delight in torture and voluptuous rapture in pain? Evil excess of stimulant. It took from the body of the state of Rome its last strength. It was not by division into two realms that Rome perished. On the Bosphorus, as by the Tiber, Rome was devoured by the same Jewish spiritualism, and here, as there, Roman history was that of a long-dying agony which lasted for centuries. Did murdered Judea, in leaving to Rome its spiritualism, wish to revenge itself on the victorious foe, as did the dying centaur who craftily left to the son of Hercules the deadly garment steeped in his own blood? Truly Rome, the Hercules among races, was so thoroughly devoured by Jewish poison that helm and harness fell from its withered limbs, and its imperial war voice died away into the wailing cadences of monkish prayer and the soft trilling of castrated boys. But what weakens old age strengthens youth. That spiritualism had a healthy action on the two sound and strong races of the North, the two full-blooded barbarous bodies were spiritualized by Christianity, and European civilization began. The Catholic Church has in this respect the strongest claims on our regard and admiration, for it succeeded by subduing with its great genial institutions the bestiality of northern barbarians and by mastering brutal matter. The artwork of the Middle Ages manifests this mastery of mere material by mind, and it is very often its only mission. The epic poems of this period may be easily classed according to the degree of this subjection or influence. There can be no discussion here of lyrical and dramatic poems, for the latter did not exist, and the former are as like in every age as are the songs of nightingales in spring. Although the epic poetry of the Middle Ages was divided into sacred and profane, both were altogether Christian according to their kind, for if sacred poesy sang of the Jewish race and its history, the only race which was regarded as holy, or of the heroes and legends of the Old and New Testaments, and, in brief, the Church still all the life of the time was reflected in profane poetry with its Christian views and action. The flower of the religious poetic art in the German Middle Ages is perhaps Barlaam and Josaphat, in which the doctrine of abnegation, of abstinence, and the denial and contempt of all worldly glory, is set forth most consistently. Next to this I would class the eulogium of Saint Hanno as the best of the religious kind, but this is of a far more secular character, differing from the first as the portrait of a Byzantine saint differs from an old German one. As in those Byzantine pictures, so we see in Barlaam and Josaphat the utmost simplicity, there is no perspective side work, and the long, lean, statue-like forms and the idealistic serious faces come out strongly drawn, as if from a mellow gold ground. On the other hand, in the song of praise of Saint Hanno, the side work or accessories are almost the subject, and, notwithstanding the grandeur of the plan, the details are treated in the minutest manner, so that we know not whether to admire in it the conception of a giant or the patience of a dwarf. But the Evangel poem of Ottfried, which is generally praised as the masterpiece of sacred poetry, is far less admirable than the two which I have mentioned. In profane poetry we find, as I have already signified, first the cycle of sagas of the Nibelungen and the Heldenbuch, or Book of Heroes. In them prevails all the pre-Christian manner of thought and of feeling, in them rude strength has not as yet been softened by chivalry. There the stern Kempt warriors of the north stand like stone images, and the gentle gleam and the more refined breath of Christianity have not as yet penetrated their iron armor. But little by little a light dawns in the old Teutonic forest, the ancient idolatrous oak trees are felled, and we see a brighter field of battle where Christ wars with the heathen. This appears in the saga cycle of Charlemagne, in which what we really see is the Crusades reflecting themselves with their religious influences. And now from the spiritualizing power of Christianity, chivalry, the most characteristic feature of the Middle Ages, unfolds itself, and is at last sublimed into a spiritual knighthood. This secular knighthood appears most attractively glorified in the saga cycle of King Arthur, in which the sweetest gallantry, the most refined courtesy, and the most adventurous passion for combat prevail. Among the charmingly eccentric arabesques and fantastic flower pictures of this poem we are greeted by the admirable Owain, the all-surpassing Lancelot du Lac, and the bold, gallant, and true, but somewhat tiresome, Wigwa. Nearly allied and interwoven with this cyclus of sagas is that of the Holy Grail, in which the spiritual knighthood is glorified, and in this epoch we meet three of the grandest poems of the Middle Ages, the Titurel, the Parsifal, and the Lohengrin. Here indeed we find ourselves face to face with romantic poetry. We look deeply into her great sorrowing eyes, she twines around us, unsuspectingly, her fine scholastic nets, and draws us down into the bewildering, deluding depths of medieval mysticism. At last, however, we come to poems of that age which are not unconditionally devoted to Christian spiritualism, nay, it is often indirectly reflected on, where the poet disentangles himself from the bonds of abstract Christian virtues and plunges delighted into the world of pleasure and of glorified sensuousness, and it is not the worst poet, by any means, who has left us the principal work thus inspired. This is Tristan and Isolde, and I must declare that Gottfried von Strassburg, the composer of this most beautiful poem of the Middle Ages, is perhaps also its greatest poet, towering far above all the splendor of Wolfram von Eschenbach, whom we so admire in Parsifal and the fragments of Titurel. We are at last permitted to praise Gottfried unconditionally, though in his own time his book was certainly regarded as godless, and similar works, among them the Lancelot, were considered as dangerous. And some very serious results did indeed ensue. The fair Francesca da Polenta and her handsome friend had to pay dearly for the pleasure of reading on a summer day in such a book, but the trouble came not from the reading, but from their suddenly ceasing to read. There is in all these poems of the Middle Ages a marked character which distinguishes them from those of Greece and Rome. We characterize this difference by calling the first romantic and the other classic. Yet these appellations are only uncertain rubrics, and have led hitherto to the most discouraging, wearisome entanglements, which become worse since we give to antique poetry the designation of plastic, instead of classic. From this arose much misunderstanding, for, justly, all poets should work their material plastically, be it Christian or heathen, they should set it forth in clear outlines, in short, plastic form should be the main desideratum in modern romantic art, quite as much as in the ancient. And are not the figures in the Divina Commedia of Dante or in the pictures of Raphael as plastic as those in Virgil? The difference lies in this, that the plastic forms in ancient art are absolutely identical with the subject or the idea which the artist would set forth, as, for example, that the wanderings of Ulysses mean nothing else than the journeyings of a man named Odysseus, who was son of Laertes and husband of Penelope, and further, that the Bacchus which we see in the Louvre is nothing else than the graceful, winsome son of Semele, with audacious melancholy in his eyes and sacred voluptuousness on his soft and arching lips. It is quite otherwise in romantic art, in which the wild wanderings of a knight have ever an esoteric meaning, symbolizing perhaps the erring course of life. The dragon whom he overcomes is sin, the almond which from afar casts comforting perfume to the traveler is the Trinity, God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Ghost, which are three in one, as shell, fiber, and kernel make one nut. When Homer describes the armor of a hero, it is a good piece of work, worth such and such a number of oxen, but when a monk of the Middle Ages describes in his poems the garments of the Mother of God, one may be sure that by this garb he means as many virtues, and a peculiar significance lies hidden under this holy covering of the Immaculate Virginity of Maria, who, as her son is the almond kernel, is naturally sung as the almond flower. That is the character of the medieval poetry which we call romantic. Classic art had only to represent the finite or determined, and its forms could be one and the same with the idea of the artist. Romantic art had to set forth, or rather signify, the infinite and purely spiritual, and it took refuge in a system of traditional, or rather of parabolistic symbols, as Christ himself had sought to render clear his spiritualistic ideas by all kinds of beautiful parables. Hence the mystical, problematic, marvelous, and transcendental in the artwork of the Middle Ages, in which fantasy makes her most desperate efforts to depict the purely spiritual by means of sensible images, and invents colossal follies, piling Pelion on Ossa and Parsifal on Titurel to attain to heaven. Among other races where poetry attempted to display the infinite, and where monstrous fancies appeared, as, for instance, among the Scandinavians and Indians, we find poems which, being romantic, are given that classification. We cannot say much as to the music of the Middle Ages, for original documents, which might have served for our guidance, are wanting. It was not till late in the 16th century that the masterpieces of Catholic Church music, which cannot be too highly praised, appeared. These express in the most exquisite manner pure Christian spirituality. The recitative arts, which are spiritual from their very nature, could indeed flourish fairly in Christianity, yet it was less favorable to those of design, for as these had to represent the victory of mind over matter, and yet must use matter as the means wherewith to work, they had to solve a problem against nature. Hence we find in sculpture and painting those revolting subjects' martyrdoms, crucifixions, dying saints, and the flesh crushed in every form. Such themes were martyrdom for sculpture, and when I contemplate those distorted images in which Christian asceticism and renunciation of the senses are expressed by distorted, pious heads, long thin arms, starveling legs, and awkwardly fitting garments, I feel an indescribable compassion for the artists of that time. The painters were indeed more favored, for the material for their work, because of its susceptibility to varied play of color, did not antagonize spirituality so obstinately as the material of the sculptors, and yet they were obliged to load the sighing canvas with the most repulsive forms of suffering. In truth, when we regard many galleries which contain nothing but scenes of bloodshed, scourging, and beheading, one might suppose that the old masters had painted for the collection of an executioner. But human genius can transform and glorify even the unnatural. Many painters solved this problem of making what was revolting beautiful and elevating the Italians, especially, succeeding in paying tribute to beauty at the expense of spirituality, and in rising to that ideality which attained perfection in so many pictures of the Madonna. As regards this subject, the Catholic clergy always made some concession to the physical. This image of immaculate beauty which is glorified by maternal love and suffering had the privilege of being made famous by poets and painters, and adorned with all charms of the sense, for it was a magnet which could attract the multitude to the lap of Christianity. Madonna Maria was the beautiful Dame du Comptoir of the Catholic Church, who, with her beautiful eyes, attracted and held fast its customers, especially the barbarians of the north. Architecture had in the Middle Ages the same character as the other arts, as indeed all the manifestations of life then harmonized so marvelously with one another. The tendency to parable shows itself here, as in poetry. When we now enter a Gothic cathedral, we hardly suspect the esoteric sense of its stone symbolism, only a general impression pierces our soul, we realize an elevation of feeling and mortification of the flesh. The interior is a hollow cross, and we wander among the instruments of martyrdom itself. The variegated windows cast on us red and green light, like blood and corruption. Funeral songs wail about us, under our feet are mortuary tablets and decay, and the soul soars with the colossal columns to a giddy height, tearing itself with pain from the body, which falls like a weary, worn-out garment to the ground. But when we behold the exteriors of these Gothic cathedrals, these enormous buildings which are wrought so aerially, so finely, delicately, transparently, cut as it were into such open work that one might take them for Brabant lace in marble, then we feel truly the power of that age which could so master stone itself that it seems spectrally transfused with spiritual life, and thus even the hardest material declares Christian spirituality. But arts are only the mirror of life, and, as Catholicism died away, so its sounds grew fainter and its lights dimmer in art. During the Reformation, Catholic song gradually disappeared in Europe, and in its place we see the long-slumbering poetry of Greece reawakening to life. But it was only an artificial spring, a work of the gardener, not of the sun, and the trees and flowers were in close pots, and a glass canopy protected them from cold and northern winds. In the world's history no event is the direct result of another, all events rather exert a mutual influence. It was by no means due only to the Greek scholars who emigrated to Europe after the fall of Byzantium that a love for Grecian culture and the desire to imitate it became so general among us. A similar Protestantism prevailed then in art as well as in life. Leo X, that splendid Medici, was as zealous a Protestant as Luther, and as there was a Latin prose protest in Wittenberg, so they protested poetically in Rome in stone, color, and haute rime. And do not the mighty marble images of Michelangelo, the laughing nymphs of Giulio Romano, and the joyous intoxication of life in the verses of Ludovico Ariosto form a protesting opposition to the old, gloomy, worn-out Catholicism? The painters of Italy waged a polemic against priestdom which was perhaps more effective than that of the Saxon theologian. The blooming rosy flesh in the pictures of Titian is all Protestantism. The limbs of his Venus are more thorough theses than those which the German monk pasted on the church door of Wittenberg. Then it was that men felt as if suddenly freed from the force and pressure of 1,000 years, the artists, most of all, again breathed freely as the nightmare of Christianity seemed to spin whirling from their breasts, and they threw themselves with enthusiasm into the sea of Greek joyousness from whose foam rose to them goddesses of beauty. Painters once more limned the ambrosial joys of Olympus, sculptors carved, with the joy of yore, old heroes from the marble, poets again sang the house of Atros and Lewis, and so the age of new classic poetry began. As modern life was most perfectly developed in France under Louis XIV, so the new classic poetry received there its most finished perfection, and, in a measure, an independent originality. Through the political influence of that great king this poetry spread over Europe. In Italy, its home, it assumed a French color, and thence the heroes of French tragedy went with the Anjous to Spain, it passed with Henrietta Maria to England, and we Germans, as a matter of course, built our clumsy temples to the powdered Olympus of Versailles. The most famous high priest of this religion was Gottsched, that wonderful longwig whom our dear Goethe has so admirably described in his memoirs. Lessing was the literary Arminius who delivered our theatre from this foreign rule. He showed us the nothingness, the laughableness, the flat and faded folly of those imitations of the French theatre, which were in turn imitated from the Greek. But he became the founder of modern German literature, not only by his criticism, but by his own works of art. This man pursued with enthusiasm and sincerity art, theology, antiquity, and archaeology, the art of poetry, history, all with the same zeal and to the same purpose. There lives and breathes in all his works the same great social idea, the same progressive humanity, the same religion of reason, whose John he was, and whose Messiah we await. This religion he always preached, but, alas, too often alone and in the desert. And there was one art only of which he knew nothing, that of changing stones into bread, for he consumed the greatest part of his life in poverty and under hard pressure, a curse which clings to nearly all great German geniuses, and will last, it may be, till ended by political freedom. Lessing was more inspired by political feelings than men supposed, a peculiarity which we do not find among his contemporaries, and we can now see for the first time what he meant in sketching the duodespotism in Emilia Galotti. He was regarded then as a champion of freedom of thought and against clerical intolerance, for his theological writings were better understood. The fragments on the education of the human race, which Eugene Rodrigue has translated into French, may give an idea of the vast comprehensiveness of Lessing's mind. The two critical works which exercised the most influence on art are his Hamburg Dramatic Art, and his Lacunes, or The Limits of Painting and Poetry. His most remarkable theatrical pieces are Emilia Galati, Minna von Barnhelm, and Nathan the Wise. Gotthold Ephraim Lessing was born at Kamenz in Lausitz, January 22, 1729, and died in Brunswick, February 15, 1781. He was a thoroughgoing man who, when he destroyed something old in a battle, at the same time always created something new and better. He was, says a German author, like those pious Jews, who, during the second building of the temple, were often troubled by attacks of the enemy, and so fought with one hand while with the other they worked at the house of God. This is not the place where I can say more of Lessing, but I cannot refrain from remarking that he is, of all who are recorded in the whole history of literature, the writer whom I love best. I will here mention another author who worked in the same spirit, with the same object as Lessing, and who may be regarded as his successor. It is true that his eulogy is here also out of place, since he occupies an altogether peculiar position in literature, and a unique relation to his time and to his contemporaries. It is Johann Gottfried Herder, born in 1744 at Moringen, in East Prussia, and who died at Weimar in the year 1803. Literary history is the great morgue where everyone seeks his dead, those whom he loves or to whom he is related. When I see there, among so many dead who were of little interest, a Lessing or a Herder, with their noble, manly countenances, my heart throbs. I cannot pass them by without hastily kissing their dead lips. Yet if Lessing did so much to destroy the habit of imitating French second-hand Greekdom, he still, by calling attention to the true works of art of Greek antiquity, gave an impulse to a new kind of ridiculous imitations. By his battling with religious superstition he advanced the sober search for clearer views which spread widely in Berlin, which had in the late blessed Nikolai its chief organ, and in the general German library its arsenal. The most deplorable mediocrity began to show itself more repulsively than ever, and flatness and insipidity blew themselves up like the frog in the fable. It is a great mistake to suppose that Goethe, who had already come before the world, was at once universally recognized as a writer of commanding genius. His Gotts von Berlichingen and his Werther were received with a degree of enthusiasm, to be sure, but so, too, were the works of common bunglers, and Goethe had but a small niche in the temple of literature. As I have said, Gotts and Werther had a spirited reception, but more on account of the subject matter than their artistic merits, which very few appreciated in these master works. Gotts was a dramatized romance of chivalry, and such writings were then the rage. In Werther the world saw the reproduction of a true story, that of young Jerusalem, who shot himself dead for love, and thereby, in those dead calm days, made a great noise. People read with tears his touching letters. Some shrewdly observed that the manner in which Werther had been banished from aristocratic society had increased his weariness of life. The discussion of suicide caused the book to be still more discussed. It occurred to several fools on this occasion to make away with themselves, and the book, owing to its subject, went off like a shot. The novels of Auguste Lafontaine were just as much read, and, as this author wrote incessantly, he was more famous than Wolfgang von Goethe. Wieland was the great poet then, with whom perhaps might be classed the ode maker, Rambler of Berlin. Wieland was honored idolatrously, far more at that time than Goethe. If Land ruled the theatre with his dreary bourgeois dramas, and Kotzebue with his flat and frivolously witty jests, it was in opposition to this literature that there sprang up in Germany, at the end of the last century, a school which we call the Romantic, and of which August Wilhelm and Friedrich Schlegel have presented themselves as managing agents. Jena, where these and many other souls in like accord found themselves off and on, was the center from which the new aesthetic doctrine spread. I say doctrine, for this school began with judgments of the artworks of the past and recipes for artworks of the future, and in both directions the Schlegel school rendered great service to aesthetic criticism. By judging of such works of art as already existed, either their faults and failures were indicated, or their merits and Beauties brought to light. In controversy and in indicating artistic shortcomings, the Schlegels were entirely imitators of old Lessing. They obtained possession of his great battle blade, but the arm of August William Schlegel was too tenderly weak and the eyes of his brother Friedrich too mystically clouded for the former to strike so strongly and the latter so keenly and accurately as Lessing. True, in descriptive criticism, where the beauties of a work of art are to be set forth, where it came to a delicate detection of its characteristics and bringing them home to our intelligence, then, compared to the Schlegels, old Lessing was nowhere. But what shall I say as to their recipes for preparing works of art? There we find in the Schlegels a weakness which we think may also be detected in Lessing, for the latter is as weak in affirming as he is strong in denying. He rarely succeeds in laying down a fundamental principle, still more seldom a correct one. He wants the firm basis of a philosophy or of a philosophical system. And this is still more sadly the case with the brothers Schlegel. Much is fabled as to the influence of Fichtean idealism and Schelling's philosophy of nature on the Romantic school, which is even declared to have sprung from it. But I see here, at the most, only the influence of certain fragments of thoughts from Fichte and Schelling, and not at all that of a philosophy. This may be explained on the simple ground that Fichte's philosophy had lost its hold, and Fichte himself had made it lose its interest by a mingling of tenets and ideas from Schelling, and because, on the other hand, Schelling had never set forth a philosophy, but only a vague philosophizing, an unsteady, vacillating improvisation of poetical philosophemes. It may be that it was from the Fichtean idealism, that deeply ironical system, where the I is opposed to the not I and annihilates it, that the Romantic school took the doctrine of irony which the late Salger especially developed, and which the Schlegels at first regarded as the soul of art, but which they subsequently found to be fruitless and exchanged for the more positive axioms of the theory of identity of Schelling. Schelling, who then taught in Jena, had indeed a great personal influence on the Romantic school. He is, what is not generally known in France, also a bit of a poet, and it is said that he was in doubt whether he should not deliver all his philosophical doctrines in a poetic or even metrical form. This doubt characterizes the man. The Rabbi of Bacharach. 10. With kindly greeting, the legend of the Rabbi of Bacharach is dedicated to his friend Henry logged by the author. A fragment. Chapter I. On the lower Rhine, where its banks begin to lose their smiling aspect, where the hills and cliffs with their romantic ruined castles rise more defiantly, and a wilder, sterner majesty prevails, there lies, like a strange and fearful tale of olden times, the gloomy and ancient town of Bacharach. But these walls, with their toothless battlements and blind turrets, in whose nooks and niches the winds whistle and the sparrows build their nests, were not always so decayed and fallen, and in these poverty-stricken, repulsive muddy lanes which one sees through the ruined gate, there did not always reign that dreary silence which only now and then is broken by the crying of children, the scolding of women, and the lowing of cows. These walls were once proud and strong, and these lanes were alive with fresh, free life, power and pomp, joy and sorrow, much love and much hate. For Bacharach once belonged to those municipalities which were founded by the Romans during their rule on the Rhine, and its inhabitants, though the times which came after were very stormy, and though they had to submit first to the Hohenstaufen, and then to the Wittelsbach authority, managed, following the example of the other cities on the Rhine, to maintain a tolerably free commonwealth. This consisted of an alliance of separate social elements, in which the patrician elders and those of the guilds, who were subdivided according to their different trades, both strove for power, so that while they were bound in union to resist and guard against outside robber nobles, they were, nevertheless, constantly having domestic dissensions over disputed interests. Consequently there was but little social intercourse, much mistrust, and not infrequently actual outbursts of passion. The ruling governor sat in his lofty castle of Serec, and swooped down like his falcon, whenever he was called, and often when not called. The clergy ruled in darkness by darkening the souls of others. One of the most forsaken and helpless of the social elements, which had been gradually bound down by local laws, was the little Jewish community. This had first settled in Bacharach in the days of the Romans, and during the later persecution of the Jews it had taken in many a flock of fugitive co-religionists. The great oppression of the Jews began with the Crusades, and raged most furiously about the middle of the 14th century, at the end of the Great Pestilence, which, like all other great public disasters, was attributed to the Jews, because people declared they had drawn down the wrath of God, and, with the help of the lepers, had poisoned the wells. The enraged populace, especially the hordes of flagellants, or half-naked men and women, who, lashing themselves for penance and singing a mad hymn to the Virgin, swept over South Germany and the Rhenish provinces, murdered in those days many thousand Jews, tortured others, or baptized them by force. There was another accusation which in earlier times and all through the Middle Ages, even to the beginning of the last century, cost much blood and suffering. This was the ridiculous story, recurring with disgusting frequency in chronicle and legend, that the Jews stole the consecrated wafer, and pierced it with knives till blood ran from it, and to this it was added that at the feast of the Passover the Jews slew Christian children to use their blood in the night sacrifice. Consequently on the day of this festival the Jews, hated for their wealth, their religion, and the debts due to them, were entirely in the hands of their enemies, who could easily bring about their destruction by spreading the report of such a child murder, and perhaps even secretly putting a bloody infant's corpse in the house of a Jew thus accused. Then at night they would attack the Jews at their prayers, and murder, plunder, and baptize them, and great miracles would be wrought by the dead child aforesaid, whom the Church would eventually canonize. Saint Werner is one of these holy beings, and in his honor the magnificent Abbey of Oberwiesel was founded. The latter is now one of the most beautiful ruins on the Rhine, and with the Gothic grandeur of its long ogival windows, proud and lofty pillars, and marvelous stone carving, it strangely enchants us when we wander by it on some bright, green summer's day, and do not know the story of its origin. In honor of the saint there were also 3 great churches built on the Rhine, and innumerable Jews murdered and maltreated. All this happened in the year 1287, and in Bacharach, where one of these Saint Werner's churches stood, the Jews suffered much misery and persecution. However, they remained there for 2 centuries after, protected from such outbreaks of popular rage, though they were continually subject to spite and threats. Yet the more they were oppressed by hate from without, the more earnestly and tenderly did the Jews of Bacharach cherish their domestic life within, and the deeper was the growth among them of piety and the fear of God. An ideal example of a life given to God was seen in their Rabbi Abraham, who, though still a young man, was famed far and wide for his learning. He was born in Bacharach, and his father, who had been the rabbi there before him, had charged him in his last will to devote his life to that office and never to leave the place unless for fear of life. This command, except for a cabinet full of rare books, was all that his parent, who had lived in poverty and learning, left him. Rabbi Abraham, however, was a very rich man, for he had married the only daughter of his father's brother, who had been a prosperous dealer in jewelry, and whose possessions he had inherited. A few gossips in the community hinted now and then that the rabbi had married for money. But the women all denied this, declaring that the rabbi, long ere he went to Spain, had been in love with beautiful Sarah, and recalling how she had awaited his return for 7 years, while, as a matter of fact, he had already wedded her against the will of her father, and even without her own consent, by the betrothal ring. For every Jew can make a Jewish girl his lawful wife, if he can succeed in putting a ring on her finger, and say at the same time, "I take thee for my wife," according to the law of Moses and Israel. And when Spain was mentioned, the same gossips were wont to smile in the same significant manner, all because of a vague rumor that Rabbi Abraham, though he had studied the Holy Law industriously enough at the theological school in Toledo, had nevertheless followed Christian customs and become imbued with habits of free thinking, like many of the Spanish Jews who at that time had attained a very remarkable degree of culture. And yet in the bottom of their hearts these gossips put no faith in such reports, for ever since his return from Spain the daily life of the rabbi had been pure, pious, and earnest in every way. He performed every detail of all religious customs and ceremonies with painstaking conscientiousness. He fasted every Monday and Thursday. Only on Sabbaths and feast days did he indulge in meat or wine. His time was passed in prayer and study. By day he taught the law to students, whom his fame had drawn to Bacharach, and by night he gazed on the stars in heaven, or into the eyes of beautiful Sarah. His married life was childless, yet there was no lack of life or gaiety in his home. The great hall in his house, which stood near the synagogue, was open to the whole community, so that people went in and out without ceremony, some to offer short prayers, others to gather news, or to hold a consultation when in trouble. Here the children played on Sabbath mornings while the weekly section was being read. Here people met for wedding and funeral processions, and quarreled or were reconciled. Here, too, those who were cold found a warm stove, and those who were hungry, a well-spread table. And, moreover, the rabbi, as well as his wife, had a multitude of relatives, brothers and sisters, with their wives and children, and an endless array of uncles and cousins, all of whom looked up to the rabbi as the head of the family, and so made themselves at home in his house, never failing to dine with him on all great festivals. Special among these grand gatherings in the rabbi's house was the annual celebration of the Passover, a very ancient and remarkable feast which the Jews all over the world still hold every year in the month Nisan, in eternal remembrance of their deliverance from Egyptian servitude. This takes place as follows. As soon as it is dark, the matron of the family lights the lamps, spreads the tablecloth, places in its midst 3 flat loaves of unleavened bread, covers them with a napkin, and places on them 6 little dishes containing symbolical food, that is, an egg, lettuce, horseradish, the bone of a lamb, and a brown mixture of raisins, cinnamon, and nuts. At this table the father of the family sits with all his relatives and friends, and reads to them from a very curious book called the Agade, whose contents are a strange mixture of legends of their forefathers, wondrous tales of Egypt, disputed questions of theology, prayers, and festival songs. During this feast there is a grand supper, and even during the reading there is at specified times tasting of the symbolical food and nibbling of Passover bread, while 4 cups of red wine are drunk. Mournfully merry, seriously gay, and mysteriously secret as some old dark legend, is the character of this nocturnal festival, and the traditional singing intonation with which the Agade is read by the father, and now and then re-echoed in chorus by the hearers, first thrills the inmost soul as with a shudder, then calms it as mother's lullaby, and again startles it so suddenly into waking that even those Jews who have long fallen away from the faith of their fathers and run after strange joys and honors, are moved to their very hearts, when by chance the old, well-known tones of the Passover songs ring in their ears. And so Rabbi Abraham once sat in his great hall surrounded by relatives, disciples, and many other guests, to celebrate the great feast of the Passover. Everything was unusually brilliant. Over the table hung the gaily embroidered silk canopy, whose gold fringes touched the floor. The plates of symbolic food shone invitingly, as did the tall wine goblets, adorned with embossed pictures of scenes in holy legends. The men sat in their black cloaks and black low hats, and white collars. The women, in wonderful glittering garments of Lombard stuffs, wore on their heads and necks ornaments of gold and pearls, while the silver Sabbath lamp cast its festive light on the cheerful, devout faces of parents and children. On the purple velvet cushions of a chair, higher than the others, reclined, as custom requires, Rabbi Abraham, who read and sang the Agade, while the gay assembly joined in, or answered in the appointed places. The rabbi also wore the prescribed black festival garment. His nobly formed, but somewhat severe features had a milder expression than usual. His lips smiled through his dark brown beard as if they would fain say something kind, while in his eyes one could see happy remembrances combined with some strange foreboding. Beautiful Sarah, who sat on the high velvet cushion with her husband, as hostess, had on none of her jewelry. Nothing but white linen enveloped her slender form and innocent face. This face was touchingly beautiful, even as all Jewish beauty is of a peculiarly moving kind, for the consciousness of the deep wretchedness, the bitter ignominy, and the evil dangers amid which their kindred and friends dwell, imparts to their lovely features an expression of soulful sadness and watchful, loving anxiety, which particularly charms our hearts. So on this evening beautiful Sarah sat looking into the eyes of her husband, yet glancing ever and anon at the beautiful parchment book of the Agade which lay before her, bound in gold and velvet. It was an old heirloom, with ancient wine stains on it, and had come down from the days of her grandfather, and in it there were many boldly and brightly colored pictures, which as a little girl she had often looked at so eagerly on Passover evenings. They represented all kinds of Bible incidents: Abraham breaking with a hammer the idols of his father and the angels appearing to him, Moses slaying Misri, Pharaoh sitting in state on his throne, and the frogs giving him no peace even at the table, his death by drowning, the Lord be praised. The children of Israel cautiously crossing the Red Sea, and then standing open-mouthed, with their sheep, cows, and oxen, before Mount Sinai, pious King David playing the harp, and, finally, Jerusalem, with its towers and battlements, shining in the splendor of the setting sun. The second wine cup had been served, the faces and voices of the guests were growing merrier, and the rabbi, as he took a loaf of unleavened bread and raised it with a cheerful smile, read these words from the Agade: Behold, this is the food which our fathers ate in Egypt. Let every one who is hungry come and enjoy it. Let every one who is sorrowful come and share the joy of our Passover. This year we celebrate it here, but in years to come in the land of Israel. This year we celebrate it as servants, but in the years to come as sons of freedom. Then the hall door opened, and two tall, pale men, wrapped in very loose cloaks, entered, and said, Peace be with you. We are men of your faith on a journey, and wish to share the Passover feast with you. And the rabbi replied promptly and kindly, Peace be with you. Sit ye down near me. The two strangers immediately sat down at the table, and the rabbi read on. Several times while the others were repeating a sentence after him, he said an endearing word to his wife. Once, alluding to the old humorous saying that on this evening a Hebrew father of a family regards himself as a king, he said to her, Rejoice, O my queen. But she replied with a sad smile, The prince is wanting, meaning by that a son, who, as a passage in the Agade requires, has to ask his father, with a certain formula of words, what the meaning of the festival is. The rabbi said nothing, but pointed with his finger to an opened page of the Agade, on which was a pretty picture, showing how the three angels came to Abraham, announcing that he would have a son by his wife Sarah, who, meanwhile, urged by feminine curiosity, is slyly listening to it all behind the tent door. This little sign caused a threefold blush to color the cheeks of beautiful Sarah, who first looked down, and then glanced pleasantly at her husband, who went on chanting the wonderful story how Rabbi Jesua, Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi Azariah, Rabbi Akiba, and Rabbi Tarfon sat reclining in Bonabrak, and conversed all night long of the exodus from Egypt, till their disciples came to tell them that it was daylight, and that the great morning prayer was being read in the synagogue. While beautiful Sarah sat devoutly listening to and looking at her husband, she saw his face suddenly assume an expression of agony or horror, his cheeks and lips become deathly pale, and his eyes harden like two balls of ice, but almost immediately he regained his previous composure and cheerfulness, his cheeks and lips grew ruddy, and he looked about him gaily, nay, it seemed as if a strange, wild humor, such as was foreign to his nature, had seized him. Beautiful Sarah was frightened as she had never been before in all her life, and a cold shudder went through her due less to the momentary manifestation of dumb horror which she had seen in her husband's face, than to the cheerfulness which followed it, and which was now gradually developing into jubilant hilarity. The rabbi cocked his cap comically, first on one ear, then on the other, pulled and twisted his beard ludicrously, and sang the Agade texts as if they were tavern songs, and in the enumeration of the Egyptian plagues, where it is usual to dip the forefinger in the full wine cup and flip off the drops that adhere, he sprinkled the young girls near him with the red wine, so that there was great wailing over spoiled collars, combined with loud laughter. Every moment beautiful Sarah was becoming more amazed by this convulsive merriment of her husband, and she was oppressed with nameless fears as she gazed on the buzzing swarm of gaily glittering guests who were comfortably enjoying themselves here and there, nibbling the thin Passover cakes, drinking wine, gossiping, or joyfully singing aloud. Then came the time for supper. All rose to wash, and beautiful Sarah brought the large silver basin, richly adorned with embossed gold figures, which was held before all the guests in turn, while water was poured over their hands. As she was doing this for the rabbi, he gave her a significant glance, and quietly slipped out of the door. When beautiful Sarah walked out after him, he grasped her hand, and in the greatest haste hurried her through the dark lanes of Bacharach, out of the city gate to the highway which leads along the Rhine to Bingen. It was one of those spring nights which, to be sure, are mild and starry enough, yet which inspire the soul with strange, uncanny feelings. There was something funereal in the odor of the flowers, the birds chirped spitefully and at the same time apprehensively, the moon cast malicious yellow stripes of light over the dark murmuring stream, the lofty banks of the Rhine looked like vague, threatening giants' heads. The watchman on the tower of Castle Strahleck blew a melancholy blast, and with it rang in jarring discord the funeral bell of St. Werner's. Beautiful Sarah still had the silver basin in her right hand, while the rabbi held her left, and she felt that his fingers were ice cold, and that his arm was trembling, but still she went on with him in silence, perhaps because she had become accustomed to obey her husband blindly and unquestioningly, perhaps, too, because her lips were mute with fear and anxiety. Below Castle Sonneck, opposite Lorch, about the place where the hamlet of Niederrheinbach now lies, there rises a cliff which arches out over the Rhine bank. The rabbi ascended this with his wife, looked around on every side, and gazed on the stars. Trembling and shivering, as with the pain of death, beautiful Sarah looked at his pale face, which seemed ghastly in the moonlight, and seemed to express by turns pain, terror, piety, and rage. But when the rabbi suddenly snatched from her hands the silver basin and threw it far out into the Rhine, she could no longer endure the agony of uncertainty, and crying out Shade, be merciful, threw herself at his feet and conjured him to explain the dark mystery. At first unable to speak, the rabbi moved his lips without uttering a sound, but finally he cried, "Dost thou see the angel of death? There below he sweeps over Bacharach. But we have escaped his sword. God be praised." Then, in a voice still trembling with excitement, he told her that, while he was happily and comfortably singing the Agade, he happened to glance under the table, and saw at his feet the bloody corpse of a little child. "Then I knew," continued the rabbi, "that our two guests were not of the community of Israel, but of the army of the godless, who had plotted to bring that corpse into the house by stealth so as to accuse us of child murder, and stir up the people to plunder and murder us. Had I given a sign that I saw through that work of darkness, I should have brought destruction on the instant down upon me and mine, and only by craft did I save our lives. Praised be God. Grieve not, beautiful Sarah. Our relatives and friends shall also be saved, it was only my blood which the wretches wanted. I have escaped them, and they will be satisfied with my silver and gold. Come with me, beautiful Sarah, to another land. We will leave misfortune behind us, and so that it may not follow us I have thrown to it the silver ewer, the last of my possessions, as an offering. The God of our fathers will not forsake us. Come down, thou art weary. There is dumb William standing by his boat, he will row us up the Rhine." Speechless, and as if every limb were broken, beautiful Sarah sank into the arms of the rabbi, who slowly bore her to the bank. There stood William, a deaf and dumb but very handsome youth, who, to support his old foster mother, a neighbor of the rabbi, caught and sold fish, and kept his boat in this place. It seemed as if he had divined the intention of Abraham, and was waiting for him, for on his silent lips there was an expression of tender sympathy, and his large blue eyes rested as with deep meaning on beautiful Sarah, as he lifted her carefully into the boat. The glance of the silent youth roused beautiful Sarah from her lethargy, and she realized at once that all which her husband had told her was not a mere dream. A stream of bitter tears poured over her cheeks, which were as white as her garment. Thus she sat in the boat, a weeping image of white marble, and beside her sat her husband and dumb William, who was busily rowing. Whether it is due to the measured beat of the oars, or to the rocking of the boat, or to the fresh perfume from those steep banks whereon joy grows, it ever happens that even the most sorrowful heart is marvelously relieved when on a night in spring it is lightly borne along in a small boat on the dear, limpid waters of the Rhine. For, in truth, kind-hearted, old Father Rhine cannot bear to see his children weep, and so, drying their tears, he rocks them on his trusty arm, and tells them his most beautiful stories, and promises them his most golden treasures, perhaps even the old, long-sunk Nibelungen hoard. Gradually the tears of beautiful Sarah ceased to flow, her extreme sorrow seemed to be washed away by the whispering waves, while the hills about her home bade her the tenderest farewell. But especially cordial seemed the farewell greeting of Kedrich, her favorite mountain, and far up on its summit, in the strange moonlight, she imagined she saw a lady with outstretched arms, while active little dwarfs swarmed out of their caverns in the rocks, and a rider came rushing down the side in full gallop. Beautiful Sarah felt as if she were a child again, and were sitting once more in the lap of her aunt from Lorch, who was telling her brave tales of the bold knight who freed the stolen damsel from the dwarfs, and many other true stories of the wonderful Whisperthal over there, where the birds talk as sensibly as men, and of Gingerbread Land, where good, obedient children go, and of enchanted princesses, singing trees, crystal castles, golden bridges, laughing water fairies. But suddenly in the midst of these pleasant tales, which began to send forth notes of music and to gleam with lovely light, beautiful Sarah heard the voice of her father, scolding the poor aunt for putting such nonsense into the child's head. Then it seemed to her as if they set her on the little stool before her father's velvet-covered chair, and that he with a soft hand smoothed her long hair, smiling as if well pleased, while he rocked himself comfortably in his loose, Sabbath dressing gown of blue silk. Yes, it must be the Sabbath, for the flowered cover was spread on the table, all the utensils in the room were polished like looking-glasses, the white-bearded usher sat beside her father, eating raisins and talking in Hebrew, even little Abraham came in with a very large book, and modestly begged leave of his uncle to expound a portion of the Holy Scripture, that he might prove that he had learned much during the past week, and therefore deserved much praise and a corresponding quantity of cakes. Then the lad laid the book on the broad arm of the chair, and set forth the history of Jacob and Rachel, how Jacob raised his voice and wept when he first saw his cousin Rachel, how he talked so confidingly with her by the well, how he had to serve 7 years for her, and how quickly the time passed, and how he at last married and loved her for ever and ever. Then all at once beautiful Sarah remembered how her father cried with merry voice, "Wilt thou not also marry thy cousin Sarah like that?" To which little Abraham gravely replied, "That I will, and she shall wait 7 years too." These memories stole like twilight shadows through the soul of the young wife, and she recalled how she and her little cousin, now so great a man, and her husband played together as children in the leafy tabernacle, how delighted they were with the gay carpets, flowers, mirrors, and gilded apples, how little Abraham caressed her more and more tenderly, till little by little he began to grow larger and more self-interested, and at last became a man and scarcely noticed her at all. And now she sits in her room alone on a Saturday evening, the moon shines in brightly. Suddenly the door flies open, and cousin Abraham, in traveling garb, and as pale as death, enters, grasps her hand, puts a gold ring on her finger, and says, solemnly, "I hereby take thee to be my wife, according to the laws of God and of Israel. But now," he adds, with a trembling voice, "now I must go to Spain. Farewell. For 7 years thou must wait for me." With that he hurried away, and Sarah, weeping, told the tale to her father, who roared and raged, "Cut off thy hair, for thou art now a married woman." Then he wanted to ride after Abraham to compel him to write a letter of divorce, but Abraham was over the hills and far away, and the father silently returned to his house. And when beautiful Sarah was helping him to draw off his boots, and trying to soothe him, saying that Abraham would return in 7 years, he cursed, and cried, 7 years shalt thou be a beggar, and shortly after he died. And so old memories swept through her soul like a hurried play of shadows, the images intermixing and blending strangely, while between them came and went half familiar, half strange bearded faces, and large flowers with marvelously spreading foliage. Then the Rhine seemed to murmur the melodies of the Agade, and from its waters the pictures, as large as life, but wild and distorted, came forth one by one. There was Father Abraham anxiously breaking the idols into pieces which immediately flew together again, Misery defending himself fiercely against the maddened Moses, Mount Sinai flashing and flaming, King Pharaoh swimming in the Red Sea, holding his pointed gold crown tightly in his teeth, while frogs with human faces swam along behind, in the foaming, roaring waves, and a dark giant hand rose up threatening from below. Yonder was the mouse tower of Bishop Hatto, and the boat was just shooting through the Bingan eddy. By this time beautiful Sarah had somewhat awakened from her dreams, and she gazed at the hills on the shore, on the summits of which lights of castles were gleaming, and at the foot of which the mist, shimmering in the moonlight, was beginning to rise. Suddenly she seemed to see her friends and relatives, as they, with corpse-like faces and flowing shrouds, passed in awful procession along the Rhine. The world grew dark before her eyes, an icy current ran through her soul, and, as if in sleep, she only heard the rabbi repeating the night prayer slowly and painfully, as if at a deathbed. Dreamily she stammered the words, 10,000 to the right, 10,000 to the left, to protect the king from the terrors of the night. Then all at once the oppressive gloom and terror passed away, the dark curtain was torn from heaven, and far above there appeared the holy city Jerusalem, with its towers and gates. The temple gleamed in golden splendor, and in its forecourt Sarah saw her father in his yellow Sabbath dressing gown, smiling as if well pleased. All her friends and relatives were looking out from the round windows of the temple, cordially greeting her. In the Holy of Holies knelt pious King David, with his purple mantle and golden crown, sweetly rang his song and the tones of his harp, and smiling happily, beautiful Sarah awoke. Chapter 2. As beautiful Sarah opened her eyes they were almost dazzled by the rays of the sun. The high towers of a great city rose before her, and dumb William, with his oar upright, was standing in the boat, pushing and guiding it through the lively confusion of many vessels, gay with their pennons and streamers, whose crews were either gazing idly at passers-by, or else were busily loading with chests, bales, and casks the lighters which were to bear them to the shore. And with it all was a deafening noise, the constant hollow cry of steersmen, the calling of traders from the shore, and the scolding of the custom-house officials who, in their red coats and with their white maces and white faces, jumped from boat to boat. Yes, beautiful Sarah, said the rabbi, cheerfully smiling to his wife, this is the famous, free, imperial, and commercial city of Frankfurt on the Main, and we are now passing along the river Main. Do you see those pleasant-looking houses up there, surrounded by green hills? That is Sachsenhausen, from which our lame Gumpert brings us the fine myrrh for the Feast of the Tabernacles. Here you see the strong main bridge with its 13 arches, over which many men, wagons, and horses can safely pass. In the middle of it stands the little house where on de Taubchen says there lives a baptized Jew, who pays 6 farthings, on account of the Jewish community, to every man who brings him a dead rat, for the Jews are obliged to deliver annually to the state council 5,000 rats' tails for tribute. At the thought of this war, which the Frankfurt Jews were obliged to wage with the rats, beautiful Sarah burst out laughing. The bright sunlight, and the new gay world now before her, had driven all the terrors and horrors of the past night from her soul, and as she was helped ashore from the boat by dumb William and her husband, she felt inspired as with a sense of joyful safety. Dumb William for a long time fixed his beautiful, deep blue eyes on hers, half sadly, half cheerfully, and then, casting a significant glance at the rabbi, sprang back into his boat and was soon out of sight. Dumb William much resembles my brother who died, said beautiful Sarah. All the angels are alike, answered the rabbi, and, taking his wife by the hand, led her through the dense crowd on the shore, where, as it was the time of the Easter fair, a great number of wooden booths had been erected by traders. Then passing through the gloomy main gate, they found themselves in quite as noisy a crowd. Here, in a narrow street, the shops stood close beside one another, every house, as was usual in Frankfurt, being specially adapted to trade. There were no windows on the ground floor, but broad, open arches, so that the passer-by, looking in, could see at a glance all there was for sale. And how astonished beautiful Sarah was at the mass of magnificent wares, and at the splendor, such as she had never seen before. Here stood Venetians, who offered cheaply all the luxuries of the Orient and Italy, and beautiful Sarah was enchanted by the sight of the ornaments and jewels, the gay caps and bodices, the gold bangles and necklaces, and the whole display of finery which women so admire and love to wear. The richly embroidered stuffs of velvet and silk seemed fairly to speak to beautiful Sarah, and to flash and sparkle strange wonders back into her memory, and she really felt as if she were a little girl again, and as if Aunt Taubchen had kept her promise and taken her to the Frankfurt fair, and as if she were now at last standing before the beautiful garments of which she had heard so much. With a secret joy she reflected what she should take back with her to Bacharach, and which of her two little cousins, Posy and Bertie, would prefer that blue silk girdle, and whether the green stockings would suit little Gottschalk. But all at once it flashed on her, ah, Lord, they are all grown up now, and yesterday they were slain. She shuddered, and the pictures of the previous night filled her soul with all their horror again. But the gold-embroidered cloths glittered once more with 1,000 roguish eyes, and drove the gloomy thoughts from her mind, and when she looked into her husband's face she saw that it was free from clouds, and bore its habitual, serious gentleness. "Shut your eyes, Sarah," said the rabbi, and he led his wife on through the crowd. What a gay, active throng! Most prominent were the tradesmen, who were loudly vying one another in offering bargains, or talking together and summing on their fingers, or, following heavily loaded porters, who at a dog trot were leading the way to their lodgings. By the faces of others one could see that they came from curiosity. The stout councilman was recognizable by his scarlet cloak and golden chain, a black, expensive-looking, swelling waistcoat betrayed the honorable and proud citizen. An iron spike helmet, a yellow leather jerkin, and rattling spurs, weighing a pound, indicated the heavy cavalryman. Under little black velvet caps, which came together in a point over the brow, there was many a rosy girl face, and the young fellows who ran along after them, like hunting dogs on the scent, showed that they were finished dandies by their saucily feathered caps, their squeaking peaked shoes, and their colored silk garments, some of which were green on one side and red on the other, or else striped like a rainbow on the right and checkered with harlequin squares of many colors on the left, so that the mad youths looked as if they were divided in the middle. Carried along by the crowd, the rabbi and his wife arrived at the Romer. This is the great marketplace of the city, surrounded by houses with high gables, and takes its name from an immense building, the Romer, which was bought by the magistracy and dedicated as the town hall. In it the German emperor was elected, and before it tournaments were often held. King Maximilian, who was passionately fond of this sport, was then in Frankfurt, and in his honor the day before there had been great tilting in the Romer. Many idle men still stood on or about the scaffolding, which was being removed by carpenters, telling how the Duke of Brunswick and the Margrave of Brandenburg had charged one another amid the sound of drums and of trumpets, and how Lord Walter the Vagabond had knocked the Knight of the Bear out of his saddle so violently that the splinters of the lances flew high into the air, while the tall, fair-haired King Max, standing among his courtiers upon the balcony, rubbed his hands for joy. The golden banners were still to be seen on the balconies and in the Gothic windows of the town hall. The other houses of the marketplace were still likewise festively bedecked and adorned with shields, especially the Limburg house, on whose banner was painted a maiden with a sparrowhawk in her hand, and a monkey holding out to her a mirror. Many knights and ladies standing on the balcony were engaged in animated conversation, or looking at the crowd below, which, in wild groups and processions, surged back and forth. What a multitude of idlers of all ages and ranks were crowded together here to gratify their curiosity. There was laughing, grumbling, stealing, rib-poking, hurrahing, while every now and then blared the trumpet of the mountebank, who, in a red cloak and with his clown and monkey, stood on a high stand loudly boasting of his own skill, and sounding the praises of his marvelous tinctures and salves, ere he solemnly examined the glass of urine brought by some old woman, or applied himself to pull a poor peasant's tooth. 2 fencing masters, dancing about in gay ribbons and brandishing their rapiers, met as if by accident and began to cut and pass with great apparent anger, but after a long bout each declared that the other was invincible, and took up a collection. Then the newly organized guild of archers marched by with drummers and pipers, and these were followed by the constable, who was carrying a red flag at the head of a flock of travelling strumpets, hailing from the brothel known as the Ass, in Würzburg, and bound for Rosendale, where the highly honorable authorities had assigned them quarters during the fair. "Shut your eyes, Sarah," said the rabbi. For indeed these fantastic, and altogether too scantily clad women, among whom were a few really beautiful girls, behaved in a most immodest manner, baring their bold, white breasts, chaffing those who went by with shameless words, and swinging their long walking sticks, and using the latter as hobby horses. They rode down toward the gate of St. Catherine, singing in shrill tones the witch song. "Where is the goat, the hellish beast, where is the goat? Oh, bring him quick. And if there is no goat, at least we'll ride upon the stick." This wild sing-song, which rang afar, was finally drowned out by the long-drawn, sacred tones of a church procession. It was a solemn train of bareheaded and barefooted monks, who carried burning wax tapers, banners with pictures of the saints, and large silver crucifixes. Before it ran boys clad in red and white gowns, bearing censers of smoking frankincense. In the middle of the procession, under a beautiful canopy, marched priests in white robes adorned with costly lace, or in bright-colored, silk stoles. One of them held in his hand a sun-like, golden vessel, which, on arriving at a shrine by the market corner, he raised on high, while he half sang, half spoke in Latin, when all at once a little bell rang, and all the people around, becoming silent, fell to their knees and made the sign of the cross. "Shut your eyes, Sarah," cried the rabbi again, and he hastily drew her away through a labyrinth of narrow, crooked streets, and at last over the desolate, empty place which separated the new Jewish quarter from the rest of the city. Before that time the Jews dwelt between the cathedral and the bank of the Main, that is, from the bridge down as far as the Lumpenbrunnen, and from the Mellwege as far as St. Bartholomew's. But the Catholic priests obtained a papal bull forbidding the Jews to live so near the High Church, for which reason the magistrates assigned them a place on the Wohlgraben, where they built their present quarter. This was surrounded by high walls, the gate of which was held by iron chains to keep out the rabble. For here, too, the Jews lived in misery and anxiety, and with far more vivid memories of previous suffering than they have at present. In 1240 the unrestrained populace had caused awful bloodshed among them, which people called the First Jewish Massacre. In 1349, when the flagellants, in passing through the town, set fire to it, and accused the Jews of the deed, the latter were nearly all murdered or burned alive in their own houses. This was called the Second Jewish Massacre. After this the Jews were often threatened with similar slaughter, and during the internal dissensions of Frankfurt, especially during a dispute between the council and the guilds, the mob was often on the point of breaking into the Jewish quarter, which, as has been said, was surrounded by a wall. The latter had 2 gates in it, which on Catholic holidays were closed from without and on Jewish holidays from within, and before each gate was a watch-house with city soldiers. When the rabbi with his wife came to the entrance to the Jewish quarter, the soldiers, as one could see through the open windows, lay on the wooden bench inside the watch-house, while out before the door in the sunshine sat the drummer beating capriciously on his large drum. He was a heavy, fat fellow, wearing a jerkin and hose of fiery yellow, greatly puffed out at his arms and thighs, and profusely dotted with small red tufts, sewed on, which looked as if innumerable tongues were protruding from him. His breast and back were padded with cushions of black cloth, against which hung his drum. He had on his head a flat, round black cap, which in roundness and flatness was equalled by his face, and the latter was also in keeping with his dress, being an orange-yellow, spotted with red pimples, and distorted into a gaping grin. So the fellow sat and drummed to the melody of a song which the flagellants had sung at the Jewish massacre, while he gurgled, in a coarse, very voice, "Our dear Lady True walked in the morning dew, Kyrie eleison." "Hans, that is a terrible tune," cried a voice from behind the closed gate of the Jewish quarter. "Yes, Hans, and a bad song too. Doesn't he suit the drum? Doesn't suit it at all, by my soul. Not the day of the fair and on Easter morning. Bad song, dangerous song. Jackie, little drum Jackie boy, I'm a lone man, and if thou lovest me, the star, the tall star, the tall nose star, then stop it." These words were uttered by the unseen speaker, now in hasty anxiety, now in a sighing drawl, with a tone which alternated between mild softness and harsh hoarseness, such as one hears in consumptive people. The drummer was not moved, and went on drumming and singing. There came a little youth, his beard had run away, in truth, hallelujah. "Jack," again cried the voice of the invisible speaker, "Jack, I'm a lone man, and that is a dangerous song, and I don't like it. I have my reasons for it, and if you love me, sing something else, and tomorrow we will drink together." At the word drink, Jack ceased his drumming and singing, and said in friendly tone, "The devil take the Jews. But thou, dear nose star, art my friend, I protect thee, and if we drink together often enough I shall have thee converted. Yea, I shall be thy godfather, and when thou art baptized thou shalt be eternally happy, and if thou hast genius and wilt study industriously under me, thou mayest even become a drummer. Yes, nose star, thou mayest yet become something great. I will drum the whole catechism into thee when we drink together tomorrow. But now open the gate, for here are two strangers who wish to enter." "Open the gate," cried Nose Star, and his voice almost deserted him. "That can't be done in such a hurry, my dear Jack, one can't tell, one can never tell, you know, and I'm a lone man. Vadal Oxhead has the key, and he is now standing in the corner mumbling his 18 prayer, and he must not be interrupted. And Jekyll the fool is here too, but he is making water, I'm a lone man." "The devil take the Jews," cried the drummer, and, laughing loudly at this, his one and only joke, he trudged off to the guard room and lay down on the bench. While the rabbi stood with his wife before the locked gate, there rose from behind it a snarling, nasal, somewhat mocking voice. "Starry, don't groan so much. Take the keys from Oxheady's coat pockets, or else go stick your nose in the keyhole, and so unlock the gate. The people have been standing and waiting a long time." "People," cried the anxious voice of the man called Nose Star, "I thought there was only one. I beg you, fool, dear Jekyll fool, look out and see who is there." A small, well-grated window in the gate opened, and there appeared in it a yellow cap with two horns, and the funny, wrinkled, and twisted jest-maker's face of Jekyll the fool. The window was immediately shut again, and he cried angrily, "Open the gate, it is only a man and a woman." "A man and a woman," groaned Nose Star. "Yes, but when the gates open the woman will take her skirt off, and become a man, and then there'll be two men, and there are only three of us." "Don't be a hare," replied Jekyll the fool. "Be a man and show courage." "Courage," cried Nose Star, laughing with bitter vexation. "Hare. Hare is a bad comparison. The hare is an unclean animal. Courage. I was not put here to be courageous, but cautious. When too many come I am to give the alarm. But I alone cannot keep them back. My arm is weak, I have a seton, and I'm a lone man. If one were to shoot at me, I should be a dead man. Then that rich man, Mendel Rice, would sit on the Sabbath at his table, and wipe the raisin sauce from his mouth, and rub his belly, and perhaps say, Tall Nose Star was a brave fellow after all, If it had not been for him, perhaps they would have burst open the gate. He let himself be shot for us. He was a brave fellow, too bad that he's dead. Here the voice became tender and tearful, but all at once it rose to a hasty and almost angry tone. Courage, and so that the rich Mendel Rice may wipe away the raisin sauce from his mouth, and rub his belly, and call me a brave fellow, I'm to let myself be shot. Courage. Be a man. Little Strauss was a man, and yesterday went to the Romer to see the tilting, thinking they would not know him because he wore a frock of violet velvet 3 florins a yard covered with foxtails and embroidered with gold quite magnificent, and they dusted his violet frock for him till it lost its color, and his own back became violet and did not look human. Courage, indeed. The crippled lacer was courageous, and called our scoundrel of a magistrate a blackguard, and they hung him up by the feet between 2 dogs, while Jack drummed. Courage. Don't be a hare. Among many dogs the hare is helpless. I'm a lone man, and I am really afraid. That I'll swear to, cried Jekyll. Yes, I have fear, replied Nose Star, sighing. I know that it runs in my blood, and I got it from my dear mother. Yes, yes, interrupted Jekyll, and your mother got it from her father, and he from his, and so all thy ancestors one from the other, back to the forefather who marched under King Saul against the Philistines, and was the first to take to his heels. But look. Oxheady is already, he has bowed his head for the 4th time, now he is jumping like a flea at the holy, 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 and feeling cautiously in his pocket. In fact the keys rattled, the gate grated and creaked and opened, and the rabbi led his wife into the empty Jew street. The man who opened it was a little fellow with a good-naturedly sour face, who nodded dreamily, like one who did not like to be disturbed in his thoughts, and after he had carefully closed the gate again, without saying a word he sank into a corner, constantly mumbling his prayers. Less taciturn was Jekyll the Fool, a short, somewhat bow-legged fellow, with a large, red, laughing face, and an enormous leg of mutton hand, which he now stretched out of the wide sleeve of his gaily checkered jacket in welcome. Behind him a tall, lean figure showed, or rather, hid itself, the slender neck feathered with a fine white cambric ruff, and the thin, pale face strangely adorned with an incredibly long nose, which peered with anxious curiosity in every direction. God's welcome to a pleasant feast day, cried Jekyll the Fool. Do not be astonished that our street is so empty and quiet just now. All our people are in the synagogue, and you have come just in time to hear the history of the sacrifice of Isaac read. I know it 'tis an interesting story, and if I had not already heard it 33 times, I would willingly listen to it again this year. And it is an important history, too, for if Abraham had really killed Isaac and not the goat, then there would be more goats in the world now and fewer Jews. And then with mad, merry grimaces, Jekyll began to sing the following song from the Aegeid, 11. A kid, which my father bought for 2 pieces of money. A kid. There came a cat which ate the kid, which my father bought for 2 pieces of money. A kid. There came a dog, who bit the cat, who ate the kid, which my father bought for 2 pieces of money. A kid. There came a stick, which beat the dog, who bit the cat, who ate the kid, which my father bought for 2 pieces of money. A kid. There came a fire, which burnt the stick, which beat the dog, who bit the cat, who ate the kid, which my father bought for 2 pieces of money. A kid. There came the water, which quenched the fire, which burnt the stick, which beat the dog, who bit the cat, who ate the kid, which my father bought for 2 pieces of money. A kid. There came an ox, who drank the water, which quenched the fire, which burnt the stick, which beat the dog, who bit the cat, who ate the kid, which my father bought for 2 pieces of money. A kid. There came the butcher, who slew the ox, who drank the water, which quenched the fire, which burnt the stick, which beat the dog, who bit the cat, that ate the kid, which my father bought for 2 pieces of money. A kid. A kid. Then came the angel of death, who slew the butcher, who killed the ox, who drank the water, which quenched the fire, which burnt the stick, which beat the dog, who bit the cat, who ate the kid, which my father bought for 2 pieces of money. A kid. A kid. 12. Yes, beautiful lady, added the singer, and the day will come when the angel of death will slay the slayer, and all our blood come over Edom, for God is a God of vengeance. But all at once, casting aside with a violent effort the seriousness into which he had involuntarily fallen, Jekyll plunged again into his mad buffoonery, and went on in his harsh jester tones, "Don't be afraid, beautiful lady, no star will not harm you. He is only dangerous to old Schneeperel. She has fallen in love with his nose which, faith, deserves it. Yeah, for it is as beautiful as the tower which looked forth toward Damascus, and as lofty as a cedar of Lebanon. Outwardly it gleameth like gold loaf and syrup, and inwardly it is all music and loveliness. It bloometh in summer and in winter it is frozen up, but in summer and winter it is petted and pulled by the white hands of Schneeperel. Yes, she is madly in love with him. She nurses him, and feeds him, and for her age she is young enough. When he is fat enough, she means to marry him, and whoever comes to Frankfurt, 300 years hence, will not be able to see the heavens for no stars." "Ah, you are Jekyll the fool," exclaimed the rabbi, laughing. "I mark it by your words. I have often heard of you." "Yes, yes," replied Jekyll, with comical modesty. "Yes, that is what reputation does. A man is often known far and wide as a bigger fool than he himself has any idea of. However, I take great pains to be a fool, and jump and shake myself to make the bells ring, others have an easier time. But tell me, Rabbi, why do you journey on a holiday?" "My justification," replied the rabbi, "is in the Talmud, where it says, 'Danger drives away the Sabbath.'" "Danger," screamed the tall-nosed star, in mortal terror. "Danger, danger. Drummer Jack. Drum, drum. Danger, danger. Drummer Jack." From without resounded the deep, very voice of Drummer Jack, "Death and destruction. The devil take the Jews. That's the 3rd time today that you've roused me out of a sound sleep, no star. Don't make me mad. For when I am mad I'm the very devil himself, and then as sure as I'm a Christian, I'll up with my gun and shoot through the grated window in your gate, and then fellow, let everybody look out for his nose." "Don't shoot, don't shoot. I'm a lonely man," wailed No Star piteously, pressing his face against the wall, and trembling and murmuring prayers in this position. "But say, what has happened?" cried Jekyll the fool, with all the impatient curiosity which was even then characteristic of the Frankfurt Jews. But the rabbi impatiently broke loose from them, and went his way along the Jew street. "See, Sarah," he exclaimed, "how badly guarded is our Israel. False friends guard its gates without, and within its watchers are folly and fear." They wandered slowly through the long empty street, where only here and there the head of some young girl showed itself in a window, against the polished panes of which the sun was brilliantly reflected. At that time the houses in the Jewish quarter were still neat and new, and much lower than they now are, since it was only later on that the Jews, as their number greatly increased, while they could not enlarge their quarter, built one story over another, squeezed themselves together like sardines, and were thus stunted both in body and soul. That part of the Jewish quarter which remained standing after the Great Fire, and which is called the Old Lane, those high blackened houses, where a grinning, sweaty race of people bargains and chaffers, is a horrible relic of the Middle Ages. The older synagogue exists no more. It was less capacious than the present one, which was built later, after the Nuremberg exiles were taken into the community, and lay more to the north. The rabbi had no need to ask where it was. He recognized it from afar by the buzz of many loud voices. In the court of the house of God he parted from his wife, and after washing his hands at the fountain there, he entered the lower part of the synagogue where the men pray, while Sarah ascended a flight of stairs and entered the place reserved for women. The latter was a kind of gallery with 3 rows of seats painted a reddish brown, whose backs were fitted with a hanging board, which held the prayer books, and which could be raised and lowered. Here the women either sat gossiping or stood up in deep prayer. They often went and peered with curiosity through the large grating on the eastern side, through the thin, green lattice of which one could look down on the lower floor of the synagogue. There, behind high praying desks, stood the men in their black cloaks, their pointed beards shooting out over white ruffs, and their skull-capped heads more or less concealed by a 4-cornered scarf of white wool or silk, furnished with the prescribed tassels, and in some instances also adorned with gold lace. The walls of the synagogue were uniformly whitewashed, and no ornament was to be seen other than the gilded iron grating around the square stage, where extracts from the law were read, and the Holy Ark, a costly embossed chest, apparently supported by marble columns with gorgeous capitals, whose flower and leaf work shot up in beautiful profusion, and covered with a curtain of purple velvet, on which a pious inscription was worked in gold spangles, pearls, and many-colored gems. Here hung the silver memorial lamp. And there also rose a trellised dais, on whose crossed iron bars were all kinds of sacred utensils, among them the 7-branched candlestick. Before the latter, his countenance toward the ark, stood the choir leader, whose song was accompanied, as if instrumentally, by the voices of his 2 assistants, the bass and the treble. The Jews have banished all instrumental music from their church, maintaining that hymns in praise of God are more edifying when they rise from the warm breast of man, than from the cold pipes of an organ. Beautiful Sarah felt a childish delight when the choir leader, an admirable tenor, raised his voice and sounded forth the ancient, solemn melodies, which she knew so well, in a fresher loveliness than she had ever dreamed of, while the bass sang in harmony the deep, dark notes, and, in the pauses, the treble's voice trilled sweetly and daintily. Such singing beautiful Sarah had never heard in the synagogue of Bacharach, where the presiding elder, David Levi, was the leader, for when this elderly, trembling man, with his broken, bleeding voice, tried to trill like a young girl, and in his forced effort to do so, shook his limp and drooping arm feverishly, it inspired laughter rather than devotion. A sense of pious satisfaction, not unmingled with feminine curiosity, drew beautiful Sarah to the grating, where she could look down on the lower floor, or the so-called men's division. She had never before seen so many of her faith together, and it cheered her heart to be in such a multitude of those so closely allied by race, thought, and sufferings. And her soul was still more deeply moved when 3 old men reverentially approached the sacred ark, drew aside the glittering curtain, raised the lid, and very carefully brought forth the book which God wrote with his own hand, and for the maintenance of which Jews have suffered so much misery and hate, disgrace and death, 1,000 years martyrdom. This book, a great roll of parchment, was wrapped like a princely child in a gaily embroidered scarlet cloak of velvet. Above, on both wooden rollers, were 2 little silver shrines, in which many pomegranates and small bells jingled and rang prettily, while before, on a silver chain, hung gold shields with many-colored gems. The choir leader took the book, and, as if it really were a child for whom one has greatly suffered, and whom one loves all the more on that account, he rocked it in his arms, skipped about with it here and there, pressed it to his breast, and, thrilled by its holy touch, broke forth into such a devout hymn of praise and thanksgiving, that it seemed to beautiful Sarah as if the pillars under the holy ark began to bloom, and the strange and lovely flowers and leaves on the capitals shot ever higher. The tones of the treble were converted into the notes of the nightingale, the vaulted ceiling of the synagogue resounded with the tremendous tones of the bass singer, while the glory of God shone down from the blue heavens. Yes, it was a beautiful psalm. The congregation sang in chorus the concluding verse, and then the choir leader walked slowly to the raised platform in the middle of the synagogue bearing the holy book, while men and boys crowded about him, eager to kiss its velvet covering, or even to touch it. On the platform, the velvet cover, as well as the wrappings covered with illuminated letters, were removed, and the choir leader, in the peculiar intonation which in the Passover service is still more peculiarly modulated, read the edifying narrative of the temptation of Abraham. Beautiful Sarah had modestly withdrawn from the grating, and a stout, much ornamented woman of middle age, with a forward, but benevolent manner, had with a nod invited her to share her prayer book. This lady was evidently no great scholar, for as she mumbled to herself the prayers as the women do, not being allowed to take part in the singing, Sarah observed that she made the best she could of many words, and skipped several good lines altogether. But after a while the watery blue eyes of the good woman were languidly raised, an insipid smile spread over her red and white porcelain face, and in a voice which she strove to make as genteel as possible, she said to beautiful Sarah, "He sings very well. But I have heard far better singing in Holland. You are a stranger, and perhaps do not know that the choir leader is from Worms, and that they will keep him here if he will be content with 400 florins a year. He is a charming man, and his hands are as white as alabaster. I admire beautiful hands, they make one altogether beautiful." Having said this, the good lady laid her own hand, which was really a fine one, on the shelf before her, and with a polite nod which intimated that she did not like to be interrupted while speaking, she added, "The little singer is a mere child, and looks very much worn out. The basso is too ugly for anything," our star once made the witty remark, "the bass singer is a bigger fool than even a basso is expected to be. All three eat in my restaurant. Perhaps you don't know that I'm El Schnaper." Beautiful Sarah expressed thanks for this information, whereupon Schnaperel proceeded to narrate in detail how she had once been in Amsterdam, how she had been subjected to the advances of men on account of her beauty, how she had come to Frankfurt 3 days before Whitsuntide and married Schnaper, how he had died, and what touching things he had finally said on his deathbed, and how hard it was to carry on the restaurant business and keep one's hands nice. Several times she glanced aside with a contemptuous air, apparently at some giggling girls, who seemed to be eyeing her clothes. And the latter were indeed remarkable enough: a very loose skirt of white satin, on which all the animals of Noah's Ark were embroidered in gaudy colors, a jacket of gold cloth, like a cuirass, with sleeves of red velvet, yellow slashed, a very high cap on her head, with a mighty ruff of stiff white linen around her neck, which also had around it a silver chain hung with all kinds of coins, cameos, and curiosities, among them a large picture of the city of Amsterdam, which rested on her bosom. But the dresses of the other women were no less remarkable. They consisted of a variety of fashions of different ages, and many a woman there was so covered with gold and diamonds as to look like a wandering jeweller's shop. It is true that there was at that time a fashion of dress prescribed by law to the Frankfurt Jews, and to distinguish them from Christians the men had to wear yellow rings on their cloaks, and the women very stiff, blue-striped veils on their caps. However, in the Jewish quarter the law was little observed, and there, in the synagogue, especially on festival days, the women put on as much magnificent apparel as they could, partly to arouse envy of others, and partly to advertise the wealth and credit of their husbands. While passages from the books of Moses are being read on the lower floor of the synagogue, the devotion is usually somewhat lulled. Many make themselves comfortable and sit down, whispering perhaps business affairs with a friend, or go out into the court to get a little fresh air. Small boys take the liberty of visiting their mothers in the women's balcony, and here worship is still more loosely observed, as there is gossiping, chattering, and laughing, while, as always happens, the young quiz the old, and the latter censure the light-headedness of the girls and the general degeneracy of the age. And just as there was a choir leader on the floor below, so was there a gossip leader in the balcony above. This was Puppy Rice, a vulgar, greenish woman, who found out about everybody's troubles, and always had a scandal on her tongue. The usual butt of her pointed sayings was poor Schnaperel, and she could mock right well the affected genteel airs and languishing manner with which the latter accepted the insincere compliments of young men. "Do you know," cried Puppy Rice, "Schnaperel said yesterday, if I were not beautiful and clever, and beloved, I had rather not be alive. Then there was loud tittering, and Schneeperel, who was not far distant, noting that this was all at her expense, lifted her nose in scorn, and sailed away, like a proud galley, to some remote corner. Then Bertie Oakes, a plump and somewhat awkward lady, remarked compassionately that Schneeperel might be a little vain and small of mind, but that she was an honest, generous soul, and did much good to many folk in need. Particularly to Nose Star, snapped Puppy Rice. And all who knew of this tender relation laughed all the louder. Don't you know, added Puppy spitefully, that Nose Star now sleeps in Schneeperel's house? But just look at Susie Florsheim down there, wearing the necklace which Daniel Flask pawned to her husband. Flask's wife is vexed about it, that is plain. And now she is talking to Mrs. Florsheim. How amiably they shake hands. And hate each other like Midian and Moab. How sweetly they smile on each other. Oh, you dear souls, don't eat each other up out of pure love. I'll just steal up and listen to them. And so, like a sneaking wildcat, Puppy Rice crept up and listened to the two women bewailing to each other how they had worked all the past week to clean up the house and scour the kitchen things, and complaining about all they had to do before Passover, so that not a crumb of leavened bread should stick to anything. And such troubles as they had baking the unleavened bread. Mrs. Flask had special cause for complaint, for she had had no end of trouble over it in the public bakery, where, according to the ticket she drew, she could not bake till the afternoon of the very last day, just before Passover Eve, and then old Hannah had kneaded the dough badly, and the maids had rolled it too thin, and half of it was scorched in baking, and worst of all, rain came pouring through the bakehouse roof, and so, wet and weary, they had had to work till late in the night. And, my dear Mrs. Florsheim, said Mrs. Flask, with gracious friendliness most insincere, you were a little to blame for that, because you did not send your people to help me in baking. Ah, pardon, replied the other. My servants were so busy, the goods for the fair had to be packed. My husband— Yes, I know, interrupted Mrs. Flask, with cutting irony in her speech. I know that you have much to do, many pledges and a good business, and necklaces, and a bitter word was just about to slip from the lips of the speaker, and Dame Florsheim had turned as red as a lobster, when Puppy Rice cried out loudly, for God's sake. The strange lady lies dying. Water. Water. Beautiful Sarah lay in a faint, as pale as death, while a swarm of excited women crowded around her, one holding her head, another her arm, while some old women sprinkled her with the glasses of water which hung behind their prayer desks for washing the hands in case they should by accident touch their own bodies. Others held under her nose an old lemon full of spices, which was left over from the last feast day, when it had served for smelling and strengthening the nerves. Exhausted and sighing deeply, beautiful Sarah at last opened her eyes, and with mute glances thanked them for their kind care. But now the 18 prayer, which no one dared neglect, was being solemnly chanted below, and the busy women hurried back to their places and offered the prayer as the rite ordains, that is, standing up with their faces turned toward the east, which is that part of the heavens where Jerusalem lies. Bertie Oakes, Schneeperel, and Puppy Rice stayed to the last with beautiful Sarah, the first two to aid her as much as possible, the other two to find out why she had fainted so suddenly. Beautiful Sarah had swooned from a singular cause. It is a custom in the synagogue that anyone who has escaped a great danger shall, after the reading of the extracts from the law, appear in public and return thanks for his divine deliverance. As Rabbi Abraham rose to his feet to make his prayer, and beautiful Sarah recognized her husband's voice, she noticed that his voice gradually subsided into the mournful murmur of a prayer for the dead. She heard the names of her dear kinsfolk, accompanied by the words which convey the blessing on the departed, and the last hope vanished from her soul, for it was torn by the certainty that those dear ones had really been slain, that her little niece was dead, that her little cousins Posy and Bertie were dead, that little Gottschalk too was dead, all murdered and dead. And she, too, would have succumbed to the agony of this realization, had not a kind swoon poured forgetfulness over her senses. Chapter 3. When beautiful Sarah, after divine service was ended, went down into the courtyard of the synagogue. The rabbi stood there waiting for her. He nodded to her with a cheerful expression, and accompanied her out into the street, where there was no longer silence but a noisy multitude. It was like a swarm of ants, bearded men in black coats, women gleaming and fluttering like gold chafers, boys in new clothes carrying prayer books after their parents, young girls who, because they could not enter the synagogue, now came bounding to their parents, bowing their curly heads to receive their blessing, all gay and merry, and walking up and down the street in the happy anticipation of a good dinner, the savory odor of which causing their mouths to water rose from many black pots, marked with chalk, and carried by smiling girls from the large community kitchens. In this multitude particularly conspicuous was the form of a Spanish cavalier, whose youthful features bore that fascinating pallor which ladies generally attribute to an unfortunate and men, on the contrary, to a very fortunate love affair. His gait, although naturally carefree, had in it, however, a somewhat affected daintiness. The feathers in his cap were agitated more by the aristocratic motion of his head than by the wind, and his golden spurs, and the jeweled hilt of his sword, which he bore on his arm, rattled rather more than was necessary. A white cavalier's cloak enveloped his slender limbs in an apparently careless manner, but, in reality, betrayed the most careful arrangement of the folds. Passing and repassing, partly with curiosity, partly with an air of a connoisseur, he approached the women walking by, looked calmly at them, paused when he thought a face was worth the trouble, gave to many a pretty girl a passing compliment, and went his way heedless as to its effect. He had met beautiful Sarah more than once, but every time had seemed to be repelled by her commanding look, or else by the enigmatical smile of her husband. Finally, however, proudly conquering all diffidence, he boldly faced both, and with foppish confidence made, in a tenderly gallant tone, the following speech. "Señora, list to me. I swear by the roses of both the kingdoms of Castile, by the Aragonesa hyacinths and the pomegranate blossoms of Andalusia. By the sun which illumines all Spain, with its flowers, onions, pea soups, forests, mountains, mules, he-goats, and old Christians. By the canopy of heaven, on which the sun is merely a golden tassel. And by the God who abides in heaven and meditates day and night over the creation of new forms of lovely women. I swear that you, Señora, are the fairest dame whom I have seen in all the German realm, and if you please to accept my service, then I pray of you the favor, grace, and leave to call myself your knight and bear your colors henceforth in jest or earnest." A flush of pain rose in the face of beautiful Sarah, and with one of those glances which cut the deeper when they come from gentle eyes, and with a tone such as is bitterest coming from a beautiful voice, the lady answered, as one deeply hurt. "My noble lord, if you will be my knight you must fight whole races, and in the battle there will be little thanks to win and less honor, and if you will wear my colors, then you must sew yellow rings on your cloak, or bind yourself with a blue striped scarf, for such are my colors, the colors of my house, the house of Israel, which is wretched indeed, one mocked in the streets by the sons of fortune." A sudden purple red shot into the cheeks of the Spaniard. An inexpressible confusion seemed to have seized him as he stammered, "Señora, you misunderstood me, an innocent jest, but, by God, no mockery, no scorn of Israel. I myself am sprung from that house, my grandfather was a Jew, perhaps even my father. And it is very certain, Señor, that your uncle is one," suddenly exclaimed the rabbi, who had calmly witnessed this scene, and with a merry, quizzical glance, he added, "and I myself will vouch that Don Isaac Abarbanel, nephew of the great rabbi, is sprung from the best blood of Israel, if not from the royal race of David." The chain of the sword rattled under the Spaniard's cloak, his cheeks became deadly white, his upper lip twitched as with scorn in which there was pain, and angry death grinned in his eyes, as in an utterly changed, ice-cold, keen voice he said, "Señor Rabbi, you know me. Well, then, you know also who I am. And if the fox knows that I belong to the blood of the lion, let him beware and not bring his fox beard into danger of death, nor provoke my anger." Only he who feels like the lion can understand his weakness. Oh, I understand it well, answered the rabbi, and a melancholy seriousness came over his brow. I understand it well, how the proud lion, out of pride, casts aside his princely coat and goes about disguised in the scaly armor of the crocodile, because it is the fashion to be a grinning, cunning, greedy crocodile. What can you expect the lesser beasts to be when the lion denies his nature? But beware, Don Isaac, thou wert not made for the element of the crocodile. For water, thou knowest well what I mean, is thy evil fortune, and thou shalt drown. Water is not thy element, the weakest trout can live in it better than the king of the forest. Hast thou forgotten how the current of the Tagus was about to draw thee under? Bursting into loud laughter, Don Isaac suddenly threw his arms round the rabbi's neck, covered his mouth with kisses, leapt with jingling spurs high into the air, so that the passing Jews shrank back in alarm, and in his own natural hearty and joyous voice cried, "Truly thou art Abraham of Bacharach." And it was a good joke, and more than that, a friendly act, when thou, in Toledo, didst leap from the Alcantara bridge into the water, and grasp by the hair thy friend, who could drink better than he could swim, and drew him to dry land. I came very near making a really deep investigation as to whether there is actually gold in the bed of the Tagus, and whether the Romans were right in calling it the Golden River. I assure you that I shiver even now at the mere thought of that water party. Saying this, the Spaniard made a gesture as if he were shaking water from his garments. The countenance of the rabbi expressed great joy as he again and again pressed his friend's hand, saying every time, "I am indeed glad." "And so, indeed, am I," answered the other. "It is 7 years now since we met, and when we parted I was as yet a mere greenhorn, and thou wert already a staid and serious man. But whatever became of the beautiful Dona who in those days cost thee so many sighs, which thou didst accompany with the lute?" "Hush, hush, the Dona hears us, she is my wife, and thou thyself hast given her today proof of thy taste and poetic skill." It was not without some trace of his former embarrassment that the Spaniard greeted the beautiful lady, who amiably regretted that she, by expressing herself so plainly, had pained a friend of her husband. "Ah, Señora," replied Don Isaac, "he who grasps too clumsily at a rose must not complain if the thorns scratch. When the star of evening reflects its golden light in the azure flood, I beg of you," interrupted the rabbi, "to cease. If we wait till the star of evening reflects its golden light in the azure flood, my wife will starve, for she has eaten nothing since yesterday, and suffered much in the meanwhile." "Well, then, I will take you to the best restaurant of Israel," said Don Isaac, "to the house of my friend Schneeperel, which is not far away. I already smell the savory odors from the kitchen. Oh, didst thou but know, O Abraham, how this odor appeals to me. This it is which, since I have dwelt in the city, has so often lured me to the tents of Jacob. Intercourse with God's people is not a hobby of mine, and truly it is not to pray, but to eat, that I visit the Jew street. Thou hast never loved us, Don Isaac." "Well," continued the Spaniard, "I like your food much better than your creed, which wants the right sauce. I never could rightly digest you. Even in your best days, under the rule of my ancestor David, who was king over Judah and Israel, I never could have held out, and certainly I should some fine morning have run away from Mount Zion and emigrated to Phoenicia or Babylon, where the joys of life foamed in the temple of the gods." "Thou blasphemest, Isaac, blasphemest the one God," murmured the rabbi grimly. "Thou art much worse than a Christian, thou art a heathen, a servant of idols." "Yes, I am a heathen, and the melancholy, self-tormenting Nazarenes are quite as little to my taste as the dry and joyless Hebrews. May our dear Lady of Sidon, Holy Astarte, forgive me, that I kneel before the many-sorrowed Mother of the Crucified and pray. Only my knee and my tongue worship death, my heart remains true to life. But do not look so sourly," continued the Spaniard, as he saw what little gratification his words seemed to give the rabbi. "Do not look at me with disdain. My nose is not a renegade. When once by chance I came into the street at dinner time, and the well-known savory odors of the Jewish kitchen rose to my nose. I was seized with the same yearning which our fathers felt for the flesh pots of Egypt. Pleasant-tasting memories of youth came back to me. In imagination I saw again the carp with brown raisin sauce which my aunt prepared so sustainingly for Friday Eve. I saw once more the steamed mutton with garlic and horseradish, which might have raised the dead, and the soup with dreamily swimming dumplings in it, and my soul melted like the notes of an enamored nightingale. And since then I have been eating in the restaurant of my friend Dona Schneeperel. Meanwhile they had arrived at this highly lauded place, where Schneeperel stood at the door cordially greeting the strangers who had come to the fair, and who, led by hunger, were now streaming in. Behind her, sticking his head out over her shoulder, was the tall nose star, anxiously and inquisitively observing them. Don Isaac with an exaggerated air of dignity approached the landlady, who returned his satirical reverence with endless curtsies. Thereupon he drew the glove from his right hand, wrapped it, the hand, in the fold of his cloak, and grasping Schneeperel's hand, slowly drew it over his mustache, saying, "Señora, your eyes rival the brilliancy of the sun. But as eggs, the longer they are boiled the harder they become, so vice versa my heart grows softer the longer it is cooked in the flaming flashes of your eyes. From the yolk of my heart flies up the winged god Amor and seeks a confiding nest in your bosom. And oh, Señora, wherewith shall I compare that bosom? For in all the world there is no flower, no fruit, which is like to it. It is the one thing of its kind. Though the wind tears away the leaves from the tenderest rose, your bosom is still a winter rose which defies all storms. Though the sour lemon, the older it grows the yellower and more wrinkled it becomes, your bosom rivals in color and softness the sweetest pineapple. Oh, Señora, if the city of Amsterdam be as beautiful as you told me yesterday, and the day before, and every day, the ground on which it rests is far lovelier still." The cavalier spoke these last words with affected earnestness, and squinted longingly at the large medallion which hung from Schneeperel's neck. Nose Star looked down with inquisitive eyes, and the much bepraised bosom heaved so that the whole city of Amsterdam rocked from side to side. "Ah," sighed Schneeperel, "virtue is worth more than beauty. What use is my beauty to me? My youth is passing away, and since Schneeper is gone anyhow, he had handsome hands, what avails beauty?" With that she sighed again, and like an echo, all but inaudible, Nose Star sighed behind her. "Of what avail is your beauty?" cried Don Isaac. "Oh, Dona Schneeperel, do not sin against the goodness of creative nature. Do not scorn her most charming gifts, or she will reap most terrible revenge. Those blessing eyes will become glassy balls, those winsome lips grow flat and unattractive, that chaste and charming form be changed into an unwieldy barrel of tallow, and the city of Amsterdam at last rest on a spongy bog." Thus he sketched piece by piece the appearance of Schneeperel, so that the poor woman was bewildered, and sought to escape the uncanny compliments of the cavalier. She was delighted to see beautiful Sarah appear at this instant, as it gave her an opportunity to inquire whether she had quite recovered from her swoon. Thereupon she plunged into lively chatter, in which she fully developed her sham gentility, mingled with real kindness of heart, and related with more prolixity than discretion the awful story of how she herself had almost fainted with horror when she, as innocent and inexperienced as could be, arrived in a canal boat at Amsterdam, and the rascally porter, who carried her trunk, led her not to a respectable hotel, but oh, horrors! To an infamous brothel. She could tell what it was the moment she entered, by the brandy drinking, and by the immoral sights. And she would, as she said, really have swooned, if it had not been that during the 6 weeks she stayed in the disorderly house she only once ventured to close her eyes. "I dared not," she added, "on account of my virtue. And all that was owing to my beauty. But virtue will stay when good looks pass away." Don Isaac was on the point of throwing some critical light on the details of this story when, fortunately, squinting Aaron Hirschku from Hamburg on the land came with a white napkin on his arm, and bitterly bewailed that the soup was already served, and that the boarders were seated at table, but that the landlady was missing. The biographies. Portrait of Heine by Moritz Daniel Oppenheim. The Life of Heinrich Heine by William Guild. Howard. I. The history of German literature makes mention of few men more self-centered and at the same time more unreserved than Heinrich Heine. It may be said that everything which Heine wrote gives us, and was intended to give us, first of all some new impression of the writer, so that after a perusal of his works we know him in all his strength and weakness, as we can know only an amiable and communicative egotist. Moreover, besides losing no opportunity for self-expression, both in and out of season, Heine published a good deal of frankly autobiographical matter, and wrote memoirs, only fragments of which have come down to us, but of which more than has yet appeared will perhaps ultimately be made accessible. Heine's life, then, is to us for the most part an open book. Nevertheless, there are many obscure passages in it, and there remain many questions not to be answered with certainty, the first of which is as to the date of his birth. His own statements on this subject are contradictory, and the original records are lost. But it seems probable that he was born on the 13th of December, 1797, the eldest child of Jewish parents recently domiciled at Düsseldorf on the Rhine. The parentage, the place, and the time were almost equally significant aspects of the constellation under which young Harry Heine, for so he was first named, began his earthly career. He was born a Jew in a German city which, with a brief interruption, was for the first 16 years of his life administered by the French. The citizens of Düsseldorf in general had little reason, except for high taxes and the hardships incident to conscription in the French armies, to complain of the foreign dominion. Their trade flourished, they were given better laws, and the machinery of justice was made much less cumbersome than it had been before. But especially the Jews hailed the French as deliverers, for now for the first time they were relieved of political disabilities and were placed upon a footing of equality with the Gentile population. To Jew and Gentile alike the military achievements of the French were a source of satisfaction and admiration, and when the Emperor of the French himself came to town, as Heine saw him do in 1810, we can easily understand how the enthusiasm of the boy surrounded the person of Napoleon, and the idea that he was supposed to represent, with a glamour that never lost its fascination for the man. To Heine, Napoleon was the incarnation of the French Revolution, the glorious newcomer who took by storm the entrenched strongholds of hereditary privilege, the dauntless leader in whose army every common soldier carried a field marshal's baton in his knapsack. If later we find Heine mercilessly assailing the repressive and reactionary aristocracy of Germany, we shall not lightly accuse him of lack of patriotism. He could not be expected to hold dear institutions of which he felt only the burden, without a share in the sentiment which gives stability even to institutions that have outlived their usefulness. Nor shall we call him a traitor for loving the French, a people to whom his people owed so much, and to whom he was spiritually akin. French influences, almost as early as Hebrew or German, were among the formative forces brought to bear upon the quick-wit but not precocious boy. Heine's parents were Orthodox, but by no means bigoted Jews. We read with amazement that one of the plans of the mother, ambitious for her firstborn, was to make of him a Roman Catholic priest. The boy's father, Samson Heine, was a rather unsuccessful member of a family which in other representatives, particularly Samson's brother Salomon in Hamburg, attained to wealth and prominence in the world of finance. Samson Heine seems to have been too easygoing, self-indulgent, and ostentatious, to have made the most of the talents that he unquestionably had. Among his foibles was a certain fondness for the pageantry of war, and he was in all his glory as an officer of the local militia. To his son Gustav he transmitted real military capacity, which led to a distinguished career and a patent of nobility in the Austrian service. Harry Heine inherited his father's more amiable but less strenuous qualities. Inquisitive and alert, he was rather impulsive than determined, and his practical mother had her trials in directing him toward preparation for a life work, the particular field of which neither she nor he could readily choose. Pyra, or Betty, Heine was a stronger character than her husband, and in her family, several members of which had taken high rank as physicians, there had prevailed a higher degree of intellectual culture than the Heines had attained to. She not only managed the household with prudence and energy, but also took the chief care of the education of the children. To both parents Harry Heine paid the homage of true filial affection, and of the happiness of the home life. The book Le Grand and a number of poems bear unmistakable witness. The poem My Child, We Were Two Children gives a true account of Harry and his sister Charlotte at play. In Dusseldorf, Heine's formal education culminated in attendance in the upper classes of a lyceum, organized upon the model of a French lycée and with a corps of teachers recruited chiefly from the ranks of the Roman Catholic clergy. The spirit of the institution was rationalistic and the discipline wholesome. Here Heine made solid acquisitions in history, literature, and the elements of philosophy. Outside of school, he was an eager spectator, not merely of stirring events in the world of politics, but also of many a picturesque manifestation of popular life, a spectator often rather than a participant, for as a Jew he stood beyond the pale of both the German and the Roman Catholic traditions that gave and give to the cities of the Rhineland their characteristic naive gaiety and harmless superstition. Such a poem as The Pilgrimage to Kevlar would be amazing as coming from an unbeliever, did we not see in it evidence of the poet's capacity for perfect sympathetic adoption of the spirit of his early environment. The same is true of many another poetic expression of simple faith, whether in Christianity or in the mythology of German folklore. Interest in medieval Catholicism and in folklore is one of the most prominent traits in the Romantic movement, which reached its culmination during the boyhood of Heine. The history of Heine's connection with this movement is foreshadowed by the circumstances of his first contact with it. He tells us that the first book he ever read was Don Quixote. At about the same time he read Gulliver's Travels, the tales of noble robbers written by Goethe's brother-in-law, Vulpius, the wildly fantastic stories of E.T.A. Hoffmann, Schiller's Robbers, but also Uhland's ballads, and the songs collected by Arnhem and Brentano in The Boy's Magic Horn. That is to say, at the time when in school a critical and skeptical mind was being developed in him by descendants of the Age of Enlightenment, his private reading led him for the most part into the region of Romanticism in its most exaggerated form. At the time, furthermore, when he took healthy romantic interest in the picturesque Dusseldorf life, his imagination was morbidly stimulated by furtive visits to a woman reputed to be a witch, and to her niece, the daughter of a hangman. His earliest poems, the dream pictures, belong in an atmosphere charged with witchery, crime, and the irresponsibility of nightmare. This coincidence of incompatible tendencies will later be seen to account for much of the mystery in Heine's problematic character. It having been decided, perhaps because the downfall of Napoleon shut the door of all other opportunity, that Heine should embark upon a mercantile career, he was given a brief apprenticeship, in 1815 at Frankfurt, in the following years at Hamburg, under the immediate patronage of his uncle Salomon who, in 1818, even established the young poet in a dry goods business of his own. The only result of these experiments was the demonstration of Heine's total inaptitude for commercial pursuits. But the uncle was magnanimous and offered his nephew the means necessary for a university course in law, with a view to subsequent practice in Hamburg. Accordingly, after some brushing up of Latin at home, Heine in the fall of 1819 was matriculated as a student at the University of Bonn. In spite of failure to accomplish his immediate purpose, Heine had not sojourned in vain at Hamburg. He had gained the goodwill of an opulent uncle whose bounty he continued almost uninterruptedly to enjoy to the end of his days. But in a purpose that lay much nearer to his heart he had failed lamentably, for, always sensitive to the charms of the other sex, Heine had conceived an overpowering passion for his cousin Amelie, the daughter of Salomon, only to meet with scornful rebuffs at the hands of the coquettish and worldly-minded heiress. There is no reason to suppose that Amelie ever took her cousin's advances seriously. Her father certainly did not so take them. On the other hand, there is equally little reason to doubt the sincerity and depth of Heine's feelings, first of unfounded hope, then of persistent despair that pursued him in the midst of other occupations and even in the fleeting joys of other loves. The most touching poems included among the youthful sorrows of his first volume were inspired by Emily Heine. At Bonn, Heine was a diligent student. Though never a roisterer, he took part in various extra-academic enterprises, was a member of the Burschenschaft, that democratic patriotic organization so gravely suspected by the reactionary governments, and made many friends. He duly studied history and law. He heard Ernst Moritz Arndt interpret the Germania of Tacitus, but more especially did he profit by official and personal relations with A.W. Schlegel, who taught Heine what he himself knew best, namely, the secret of literary form and the art of metrical expression. The fall of 1820 saw Heine at Göttingen, the Hanoverian university to which, shortly before, the Americans Ticknor and Everett had repaired, and at which in that very year Bancroft had attained his degree of Doctor of Philosophy. Here, however, Heine was repelled by the aristocratic exclusiveness of the Hanoverian squires who gave the tone to student society, as well as by the mummified dryness of the professors. In marked contrast to the patriotic and romantic spirit of Bonn, he noted here with amazement that the distinguished Germanist Benck lectured on the Nibelungenlied to an auditory of 9. His own residence was destined this time to be brief, for serious quarrels coming to the ear of the faculty, he was, on January 23, 1821, advised to withdraw, and in April he enrolled himself as a student at the University of Berlin. The next 3 years were filled with manifold activities. As a student, Heine was deeply impressed by the absolute philosophy expounded by Hegel. As a Jew, he lent a willing hand to the endeavors of an association recently founded for the amelioration of the social and political condition of the Hebrews. In the drawing room of Rahel Levin, now the wife of Varnhagen von Entz, he came in touch with gifted men and women who were ardent admirers of Goethe, and some of whom, a quarter of a century before, had befriended Friedrich Schlegel, and in the subterranean restaurant of Lutter and Wegener he joined in the revels of Hoffmann, Grab, and other eccentric geniuses. Heine now began to be known as a man of letters. After having, from 1817 on, printed occasional poems in newspapers and magazines, he published in December, 1821, his first volume, entitled simply Poems. He wrote newspaper articles on Berlin and on Poland, which he visited in the summer of 1822, and in the spring of 1823 he published tragedies together with a lyrical intermezzo, 2 very romantic and undramatic plays in verse, separated in the volume by a short series of lyrical poems. Meanwhile, Emily Heine had been married and Harry's parents had moved to Lübeck. Regret for the loss of Emily soon gave way to a new passion for a very young girl, whose identity remains uncertain, but who was probably Emily's little sister Therese. In any case, Heine met the new love on the occasion of a visit to Lübeck and Hamburg in the spring of 1823, and was haunted by her image during the summer spent at Cuxhaven. Here Heine first saw the sea. In less exalted moods he dallied with fisher maidens. He did not forget Emily, but the youthful grace and purity of Therese dominate most of the poems of this summer. The Return from the Watering Place gave Heine the title The Return Home for this collection of pieces which, when published in 1826, was dedicated to Frau Varnhagen von Entz. Uncle Salomon, to whom the tragedies had been affectionately inscribed, was not displeased with the growing literary reputation of his nephew. But he saw no sense in the idea that Heine already entertained of settling in Paris. He insisted that the young man should complete his studies, and so, in January, 1824, Heine once more betook himself to Göttingen, where on the 21st of July, 1825, he was duly promoted Doctor Utriusque Juris. In the summer of 1824 he made the trip through the Harz Mountains, which served as the basis of the journey to the Harz. Immediately before his promotion he submitted to baptism in the Lutheran Church as Christian Johann Heinrich Heine. Submission is the right word for this conversion. It was an act of expediency such as other ambitious men found unavoidable in those days, but Heine performed it in a spirit of bitterness caused not so much by a sense of apostasy as by contempt for the conventional Christianity that he now embraced. There can be no sharper contrast than that presented by such a poem as The Pilgrimage to Kevlar and sundry satirical pieces not included in this volume. Two Vacations at Norderney, where Heine renewed and deepened acquaintance with his beloved North Sea, not very resolute attempts to take up the practice of law in Hamburg, a trip to London, vain hopes of a professorship in Munich, a sojourn in Italy, vacillations between Hamburg, Berlin, and the North Sea, complete the narrative of Heine's movements to the end of the first period of his life. He was now Heine the writer, poet, journalist, and novelist. The Journey to the Hearts, first published in a magazine, Der Gesellschafter, in January and February, 1826, was issued in May of that year by Camp in Hamburg, as the first volume of pictures of travel, beginning with the poems of the return home and concluding with the first group of hymns to the North Sea, written at Norderney in the previous year. Pictures of Travel 2, issued in 1827, consisted of the second cycle of poems on the North Sea, an account in prose of life on the island, entitled Norderney, the book Le Grand, to which epigrams by Immermann were appended, and extracts from letters from Berlin published in 1822. Pictures of Travel 3 began with experiences in Italy, but degenerated into a provoked but ruthless attack upon Platen. Pictures of Travel 4 included English fragments, the record of Heine's observations in London, and the city of Lucca, a supplementary chapter on Italy. In October, 1827, Heine collected under the title Book of Songs nearly all of his poems written up to that time. The first period in Heine's life closes with the year 1831. The Parisian Revolution of July, 1830, had turned the eyes of all Europe toward the land in which political experiments are made for the benefit of mankind. Many a German was attracted thither, and not without reason Heine hoped to find there a more promising field for the employment of his talents than with all his wanderings he had discovered in Germany. Toward the end of May, 1831, he arrived in Paris, and Paris was thenceforth his home until his death on the 17th of February, 1856. 2. In the preface to the second edition of the Book of Songs, written at Paris in 1837, Heine confessed that for some time past he had felt a certain repugnance to versification, that the poems therewith offered for the second time to the public were the product of a time when, in contrast to the present, the flame of truth had rather heated than clarified his mind, and expressed the hope that his recent political, theological, and philosophical writings, all springing from the same idea and intention as the poems, might atone for any weakness in the poems. Heine wrote poetry after 1831, and he wrote prose before 1831, but in a general way what he says of his two periods is correct. Before his emigration he was primarily a poet, and afterwards primarily a critic, journalist, and popular historian. In his first period he wrote chiefly about his own experiences, in his second, chiefly about affairs past and present in which he was interested. As to the works of the first period, we might hesitate to say whether the Pictures of Travel or the Book of Songs were the more characteristic product. In whichever way our judgment finally inclined, we should declare that the Pictures of Travel were essentially prosified poems, and that the poems were, in their collected form, versified pictures of travel, and that both, moreover, were dominated, as the writings after 1831 were dominated, by a romantically tinged longing for individual liberty. The title Pictures of Travel, to which Heine gave so definite a connotation, is not in itself a true index to the multifarious contents of the series of Traveller's Notes, any more than the volumes taken each by itself were units. Pages of verse followed pages of prose, and in the Journey to the Hearts, verse interspersed in prose emphasizes the lyrical character of the composition. Heine does indeed give pictures of some of the scenes that he visits, but he also narrates his passage from point to point, and at every point he sets forth his recollections, his thoughts, his dreams, his personal reaction upon any idea that comes into his head, so that the substance, especially of the journey to the hearts, is less what was to be seen in the hearts than what was suggested to a very lively imagination, and we admire the agility with which the writer jumps from place to place, quite as much as the suppleness with which he can at will unconditionally subject himself to the genius of a single locality. For Heine is capable of writing straightforward descriptive prose, as well ordered and as matter of fact as a narrative of Kleist's. But the world of reality, where everything has an assignable reason for its being and doing, is not the world into which he most delights to conduct us. This world, on the contrary, is that in which the water murmurs and rustles so wonderfully, the birds pour forth broken love-sick strains, the trees whisper as if with 1,000 maidens' tongues, the odd mountain flowers peep up at us as if with 1,000 maidens' eyes, stretching out to us their curious, broad, drolly scalloped leaves, the sun rays flash here and there in sport, the herbs, as though endowed with reason, are telling one another their green legends, all seems enchanted. In other words, a wonderland disturbed by no doubts on the part of a rationalistic Alice. And a further secret of this fascinating, though in the long run exasperating style, is the sublime audacity with which Heine dances now on one foot and now on the other, leaving you at every moment in amused perplexity, whether you shall next find him standing firmly on Mother Earth or bounding upward to recline on the clouds. A mixture of description of nature, wit, poetry, and observation à la Washington Irving. Heine himself called the journey to the hearts. The novelty lay in the mixture, and in the fact that though the ingredients are, so to speak, potentized in the highest degree, they are brought to nearly perfect congruence and fusion by the irresistible solvent of the second named. The journey to the hearts is a work of wit, in the present sense, and in the older sense of that word. It is a product of superior intelligence, not a sketch book, but a single canvas with an infinitude of details, not a sentimental journey. Although Heine can outdo Sterne in sentimentality, he too persistently outdoes him also in satire. The work, fragmentary and outwardly formless, is in essence thoroughly informed by a twofold purpose, to ridicule pedantry and philistinism, and to extol nature and the life of those uncorrupted by the world. A similar unity is unmistakable in the Book of Songs. It would be difficult to find another volume of poems so cunningly composed. If we examine the book in its most obvious aspect, we find it beginning with youthful sorrows and ending with hymns to the North Sea, passing, that is to say, from the most subjective to the most objective of Heine's poetic expressions. The first of the youthful sorrows are dream pictures, crude and grotesque imitations of an inferior romantic genre. The North Sea pictures are magnificent attempts in highly original form to catch the elusive moods of a great natural element which before Heine had played but little part in German poetry. From the dream pictures we proceed to songs, to romances which, with the notable exception of the Two Grenadiers and Belshazzar, are relatively feeble attempts at the objectivation of personal suffering, and thence to sonnets, direct communications to particular persons. Thereupon follow the lyrical intermezzo and the return home, each with a prologue and an epilogue, and with several series of pieces which, like the songs above mentioned, are printed without titles, and are successive sentences or paragraphs in the poet's own love story. This he tells over and over again, without monotony, because the story gains in significance as the lover gains in experience, because each time he finds for it a new set of symbols, and because the symbols become more and more objective as the poet's horizon broadens. Then come a few pieces of religious content, the poems in the journey to the hearts. These poems clearly transitional to the poetry of the ocean which Heine wrote with such vigor in the two cycles on the North Sea. The movement is a steady climax. The truth of the foregoing observations can be tested only by an examination of the entire Book of Songs. The total effect is one of arrangement. The order of the sections is chronological, the order of the poems within the sections is logical, and some poems were altered to make them fit into the scheme. Each was originally the expression of a moment, and the peculiarity of Heine as a lyric poet is his disposition to fix a moment, however fleeting, and to utter a feeling, of however slight consequence to humanity it might at first blush seem to be. In the journey to the hearts he never lost an opportunity to make a point, In his lyrical confessions he suppressed no impulse to self-revelation, and seldom did his mastery of form fail to ennoble even the meanest substance. Some of Heine's most perfect products are his smallest. Whether, however, a slight substance can be fittingly presented only in the briefest forms, or a larger matter calls for extended treatment, the method is the same, and the merit lies in the justness and suggestiveness of details. Single points, or points in juxtaposition or in succession, not the developed continuity of a line, are the means to the effect which Heine seeks. Connecting links are left to be supplied by the imagination of the reader. Even in such a narrative poem as Belshazzar the movement is staccato, we are invited to contemplate a series of moments, and if the subject is impiety and swift retribution, we are left to infer the fact from the evidence presented. There is neither editorial introduction nor moralizing conclusion. Similarly with the Two Grenadiers, a presentation of character in circumstance, a translation of pictorial details into terms of action and prophecy, and most strikingly in the Pilgrimage to Kevlar, a poem of such fundamentally pictorial quality that it has been called a triptych, 3 depicted scenes in a little religious drama. It is in pieces like these that we find Heine most successfully making of himself the interpreter of objects in the outside world. The number of such objects is greater than is everywhere believed, though naturally his success is surest in the case of objects congenial to him, and the variety of these is not great. Indeed, the outside world, even when he appears to treat it most objectively, proves upon closer examination to be in the vast majority of cases only a treasure trove of symbols for the expression of his inner self. Thus, Poor Peter is the narrative of a humble youth unfortunate in love, but Poor Peter's story is Heine's, otherwise, we may be sure, Heine would not have thought it worth the telling. Nothing could seem to be less the property of Heine than the Lorelei. Nevertheless, he has given to this borrowed subject so personal a turn that instead of the siren we see a human maiden, serenely indifferent to the effect of her charms, which so take the luckless lover that, like the boatman, he, Heine, is probably doomed ere long to death in the waves. Toward the outside world, then, Heine's habitual attitude is not that of an interpreter, it is that of an artist who seeks the means of expression where they may be found. He does not, like Goethe and Heinrich, read out of the phenomena of nature and of life what these phenomena in themselves contain, he reads into them what he wishes them to say. The Book of Songs is a human document, but it is no document of the life of humanity, it is a collection of kaleidoscopic views of one life, a life not fortified by wholesome cooperation with men nor nourished with the strength of nature, but vivifying nature with its own emotions. Heine has treated many a situation with overwhelming pathos, but none from which he was himself so completely absent as Heinrich from the kitchen of the forsaken maiden. Goethe's Hushed on the Hill is an apostrophe to himself, but peace which the world cannot give and cannot take away is the atmosphere of that poem, whereas Heine's The Shades of the Summer Evening Lie gets its principal effectiveness from fantastic contributions of the poet's own imagination. The length to which Heine goes in attributing human emotions to nature is hardly to be paralleled before or since. His aim not being the reproduction of reality, nor yet the objectivation of ideas, his poetry is essentially a poetry of tropes, that is, the conception and presentation of things not as they are but as they may be conceived to be. A simple illustration of this method may be seen in the Herd Boy. Uhland wrote a poem on a very similar subject, The Boy's Mountain Song. But the contrast between Uhland's hardy, active, public-spirited youth and Heine's sleepy, amorous individualist is no more striking than the difference between Uhland's rhetorical and Heine's tropical method. Heine's poem is an elaboration of the single metaphor with which it begins, kingly is the herd boy's calling. The poem Pine and Palm, in which Heine expresses his hopeless separation from the maiden of whom he dreams incidentally, attributing to Amelie a feeling of sadness and solitude to which she was a stranger, is a bolder example of romantic self-projection into nature. But not the boldest that Heine offers us. He transports us to India, and there the violets titter, caressing, peeping up as the planets appear, and the roses, their warm love confessing, whisper words, soft perfumed, to each ear. Nor does he allow us to question the occurrence of these marvels. How do we know what takes place on the banks of the Ganges, whither we are borne on the wings of song? This, indeed, would be Heine's answer to any criticism based upon Ruskin's notion as to the pathetic fallacy. If the setting is such as to induce in us the proper mood, we readily enter the non-rational realm, and with credulous delight contemplate wonders such as we too have seen in our dreams, just as we find the romantic syntheses of sound and odor, or of sound and color, legitimate attempts to express the inexpressible. The atmosphere of prose, to be sure, is less favorable to Heine's habitual indulgence in romantic tropes. Somewhat blunted by overemployment is another romantic instrument, eminently characteristic of Heine, namely, irony. Nothing could be more trenchant than his bland assumption of the point of view of the Jew-baiter, the hypocrite, or the slave trader. It is as perfect as his adoption of childlike faith in the pilgrimage to Kevlar. Many a time he attains an effect of ironical contrast by the juxtaposition of incongruous poems, as when a deification of his beloved is followed by a cynical utterance of a different kind of love. But often the incongruity is within the poem itself, and the poet, destroying the illusion of his created image, gets a melancholy satisfaction from derision of his own grief. This procedure perfectly symbolizes a distracted mind. It undoubtedly suggests a superior point of view, from which the tribulations of an insignificant individual are seen to be insignificant, but in a larger sense it symbolizes the very instability and waywardness of Heine himself. His emotions were unquestionably deep and recurrent, but they were not constant. His devotion to ideals did not preclude indulgence in very unideal pleasures, and his love of Amélie and Thérèse, hopeless from the beginning, could not, except in especially fortunate moments, avoid erring in the direction either of sentimentality or of bitterness. But Heine was too keenly intellectual to be indulgent of sentimentality, and too caustic to restrain bitterness. Hence the bittersweet of many of his pieces, so agreeably stimulating and so suggestive of an elastic temperament. There is, however, a still more pervasive incongruity between this temperament and the forms in which it expressed itself. Heine's love poems, 2/3 of the Book of Songs, are written in the very simplest of verses, mostly quatrains of easy and seemingly inevitable structure. Heine learned the art of making them from the magic horn, from Uhland, and from Eschendorf, and he carried the art to the highest pitch of virtuosity. They are the forms of the German folk song, a fit vehicle for homely sentiments and those elemental passions which come and go like the tide in a humble heart, because the humble heart is single and yields unresistingly to their flow. But Heine's heart was not single, his passion was complex, and the greatest of his ironies was his use of the most unsophisticated of forms for his most sophisticated substances. This, indeed, was what made his love poetry so novel and so piquant to his contemporaries. This is one of the qualities that keep it alive today, but it is a highly individual device which succeeded only with this individual, and that it was a device adopted from no lack of capacity in other measures appears from the perfection of Heine's sonnets and the incomparable free rhythmic verses of the North Sea cycles. Taken all in all, the Book of Songs was a unique collection, making much of little, and making it with an amazing economy of means. 3. Heine's first period, to 1831, when he was primarily a literary artist, nearly coincides with the epoch of the Restoration. Politically, this time was unproductive in Germany, and the very considerable activity in science, philosophy, poetry, painting, and other fine arts stood in no immediate relation to national exigencies. There was indeed plenty of agitation in the circles of the Burschenschaft, and there were sporadic efforts to obtain from reluctant princes the constitutions promised as a reward for the rising against Napoleon, but as a whole the people of the various states seemed passive, and whatever was accomplished was the work of individuals, with or without royal patronage, and, in the main, in continuation of romantic tendencies. But with the Revolution of July, 1830, the political situation in Germany became somewhat more acute, demands for emancipation took more tangible form, and the so-called young Germans Wienbarg, Gutzkow, Loeb, Muent, Born, and others endeavored in essays, novels, plays, and pamphlets to stir up public interest in questions of political, social, and religious reform. Many passages in Heine's pictures of travel breathe the spirit of the young German propaganda, the celebrated Confession of Faith, for example, in the Journey to the Hearts, in which he declares himself a knight of the Holy Spirit of iconoclastic democracy. In Paris he actively enlisted in the cause, and for about 15 years continued, as a journalist, the kind of expository and polemic writing that he had developed in the later volumes of the Pictures of Travel. Regarding himself, like many an expatriate, as a mediator between the country of his birth and the country of his adoption, he wrote for German papers accounts of events in the political and artistic world of France, and for French periodicals more ambitious essays on the history of religion, philosophy, and recent literature in Germany. Most of the works of this time were published in both French and German, and Heine arranged also for the appearance of the Pictures of Travel and the Book of Songs in French translations. To all intents and purposes he became a Frenchman, from 1836 or 1837 until 1848 he was the recipient of an annual pension of 4,800 francs from the French government. He has even been suspected of having become a French citizen. But he in no sense curbed his tongue when speaking of French affairs, nor was he free from longing to be once more in his native land. In Germany, however, he was commonly regarded as a traitor, and at the same time the young Germans, with the more influential of whom he soon quarreled, looked upon him as a renegade, so that there was a peculiar inappropriateness in the notorious decree of the Bundesrat at Frankfurt, voted December 10, 1835, and impotently forbidding the circulation in Germany of the writings of the young Germans, Heine, Gutzkow, Lob, Wienbarg, and Munt in that order. But the occupants of insecure thrones have a fine scent for the odor of sedition, and Heine was an untiring sapper and miner in the modern army moving against the strongholds of aristocrats and priests. A keen observer in Hamburg who was resolved, though not in the manner of the young Germans, to do his part in furthering social reform, Friedrich Hebel, wrote to a friend in March, 1836, "Our time is one in which action destined to be decisive for 1,000 years is being prepared. What artillery did not accomplish at Leipzig must now be done by pens in Paris." During the first years of his sojourn in Paris Heine entered gleefully into all the enjoyment and stimulation that the gay capital had to offer. "I feel like a fish in water" is a common expression of contentment with one's surroundings, but when one fish inquires after the health of another, he now says, Heine told a friend, "I feel like Heine in Paris." The well-accredited German poet quickly secured admission to the circle of artists, journalists, politicians, and reformers, and became a familiar figure on the boulevards. In October, 1834, he made the acquaintance of a young French woman, Crescentance Eugénie Murat, or Mathilde, as he called her, and fell violently in love with her. She was a woman of great personal attractiveness, but entirely without education, frivolous, and passionate. They were soon united, not for long, Heine thought, and he made efforts to escape from her seductive charms, but ineffectually, and like Tannhauser, he was drawn back to his Frau Venus with an attachment passing all understanding. From December, 1835, Heine regarded her as his wife, and in 1841 they were married. But Mathilde was no good housekeeper, Heine was frequently in financial straits, he quarreled with his relatives, as well as with literary adversaries in Germany and France, and only after considerable negotiation was peace declared, and the continuation of a regular allowance arranged with Uncle Salomon. Moreover, Heine's health was undermined. In the latter 30s he suffered often from headaches and afflictions of the eyes. In the middle of the 40s paralysis of the spinal cord began to manifest itself, and for the last 10 years of his life he was a hopelessly stricken invalid, finally doomed for 5 years to that mattress grave which his fortitude no less than his woeful humor has pathetically glorified. His wife cared for him dutifully, he was visited by many distinguished men of letters, and in 1855 a ministering angel came to him in the person of Elise von Kreinitz, whom he called Die Musch and for whom he wrote his last poem, The Passion Flower, a kind of apology for his life. Meantime contentions, tribulations, and a wasting frame seemed only to sharpen the wits of the indomitable warrior. New Songs contains, along with negligible cynical pieces, a number of love songs no whit inferior to those of the Book of Songs, romances, and scorching political satires. The Roman Zero is not unfairly represented by such a masterpiece as the Battlefield of Hastings. And from this last period we have two quasi-epic poems, Attitroll and Germany, the fruit of the first of Heine's two trips across the Rhine. Historically and poetically, Attitroll is one of the most remarkable of Heine's works. He calls it Das letzte freie Waldlied der Romantik, having for its principal scene the most romantic spot in Europe, the valley of Roncesvalles, and for its principal character a dancing bear, the impersonation of those good characters and talentless men who, in the early 40s, endeavored to translate the prose of young Germany into poetry. The poem flies to the merriest, maddest height of romanticism in order by the aid of magic to kill the bear, and therewith the vogue of poetry degraded to practical purposes. Heine knew whereof he spoke, for he had himself been a mad romanticist, a young German, and a political poet, and he was a true prophet, for, though he did not himself enter the promised land, he lived to see, in the more refined romanticism of the Munich school and the poetic realism of Hebel and Ludwig, the dawn of a new day in the history of German literature. Heine did not enter the promised land. Neither can we truthfully say that he saw it as it was destined to be. His eye was on the present, and in the present he more clearly discerned what ought not to be than what gave promise of a better future. In the war for the liberation of humanity he professed to be, and he was, a brave soldier, but he lacked the soldier's prime requisite, discipline. He never took a city, because he could not rule his spirit. Democracy was inscribed upon his banner, sympathy for the disenfranchised bound him to it, but not that charity which seeketh not her own, nor the loyalty that abides the day when imperfection shall become perfection. Sarcasm was his weapon, ridicule his plan of campaign, and destruction his only accomplishment. We shall not say that the things destroyed by Heine deserved a better fate. We shall not think of him either as a leader or as a follower in a great national movement. He was not the one man of his generation through whom the national consciousness, even national discontent, found expression. He was the man whose self-expressions aroused the widest interest and touched the tenderest chords. To be called perhaps an alien, and certainly no monumental German character, Heine nevertheless made use, with consummate artistry, of the fullness of German culture at a time when many of the afterborn staggered under the weight of a heritage greater than they could bear. Heinrich Heine, a sketch of his life by Edgar Alfred Boring. Although little more than 3 years have elapsed since Heinrich Heine was first numbered amongst the dead, his name has long been enrolled in the lists of fame. Even during his lifetime he had the good fortune, and, in a poet, the most unusual good fortune, of being generally accepted as a representative man, and of passing as the national bard of young Germany. Although perhaps scarcely entitled to rank with Goethe and Schiller in the very highest order of poets, the name of Heine will assuredly always occupy a prominent place amongst the minstrels not only of Germany, but of the world. It is only recently that his works have been for the first time published in an absolutely complete form, the poetry extending over more than 2 of the 6 volumes of which they consist. Universally known and read in his native land, and highly popular in France, which was for so many years his adopted country, the works of Heine are to the generality of Englishmen almost entirely unknown. As the present volume is, as far as I am aware, the only attempt that has been made to bring the far-famed poems of Heine in their integrity before the English reader, it seems desirable to preface it by a brief sketch of his life, so that in seeing what Heine is as a poet, we may be able to form some idea as to who he was as a man. One who has been compared in turns to Aristophanes, Rabelais, Burns, Cervantes, Sterne, Jean-Paul, Voltaire, Swift, Byron, and Béranger, can be of no common stamp. The discrepancies both as to facts and dates that occur between the various biographies of Heine are, however, so numerous, that it has been no easy task to avoid error in the following brief sketch of his life. Heinrich Heine was born in the Bolkerstrasse, at Dusseldorf, on the 12th of December, 1799, but, singularly enough, the exact date of his birth was, until recently, unknown to his biographers, who, on the authority of a saying of his own, assigned it to the 1st of January, 1800, which he boasted made him the first man of the century. In reply, however, to a specific inquiry addressed to him by a friend on this subject a few years before his death, he stated that he was really born on the day first mentioned, and that the date of 1800 usually given by his biographers was the result of an error voluntarily committed by his family in his favor at the time of the Prussian invasion, in order to exempt him from the service of the King of Prussia. By birth he was a Jew, both of his parents having been of that persuasion. He was the eldest of 4 children, and his 2 brothers are still alive, the one being a physician in Russia, and the other an officer in the Austrian service. The famous Solomon Heine, the banker of Hamburg, whose wealth was only equaled by his philanthropy, was his uncle. His father, however, was far from being in opulent circumstances. When quite a child, he took delight in reading Don Quixote, and used to cry with anger at seeing how ill the heroism of that valiant knight was requited. He says somewhere, speaking of his boyish days, "Apple tarts were then my passion. Now it is love, truth, freedom, and crab soup." He received his earliest education at the Franciscan convent in his native town, and while there had the misfortune to be the innocent cause of the death by drowning of a schoolfellow, an incident recorded in one of the poems in his Roman Ciro. He mentions the great effect produced upon him by the sorrowful face of a large wooden Christ which was constantly before his eyes in the convent. Even at that early age the germs of what has been called his fantastic sensibility, the food for infinite irony, seem to have been developing themselves. A visit of the Emperor Napoleon to Dusseldorf when he was a boy affected him in a singular manner, and had probably much to do with the formation of those imperialist tendencies which are often to be noticed in his character and writings. He was next placed in the Lyceum of Dusseldorf, and in 1816 was sent to Hamburg to study commerce, being intended for mercantile pursuits. In 1819 he was removed to the university at Bonn which had been founded in the previous year, and there he had the advantage of studying under Augustus Schlegel. He seems, however, to have remained there only 6 months, and to have then gone to the University of Göttingen, where, as he tells us, he was rusticated soon after matriculation. He next took up his abode at Berlin, where he applied himself to the study of philosophy, under the direction of the great Hegel, whose influence, combined with that of the works of Spinoza, undoubtedly had much to do with the formation of Heine's mind, and also determined his future career. From this time we hear no more of his turning merchant, and it is from the date of his residence at Berlin that we may date the rise of that spirit of universal indifference and reckless daring that so strongly characterizes the writings of Heine. Amongst his associates at this period may be mentioned, in addition to Hegel, Chamisso, Varnhagen von Enns and his well-known wife Rachel, Bach the philologist, and Grab, the eccentricities of whose works were only equaled by the eccentricities of his life. Heine's first volume of poetry, entitled Gedicht or Poems, was published in 1822, the poems being those which, under the name of Youthful Sorrows, now form the opening of his book of songs. Notwithstanding the extraordinary success afterwards obtained by this latter work, his first publication was very coldly received. Some of the poems in it were written as far back as 1817, and originally appeared in the Hamburg periodical Der Wachter or Watchman. Offended at this result, he left Berlin and returned to Göttingen in 1823, where he took to studying law, and received the degree of doctor in 1825. He was baptized into the Lutheran Church in the same year, at Heiligenstadt, near that place. He afterwards said jocularly that he took this course to prevent M. de Rothschild treating him too familiarly. It is to be feared, however, from the tone of all his works, that his nominal religious opinions sat very lightly upon him through life. He writes as follows on this subject in 1852, "My ancestors belonged to the Jewish religion, but I was never proud of this descent, neither did I ever set store upon my quality of Lutheran, although I belong to the evangelical confession quite as much as the greatest devotees amongst my Berlin enemies, who always reproach me with a want of religion. I rather felt humiliated at passing for a purely human creature, I whom the philosophy of Hegel led to suppose that I was a god. How proud I then was of my divinity! What an idea I had of my grandeur! Alas! That charming time has long passed away, and I cannot think of it without sadness, now that I am lying stretched on my back, whilst my disease is making terrible progress." Previous to this date, and whilst living at Berlin, Heine published his only 2 plays, Almanzor and Ratcliffe, which were equally unsuccessful on the stage and in print, and which are certainly the least worthy of all his works. Between these 2 plays he inserted a collection of poetry entitled Lyrical Interlude, which attracted little attention at the time. In the year 1827, however, he republished this collection at Hamburg, in conjunction with his Youthful Sorrows, giving to the whole the title of the Book of Songs. In proportion to the indifference with which his poems had been received on their first appearance, was the enthusiasm which they now excited. They were read with avidity in every direction, especially in the various universities, where their influence upon the minds of the students was very great. In the year 1852, this work had reached the 10th edition. Heine's next great work, his Reisbilder, or Pictures of Travel, written partly in poetry and partly in prose, was published at Hamburg at various intervals from 1826 to 1831, and, as its name implies, is descriptive of his travels in different countries, especially in England and Italy. The poetical portion of the Reisbilder, the whole of which is translated in this volume, is divided into 3 parts: The Return Home, The Heart's Journey, and The Baltic, written between 1823 and 1826. This work again met with an almost unprecedented success, and from the date of its publication and that of the Book of Songs, may be reckoned the commencement of a new era in German literature. These remarkable poems exhibit the whole nature of Heine, free from all disguise. The striking originality, the exuberance of fancy, and, above all, the singular beauty and feeling of the versification that characterize nearly the whole of them, stand out in as yet unheard of contrast to the intense and bitter irony that pervades them, an irony that spared nobody, that spared nothing, not even the most sacred subjects being exempt from the poet's mocking sarcasm. This characteristic of Heine only increased as years passed on. In the later years of his life, which were one long continued agony, his bodily sufferings offer some excuse, it may be, for what would otherwise have been inexcusable in the writings of a great poet. There was doubtless much affectation in the want of all religious and political faith that is so signally apparent in the works of Heine, and yet they betray a real bitterness of feeling that cannot be mistaken. At every page may be traced the malicious pleasure felt by him in exciting the sympathy and admiration of the reader to the highest pitch, and then with a few words, with the last line or the last verse of a long poem, it may be, rudely insulting them, and dashing them to the ground. No better parody of this favorite amusement of Heine can be given than by citing 2 well-known verses of Dr. Johnson. Hermit old in mossy cell, wearing out life's evening grey, strike thy pensive breast, and tell where is bliss, and which the way. Thus I spake, and frequent sight scarce repressed the falling tear. When the hoary sage replied, "Come, my lad, and drink some beer." The exuberance of Heine's heart, as has been well said, was only equalled by the dryness of his spirit. A real enthusiasm was blended with an unquenchable love of satire. His exquisite dilettantism made him adore the gods and goddesses of Greece at the expense even of Christianity. In short, qualities scarcely ever found in combination, were combined in him, in 1 week. Suffering body, 2 distinct and opposite natures, each equally mighty, were united. Perhaps the best name ever applied to him is that of the Julian of poetry. The French Revolution in 1830 determined Heine's future life. He was then living at Berlin again, after having resided at Hamburg and Munich. He now turned politician and newspaper writer. His essay on nobility was written at this time. He presently went to live in Paris, where he resided until his death, with the exception of making 1 or 2 short visits to his native land. Though the fact is not exactly stated, there can be no doubt that he received some very broad hints from the authorities of Prussia to leave that country. From that time, France became his adopted fatherland, and he himself was thenceforward more of a Frenchman than a German. The Germans have indeed always reproached him as being frivolous and French. He has often been called the Voltaire of Germany, but Thiers perhaps described him the most accurately when he spoke of him as being the wittiest Frenchman since Voltaire. He wrote French as fluently as German, and the translations of his various works that were published in Paris in the Revue des Deux Mondes and the Bibliothèque Contemporaine, or as separate works, were either written by himself, or by his personal friends under his own immediate superintendence. Some of his more important prose works were written soon after he took up his abode in Paris. He wrote, in 1831, a series of articles for the Augsburg Gazette on the state of France, which he subsequently collected and published both in French and German. In 1833 appeared his well-known History of Modern Literature in Germany, republished afterwards under the title of The Romantic School, and in French under that of l'Allemagne. This may be looked upon as his most remarkable prose work, and as the one that most exhibits his characteristic peculiarities. The following lively description of it is from the pen of an eminent French critic. According to M. Heine, the whole of the intellectual movement of Germany since Lessing and Kant has been a death struggle against deism. This struggle he describes with passion, and it may be said that he heads it in person. He ranges his army in order of battle, he gives the signals, and marches the Titans against heaven, Kant, Fichte, Hegel, all those formidable spirits whose every thought is a victory, whose every formula is a cosmogonic bulversement. Around them, in front or behind, are grouped a crowd of writers, theologians, and poets, romance writers and savants. If one of the combatants stops short, like Schelling, the author overwhelms him with invectives. If a timid and poetic band of dreamers, such as Tieck, Novalis, Brenton, and Arnhem, try to bring back this feverish Germany to the fresh poetry of the Middle Ages, he throws himself upon them and disperses them, like those kobolds in the Book of Songs who overthrew the angels of paradise. And when the philosophical conflict is over, he predicts its consequences with a sort of savage delirium. He compares Kant to the bloodthirsty dictators of '93, and proclaims the gospel of pantheism. His theory of the intellectual history of the Germans is altogether false, and should only be consulted as an illustration, alas, too positive, of the fever at once mystical and sensual of a certain period of our age. This book produced a perfect storm of fury in Germany. Denounced by Menzel and the Pietists as an emissary of modern Babylon, cursed by the austere Tudemaniacs as a representative of Parisian corruption, Heine was not the less suspected by the Democrats, who accused him of treason. To this was added official persecution. Proceeding to his next work, the publication of his Salon, consisting of an interesting series of essays, and commenced at Hamburg in 1834, its fourth and last volume not appearing till 1840. A long essay on the women of Shakespeare appeared in 1839, and in 1840 a violent personal attack on his old friend, the Republican poet born, then only recently dead, a work which, with all its talent, did great injury to his reputation. His remaining great prose work, entitled Lutetia, or Paris, consists of a collection of valuable articles on French politics, arts, and manners, written by him as the correspondent of the Augsburg Gazette between 1840 and 1844. The only other writings of his in prose that need be specified, entitled respectively Confessions, Dr. Faust, and The Gods in Exile, were written a few years before his death. After the publication of the Reisbilder, Heine's next poetical production was the charming poem of Atatroll, which appeared in 1841, written in a simple trochaic meter, four-footed solemn trochees, as he himself expresses it. This poem has been described as the work of a German Ariosto, combining gaiety and poetry, irony and imagination in perfect proportions. Much worldly wisdom is to be learned from the instructive history of Adatrole, the dancing bear of the Pyrenees. The striking interlude in it of the vision of Herodias amongst the spirit huntsmen should not be overlooked. The marriage of Heine seems to have taken place at about this period. His wife, who is often spoken of in his poems in terms of deep affection, and whose name was Mathilde, was a French woman and a Roman Catholic, and they were married according to the rites of that church. With all his love for Madame Heine, however, he seems to have been very jealous of her, and it is recorded that on one occasion he took it into his head that she had run away from him. He was reassured by hearing the voice of her favorite parrot Cocotte, which led him to say, that she would never have gone off without taking Cocotte with her. In spite of the bitterness of spirit that pervades all his writings, it is clear that he possessed deep natural affections. His mother survived him, and though almost entirely separated from her for the last 25 years of his life, he often introduces her name in his works with expressions of filial reverence. His last visit to Germany in the winter of 1843 seems to have been for the special purpose of visiting her at Hamburg, where she resided. His friends fancied that the old woman at the Dam Thor, of whom he used to speak, was a myth, but she was no other than his mother. Nothing can be more charming than the manner in which he speaks of both her and his wife in the beautiful little poem called Night Thoughts. In 1844 he published a fresh collection of poems under the title of New Poems, to which was added as an appendix Germany, a winter tale. The former of these was subsequently added by him to his book of songs, and will be found in its place accordingly in the present volume, as well as his New Spring, which formed a part of the same work. The Germany is one of his most remarkable works, and contains an account of his journey to Hamburg the previous winter to see his mother that has just been referred to. None of his productions are more thoroughly impregnated with the spirit of satire. Every stage of his journey, from its commencement at the Prussian frontier, to its termination at Hamburg, gives occasion for the display of his wit and sarcastic raillery. It will be seen that many of the passages in the poem were struck out of the original edition by the official censors. Perhaps the most amusing portions are the episode of the author's adventures in the cavern of Kyffhauser with the famous Emperor Barbarossa, and the rencontre with the goddess Harmonia in the streets of Hamburg, and his subsequent tête-à-tête with her. The extravagance of the latter scene is quite worthy of Rabelais, though the poet takes care to tell us that it is intended to imitate Aristophanes. The remonstrances to the King of Prussia, with which the poem concludes, should also not be passed over. In the year 1848, after a premonitory attack in 1847 that passed away, that terrible disease which eventually destroyed Heine's life, first assailed him in an aggravated form. Commencing with a paralysis of the left eyelid, it extended presently to both eyes and finally terminated in paralysis and atrophy of the legs. The last time he ever left his house was in May, 1848. For 8 long years he was confined to his couch, to use his own expression, in a state of death without its repose, and without the privileges of the dead, who have no need to spend money, and no letters or books to write. But despite his bodily sufferings, his good spirits never seemed to leave him, his love of raillery did but increase, and little did that public whose interest he continued to excite by the wonderful products of his genius know of his distressing state. In the years 1850 and 1851, in the midst of his fearful malady, Heine composed his last great poetical work entitled Romancero. This singular volume is divided into 3 books, called respectively Histories, Lamentations, and Hebrew Melodies. The first of these contains a large number of romantic ballads and poems of the most dissimilar character, but all bearing the stamp of the author's peculiar genius. The second opens with several miscellaneous pieces, including some literary satires, and concludes with 20 pieces bearing the lively title of Lazarus, and comprising, as someone has observed, the journal of his impressions as a sick man. The Hebrew melodies are subdivided into three, entitled by Heine Princess Sabbath, Jehuda ben Halevi, a poem itself in three parts, and Disputation. The Jewish descent and Jewish sympathies of the poet are plainly discernible in these melodies, the most interesting of which, and probably the best of the whole collection contained in the Roman Syro, is that which sets forth the life of Jehuda ben Halevi, the great Hebrew poet of the Middle Ages. Some critics rank this poem amongst Heine's very best productions. The concluding piece, Disputation, is in Heine's wildest style, and seems written for the express purpose of destroying the pleasure excited by the one that precedes it. In none of his works is his mocking spirit more plainly discernible. It is the most Voltairian scene ever imagined by the sceptical demon of his mind. No one can read this polemical poem without seeing how little Heine himself cared for any received form of religion, for the Christian faith as professed by him, or the Jewish faith into which he was born. The piece terminates in Heine's favorite manner, namely, with an unexpected joke in the last line. The collection entitled Latest Poems was written 3 years afterwards. Its name shows that the end was now not far off. The hand of a master is still visible in all these poems, the most interesting of which is perhaps The Slave Ship, one of the most powerful productions of Heine's pen. In the year 1855, he published a French translation of his New Spring in the Revue des Deux Mondes. And now the end really arrived. On the February 17, 1856, Henry Heine was at length released from his sufferings in his house in the Avenue Matignon, No. 3, as appears from the obituary notice. The smallness of the attendance at his funeral would seem to show that there was some truth in the saying that he had many admirers but few friends. The only names of note that are recorded as having been present on the occasion are Mignot, Gautier, and Dumas. And this was the man who was recognized as the successor of Goethe in the throne of poetry in Germany, and whose songs were already household words in all parts of that country. His humor did not leave him till the very last. A few days before his death Hector Berlioz called on him just as a tiresome German professor was leaving the room after wearying him with his uninteresting conversation. "I am afraid you will find me very stupid, my dear fellow. The fact is, I have just been exchanging thoughts with Dr." was his remark. Only a day or two before he expired, he sent back to the printer the last proofs of a new edition of the Reisbilder. Heine left a singular will behind him, in which he begged that all religious solemnities should be dispensed with at his funeral, and that, although he called himself a Lutheran, no Lutheran minister should officiate on the occasion. He added that this was not a mere freak of a freethinker, for that he had for the last 4 years dismissed all the pride with which philosophy had filled him, and felt once more the power of religious truth. He also begged for forgiveness for any offense which, in his ignorance, he might have given to good manners and morals. When the private papers of Louis Philippe fell into the hands of the populace at the sack of the Tuileries in February, 1848, it was discovered that Heine had for many years enjoyed a pension of some 200 L a year on the civil list. This discovery gave an opening to the Republicans for violent attacks on him, but there does not appear to have been anything in the circumstances of the case to make this transaction discreditable to either the giver or the receiver of the pension. Heine is described as having lived in the simplest manner, occupying 3 small rooms on the 3rd floor, the menage comprising, in addition to his wife and himself, no one but an old negress as a servant, and Cocotte, who has been already alluded to. Heine is beyond question the greatest poet that has appeared in Germany since the death of Goethe. Enough has been said in the course of this brief sketch of his life to show the singular, the unprecedented character of his genius, and to illustrate that combination in his person of 2 separate natures that we have stated to exist. What more touching trait of character was ever heard of, than the simple fact that although the last 8 years of his life were spent in a state of intolerable agony, he left his mother in ignorance of his sufferings to the very last. Yes, when stricken with total blindness, and when dying literally by inches, all his letters to the old woman at the Dam Thor were written in the most cheerful, happy tone, and he made her believe that his only reason for employing an amanuensis instead of writing with his own hand was that he had a slight affection in his eyes, which would be cured with a little care. The following appreciation of the character of Heine, written while he was still alive, but when the shades of darkness and death were slowly gathering round him, may serve as a fitting termination to these few pages. It may be said that Heine bears within him all the misery of a mighty literature that has fallen from his ideal. Let this be his excuse. But now his eyes are closing on this perishable world, whose contradictions and wretchedness provoked his painful gaiety. Another world is opening on his mind. There, no more misery, no more irritating contrasts, no more revolting disenchantments. There, all problems are resolved, all struggles cease. If irony, in the case of a capricious and ardent intelligence, could be the faithful mirror of things below, there is no room save for confidence and respect in that spiritual world that his soul's looks are fast discovering. He sought for serenity in that light raillery which enveloped the whole universe, and played his part in it with grace, but this serenity was incomplete and false, and often suffered his ill-cured sorrows to break forth. True serenity is a higher thing. It is to be found in the intelligence and adoration of that ideal which nothing can affect, that truth which no shadow can obscure. And so with these words of kindly sympathy, Heinrich Heine, farewell.